in the East World Championships in Fiji. Today was the long distance women's SUP and prone paddleboarding, and here we are, Peru, Puerto Rico, Argentina representing.
Yeah, this event is really exciting because of the Olympic-style format, and I think the ISA is doing a really great job of trying to propel our sport to that next level. It's really fun to be here with our country teams and to represent our country, and it's like nothing I've ever experienced before.
There she is, so Australia, Harriet Brown taking that gold medal.
It feels pretty great to win a double gold and just finish the distance. I'm feeling really happy, but also really tired, really hot, and a little bit dehydrated. Yeah, I'm really excited for the relay race. The 500 metre sprint will be my favourite, what I train for in Australia for board paddling, so I can't wait. Go Aussies!
Welcome to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live for the last day of SUP surfing. We are going to define more world champions today. I am Philip Muller, joined by Drew Muren. We'll also have Dan Geweer here on the island, the beautiful island of Tavarua. We've got the beautiful Jodie Nelson on the boat. She will be getting the athletes as soon as they come out from the water. Drew, how are you?
Hey, I'm fabulous, Philip. Thank you so much. And boy, oh boy, is the excitement, the stoke level high for today's SUP Surf event. A lot of people came to Cloudbreak earlier in the week thinking, hey, it's going to be big. I'm stoked to get barreled. It didn't happen. But I'll tell you what, all week long, throughout the entire course of events, all the athletes, that's all they've been talking about is the prediction for today's swell.
That's right. So as you see, we are going to get underway. We have a 7 a.m. start. Right now it's 7:34. Fiji time.
Let's call it Fiji time, yeah.
Fiji time.
When I go back home to California, everything's going to be operating on Fiji time, so I might be a couple hours late for all my meetings next week.
That's right.
It's a good way to operate.
So let's see the program for today. We've got lots of eats. We've got 21 eats, as you can see there. Okay, Border is having fun between the boats that are watching the lineup. We are going to get underway with the eat you just saw. So we are starting with 3 eats of the main event, round 3 for the men's division. After that, we've got 1 eat, which is the semi-final of the repechage for the women, corresponding to round number 5. After that, we are following with 3 eats of repechage for the men, and we'll just go on. We'll keep giving the program right now. Remember, isaworlds.com. That's the official website for all the information pertaining to this great event here in Fiji. A big thank you to Tourism Fiji for receiving us, for setting this up, for treating us as they have been for the last week. We've got 1 day of competition tomorrow. We will have the last day and the closing ceremony. We will have the relay races. That's going to be very entertaining.
And the relays can get a little bit exciting, so you definitely don't want to miss tuning in for that. That's tomorrow, and that's kind of where all the teams kind of decompress. It's a whole lot of fun, screaming, like 75 different languages being spoke on the beach there, and everybody's cheering on each other. But it's been a tremendous stay here on the island of Tavarua. The folks here are oh so nice and take care of us every step of the way, so we want to extend our thanks and gratitude towards them. But let's take a look at the conditions out there right now as you're getting a live shot of Cloudbreak. You see our big support boat back there in the back, and waves a little smaller than I think Mo Freitas would have liked from Hawaii if we start talking about the lineup here, Philip.
That's right. So, as you know, in the islands, the swells can be very sudden, and I mean, Marcos Bucao, the technical director, has been saying this forecast has just maintained itself precisely as it was written. It seems that they're not even actualizing it, you know, updating it, and so the swell is going to build up during the day. We're starting at 4 to 6 feet. As you see, we've got more waves really than the first 2 days. That was Sunday and Monday before we headed into the lay day. And it should be pushing up. So towards 11 midday, it's already going to shoot up to 6 to 8 feet. And we should be finishing in 10 to 12 feet cloud break.
That's what everybody is tuned in. Everybody wants to see 6 to 10 foot cloud break. And I'll tell you, a lot of these surfers, talking to them on the boats on the way out here, they're ready for it. They're prepared for it. That's what they prepared for when they got here. And actually, the small surf earlier in the week kind of hindered a lot of the athletes. I was talking with Team New Zealand. They're saying a lot of their competitors who are bigger wave surfers were more or less knocked out in the earlier rounds because of the small surf. So we'll see how that all fares here. As we have a proner up right now on the waves right down there. These proners can surf. Watch this guy go on this left here.
There they go. We saw them yesterday. That was 2 exciting days of long-distance racing. We saw yesterday the woman with the victory in stand-up paddling from Candice Appleby, and Harriet Brown won for Team Australia on the prone division. That was so entertaining.
Boy, back-to-back wins for Harriet Brown. I was on the boat with Team Australia coach Troy Pease, and he was super stoked. The guy was going crazy. He's screaming, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. And you know what? Harriet Brown, who was a backup this year, comes in and takes double gold for Team Australia due to an injury. So Team Australian coach, that's how deep the bench is for those guys, and he's really, really excited and really stoked going into the SUP surf events today.
That's right, incredible. Harriet Brown yesterday with Danielle McKenzie. I mean, they almost caught up the leader of the stand-up paddle race. They left 30 seconds after, and they just started eating up the stand-up paddle races and finished in 4th, really, on the general.
It was a race all the way to the end. We encourage you to go back and take a look at it in case you missed that, as those prone paddleboarders carrying an average of about 3.5 knots throughout yesterday's contest. Just side-by-side racing action the entire way. Team New Zealand, Team Australia working together, but very strong, and it came down to the finish. It was a straight all-out sprint, and I know Danielle from New Zealand was a little sort of upset with the finish of that, but I guarantee she'll be back next year in Denmark and try to capture that gold.
That's right, but we will be seeing them tomorrow all the same during the relay races, and we've got a new division, which will be the sprint races. Those who won't get any points for your team standings, we'll get to the team standings a bit later. We've got some potential points. Right now, Australia is in the lead with France in 2nd position and USA in 3rd. We'll get back to that a bit later on. Right now, we're waiting for the first heat of the day.
And we want to thank each and every one of you for watching, and big congratulations to all the athletes yesterday, as we've been talking about the prone paddleboarders, but the stand-up paddleboarders, you got to give it to Team USA, Candice Appleby. What a strong defending performance for her. As there's a look at yesterday's contest. There is Candice Appleby right in the middle of the pack. Olivia Piana looked very, very strong, but she said, you know, the heat really kind of got to her for Team France, and she just started to fall off there. But it was a great, great flat water race. Candice set up perfectly for her. She said towards the end of the race, with about 4 kilometers left, she started to feel that Fijian heat and really started to take a toll on her, but she was able to power through. You see the lineup right there. All 6 girls kind of white in sequence, drafting off each other. As Candice sitting right in the middle there. There's the girl from Spain. That was a big surprise for a lot of people, as the Spaniard was really putting on a heck of a performance yesterday in the SUP.
There you see the distance she managed to get at the beginning of the race. She just went past Namotu and just went for it. I mean, Olivia Piana was the only girl. There you see her in between Candice Appleby and the rest of the pack. And then it was just a race of Candice Appleby flying towards that finishing line.
Yeah, extended her lead off of Piana right starting here. She started to really stretch that stride, push beyond Piana, and unfortunately Olivia could not catch up to her. But it was a great race for Team France. They were able to capture a lot of points and put France up there in the possibility for taking home some medals here in the team's event there. But you see Appleby right here on this replay really start to stretch her lead. Now, a lot of athletes really got kind of stuck between those islands. Between the islands, I was on the boat out there, and it's a very, very high-intensity current there, and it really took a toll on the French woman.
That's right, but in the end she finished with that silver medal. Very impressive from Team Spain, Laura Ketgler. She just maintained that rhythm, managed to get in front of the pack. It was surprising also to see Lina Augaitis from Canada, one of the favorites. She could have taken this race, finishing in 5th position.
You know, you got to give it to Lina Augaitis. Had a baby, I mean, how do you train when you're pregnant? Came off having a baby. She admitted earlier going into this race that she wasn't in the best shape she's ever been in. She's really trying to get back into it. And I know she's very, very disappointed with the way it turned out. Here's Candace Appleby right there yelling at the support boat, because there was a lot of confusion on which way to round this buoy. We saw some issues earlier on about how to round that buoy with the officials, and we actually had some sort of warnings go out there. But it was a great race overall as the young lady from San Clemente, California, Candace Appleby, coming back to double gold back-to-back in 15 and 16 here. So congratulations to the California native. You see her drop to the back of that infinity board, bringing across the finish line to a whole round of applause. So congratulations to her. So great distance racing action. Now we're going to get into the prone paddleboard racing series. There it is right there. That's Danielle out in front for Team New Zealand. You see Harriet Brown just behind her, and this is early in the race right now as these three girls, look how tight it was. This is a distance race. This is one of the first buoys turns in the entire race, and you see them just smashing into each other as they go through around this early stage of this distance race.
So there they are, the two leaders of this race. And as they said, they train at the same club in Australia. The Danielle Mackenzie from New Zealand also, so she lives in Australia. Prone paddleboarding is very, very popular in Australia, New Zealand. And as they said, they made the whole race together, talking and almost, do we stop to have a drink? Yeah, okay, let's have a bit of water. And then I asked her on the beach, when does that friendship stop? At one moment, okay, each one for their own. And then that's what happened. And finally, it was the Australian who got that gold medal.
But it was a tight battle. Here's them coming into the finish line right now. Danielle in the red on the left of your screen. Harriet Brown on the outside. And Harriet really starts picking up the cadence right here. And it was Harriet Brown just edging out Danielle from New Zealand by about 1 board length. But boy, oh boy, it was exciting the entire way. It could have been anybody's race. And I know Danielle is going to come back just salivating next year, as she knew right there that she had lost that gold medal to Harriet Brown. But good race for both those young ladies.
There you have that arrival. Finally, you see Danielle Mackenzie sort of, okay, I didn't make it. I mean, it was grueling. We saw some girls literally have to be taken out of the water with their teammates, given oxygen and be taken care of, several of them. It's a shame. I would have loved to see on that recap, but it was, for me, the most beautiful moment of yesterday was the arrival of the last competitor in the race, and that was Tanvi from India. What an arrival. Everybody just got in the water. They sort of cheered on, and it wasn't just that everybody's there, we already finished the race and you've just arrived. Everybody was on the water cheering for her. That's a 16-year-old girl from India, first participation in an ISA World Championship. And as we worked it out yesterday, she did more kilometers than her age.
Oh, she did a ton. She didn't know that race was going to be that tough. And, this is her first trip outside of the country of India. And she was talking about her flights on the way here, and she showed up, and she finished. And you're right. Unfortunately, there was some athletes that had to be pulled out of the water, as there's a shot of Team India rider right there. That's Tanvi Jagadish from India. She brought it in right now. You see the support boats all there following her along, and you could see the smile on that girl's face as she came into Muscat Cove here on Fiji.
That was so impressive. What a beautiful day of racing yesterday, finishing around 2 or 3, then back on the boat and heading here. Today we are going back to the SUP surfing, and there you see Tanvi Jagadish from India. It took her a bit longer, but she made it until the end, and she seemed pretty relaxed when she arrived.
Yeah, she was in great spirits. She felt good. She wasn't winded. You know, I mean, I'm sure she was winded, but, you know, I think it was just the high of finishing this race, especially with all the athletes on the water that came out to greet her. I mean, I think every person from every single country in some capacity was on the water here. As you're going to see Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii. You're going to see the rest of the crew all come out and greet her. And the crowd went wild. The beach went wild as everybody was just cheering on Team India in their first ever ISA event here. And there it is staying on the inside as you see them all paddling in. Whether you see Team Argentina there.
The drone, everything.
It was
Everybody
fantastic.
there.
Everybody's cheering her on. Lena Guidus right there in the bottom of your screen, and there she goes across the finish line. Everybody's splashing her. And I know it was just a great accomplishment for her, and I know she'll take this experience home to India and just spread the love for everything that she experienced here. So kudos to her.
And there she is, received by the president of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre. That's also an important bit of news for today. We will have Fernando Aguirre in the booth and also on the boat with Jody Nelson, giving some insights about the ISA, what's coming up later this year. We've got the ISA World Surfing Games. That will be in Biarritz in France. For the first time also, ISA is working with the WSL. Obviously, as you know, we will have the surfing in the Olympic sport and Tokyo 2020. And so also today we will be on the Olympic channel. So that's been a big work, part of the ISA, and also the director, Robert Fasulio, until 11 at night yesterday, trying to get this day of epic historical surfing. As Fernando says, we're going to see how the wind interacts with the swell, but probably the biggest waves in a SUP surf competition right now.
And I know everybody's excited about it. Fernando's been talking about it all week. Bob, kudos to you. Thank you for all your service. He was probably on the phone all night long last night trying to get us on that Olympic channel because that's how critical and how exciting this is. Talking with a lot of competitors, you know, in the way of SUP surfing, there's not a lot of events out there, especially one at a break like Cloud Break where you're going to see 8 to 10 footers. So, I mean, this event will make history in the world of SUP surf. I mean, it's going to be absolutely amazing. We're so stoked to have all of our photographers out there. We have videographers out there, and we want to encourage you to get involved. Tell your friends to tune in because you do not want to miss all this action. But, Philip, you're looking good, man. Let's take a look at the break right there.
That's right. So remember, isaworlds.com is the official website for this event. If you want to know a bit more about the International Surfing Association and what it does, because they don't only do events, you know, competitions, world championships. They do the bodyboard world championships, the junior surfing world championships. We've also got the masters. We've got the world surfing games. We've got the SUP and paddleboard events like this. But we've also got scholarships for young kids who need this support.
It is so true. I mean, you know, the whole thing is about the youth movement. It's about getting kids involved because what happens when the Kelly Slaters and that kind of group kind of go out, you got to look to who's going to be the up-and-comers. And we're already seeing it in the world of SUP. There's some great programs. There's a great child programs out there, getting kids involved, getting them to kind of share the love and get excited. There's Mo Freitas from Hawaii on the left right now, smashing off that lip. As Mo just kind of getting excited as we are in this 25-minute heat right now. Here comes Rodriguez.
Here comes Pipe from Mexico, Sayulita, the only competitor from Mexico for the men. And here he comes, nice cut back, trying to find that position in the wave as he leaves the camera. So right now we are in heat number 1 of the main event, round 3. So these guys still haven't lost one single heat. They've just kept on advancing. Only 2 guys out of the whole field can do that, is arrive at the big final without losing one single heat, and they will be joined by 2 guys who will come back through the repechage during the big final of the repechage that we will see later on today. That will be just before the big final of the men's division.
And as we're watching the replay here, here's Team Mexico. Pepe Rodriguez trying to gain a little speed there. Sort of cutting back through the center of that wave, catching the whitewash. He'll ride that sucker down, try to kick a couple more turns, get a few more points there, but not a first bad wave for Mo Freitas and Pepe Rodriguez.
That's right, so in this heat, you can see it on your screens. We've got Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico in red, Giorgio Gomez from the United States in white, Mo Freitas from Hawaii will be in yellow, and for Team New Zealand, Daniel Kereopa will be in black.
You just saw Mo Freitas with the first barrel of the day. When you saw that wave on screen, you didn't even know anybody was in it until you saw a little flash of yellow there. Unfortunately, it closes out on him a little bit early. He wasn't able to carry enough speed through it, but that's what we're going to see today. We're going to see barrels, and we're going to see riders just stoked, as here is Mo Freitas from Hawaii. Oh, the back end of that, and you see it just come smashing on down on him. I know Mo's bummed on that one, as that was a sick wave right there. 4-5 for Mo's first wave. That was a wave before the last one. And Mo Freitas was a late addition to Team Hawaii, as Connor Baxter did not make the trip. So they gave old Mo a call. Mo said, yeah, I'll serve for you. And he was able to show up here. And he's one of everybody's top picks right now for Team Hawaii. So I know his dad, Tony Freitas, is home right now in Hawaii watching live. He's always interactive on social media, always pushing Momo on camera and everywhere else. And, I talked about it at PPG one year when he won the technical. I said, Tony Freitas is there pulling out what the hair left on his head. I mean, this guy really is all about family and pushing Momo there. As Giorgio Gomez in the white on the left of your screen. A little bumpy out there. You see our athletes on these shorter, smaller boards. When they're waiting for these sets to come in, a little bit of a struggle to hold on to them there, as Pepe Rodriguez in red right behind him. But we noticed that today right now here, a little windy out there.
That's right. At least it's better for us. I mean, it isn't as scorching hot as it was during the previous days. You can see it's a little bit grey. There's a big cloud sort of in front of Cloudbreak coming our way. We hope it doesn't rain. There's wind announced, so we're going to see a bit more wind during the day, but also a lot more solid swell. So the swell is going to appear very suddenly. We're going to see as we advance through the rounds, as it's going to go up. We just saw Mo Freitas there trying to go for the tube, just got buried under it, but we're going to see some pretty good tube riding towards the end of the day, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure all these athletes are prepared for it. Here's Giorgio Gomez setting up for a wave right now, trying to carry a little bit of speed into it. A couple hard strokes on the left. He's up. There he comes now. Now watch Gomez, the goofy footer out of California.
Here he comes, and he goes for the tube, making
Nice.
a clean exit.
Nice cutback. Oh, Gomez.
Falls down on that snap on the end. 20 minutes and 30 seconds. So all the heats today will be 25 minutes. Give them a bit more time. This is a pleasure, an honor, a privilege to surf with only 3 guys in the water. Here comes Giorgio Gomez.
Giorgio Gomez getting low, trying to carry as much speed as he can through that. Breaks out of the wave. Nice cutback there and just digs the front railing, goes over. And here comes Pepe Rodriguez from Mexico. Representing Team Mexico all alone there. Nice cutback off the lip there. Trying to carry a little bit of speed off the face of that wave. Nice little build there. He'll float that one down. And he's got a couple more moves as he goes high off the top. He'll fall out on that one. But a first wave score of 2.6. That one's definitely going to improve on that one, Philip.
That's right. We're waiting on the score from Giorgio Gomez. The judges are probably watching the replay right now. Mo Freitas is the only surfer with 2 scores, getting a total combination of 6.2. Right now, Felipe Rodriguez is second with a 2.6. So let's see once again that wave fading in there, then going towards the top, nice off the top, going back into that bottom, trying to look for the tube also, but as you see, that didn't give him that opportunity, going for that small floater, keeps advancing, parrying through those sections, and there couldn't manage to land that last trick.
Wave kind of broke down on him there at the end, unfortunately for Pepe Rodriguez, but still a good ride for him. That'll definitely improve that score of a 2.6. There's Mo Freitas from Hawaii out there floating around, waiting for his next set. I was talking about Giorgio Gomez a little bit earlier from Team USA. You know, kind of brought Giorgio on for Team USA this year because he's a goofy footer. And this wave set up for the goofy footers. You know, the backside riders are going to have a little bit more problems. And I think that's a misstatement on my part. I don't think they're going to have more problems, but I just think this wave is set up better for Goofy. And I know I was talking with their coach, Dave Bainey, and Dave said, yeah, we just wanted to have a Goofy footer on the team. And here comes Team Mexico once again picking it up from all the other riders.
Oh, nice wave there. Good wave selection by Pepe Rodriguez, but he was a bit too much down the line on that one. But obviously he found that peak, tries to go for it, but that tube was just going to close on him.
Yeah, got a little late start there. As here's Gomez from Team USA. He'll ride out of that one. Took a couple turns, felt it out. But Giorgio, a very smart rider. Won the Santa Cruz event this year in 2016 in California. Had a little trouble finding his paddle this morning. I saw him yelling at his sister, "Where did you put my paddle?" And she's like,
I don't know.
You're 20 years old. What do you mean, where'd you put your paddle? Oh, boy, but it seems like he's found he's out there doing good. Here's the first wave for Team New Zealand. They're kind of feeling things out there. But, hey, we're just about 7 minutes into this thing. We've already had some amazing waves, Philip, as we take a look at the replay.
That's right. So here comes the wave from Giorgio Gomez. And here, just in and out, that will get him 0.73. But that previous wave exiting the tube got him 6.33. So right now he's looking good to take that first position. Remember, this is the main event round. If you lose in this heat, if you're third and fourth, you still get down to the repechage round 5. So you still got opportunity to keep on advancing. After, when we go to the repechage round, there's no place for mistake. You need to be first or second if you want to keep advancing. Otherwise, you're out of competition, marking your points for your team. And we'll see later on also a bit more about the team standings. We'll see tomorrow at the closing ceremony all the individual medals and also who will be the new team world champion of SUP and paddleboard.
A lot of pressure on these SUP surfers here going in towards the end of the events. A lot of the medals already being handed out, so I know a lot of the teams really focusing. We'll talk about Team New Zealand coming up as DK, Daniel Karopa, right there from Team New Zealand. Had a chance to talk to him earlier, and he said with the big finishes by Danielle and Team New Zealand, he's got a lot of pressure on him to kind of perform in this SUP surf event. And DK, you know, serves. He's not no stranger to lefts. I mean, in his home break in New Zealand is all about lefts, and this kid can definitely ride him. As we were talking, he said, "Yeah, where I surf at home from Raglan, it's all left point breaks." He says, "Not going to be a problem today. It's all about wave selection." And between the 4 athletes here, there's a lot of competition out there for wave selection.
That's right, and you mustn't forget also Daniel Karopa suffers from an injury at his back, and like he was telling me on the boat this morning, he cannot push it too much, which is a bit weird here, but so we can see him here, he's trying to select those waves carefully, not go on closeouts and stuff like that. So we're going to see and wait for his first real wave, as we see there Giorgio Gomez looking into that one. Finally, it's Mo Freitas who takes it.
Oh, baby, Mo Freitas from Hawaii. High, oh, just got a little loose up top there, as he'll throw that one away. But Mo, that wave was looking beautiful. I know Mo had a big grin on his face there as you see him get way low. Nice bottom turn there. Kind of stumble going up the wave there. Lost the back end, and that will not fare too well for Mo, as we're sitting here at 15:33. There's Giorgio Gomez for Team USA in the white. In the black, it's DK from New Zealand. In the red, Pepe Rodriguez trying to represent for Team Mexico. I know he's a little bummed because a lot of his training partners, a lot of his stand-up paddle crew did not make the trip here to Fiji this year, and he's kind of feeling like he's on it all alone.
That's right, making the trip alone with his girlfriend there for Pipe Rodriguez. Here he comes. Let's see if he can get inside that tube. A bit too much in front. Finally doesn't make it. He's getting into that last section. Trying a bit of carving. Back down to the bottom of the wave. There's a nice little off the top. Landing it, but falling on that reception. So he's still in first position, trying to replace that 2.6. He needs to be careful. There comes Giorgio Gomez. We didn't see what he did on that wave. And here comes the first wave of Daniel Karopa. Let's see if he can catch it. It seems it's a bit fast for him.
Karopa from New Zealand trying to improve that 0.63. And he just wasn't able to catch up to that one right there. So unfortunately, he'll paddle back out, but he's in good position for this next set if it starts coming in here.
So remember, at isaworlds.com you can send messages on the live tab below the video. You've got a little form. You can write to us, such as Tony, obviously is already there watching from Hawaii, his son in the water, Mo Freitas. Thanks for the shout out. By the way, I have lots of hair. I just shave it off so I can look like Kelly Slater. We're not sure about that, Tony.
Yeah, Tony, I don't believe that one right there for a minute. But he tries to make up for it by growing out a goatee, so we'll give him that.
And John from Texas who says, guys, it's Felipe, not Pepe. Yeah, but people call him Pipe, but just excuse my friend Drew. It's Pepe, Pipe. He's got so many names.
He's got so many names. Everybody around here calls him everything from Mr. Rodriguez and everything, so we apologize. We'll call him by his real name, Felipe Rodriguez. And here it is, TK.
Here comes the first wave for Team New Zealand there, trying to hit that lip. Keeps on advancing, has to eject from that wave. As you're seeing, it's pretty difficult. You can see the spray, how it is totally blown away by the wind. There's more or less 20-25 kilometer winds right now, and it should be growing to 40 Ks during the afternoon. So that's going to complicate a bit more the riders too.
Karopa going vertical on that one right there as you look at it in the replay. Comes on down, carrying a lot of speed as he just goes flying off the backside there. So we'll see how he fares coming back from that one. Like you said, he's fighting an injury, and he wants to kind of protect himself, but he's got to perform here for Team New Zealand after already securing a couple medals in this year's ISA event. There's Mo Freitas out there from Hawaii.
He's also got a back injury. I mean, we mentioned it, and Tony said it. He had an MRI just before coming. Kyle Lenny was called to the PI Big Wave event, and basically he was called in last minute for Mo Freitas. Just, can you get on a plane, go to Fiji, win a gold medal, come back?
Yeah, I guess I can fit that into my schedule. It's 12:30 right now. Out there in the black jersey, DK was talking about it early. His whole tactic for this year coming into Cloudbreak was to get in the wave early, get in quickly, and stay out of trouble. So that's DK right there. That's kind of his 3 sort of little tidbits of advice, which I think all the racers are talking about.
So we're getting a few scores coming in there. 5.3 for Giorgio Gomez. I mean, we didn't see that wave. We'll probably try to get it on the replay for that latest wave of Giorgio Gomez. He got a 6.33 for the only tube, exited with success in this heat. But here comes Mo Freitas there off the top. As you can see, that wave is flattening out there beneath him. But he tries to keep on advancing, cut back, going back to the white water. As that wave is going to connect, he's going to get out. Right now, with that wave, I do believe he will replace his lower score, a 1.7 right now.
But like you say, if you look at the leaderboard, look at this set coming in right now. Absolutely beautiful. Here comes DK.
Daniel Kereopa couldn't get in the tube right there as it closes off. Finally falling off is Giorgio Gomez, who takes on further down the line there. Nice snap. Keeps on advancing. He's going to get for another tube. Ooh, falls down as the board just gets taken up the face of the wave there.
Giorgio Gomez definitely had the better portion of that wave right there and caught that barrel. Unfortunately, it did close out almost. We take a look at the replay right here. Here comes Gomez. Nice bottom turn. Nice cut back off the face of that wave right there. Slowing down his speed a little bit. Sets up perfectly in the barrel and just loses it. But would have scored some good points there if he could have rode that one out. Unfortunately, 10:46. And Gomez up on top of the leaderboard trying to replace that 5.3. You know, if you look at all the athletes so far, Gomez catching the best barrels so far in this heat, Philip.
That's right. He's got the best wave selection up until now. I mean, it's difficult conditions. It's not like glassy and perfect and always coming out in the same spot. Here you see Mo Freitas trying to get into that tube, imitating Giorgio Gomez, but in front of the tube, really, just getting slightly covered. That will replace his 1.7, I do believe. Right now, Daniel Kereopa, his latest wave, 2.5, and here comes. So, as you see, not exactly getting covered, hanging onto his rail there, and then coming back with that last roundhouse cutback.
No. Not as nice a wave as we saw earlier from Giorgio Gomez. That wave just closing out a little bit on the back end there as Mo was prepping for it. It just never really formed or shaped for him. Unfortunately, you know, Mo, probably with one of the best bottom turn riders on the circuit here, him and Zane Schweitzer, you saw him earlier in the week. Their bottom turns are absolutely just perfect and spectacular. They're so beautiful, and I know that's what a lot of judges are looking for, is watching that bottom turn, as we're expecting big things for him. Here comes Team Mexico.
So here comes Pipe Rodriguez trying.
It's Felipe.
Yeah, but he's called Pipe.
No,
Look,
no.
Here's a message on the message board from Jose Luis Caselin, to whom I say
I
hello.
know.
From Mexico. It says, "Go Pipe, Mexico."
You can go Pipe, Mexico. So still on top. Wait for the judges' scores to come in. Giorgio Gomez, Team USA, the goofy footer, who, you know, if you're riding goofy in this wave, you're obviously able to see it a lot better. I mean, how's your visibility in comparison to being a backhand rider?
Obviously, it's a lot better on your front end to see the wave. You see when it sort of stands up in front of you. Here we see Daniel Kereopa finding one good wave. They're getting a couple of maneuvers. There, that section is going to have to pass it as he goes and connects with that last off the top right there in that closing out section. Getting a few points. He needs to get back out right now. I mean, it's nice for the competitors to have that 5 extra minutes. You know, that gives you a bit more time to think about the heat, try to find those better waves and not have to rush it. We saw those 15-minute heats on the second day of competition of the SUP surfing. That was Monday, and 15 minutes heats go flying.
Oh, for sure. We'll see in good wave selection from all these athletes. How many waves have they all ridden? We'll try to get you that information as a lot of people sort of chiming in on Tinder or Twitter right now. I don't know where my head's at right now. I won't even comment. Here comes Cariopa. Nice backside turn off the face of that. Nice bottom turn. Smashes off the lip right there. And Cariopa going to ride this one all the way out, getting a lot of speed. And that's definitely going to help out his scores for Team New Zealand. So we'll see him go more towards the top with that wave right there. 7:48 as Team New Zealand trying to make it into this final here and help things out. Oh, way too much fun up here. It's been a fun week here in Fiji. I mean, we've had an absolute blast here. There's a shot of a lot of onlookers. That's from our support boat and athlete boat right there. As you see them getting rocked around. Little windy, little bumpy out there. Team Peru out there representing, bringing their full team. We'll see their competitors coming up here in just a little bit. But we still got a lot of SUP surfing action still to come here. As right on top, Giorgio Gomez, Mo Freitas in second. But we're still waiting for those last waves to come in from the judges. You see all of our competitors now trying to work a little higher here, Philip.
That's right. They've been going up on the lineup there, trying to get that wave further up. As you're mentioning, we've seen a lot of competitors running out of wave to be able to do a few more moves on those waves as the waves close out on that last section of the reef. And as we've been, obviously these four guys are a bit in a way the guinea pigs for today, you know. Just go out, see, sense the conditions. They couldn't see anyone surfing before, so, you know, you don't have any knowledge of what's happening.
Mo Freitas with a couple of maneuvers here, trying to fill things out on, that wave closes out on him. Now we got Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico with a nice wave shaping up here. Look at Felipe. He's going to try to catch this barrel. Sort of speeds past it, but a nice cut back into it. He'll float off the top of the whitewater there. A couple more maneuvers as he sees that wave close out. He'll close this one with 6:10 left. So a nice wave there by Felipe. He'll try to improve that 2.6. As, boy, those almond-shaped waves here at Cloudbreak really starting to set up beautifully. And I know if you're watching at home or you're an athlete watching from the support boat, you're just stoked with the conditions here today. Here's the replay of Mo Freitas from Hawaii.
So this is the latest wave from Mo Freitas there. Second turn there, going back to the white water, doing a full roundhouse. Keeps on advancing, nice off the top. Then gets into that section, connects there with an off the top on the closeout section, but falls on reception. Here is the wave from Felipe Rodriguez, trying also to break himself to get into the tube, not managing it, then goes back with this long roundhouse cut back and also finishing into that last little section. It's difficult conditions out there.
Yeah, but it's looking nice. Here's DK from New Zealand trying to slow it down. Wave didn't really turn into much there, so he'll surf out of that one. With 5 minutes left in this heat right now. Still the same score, so we haven't got any new judges' scores in. They're all kind of coming in as we speak. They have 3 or 4 waves they have to still score here, so a lot of work still to do for the judges. We take a look at the replay here. Here's Team New Zealand. DK kind of turns off the face of that wave right there, trying to slow it down, waiting for it to set up. It doesn't. He doesn't see it. He surfs out of it. So he'll save that wave for another day, as there is Giorgio Gomez currently on top of your leaderboard, going from the right to left of your screen right there, looking out his back, maybe communicating with Team New Zealand rider Danielle Cariopa. And a nice little set starting to form up here, and we'll see if Gomez with a nice look. Seems like he's pulling into this one right here, Philip. Here comes Team USA rider Giorgio Gomez dropping in.
So here comes Giorgio Gomez. As you can see there, that old wall in front of him was going to close out. Decides to exit the wave right now. Giorgio Gomez has got 8 waves on his count right now. I'm just checking with Marcos Bucau through WhatsApp if it's 10 or 12 waves that they can catch during a heat with those 5 extra minutes. We're going to wait for his answer. Should come shortly. They're in the tower right now, so obviously they're 2 kilometers from us. We're on the beautiful island of Tavarua. We want to thank everyone here at Tavarua for receiving us every day during the SUP surf competition. And we want to thank...
They literally receive us. They come down to the sand and greet us when we arrive here on the sand.
Yes, and here comes surfer in black, Daniel Cariopa. That's a nice big wave there going, oh, nice, off the lip and falls down flat on his board, really.
Yeah, it goes up to the top there, sort of makes the drop, unable to control his board. And he'll have to go back out and try to make something in this last 3 minutes if he's going to move on without having to go through the repecharge heats. Now, there is the surfer in white who just currently got bumped down to second on the leaderboard. Giorgio Gomez, a 20-year-old out of California. Here's Gomez up on a wave on that pink ride of his. Going to come down to the bottom, sort of slow it down. You look at him looking, trying to look for anything, as the wave never really took a nice shape for him there. So unfortunately, he was looking for a barrel ride, and he'll have to surf out of that one. That one's definitely not going to help him on this play. As we take a look at the replay here, Giorgio Gomez from the US of A. Take it, Philip.
So there he is, just setting himself up to try to take that tube ride. Until now, the best tube riding comes from Giorgio Gomez from the United States. We've seen Mo Freitas do his work. He didn't get the tubes, but he's getting those maneuvers on the wave. Obviously, since Sunday and Monday, the 2 first days of SUP surf, today with the conditions, the criteria for the judging has changed, you know. What the judges are looking for are deep, big tubes with a nice clean exit, and that is what will give you the most points today, and all the riders know it. 2 minutes left on the clock. Let's see also who's coming up. This is the main event, round 3, so these are all some of the best SUP surfers in the world. In the following heat, we've got 2014 world champion of the ISA, that was in Nicaragua, Poenaiki Raioa from Tahiti, one of my favorites. We're going to see also from Australia, Harry Maskell. We've seen him with some great scores during the first days of competition. From France, Benoit Carpentier and Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii. That will be the following heat. That's also going to be a very intense heat in SUP surfing.
It's a lot of athleticism coming up there as we're looking at Mo Freitas, the 24-year-old out of Hawaii, with a minute 19 left off the island of Maui. There's a look at Team USA's Izzy Gomez, defending gold medalist, with her hat on backwards there. I talked to her this morning. We'll be talking about more of Team USA's strive to try to retain that gold medal from Australia. Here coming up as the series of events continue live right here from Cloudbreak on the island of Fiji. There's Felipe Rodriguez. He's right now on the bubble of not having to go through the repecharge heats. And so how important is it to just make it onto the final here and not have to go through those repo heats? Philip?
We've talked about it during the previous days. Some prefer just to go straight to the final, you know, find it less tiring, and obviously it's a lot less heats to have to compete in. But some riders, and I mean Sean Pointer said it in his interview, last year he won the gold medal. He's the defending gold medal in SUP surf at this event, and he went through the repechage. And some guys prefer to have a lot of ease. They say it gets you grounded to the wave, it lets you feel the conditions, and some feel they arrive more prepared to the big final.
It's a good point. Very good point, but I think a lot of them just want to get in that final. Here comes Felipe Rodriguez carrying a lot of speed off the top rail, unable to control it coming down there. But Rodriguez trying to improve that 4.43 right now. Philip, as we come down to the final seconds, let's take a look at the replay. Here's Rodriguez dropping in.
So Rodriguez needed 6.58 to take that second place. I don't think this will be enough on this wave, as he's carving, trying to go through and then trying to launch that huge floater. It would have been nice if he made it, go on the top and land it. Could have made it and get the points, but right now this is the end of this first heat of the day. We are day 7 of competition here at the 2016 Fiji ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship. We are going to wait for the competitors from heat number 2 to get in position, get there in the wave, and we're going to see Poenaiki Raioa, Harry Maskell, Benoit Carpentier, and Zane Schweitzer. We've already seen some good tube riding for now.
Oh, we've seen some great barrels as we take a look at the recap here. Speaking of barrels, Mo Freitas, the 24-year-old, grabbing the rail, getting low. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen for him. He jumps up and then takes a huge cutback. Nice backside cutback off the white water there. Mo Freitas with the highest wave score of the heat, 7.73. You see him high off the rail right there, smashing that lip. Mo's so powerful in this type of surfing. You know, his favorite break is Piahi in Hawaii, so he's used to the big, powerful booming waves right there, as we saw Mo Freitas taking heat number 1. So big props out to Team Hawaii for their contest there, Philip.
That's right. So Felipe Rodriguez and Daniel Quereopa, we'll see them later in the repechage. Right now we're going to a short commercial break. We'll be right back with heat number 2, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
And welcome back to the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Heat 1 now in the books. Here comes Heat 2. As you see, there's the results for Heat number 1 in the main. Mo Freitas from Hawaii, one of the Maui boys, up on top with a total wave score of 12.07. Giorgio Gomez from Team USA, an 11.63. But here comes round number 3. As we get Heat 2 on the water right now. A lot of great athletes coming up in this contest. We got Tahiti, we got Australia, we got France, and another representative from Hawaii, Mr. Zane Schweitzer, going to be in the black jersey here. We want to thank you all for tuning in, keeping it tuned in live, and thank our production staff as we are underway. Team Tahiti, Poanaiki, now a nice bottom turn, smashes off the lip there. He'll ride this one down, carrying a lot of speed. And another big turn off the face. Poanaiki starting off well here for Team Hawaii. Backside there, and he's going to carry this one even a little bit further. And he'll surf out of that one. Nice wave score. Now the team in yellow, France. Waves are building. Dan Gavir joins me in the booth. Dan, how's everything?
It's great out here. How can you not have a great day out here in paradise once again? Here at the surfing event, great to see the waves have popped up. We definitely have a lot of wind on it. We had some kiteboarders out there this morning. Little replay here as we look at, I believe this is Rioa out of Tahiti, former gold medalists at the ISA World Surfing. Rioa with some nice turns off his backhand there in the background. Benoit also on his backhand, so it looks like we have a couple regular footers in this heat, as well as Harry Maskell, and then we have Zane Schweitzer, the goofy footer out of Hawaii. Zane's looking very strong, very familiar with these larger waves. We'll have to see how the backside riders do against the guy on his forehand, and here we have Zane Schweitzer in the black jersey. Zane up and riding, and really nice wave selection there. He ducks into the barrel. Beautiful barrel ride, and that is exactly what the judges are looking for. And as far as I've seen so far, Drew, that is by far going to be our highest scoring wave, and he is claiming it there, riding his signature model from starboard. Zane Schweitzer with a beautiful first wave. Let's take a look at the replay here. Unreal.
I just love watching Zane Schweitzer. So athletic. He's just a charger out there as he slows down, grabs the barrel perfectly. You see him come out there. He knows he's made it, kind of rides it, throws his hand in the air, and he's like, oh, wait, a bonus section. And he tries to dive into that one. So Zane going to score very, very well for Team Hawaii there on his first ride of this heat. So congratulations to him.
And he should be pumped. That was beautiful. And if you really look at the way he moved his feet around on the board, he just is so agile on his feet, moving forward to increase the speed, and that's the reason he actually made that section. Haskell with a little wave there, now looking at Poinaiki Rioa from Tahiti, the young rider on this little bit different shaped board here. We talked about a little bit the other day. We're definitely starting to see some more of this. Huge floater, almost lands it. A little tail heavy on the landing there. We've seen a lot of that happening. The riders really trying to go for it. Big airs off the lip are extremely hard to land out here at Cloudbreak. It's a heavy hit here. We kind of lost our signal here, so we'll try and keep you back in the action. But it's so far, it's Zane Schweitzer with the most beautiful wave, the most beautiful barrel we've seen for the whole competition. And what a way to start, and that's got to be a real motivator. He's got to be stoked on that. And as these set waves start to come in, I think we're going to see building surf. Certainly the conditions are challenging with all the texture on the water, the wind chop, the current. There's a lot going on here. A lot of these paddlers are also very seasoned racers. So the faster you can get back up on your board and the faster you can get back out to the break means you have better opportunity to be in priority and have your choice of waves. And that, I think, is going to give the nod to those paddlers who also race.
Well, and I think that's a valid point there. You know, there's not a lot of wave competitions out there. The racer that most of these paddlers spend most of their time racing, so of course they're looking for the crossover here. And you're right. I mean, a lot of the athletes are saying, you know, you get in the lineup early, get waves quick, and you know the big thing is stay out of trouble in a break such as cloud break. So you hit some very valid arguments there. But here's some nice set waves coming in. I know these athletes are stoked, but you see Zane going to be very patient with a wave score of 8.67, Dan.
That's right. So far, that's the highest score we've seen of the day, and he's looking for those set waves, those waves that have a nice defined shoulder and something that's not just going to close out, but as that wave comes to the inside, it can wrap around and double up on itself. And if you get lucky, you can pick a wave that actually offers, you know, a barrel, and then you can come out of it. And you could see Zane didn't even know that section would actually reform for him on the inside. He had already claimed it, fist pumped it, and then he actually got another little section there. So that added a couple more points to his score at the tail end. But right now it's Zane out in front with an 8.67. But it is Point Nike Raioa with two waves, a 5.5 and a 4.3. So it's actually Raioa on top. But let's see how Zane can back up that last score. Nice turn off the top there, staying high on the wave. Now we're starting to see him really turn that board off the tail, looking for another section here. Can he get the cover up? He's definitely get the shack. And there you can see him as he moves around on that paddleboard. Very light on his feet. Beautiful wave read there by the Hawaiian, Zane Schweitzer. I'm sure all his teammates on the boat are going absolutely bananas right now.
Let's take the replay here. Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii dropping into this one. Perfect. Nice bottom turn as the goofy footer rips the bottom of that wave, goes up off the top. Now he starts to slow it down. You see him hit the brakes right there. Starting to feel the barrel come on. Like Dan said, get covered up, comes out of it beautifully. Another nice bottom turn, cuts back. So getting some valuable points there for the judges and able to ride out smooth. And there he is. That one's going to score up there as well, I'm sure, and take Zane Schweitzer to the top of the leaderboard. I want to take a moment here to thank this production being brought to you by Tourism Fiji. I know a lot of people have been seeing all the live shots and all the photos, and they're super stoked. If you ever thought about taking a trip to Fiji, go to Tourism Fiji. Just Google it. They'll take you to all the great places with so much to do. Also, Tavarua Island, where we're actually hosting us for this live broadcast here, so we want to thank them for that. Vachavura, Private Islands of Fiji, Fiji Water, FCA's Digicel for keeping all of our internet active and keeping this live stream pumping to you. There's a lot that goes into that. I heard this morning they actually have fiber cable underneath the ocean from the island of Fiji all the way to Australia. So there's a lot of work going into that whole thing. The island of Namotu, Paradise Beverages, and of course Pura Vida, and so many more, including the local organizing committee for putting this whole thing together. So here's heat 2 of the day. Conditions a little different than what we saw earlier in the week, Dan.
That's right, and this is what these paddlers came here for. Many of them are seasoned shortboarders. They've got a lot of experience in bigger waves, and most of them have been surfing in excess of 6 years on a stand-up paddleboard. And in paddleboard terms, that's like 40 years in surfing terms, because the sport has come so far so quickly, and a lot of these paddlers basically on boards that really mimic a shortboard, but a bit wider and longer and more volume to support their weight. You can see when they stand still, a lot of those boards really sink under the water. Probably the average for most of these boards is around 80 liters. Some of them will be on smaller boards, especially some of the women on 69, 70 liter boards, and some of the men on boards up to 100 to 105 liters. Not much bigger than that. Certainly no boards bigger than 8 foot out here. So the boards range between 6'9" and 8 foot. I'd love to hear about some of the fin configurations, because I know there's, the same as in shortboard surfing. Some guys like quads, 4 fins on the bottom, and some guys like the thruster setup, which is 3 fins, a bit more classic. So maybe in the smaller waves they were actually using a different fin setup than they might be using today, where maybe a thruster might work a little bit better for that more top to bottom squared off surfing.
And there's all of our athletes right there, kind of bunched up, waiting for that next set to come in. And Team France currently second overall in the points with 12,038 points. So Benoit, not to say there's any pressure on you here, but Team France has a chance to win this thing, Dan.
Oh, absolutely. France has always been fielding a strong team at the ISA Worlds, and they have yet to claim that elusive gold medal, but certainly a gold or two from the French could land them in a contending position with Australia. Australia always so very powerful in all the disciplines offered here at ISA Worlds. We'll just have to see if any countries can come up to the challenge and defeat them. Here's a little shot of the boat here as some of our spectators looking out. You can see it's very windy. We've got about 20 to 25 mile an hour wind, just making things a little bit more difficult here. Luckily, it's not blowing straight on shore, but it is blowing side shore, and that's what makes this break so popular for kiteboarding. Here we have Zane with a beautiful drop off the top. Nice turn, a little bit late on the section, but it looks like he's just barrel hunting out here as he kind of controls his speed on that board by either being back. A beautiful off the top there. Nice solid surfing. He tries to kick out before that wave carries him too far inside where he's going to have to waste valuable energy and time trying to get back out to the lineup and the replay.
Let's take a look at the replay here, Dan, as here comes Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii. Nice bottom turn there. Zane, very powerful off the top there. Almost gets sucked in a little too far there, but he's able to ride it out. Takes one off the face of that baby, trying to slow it down. He sees nothing really going to transpire. Takes one more cut back there and floats it into the bottom section. But Zane looking very, very strong today, as his mom's online on our message board right now saying, "Go Zane, Zane." So Shanine Schweitzer watching from back home in Hawaii. Good morning. Aloha to you. And Zane, there comes his second wave score in a 6.5. So two monster scores there for Zane Schweitzer. In most heats, that's enough to win it, but he's going to go looking for something a little bit bigger because we know Zane.
Yeah, he's going to want to back up that second score if he can. Let's see what he can do with that. We have the results in from the first heat. Officially, it is Mo Freitas, first place from Hawaii. Second place, Giorgio Gomez from USA. Third place, Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico. And New Zealand in fourth place, Danielle Cariopa. So looks like Mexico and New Zealand will get some more bonus surfing, if you will, in the reprecharge rounds. They probably aren't too sad about that, but they certainly still have a chance to win this competition right now. Watching Benoit Carpentier from France. Looks like he's throwing around that prototype starboard, I believe. Looks like a little bit different shape, a little bit different color.
Yeah, Carpentier there with a couple nice hacks off the top there. That'll definitely help out that .43 as we see the replay. Nice bottom turn there. First little hack. Not getting quite up top. There he goes. Now he's ripping the rail as he comes slow, trying to carry a little bit of speed. That wave really didn't do much for him, but he rode it very well, Dan.
Yeah, not bad for, a medium to small size wave here at Cloudbreak today. I think Benoit is going to want to be patient and try and, have some better wave selection here. Let's see what Poinike Raioa can do. I believe he is on the F1.
Poinike Raioa, 19-year-old out of Tahiti, regular footer, actually in school back home in Tahiti. He's in business school. He wants to go into business and marketing, but his overall aspiration is to become a pro surfer one day, and at 19 years old, definitely has a chance to do so. He says it was kind of an interesting story when we were talking with Poinike. He's like, all my family is soccer players, as we took a look at the replay right here. Nice bottom turn for Poinike, ripping the top there. This wave really not doing much for him. It's sort of closing out, but a nice shape, nice style here, and that'll help him out gain some spots as he floats that one out. But he was saying most of my family's soccer players, so they're trying to push me to be a soccer player, but I love the ocean and I love the surf, so it's coming from a soccer background, obviously a strong athlete in competing here today, now taking it into second place.
He's not punting footballs, he's punting himself off the wave on that, I believe that is called the Pepino. The Pepino from F1. One of the newer kind of parallel rail shapes that we're seeing that's very popular. I bet he's on the 7.7 by 29, maybe even a smaller one.
And Shawnee Schweitzer, your son has just scored the highest wave score of the entire week, a 9.57 on that last boomer there. So congrats to you, young lady, sitting at home watching from Hawaii. As here's Harry Maskell from Australia.
Harry Maskell on his backhand riding the bick. Oh, he loses his paddle, so he tried that cross bow turn. This place is notorious for sucking the paddle out of your hand, and many times that paddle can be gone. This could be a devastating turn of events for Harry. He's going to want to get back to that paddle here. Let's take a look at the replay here. He's got his paddle in his backhand. Here he plants that paddle, and you can see he's going to do the same thing here, but this time he just loses it there on the bottom turn, just slips out of his hand, and actually a lot of SUP surfers will put wax on the shaft of their paddles to prevent that very thing from happening, because you want to have a nice tactile feel. You want that paddle to be sticky, just like you want your board to be sticky on your feet. Here we have Benoit Carpentier from France. A little bit better wave than the last one. At least it's showing a little more wave face, but it just didn't materialize on the inside section. Harry and Benoit definitely have some catching up to do here with a combined score of equal to one wave of Zane Schweitzer. So these guys are both going to need some excellent waves and some really hard charging surfing to get on the top. Poinaiki Raioa with a nice move off the top, surfing on his backhand out of Tahiti. Nice, staying in the critical section, and you can just see how heavy the wave is here. And not only does it hold you down initially, but there's a secondary pulse that really pulls you down. So we're going to send it down to Jody on the boat, who's interviewing some of our winners from the previous heats. So she's probably down there either with Mo Freitas or Giorgio Gomez, and we're going to toss it down to Jody on the water.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, down here with Mo Freitas, the winner of that first heat of the day. Mo, you guys, a little bit of the guinea pig heat, being the first guys out there and testing out the conditions. How was it out there for you?
It was good. I mean, anytime you can surf cloud break with like 3 guys out, it's pretty good. But a little windy, but there's still some waves coming through, and I'm just stoked to make it on to the next round. So.
Now you and Giorgio got a couple barrels out there, managed to. Just talk to us how challenging the wind is on the stand-up paddleboards out there.
Yeah, I mean, luckily with the little boards, we're kind of a little bit underwater, so the wind just kind of goes, or the chop just goes right over them. But like with the barrels, it's kind of pitching in front of you, so you can kind of find one little gem section that kind of hits the reef, and you can find a little sneaker and sneak under it. But nonetheless, there's some barrels out there that just got to be found. I heard Zane just posted a 9, so it's going to be a good day, and I think there's going to be a lot of good waves ridden today.
Now you have about 5 more heats until you have to get back out there. How will you prepare for that next round?
Probably just stretch. I have an injury right now for my pelvis, so I'm just kind of stretching that out and getting ready for getting nice and limber for the next one. But yeah, just kind of, it's all really mental too, because it's going to be real tough, and it's just going to be a wave game. So whoever can get the waves is going to be passing through. So
now, you guys have had your own boat, your own Team Hawaii boat. How crucial has that been just for your team camaraderie and just being able to get away from it all?
Oh, it's so rad having the Hawaii boat. I mean, Fiji Surf Club always, they're supporting us, and it's just nice to get away from the whole scene and just kind of have my own little space and just really focus on the event and really focus on the team. And I think we're going to be doing pretty good. I mean, our team's really focused, and yeah.
All right, well, congratulations, Mo Freitas, your winner from heat number 1. We'll see him in main round number 4. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jody, and congratulations to Mo Freitas and Giorgio Gomez advancing from heat number 1, main round number 3. Right now we are in heat number 2, main round number 3, here at the beautiful wave of Cloud Break for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. My name is Dan Gavir. I'm joined by Drew Murin, and some great action here. And an interesting thing that we're looking at here is Zane Schweitzer's first wave was a spectacle to watch, and he found that gem and he snuck into that barrel, the best barrel we've seen of the day. But it was his second wave that actually outscored his first wave, and that second wave he didn't get a barrel. He actually did 4 or 5 big turns and some hard charging bottom turns, and so that's what the judges are awarding, even more than finding those barrel sections. So very interesting there, and I'm sure that the spectators and the other athletes looking on are making note of that and adjusting their strategy accordingly. Everyone loves to see a barrel. It's great to watch, and I'm sure it's unbelievable to feel out here at Cloudbreak. But it's really the technical surfing, the bottom turns, turning in the critical sections, and really turning the boards on the rail. They want to see those boards vertical up on a rail and turning hard.
Yeah, and these are the athletes to do that. These are extremely go-getter, powerful surfers with a lot of athleticism out there as they are just charging it in the final 5 minutes. So we'll see the yellow flag go up, and that'll cue the final 5 as here comes the black jersey of Schweitzer trying to improve that 8.67. Nice drop there as he stands up, slows it down, trying to catch that barrel, and he'll surf out of that one right there. But another great wave selection there by Zane Schweitzer.
Yeah, that was great. I don't think it's going to be enough to replace his 8.67, but he's just definitely got the eye for the good waves here. He's had the best pick of waves in this round for sure. So his experience in Maui and in big waves, he's got a lot of time out at Piahi and surfing. Since he was a little kid, I saw a picture of him on his very first wave, and he had to be like 3 years old. And you could tell right then, you're like, yep, he's a goofy footer, But Zane Schweitzer comes from a long line of incredible watermen. His father has dozens of international titles in windsurfing, and his mother is also a highly respected windsurfer and surfer, and his brother can get after it on any wave. So it's amazing to see him out here carrying on the legacy of the Schweitzers. Poinaiki Raioa, made his stamp in history when he came in as a dark horse and won the ISA Worlds. I believe that was in 2014. And then we've got Benoit Carpentier, who from France, another young rider who's one of the top wave riders for France, with the breaks in France being unbelievable too. He's got plenty of big wave riding experience. Harry Maskell, I don't know as much about his background, but certainly being an Aussie, has plenty of surf breaks at his disposal to surf from. But really it looks like the goofy footers are going to excel at this wave, but we'll have to see plenty of good surfers surfing on their backhand, as we saw Mo take down that first heat on his backhand.
Yeah, Mo definitely one of the top picks here at the ISAs in Fiji. So had a great qualifying heat earlier in the week, so we're looking for big things for him. Comes with a lot of support from Hawaii as we approach that 2-minute and 45-second mark. You see the roller starting to really build out there, pushing those boats around. We talked about it. We saw the interview with Jody Nelson, getting to be windier and windier. Forecasted winds of about 15 knots today, Dan. So we're starting to see not as smooth waves as we've seen earlier, a more traditional, a cloud break, a little more bump in them. How is that affecting the riders when they drop into these things?
Well, like Mo said, most of them are on really small boards, so a lot of that chop is going right over the board. And actually, since the board is so far underwater, they're not getting pushed around by the wind quite as much. However, those boards are quite a bit slower and take quite a bit longer to paddle back out to the lineup. A bigger board will get blown around and pushed around by the chop and the wind. And obviously, if you're on the wave on a bigger board, you're just not going to generate the kind of speed that these guys are generating on these narrower boards. They're riding boards that are between 25 and 27 inches wide. So they're very quick rail to rail. They're very quick down the line. I know Mo is on a Pat Rawson shape, and he's been riding for Focus, but I know Pat Rawson out of Hawaii has been shaping his board for several years, and so he's got to be stoked to see Mo paddling so well. And on boards, he comes from a surf shape background, but he has been shaping stand-up boards since about 2009, I believe, when I saw the first one.
And here's Harry Maskell from Australia trying to make up some ground here for the Team Aussie in the last couple of minutes. Riding a nice one there, Dan.
Beautiful turn there. He saw a lot of spray coming up off the bottom of his board. That's certainly going to improve his score. I believe that'll better his 3.3 for sure. We'll have to see if the judges think it was better than a 4.23. But he needs a good wave score, and he doesn't have a lot of time to do it. Nice bottom turn off his heel side there. Nice use of the paddle. As you see, he's working that paddle. He's using that paddle, and that's one of the criteria that the judges are looking for outside of speed, power, and flow. But the technical maneuvers and using that paddle. And here he goes for another wave. He was on his way out. He knows he just has about a half a minute here. All these paddlers wearing watches. They're very in tune with how much time is left in the heat, how long they've been out there. And they know if they're surfing well or not. They know if the other riders are beating them. And right now, Harry Maskell also knows that he has some work to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Carpentier and Maskell are going to be going on to the repo heats there. As there's a look at the break, a nice wide shot from our support boat right now. But if you're Zane Schweitzer and your Team Hawaii and their coach, Matty Schweitzer, his older brother, you got to feel great with what he just saw.
Yeah, he's got to be super stoked. I mean, Maddie's done so much for the team, and they have some strong female surfers coming up. Laura Clayton has been looking very strong, the goofy footer. We'll get to see her paddle a little bit later on. But, right now it's all about Zane just being patient and trying to find an even better wave than he's already found. Let's take a look at the recap now of the heat. The heat has ended, I believe, so here's Zane. I believe this is his first wave where he gets a nice little barrel there, a little shack, a little chandelier there. And that's not his best wave where he was claiming it. That was probably one of his throwaway waves, actually. The wave that he got the biggest score on was some big turns off the top, really speeding through the turns. That's what the judges are looking for. These big vertical maneuvers. And you see some of the riders really riding a nice wave and getting barreled but going straight. They're not going to score as high as those riders who are really moving and shaking and going top to bottom, throwing lots of spray off the bottom of the board. Now let's take a look at this one here. See that nice big turn there. He gets caught up in the lip there, loses a bit of speed, but this is where he really starts to set himself up for the rest of the wave. Beautiful wave selection here. Almost gets tripped up there as well as he pumps his board. Big off the lip right there, disconnecting. Beautiful style and just showing a lot of control out here and comfort. Really, he seems to be using his equipment as an extension of his body. Poinike Raioa from Tahiti, your 2014 world champion. And I believe he was only about 15 years old when he took that down.
And Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii still ripping as he gets into his best wave of the day. You see him stand up, nice style there, slows it down and closes that one out, rides it to the bottom there. But Poinike, the 19-year-old, will be going on to the mains with some nice surfing here. One of the top picks for Tahiti, making it look nice. Nice, powerful surfer. You see him, nice cut back there, surfing into the bottom. Bottom turn's beautiful, but you talked about that board. A little different construction, a little different shape than what everybody else is riding. And coming up, we got heat number 3. But we're going to take a quick break. And we come back, we got more from the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We want to thank everybody for watching. Don't go anywhere. Things are just starting to get started here on Cloud Break.
And welcome back to Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are live at the world-renowned Wave of Cloudbreak. My name is Dan Gavir, joined by Philip Mueller, Drew Murin, and we've got Jody Nelson out on the boat taking the live interviews down on the water and really experiencing what it is like to be exposed to the conditions out here really out in the middle of the ocean. Philip, this is an unbelievable event, and the first time that the ISA Worlds has been held outside of Latin America.
That's right, Dan. And so 25 minutes each today, 5 minutes more to catch a few extra waves. As you can see, 21 minutes and 50 seconds. Right now we've missed a few waves, so we're going to see the replay of those waves that were run during the commercial break. And here comes Caio Vaz from Brazil. He's a former World Tour champion for Team Brazil, riding strong there on that first wave of the heat. He got a 4.83 for that wave. We want to see also this wave from Thomas King, 7.83. Nice top turn there, going right down to the bottom and connecting that last section with a nice off the top and landing it. So nice wave riding from Thomas King right now in the lead. And this is the third wave. That's Leco Salazar, also world professional tour world champion from Brazil. So the two Brazilians here, we're going to see also appear a few heats where we get two riders from the same country. And at the big difference of other contests here, remember, you've got a team standing where you want to get that gold medal for your country. And so sometimes we see a few strategies of working. You'll see one of the competitors blocking the way for the others, while one guy just goes around and they switch. And we might see that appearing with both Brazilians.
Yeah, we'll have to pay attention here, but the wave here is shifty today. It's hard to line up. It's, you see a lot of chop on the wave, and these athletes have to be in the perfect position. As we see here, Leco Salazar taking a high line, trying to generate some speed down the line. He knows he's a little late here, but he wants to get into a nice little barrel. Now getting out into the open face, carving a little turn, decides to bail out on that one. He lost a bit of speed and didn't think he was going to make the end, and he's going to paddle back out with his teammate there in the yellow jersey. Taking a look at the replay, Philip.
So here goes that replay. Not much from Leco Salazar. We've seen him in a lot better shape on these waves, but they're not finding that section, as you said, Dan, trying to get into the tube, but it didn't come. Finally just carving alongside the wave. That shouldn't be a big score. Right now, here comes our only double gold medalist at the ISA, Sean Pointer, winning in 2013 in Peru at the second edition. Then Puenaiki, that we just saw, took the title in 2014, but he is our defending gold medal champion. Here comes from South Africa, Thomas King. Right now in the lead, he's looking for that backup score, and that should be a good wave, a good score coming in for South Africa. He should be firmly in the lead. We're waiting for the second wave from Caio Vaz, and there we saw a small wave from Sean Pointer. That shouldn't give him too much points right now. Remember, this is main event, so if you lose in this round, you go to the repechage round. Also remember, after this is round number 3 of the main event of the men's. We're going to the repechage round 5 of the women. In that heat, it's almost a final, Dan. Look, we've got Lara Claydon from Hawaii, Caroline Angibault from France, Nicole Pacelli from Brazil, and Shakira Westdorp from Australia, which all could be gold medalists in this event.
Oh, absolutely, and it's going to be an exciting day all day, so keep it tuned in here to isaworlds.com for all the live action. Post it up on your Facebook and Twitter and Instagram feeds. But as we look out to the score coming in from Thomas King, he is doing exactly what the judges are looking for. Nice vertical turns off the top, technical surfing, posting an 8.07 to better his original score of 7.83. Combined, he's got a 15.90.
He's left the rest of the field, the 3 other guys, in combination right now. There's still 18 minutes, lots of time to go, lots of waves on offer coming through. But right now we're going with Jody Nelson on the boat with the winner of the previous heat. So we're going to check that while the guys are still riding here the incredible wave of Cloudbreak. Take it away, Jody.
Taking first place in the first 2 heats of the day, and Zane, you had the highest heat total possibly of the entire event, a 9.57 and an 8.46 or something like that. Talk to us a little bit about that heat and how you picked off the gems.
Oh, I'm just super stoked to be out here at Cloudbreak and get some, I guess, more solid conditions. This is a little bit more what I was imagining to be surfing out here, but man, I just had so much fun out there. I kind of got lost in competition and didn't really feel like I was out there competing, just catching waves. And usually for me, whenever I get in that rhythm, I find myself doing good. And my first wave off the back, just wave was thrown at me and got a really nice deep barrel, and I was just sitting there like, oh, mahalo e kia kua, thank you, Lord. Like, I'm just so stoked to be out here and representing Hawaii and my family and my sponsors out here. And big mahalo to the ISA for, I guess, pulling off this logistical nightmare to get us out here. And yeah, super stoked.
Now, the swell's supposed to be building throughout the day, and with this wind, how do you guys sustain yourself through the conditions throughout the day? It's a lot of surfing you still have to do.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are pretty used to surfing all day. It's our lifestyle, and especially the Hawaii team. We live on the beach, and this is this is a dream right here, a dream session. So I'm really hoping I'll be able to surf as much as I can today and make my way through the final. Hopefully, bring home a great result for the family and for Hawaii. And I'm really stoked to be riding an eco board with Starboard too. Starboard's really doing a great job planting a mangrove with every product sold, and really doing a great job to neutralize their carbon footprint. And yeah, so the boards are working great. This is my pro model, and even in waves like this or waves like the first day knee high, it's working good.
Awesome. Is there anybody you would like to say hi to that's watching all around the world?
Yeah, Homai Ohana, my mom, dad, grandparents, sister, everyone, all my friends. Thank you guys for all the support, all the love, and yeah, mahalo e kia kua. Thank you, Lord. Hopefully keep going.
Congratulations, Zane Schweitzer, Team Hawaii. Looking for those medals. They've got a few more rounds to go before some hardware gets handed out. So congratulations. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Jody. And if you're just joining us, we are here in the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here live at the World Renowned Wave of Cloudbreak. We are in round number 3. Heat number 3 as well. In this heat, Thomas King, Sean Pointer, Kyle Vaz, and Leiko Salazar with about 10 minutes down. Oh, and Sean just kind of bailing out of that one. He had a really nice wave on during the interview there, so we'll see as those scores start to drop for Sean Pointer. Hopefully he can better his wave score. Right now it's Thomas King at the top of the leaderboard with a 15.90, surfing and showing the judges exactly what they're looking for. I'm sure some of the other riders looking on to figure out what people like Zane and what people like Thomas King are doing to impress the judges and get those higher scores.
That's right, Dan. So 14 minutes left in this heat number 3. After this, we are going towards repechage round 5 for the women with one single heat. They will be coming up soon with the women. Then we'll go towards repechage round 4 of the men with 3 heats. There you have to make it through in first or second position if you want to keep advancing. So we also want to thank everybody who makes this event possible, especially the presenter, Tourism Fiji, and also the support of the beautiful island of Tavarua, Fiji Water, Pura Vida, Paradise Beverages, FCS and Blue Planet. And we also want to thank our media partners, Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Pasión Extrema, Surfers Village, SUP International, Stand Up Latino and Stand Up Magazine. And especially also a big hello to everybody watching us from the bar at the Tavarua Resort. Everybody's there watching, and also our Presidente Fernando Aguirre. He will be later on in the booth with us, telling us all about the Olympic ambitions of the ISA. They've had a lot of conversations with the IOC. They've just come back from Switzerland after another meeting. We will be seeing surfing in the Olympics in 2020. That will be in Tokyo. On the beach of Japan, we will see for the first time 20 men and 20 women competing in surf in an Olympic Games.
And that's an exciting development. And some of the other excitement going on around our sport is the fact that the Summer Olympics is looking for sports to increase the viewership with a younger demographic. I believe the Winter Olympics has snowboarding, border cross, half pipe events, and so now it's the Summer Olympics' turn to, try to appeal a little bit more to that younger demographic. They're looking for more exciting sports, and boy, personally, I sure hope to see stand-up paddling in the 2024 Olympics.
That's right, we still don't know where that will be. It will be decided right before the Games of Tokyo in 2020 at the General Assembly, and then the country will be selected and we will know where it will be in 2024. And hopefully Fernando Aguirre, he is still pushing to get stand-up paddle into the Olympic Games, and then we would have surfing and SUP surfing and racing in the Summer Games, as you just said, Dan. Also some messages coming in. We are watching from Cape Town and supporting Tom, woohoo, from South Africa, the Mays family. Also Penny from South Africa who says, go Tom King. So keep on the messages coming in here in the booth. We've got 2 iPads. So if you go to isaworlds.com, you can see below the live tab on the video. You've got a little form where you can write directly to us, give a shout outs to your family members or the representatives of your country. Right now, Leco Salazar up and riding, finally exiting that wave after not doing much. We've seen better surfing from Leco Salazar. It's a bit surprising. He's not finding his marks here in the lineup at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, you know, and he's really been moving around, trying different lines on that art and surf paddleboard. He's, you know, he's moving around and he's doing his best to find those waves. You can see he swung to the inside there, kind of looking for those waves that are going to swing wide of our 2 surfers there on the screen, way off to the right, and certainly a good section to catch when the water is smooth here. Probably a little bit harder to read, and that's probably one of the most challenging things right now, is actually reading the water and finding the good waves out here with all the chop, with all the overnight wind. It's built up, you know, a lot of wind swell. Sometimes that doubles up on the wave, but it's harder to see the sets coming in, obviously, than when it's nice and glassy smooth.
So here comes a good wave there behind. It seems Caio Vaz is on it, going to try to catch it a bit too fast, and finally it's Sean Pointer further down the line who catch that wave, starting with a little off the top. As you say there's that little double up that with the 2 waves connecting. He goes around that section. He's looking forward down, goes for a big bottom turn, connecting that with that off the top, but the whitewater sort of pushes the board away from his feet.
Just kind of coming unstuck there. He just didn't have enough speed to pull the type of radical turn he was looking for. You see that a lot with these surfers. They're really pushing hard. They want to just, you know, have the best turn of their life, but you gotta generate the speed to carry that turn throughout. Nice work with the paddle there, but he just comes unglued there at the end. He's looking for a better wave and a higher score right now, sitting with a 7.30. He needs a 4.44 to get into an advancing position.
9 minutes and 30 seconds left. As we can see there, the waves getting totally blown out by the wind. There's more wind planned according to the forecast. So difficult conditions there for the riders. They're going to get the A game out and try to, you know, fight that wind. Obviously, we've seen a few guys falling off these top maneuvers as soon as they hit the wind, and it's getting difficult for them.
Absolutely, and I believe that's where the surfers from Maui and some of these windier places, maybe those riders that have a bit of windsurfing background, could be an advantage out here because of all that experience. Surfers generally look for windless conditions or flat, smooth conditions. So those riders who have actually purposely trained in the windy conditions, the bumpier conditions like we see so often the case in Maui, I believe are going to excel in this competition today.
That's right, some guys are more used to these types of conditions, can deal with it. Some others obviously are used only to glassy conditions, are going to have a bit of complications there right now. There was Caio Vaz nearly falling off the board, you can see, and as you've said it, Dan, I mean, these boards are really short and it's getting very difficult to keep standing, and they are obliged by the judges to be in a standing position when in the lineup. The only reason that you can paddle out in a prone position is to try to cross the wave if there's a complication and you can't do it standing up, but once you're in the lineup waiting for waves, you cannot sit on your board.
And they are looking for that very closely, because there is a fine line between when these boards become so small that the paddlers are primarily prone paddling the board and then just jumping up right before the wave comes. So, you know, that's a fine line, and they're trying to make more distinctions that you should be able to surf the board and paddle the board you're on.
So there you can see on the bottom of your screen that little buoy where the riders have got the backup boards. I guess we were talking about that this morning. As the swell is going to increase, I do believe we might see a few broken boards. Cloudbreak is going to eat a few. We'll have to sacrifice them, and so some competitors have got that backup plan ready at the buoy. If they break a board, they can get on the jet ski, they'll go and get that backup board and get back in the lineup. Here comes Sean Pointer on a nice, beautiful wave.
Nice bottom turn there off his heel edge, and just that board just goes underwater and just got buried on the lip there, lost a bit of speed, and that's unfortunate because that looked like a nice scoring wave there. A good opportunity missed by Sean Pointer, but he still has 6 minutes and 47 seconds. Anyone can put it together last minute. It will be this man right here from Santa Monica, California, and just coming unstuck there as he gets caught up in the lip of the wave. Sean Pointer, an experienced shortboarder, I believe he was sponsored by Volcom, has a lot of experience as a junior pro surfer out at places like Pipeline and all over the world, surfing some of the better breaks and taking that skill straight to a stand-up paddleboard with 2 gold medals to prove it. Can he do it again? That is the big question today.
As we see Thomas King and Leco Salazar leaving that wave, it was because Caio Vaz was coming full speed down the line, and there you can see him fall also as he hits the lip. We've seen that for several riders. Visibly the wind is affecting them on those big turns. As we're getting messages a lot from South Africa, such as Greg B from South Africa, go Tommy Boy, go, but also from Brazil, the father of Leco Salazar, Picuruta Salazar, an excellent longboarder, a Brazilian champion. He says, vai Leco, você é o campeão mundial e você surfa muito melhor que todos os outros, Santos. So from Santos, watching live from Brazil. But right now, here comes Thomas King with some excellent 2 riding, making the first clean exit that we've seen. Really clean, no drop of water on him. Thomas King with that wave, I'm pretty sure he's going to replace his lower score of 7.83. Let's see how he set that up.
And he had a couple technical turns there. He gets a little bit behind on his heel edge, but here, let's watch him pump as he sees that section in front of him. He moves his feet forward, and this could be the highest scoring wave of the day, claiming it right there. And let's see if he can pull down a few 10s. I think that's going to impress the judges as we watch his scores drop. That could certainly be one of the best waves surfed in the whole competition so far. So Thomas King absolutely on fire. Thanks to all of the support we're seeing come in across the comments board. I think Thomas can feel that. He's putting it into his surfing, and by far the best wave selection we've seen so far of the day.
That's right. Up until now, the best wave of the event was a 9.7 by young Hawaiian Mo Freitas, and right now that has been beaten by Thomas King, 9.77. So, as I said, he replaced that 7.83 from previously in the heat, and he's now standing on a total score of 17.85, making it even harder for any of the 3 other competitors to take that first position. Caio Vaz needs just to increase his waves and just sort of hang on to that second place right now, with 4 minutes left to go. And we see the individual scores of each and every judge. You can see it by hovering over the score, also on the live website. But 2 judges gave him a 10-point ride.
Yep, and we haven't seen that yet. I think we've only seen 1 10 drop in the competition so far, so dropping 2 10s from our judges there. Beautiful surfing by Thomas King out of South Africa, looking absolutely on point and tuned in here. And maybe after that, I don't even see him back in the lineup. He might have just paddled in and said, you know what, I'm pretty confident. Maybe I'll just save the energy for later heats and go in early for the interview with Jody.
Yeah, he went to see Jody, maybe. That could have happened. But also, well, we had that information. There's 25 minutes in each heat. Remember, before it was 20 minutes with a maximum of 10 waves per heat. As we've got 5 minutes more, the wave count has been increased to 12 waves. You can catch 12 waves during 25 minutes. That's a wave every 2 minutes. I think the swell is consistent enough to be able to do that. We'll see if a few surfers manage to get that 12 wave count. We've seen a few surfers just going in and out as they saw the whole wave of Cloudbreak closing out in front of them. Obviously those waves don't count, or very low scores. So 2 minutes and 33 seconds left, and there we see Leco Salazar sort of fighting the wind to be able to make that drop into the wave, and there we see it. That will count as one wave, and really it is getting blown out at Cloudbreak.
I want to see this wave behind him because I think Thomas King is going to pick up on that wave, and he sure does. Right in that Corban, and then getting caught up with Caio Vaz, I believe, running right over his art and surfboard, and that'll be an interesting call there from the judges, but just wrong place at the wrong time. No harm, no foul.
No, but Caio Vaz was sucked over the falls. We just saw it before that, and he didn't appear, and then his board just came flying as we saw there Thomas King going, and there we're going to see it come out. There it is, Caio Vaz is underwater right there.
Yeah, and he was doing his best to get out of the way. We'll have to see, it's probably all good between the two. Hopefully no damage on that art and surf. It looked like Thomas King hooked his Corban paddleboard. I think the fins just nicked the front of Caio Vaz's board because he was ripping right along, and all of a sudden his board just came to a standstill. Like I say, no harm, no foul, so it looks like both riders in good condition. The boards haven't suffered any damage as far as we can see. But Thomas King was lined up on a nice wave there. Caio Vaz had to bail out of the wave in front. And these waves are heavy, and the first thing you need to do if you go over the falls or take one on the head is you need to protect yourself. You got to get away from your equipment. The last thing you want is one of these paddle boards hitting your body, hitting you in the head, even the paddle hitting you in the head. Very common out here are lacerations, bumps and bruises on the reef, so protecting your head is very critical. Protecting yourself from your equipment, very critical, and I'm sure that's what Caio Vaz was doing. So he had to let go of his board and just dive down below the wave and protect himself.
So also the tide is filling in. We will have the highest tide at 11:30 local Fiji time. Right now it is 9 o'clock in the morning, so 2 hours and a half more to go. Right there you can see on our screen Olivia Piana from France doing an excellent race yesterday, following Candice Appleby at 80 meters, 100 meters during the whole race. She never managed to get back to Candice, but she got that silver medal and the important points for Team France, who's actually second on the team standing, but that might shift today with the results from the SUP surfing part of this competition.
That's right, and it's interesting here as we wind down this main event 3, heat number 3, and at the buzzer we are completed with that heat, so it is Thomas King. Let's have a little look at the recap here. Thomas King on that Corban paddleboard, just showing fast, smooth, technical surfing here. You see how he gets that board vertical, lands those big drops off the lip. That is obviously what the judges are looking for.
So it was really a Thomas King show out there. That was 8.07 for that first wave. Doing good maneuvers, very strong turns for Thomas King. There you see it, and connecting that last off the top, going down in the air and connecting it. That even increased his score, but here comes the wave of the heat and of the round, I do believe, as he sets this up. Is this the wave of the 9?
Yeah, that's it.
And here it comes. So big first turn, and then he just sees that section in front of him, goes for it, and we see the first clean exit out of the tube. He's going to claim it. Obviously, that after a wave like that, he knows it, and that gets him the highest wave of the contest so far. So 9.77 on top of the 9.70 of Mo Freitas earlier on. I think we're going to see a few 10s today.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. And here in this next heat, we should have the potential for some of those high-scoring rounds. And like you said before, this could be a final heat here in our women's. Looking at Laura Clayton from Hawaii will be in red. Caroline Anjoubeau from France will be in white. Nicole Pacelli from Brazil will be in yellow. And Shakira Westrop from Australia in the black jersey. And we're going to cut it to a commercial. Thanks for joining us here in Fiji for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships 2016. We'll be right back.
Leave your phone off and start roaming.
Welcome to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are back live here at the world famous Wave of Cloudbreak. We've just finished round 3 of the main event for the men, and we are going now with the women for their round 5 of the repechage. One single each right there. And in the water right now, what could be a final of this event, we've got in red Lara Claydon from Hawaii, in white Caroline Angibault from France, in yellow Nicole Pacelli from Brazil, and in black Shakira Westdorp from Australia. So those are the 4 girls in the water. This is a repechage round, so if you lose in this round, you are out of competition, you will not advance, and you will just mark your points for your team. Effectively, sorry, there on the message board, it was Leko Salazar that got sucked over the falls and almost had his ball hit the one of Thomas King. It wasn't Caio Vaz, that's the father of Caio Vaz, Beto Vaz, who's looking on. We've got Picuruta Salazar also, the father of Leko, watching from Brazil, and South Africa taking full control of the message board right now. I'm Philip Muller, and I'm joined by none other than Drew Muren. How are you?
I was trying to get my microphone going here, but you're right. These ladies are going to charge it in this round as the wind's starting to pick up a little bit hotter out there. As Jody Nelson down on the boat right now saying things are starting to get a little wild out there for a lot of our spectators. But this repechage heat, it's a repo. That's what's funny about this. This is a repo heat.
Yeah, it's weird seeing some of these girls in repechage, but we just saw Sean Pointer and Leko Salazar, 2 great SUP surfers going down to repechage too. Remember, Sean Pointer last year won the world title coming from the repechage, so it's always possible, you know. It doesn't mean it's finished, but then you've got a bit more pressure. You cannot fall in 3rd or 4th position, otherwise everything stops for you.
No, you're absolutely right. You got to keep moving it on. Keep moving on. The big shocker here is Shakira in a repo heat. I mean, nobody really predicted that, but, you know, if there's one thing about the Aussie team, they're used to bigger waves, and I know Shakira is stoked about this one. So we'll see how it shapes up for the young Australian there, already with a couple of wave scores, a 3.5 and a 1.07. So not a bad start.
That's right, so we're going to see maybe the replays of that first wave. 3.5 for Shakira Westdorp, getting things on the way already. When there's 19 minutes and 30 seconds left, Beto Vaz, who says, good Caio, boo, on the next heat you will be better with the waves and will show yourself. Go Caio, go my son. So messages from Brazil. Also Francois Frick from South Africa, Tom King is king. Yeah, nice, well done bro. So South Africa there on full control of the message board. Thank you all for your messages. And soon we're going to have Fernando Aguirre here in the beautiful Palapa booth on Tavarua Island. Very fresh, nice, and thank you also to everyone on Tavarua Resort for treating us so well. So right now we're still waiting for some waves. It seems it has gone a bit down. We're going to set things here in the booth a bit better. Bear with us 1 second. So there we go. Shout out to Team Great Britain, yeah, from Aaron Rowe in Jersey. So remember, isaworlds.com, you've got all the official information of this event. As we see the replay of the wave of Lara Claydon, that's her second wave. She gets a 2.53 for this wave, the young Hawaiian, and there she falls on the top of the wave. Also affected by the wind. We've seen that during the men. We're going to see more of it during the girls, and you can see the spray how it is just blown away by these winds that are blowing through the Fijian Islands. We want to thank all our sponsors making this event possible, obviously. First, our presenting sponsor, Tourism Fiji, organizing all of this event. Also, the support of Vatu Vara, Waterways Surf Adventures, Starboard, Namotu, our friends from Digicel who travel each day with us in the boat to set up internet that gets you this live transmission all around the world, and the Beach House. Also, thank you, our media partners, SUP The Mag, SUP Racer, The Inertia, Magic Seaweed, Vibras Magazine, Gravidad Zero, and The Outdoor Journal. So all of that is going on. Thank you to you all. This is one single heat. It is not the final of the the repechage for the women, we still got one each. So 2 will advance, and then there's 2 more girls who will come to the repechage. That will be the final of the repechage round. Right now, 17 minutes. We're still waiting. It's been a bit slower for the girls compared to the men. Heat. That's right. I've got El Presidente coming to correct my pronunciation. What better? 16 minutes and 50 seconds. After this, we're going back to the repechage round of the men. We're going to see Felipe Rodriguez. We saw him lose during the first heat of the day. Ari Maskell from Australia. Also Tamil Martino, great SUP surfer from Peru. And Jackson Close from Australia. As we saw there, the replay of Shakira Westorp. She gets a 3.2. 3.2 for that wave is going to appear on your screen. We've got the live scores directly from the judges. So that's going to, there it is, 6.7 for Shakira Westorp right now in the lead. Lara Claydon second position. There she is on the right of your screen with a 1.03 being her lowest score in her total. She's going to need to replace that, and there's still 16 minutes to do so. Remember, you can keep on sending messages now, as it seems like one country after another just sort of waking up. This time is the turn of Great Britain. Now Gavin Murray, I mean, we had the whole family of Alex Murray on the message boards during the first few days. Alex Murray, go shred bro, go Team Great Britain, keep up the great coverage guys. Thank you so much for all your messages. We try to give the messages to the riders. In the evening we usually ride with them on that big catamaran that you've seen on screen several times, but here comes Nicole Pacelli. She was the gold medal champion. That was 2 years ago in Nicaragua. She's also Pro Tour world champion from Brazil. Brazil has really been shining on the professional tour, the stand-up world tour, with Caio Vaz, Leco Salazar and Nicole Pacelli all being world champions on that professional tour. 15 minutes right now left in this heat. Only 2 girls will advance. Later on we will have the last heat of the main of the women. That will be the main heat number 4, which is like the final of the main event. In that heat we will see Yuka Horikoshi from Japan, Brisa Malaga from Peru, Carol Popke from Tahiti, and Izzy Gomez, the defending gold medal champion from last year in Sayulita for Team USA. 2 of those girls will advance directly to the big final without having ever lost one single heat. Look at that nice well coming in. Here comes a nice set, and it's Lara Claydon up and riding. Here she comes. She's going to go down, waiting for the wave to stand up, and here she starts the ride. As you can see, it's difficult. The wind is keeping her pretty well up the face of that wave, and here it comes. Difficult to go back down. As you can see, the wind is really getting in the way of the surfers. Here comes Caroline Angibault. She's been several time finalist at these ISA World SUP and Paddleboard events. And here she comes for Team France. She's in repechage. Still got a chance to get into that big final, riding there, trying to carve along the wave, waiting for it to stand up to go and get those maneuvers. And here she comes with her off the top, but doesn't manage to land it right now. 13 minutes and 50 seconds. And it's my honor and privilege to receive Fernando Aguirre, our president of the ISA, 8 times re-elected, and 20 years of a dream, the dream of Duke, and he's realized it, of getting the Olympic Games with surfing.
Hey, good morning, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm happy to be here. It's a wonderful morning, surprisingly cool here in Fiji. It's not some of the crazy weather we have, very, very, very hot in the last week, especially on the races.
So there you see it, Caroline Angibault. We're still waiting on her score. That seems to be a good score coming in for Caroline Angibault. And here we are on screen with Fernando Aguirre. Hi everyone watching, thank you for your messages. And we'll be talking more about the International Surfing Association and what's coming up for this great organization.
Yeah, I mean, there was coming to Fiji was a long dream. Of course, it's one of those paradise surf destinations, and you know, most people that surf either dream about coming here or have actually been able to make it here. It's a very special place, you know, with all the waves, Cloudbreak, restaurants, and there's a multitude of ways, you know. Cloudbreak and restaurants, the most famous ones, of course, but there's a multitude of really, really high quality waves. So being here with the SUP World Championship was a long long-term goal, and we were able to do it with the help, of course, of Tourism Fiji, which is the branding and communications brand of the Fijian national government. It has been quite an accomplishment. They have been great hosts. The event has been wonderfully executed in all ways. And of course, the only thing that we cannot plan is the weather and the waves and all that. We have wonderful weather with very nice sunny, glassy conditions for the races, which sometimes the races want more downwind, but it was certainly very, very nice. And we have good waves on the first 2 days for the trials, the first rounds, and now of course we have the finals on a wonderful, overhead, greatly overhead surf, as you can see, very, very nice. And the surf is going to continue to build throughout the day. So we expect the best in the world to actually hit the water with the best, with the peak conditions later on the day. We'll be here for another 6 or 7 hours.
That's right, it's going to be a very long day, 25-minute heats. We've got 21 heats to define the 2 new world champions. Right now we see Shakira Westorp from Australia making the bottom turn, a short little off the top there, and she's going to try to enter the tube, trying to break herself there with a paddle, making a few turns more, going around that section and finally going out. She's trying to replace that 3.2 that she's got right now. Nicole Pacelli from Brazil is in second position, as we see there. The guys on the boat, that's the catamaran. We've got the camera there. You can see Giorgio Gomez in the middle. Izzy Gomez also is on that boat. And probably some of the best seats to watch the competition.
Oh yeah, it's the best seats, but they're moving seats. As you can tell, the boats are normally in the channel. The channel gets a lot of the tail end of the swells of the sets. So it's, after being in the boat for a few hours, you come back to land, and land moves. There you go, another wave.
Here she comes again. That's the replay.
Okay.
Trying to get into the tube, didn't manage it. Keeps on going with a couple more turns before exiting the wave.
Still, the judges are always looking for the riding the waves in the critical position. So you might not get the tube right, but they want to be sure that you are really where the power of the wave is, where the energy of the wave. So for people that are just logging in and they've never seen a surfing competition, the judges are looking at the most committed maneuvers on the most difficult parts of the largest waves, always in control, and that determines the high level. So of course the wave size determines the value, the scoring potential as well. So you try to get on the bigger waves, but also on the difficult waves, and stay in the difficult parts, always in control of the maneuvers. So this is something that is understood and reviewed, and you see, like, the surfers are normally trying to stay on the lip, on the upper part of the wave. That's where the juice is, where the energy is. And of course sometimes cloud plays that tricks. You feel like you're safe, you're gone, and suddenly a big section comes. A little bit of change of direction on each set makes cloud break a very shifty wave, which creates, there goes the replay. You see, it looks like a very clean open face, and she's maneuvering, making a slow cut back, waiting for the wave to reform, and suddenly the thing just went up. So sometimes you need to, knowledge about this wave is essential, and a lot of the athletes were here a week or even 2 weeks before. But it's, cloud break, as you know, is a surf spot. It's not a SUP surf spot. So SUPing waves here is not really possible. Normally, you're not really allowed. The SUP surfers go to other waves, to Namotu left or other places. Here you see, the camera seems to be standing still, but what moves is the boat. The anti, what they call, shaking.
The rolling.
Yeah, the anti-rolling of the camera. So it's really been a pleasure to be here. And this is a very special year, as you know, for the ISA. Surfing after 22 years of struggle by the ISA and the leadership, and myself, with the support of many different vice presidents that went over the year, we were able to finally fulfill Duke Hanamoku's dream of having surfing included in the Olympics. He asked for the dream of inclusion in 1920, and of course, it wasn't easy then, it wasn't easy now. So the dream of Duke kind of got left out. A few people make some small attempts over there you go, it's a nice way here. And that's Carolina Gibault from France. And you see she's also looking there. She's looking at the powerful area of the wave, but now she's wondering if she can make it Of course, there's two ways to make it. One way is on the outside, the wave collapses, and she's trying to do that, which is she was able to finish that maneuver without falling. It's important to remind viewers that if you are in a maneuver and you don't finish the maneuver, very well finish the maneuver, that maneuver doesn't count. So you might try the most radical maneuver, but if the maneuver is called unfinished, is zero influence on the score of the wave. So now she's riding, and there it wasn't much of a maneuver, but she was riding on there you go. So that's okay. The maneuver is considered complete. So what I was saying, it's surfing, was always an Olympic surfer was in the mind of a lot of people, but not a lot was done until the mid-90s. There you go. It's a nice wave by Shakira, the leader.
So here comes the Australian, the Aussie. She's still trying to get that tube riding. We've seen some excellent rides during the men's main event round 3 that started today. And it's difficult to find that position, as you said, Fernando.
It's a very small tube. It's not like a long tube, but it's very uneven. So sometimes, it looks like a tube with an exit, and sometimes there is no exit. So there she goes. There she's looking at it, and she barely, she almost made it. I will say like probably her back leg was inside the tube and the back of the board was inside the tube, but she was in the tube. So that counts as a very good maneuver, but of course it's not a tube ride.
Yeah, we saw one excellent tube riding. That was Thomas King from South Africa. Really deep tube and 9.77.
Yeah, that was amazing. Beautiful maneuver, beautiful position, stalling and waiting for the tube. So as I was saying, the whole Olympic surfing for Tokyo 2020 will completely change the sport. And a lot of people wonder, if this is going to be like just a surfing competition. I think, surfing is a multi-phase sport. It's not just a sport. It's a sport that is a culture, it's a hobby, it's a lifestyle, it's an environmental view of the world, an environmental relation with the ocean. It's also reaching out to cultures that are in remote areas and seeing how you can help them in any way or fashion. So in reality, surfing includes music, painters, famous musicians, painters, artists, sculptors are surfers. So it has a lot of the elements that are just cultural elements. They're not really sport elements, and that makes it so special. And the good part is that both Tokyo 2020, the organizers, and the International Olympic Committee, and the ISA share the same view that we're not going to be presenting just a surfing competition like you see today, but you're going to be presenting the sport with the culture, with the lifestyle, with the art. All of that will be present in Tokyo during all the duration of the Olympic Games. So it's going to be 16 days of a beach/surf festival. And I was just 4 days ago, Kelly Slater was here in the island, and we were talking about that, and he says, and we were talking about, how it was going to be, and he says, I didn't know it was going to be. So he was very excited about that, and the potential to represent in front of the world, in front of, basically half of the population of the world watches the Olympics, to represent who we really are, the cultural aspects, the developmental aspect, surfing even has proven effects, medical effects. It's right now being prescribed in France, in the United States, even by the United States Navy, and funded by the governments of Great Britain and France as a way as a treatment, prescribed by doctors as a treatment for depression, pains, autism in kids. So really surfing is much more than what you will consider a sport or a competition. Huh?
That's right. As we see Nicole Pacelli, we saw her trying a couple of waves. She didn't manage to go down the face, but here she is coming. She's grabbing that rail, waiting for the tube to cover her up, and it doesn't really come. Yeah. To get back to what you were saying, from what I understand, in 2020 in Tokyo, it's going to be a full-on beach festival.
Yeah, it's going to be a beach festival. Our idea is, the day will. Somebody lost the board. Yeah. The days. Well, we have wave runners to retrieve boards and retrieve surfers. So we were very careful. This was going to be a big day. So it's not as big as it's going to be throughout the day. So we're careful. We have 4 wave runners. So every surfer in the water, every sub surfer in the water has somebody that will retrieve it. Somebody that is focused with a wave runner on the security and the safety of the surfer, which I think is very important, because as the day progresses, now we're going to be today is not going to be a very difficult part of a cloud break. It's going to get bigger, but the tide is going to be high in the next few hours. But the sooner, okay,
So right now we're going to a quick interview of the winner of the previous heat, and we will be right back for the end of this repechage round of the women. Take it away, Jody.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, as you can see, the boat is a rockin'. When we got out here, it was about 15 knot winds, and the wind just picked up to about 25 knots. The swell's also increasing, so we're seeing some of those bigger sets coming through now. I'm being told, though, that the wind typically picks up as the tide starts to drop because the wind moves across the reef a lot easier. So to say that conditions are challenging is a bit of an understatement. And reporting from the boat has got its own challenges too. So, the surfers are still really stoked that there's bigger surf. So they're happy to be competing even if it's very windy. So we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
So there you have it, the situation from the boat rocking there on the ocean in Fiji. We could feel it in the morning as we were coming in towards Tavarua from the mainland. There's a lot more wave and chop on the ocean.
I wanted to tell Jody, there is a phrase in English when the sea gets like this, and it's called victory at sea, because it really, it's like it gets really, really challenging. I think, as the day progresses, we want to see, historical event. I mean, there's been some events from the world, the Waterman League, which is the pro tour of SUP surfing, in Sunset Beach with big waves, but it was a handful of athletes here. There's going to be a lot of athletes from all over the world surfing a wave that is pretty much shut down for SUP surfers. And there, she was looking at that. She didn't like it, and I think she's in a leadership position. She's not absolutely out of danger, but with 30 seconds to go, basically, it's why go and risk losing anything, including the board.
That's right. With 20 seconds left right now, time is ticking down, and remember, this is a repo round, so it's going to be weird there. We might be losing Nicole Pacelli, a previous gold medalist at an ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championship, and Lara Claydon, for her first participation in a World Championship, also is in an elimination position right now, and there it is. This is the end of the heat. So right now we'll advance to the final of the repechage round. They are still not in the big final. Shakira Westdorp and Caroline Angibault, they will be facing the two women that will lose in the final of the main event of the women. That will be later on today. Right now we're going to go to the repechage round 4 of the men with 3 heats right there, before going back to the main event for the men with the semi-finals. Here we see the replay. Here we see Caroline Angibault with that 4.93. She still managed to get some good scores. Caroline Angibault, second position, so she will advance for Team France. They're actually second on the team standings. So there you see that panoramic view of Cloudbreak on your screen as the 4 girls will exit the water, and the guys are coming back in, this time with it will be Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico, Ari Masco from Australia, Tamil Martino from Peru, and Jackson Close from Australia. Jackson Close, he was playing tennis right there in front of us a few days ago as he's staying on Tavarua with his family. So we're waiting for this heat to start. We're going to wait, give them the time to get into position, and we're keeping messages coming in. Bodhi Chandro from Canada, who says Zane is putting on a clinic. Yeah, we could see that. Also Justin Holland, the previous competitor, who says go Team Australia and keep going hard. Shakira, so watching from all over the world. From Brazil, Silvana Jales, who says boa sorte Nicole, estamos na torcida. But unfortunately Nicole Pacelli couldn't keep on advancing. As we see the boat still rocking there, and in the background you can see the tower where our judges are right now, watching the competition from straight in front.
I would say probably the nicest place to be right now, if you are in Cloudbreak, is not on a boat. It's probably in the water, floating on a surfboard, or with your swim fins and a snorkel and a camera in the channel. As you can see, the big boat is farther out, and this is the view that you get. And then there is, of course, the smaller boats are in the channel, no? Is that the main boat that we're looking at?
Yeah, that's where Jody is. This is the main boat.
So the main boat is actually almost on the outside of the set of the waves. You're not really watching the face of the waves.
They're watching it from the side, and the tower would be in front, and the small boats, which are the boats that are rented by the countries. We've seen Hawaii has got their own boat, New Zealand, and there's some
Those
boats
are more in the channel watching the waves.
Yeah, and there's boats that are chartered. We saw Team Spain alongside Team Brazil and Australia on the same boat following the races during the two previous days.
Many teams actually charter boats, and I'm sure you talked yesterday about the moment when the final race, the long race for the women, that last closing moment when the last competitor, from India, first time India is in an ice event, the last competitor from India, 16-year-old, that had faced a lot of opposition and disapproval of her surfing activities even by her family in India. She was growing up, fulfill her dream of not only participating but making a competition, and nothing less than the 17K competition. So it was a very emotional moment, full of intensity, and I wanted to play this. And I know this is off script because I thought it was very, very well. We wait here. This is Tanvi Jagadish. This is an interview that we did yesterday after she came to the boat and she was relaxing and waiting. Let's hear this.
Tell me your full name. My name is Tanvi Jagadish. I'm 16 years old and I'm from India.
Yes, what's the name of your town in India or city?
I'm from Mantra Surf Club, the India's first surf school.
In India?
So I had so much passion in learning surfing and stand-up paddling when I was an 8-year-old kid. But nobody supported much because I was a girl. But I never gave up because I badly wanted to do it. I badly wanted to support more girls into the water sports. Then my parents could understand that and they started supporting. The whole Mantra team was very supportive to me. And I started winning like 4 or 5 nationals, like first. Then now I got an opportunity to represent India in the ISA. I could successfully complete my technical race. I came into finals, and in my distance race, I did my really best. But I will train hard for the next event. Bula Vinaka.
No, and then I ask you a question. You said that you have completed the SUP level 1 coaching.
Yeah, but I have not done my practical hours, like in what I have to spend.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
and
because
your
of some
water
of the issues
safety.
And water safety.
Are you going to do them?
I'm going to do that.
You better do it.
Yes. I have to reach more girls.
Yes, because you are opening the road for girls.
Yeah.
To do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much,
I hope that you go back and we'll talk about you around the world in our social media.
Thank you.
But I hope you go back and you tell other girls.
Yes, I am going to do it. I'm already started because I speak in like few institutions nowadays.
Yes.
And recently I spoke in National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, which is in my state.
Yes.
And they were so inspired by my story. And they were like, I want to come surfing. I'm like, oh, that's nice. That's a big gift for me.
Thank you very much.
So those were the words of Tanvi Jagadish, the girl, 16-year-old girl from India. And you were asking me if she was a recipient of a scholarship. She was not the recipient of a scholarship, but she was a participant and she has been certified as an ISA coach to teach stand-up paddleboard in India. She's waiting to do the water safety, and then she will be teaching officially and creating a surf school for girls in India. And this is how surfing, surfing, how the ISA moves the world forward. No, we can all play a part on a better world.
That's right. And as we saw the replay of the 2 only waves that have been run in this first heat, this is Jackson Close from Australia. His score is coming in. Felipe Rodriguez, El Pipe, he's got a wave coming in. And yeah, Tanvi Jagadish, what a spirit. We were talking with her on the boat, and I mean the effort it took to get the sponsors, being a girl, as she's saying, in India. And her plane ticket cost $5,000, to try to get there. It's 24 hours. She said it's the longest trip she's ever done in her life. And 16 years old, and I mean the finish, we showed it earlier on, you saw it on your screens, was incredible. I mean, I think even you or me, it was really electric moment, really emotional.
I had tears on my face. I mean, I saw her and she was crying. And I was waiting for her with a bottle of water, right after the finish line. I gave her a hug, gave her the water, and she couldn't speak. And then she saw that everybody was there cheering her. And then she was really speechless. We slowly pushed her towards the beach, and she arrived. And a day to remember, a day that that explains what we do at the ISA. It's love for the sport, and it's spreading the love that came from Hawaii originally, and the aloha that we learned from the Duke and from all the founding fathers of wave riding around the world. So it's a very special moment. One of those days, sometimes you forget, in the heat of the moment, all the troubles and the hassles of organizing a competition. There's a lot of difficulties that go behind, that you don't see, technical difficulties, access difficulties, it's this we never done this at the ISA, being away, miles and miles away from land. Everything is wireless, everything is on boats, with Wi-Fi through phone companies. It's very complicated, and as you know, we are not a big organization. A lot of our efforts are done really on a humble way. So when the planets line up, like today for the finals of the surf competition, and tomorrow we're going to have the sprint races and the relay races on flat water, on calm waters, and this is really something very important. And I want to say something I think is important. Is just like the ISA has fought and put surfing into the Olympic Games, we've been also fighting and organizing so both SUP surfing and SUP racing will be in the Olympic Games. It's part of the plan. It's part of what we do. There are two disciplines basically: the regular surfing and then the SUP surfing that spill on the SUP racing. And 2 years ago, we did our competition in Lake Nicaragua on fresh water. All the races was an amazing lake, even with some little waves, but a very, very wonderful place in Nicaragua. So this year, and there you go, the Argentina boat. It is not easy, as you can see how the boat moves. I'm not sure about my stomach, how my stomach is going to do when I get there, but we'll try to look at the horizon. That's what they tell you. Don't look down, don't look at your phone, don't try to read something on a magazine. Stay with your eyes in the horizon and get fresh air on your face. We'll see how that works. But certainly it's a historical day. Today we are also live on surfline.com, the premier online provider of information, wave forecast, and an official global forecasting partner for the ISA. So it's a Friday in America. It's Friday afternoon in
California.
Yeah, in California it's noon roughly. I think some are from the office, some from their cars, some it's time to go out for dinner. They're still watching this. So thank you for everybody that is following us, and let's together spread the love, spread the aloha, spread this incredible energy that we are blessed to enjoy. And here was the next competitor. It's Harry Maskell from Australia. There you go. You see he's up on the wall of the wave, but that didn't work. And I'm gonna let you guys continue with your professional announcing. And remember, it's hit, not eat.
Heat. Thank you, Presidente.
Felipe is a pentalingual and speaks all languages very well, but sometimes the French pronunciation of the H catches up with him. So in the heat of the moment, he called it eat of the moment. So just remember, it's hit. And it's not, yeah, my pronunciation is not much better than you. Anyhow,
I was going to
mine is English as a second language as well. So it's like the how they call the one-eyed man talking to the blind.
That's right. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Fernando Aguirre, there with us in the booth. I know now you're going towards the big boat there with Jody. And
I'll be back here before I go to the big boat.
Okay.
I'm looking at the big boat right now with a second
thought. It's rocking a bit too much. So we are back in the action. 14 minutes and 30 seconds left, and right now Mexico is leading this heat with Felipe Rodriguez getting a 5.33 and a 3.7 right now, and it's none other than Drew Muren who's getting back in the booth right now to finish this heat number 1 of the repechage 4 of the men. Coming up right after, we will see Sean Pointer, the defending gold medalist, who's in the repechage 2, alongside Daniel Kereopa from New Zealand, as well as Jeremy Massière from France and Alex Murray from Great Britain.
Oh, what a heat so far, though. I mean, like, as the president talked about, how exciting this event has been. You heard the couple of moments there from the Indian athlete, Tanvi, on her experience. And, I mean, everybody is thinking the same thing here. out at Cloud Break, ripping these big waves coming in. They just keep building and building and building. As there's Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico, gaining a lot of speed on that bottom turn. He dives right into the face of it right there. I don't know if that's going to improve his 3.7, but boy, he took that wave right on the cabeza.
Your Spanish is impeccable, Mr. Drew.
Let's take a look at the replay here, Philip.
So here comes the wave from the Mexican. That first turn, obviously you must remember that the first maneuver is the most important for your score. It doesn't, if you do nothing on all the wave and just pull a 360 at the end, it will not get you a big score. You need to get that big maneuver at the beginning of your ride. Here we see Ari Masco wave. This is live when there's 13 minutes left. As you can see, the wave deflates a bit below him. It's true, like Fernando said, you cannot know what the wave is going to offer further down the line. Sometimes you get these huge tubes like we saw before. Thomas King took full advantage of that, getting that 9.77. Sometimes they close on you, and sometimes there's not even a tube to talk about. It's just a mushy wave finishing off on the reef.
Let's take a look at the white jersey right now. Harry Mascal carrying a lot of speed. You see that wave not as smooth as it was earlier this morning. A little bouncy, nice carve off the top there. And he just rides this one out the bottom, skated out the back. So a one maneuver wave there. We'll see what that does for his score. Trying to improve that 2.83 right there. As there's Tamil Martino, waveless in this heat, sitting on his board right now. I wonder if he's okay.
Yeah, I guess he's okay. He's waiting for the wave. He's an expert in big wave surfing, because this is what we talked also in the morning with Marcos Bucão from Brazil, the technical director. What happens if it gets too big? He said it shouldn't get too big that we have to call off the competition. What worries me is we might see competitors just, I'll go out or even not present myself to the heat and just, I'm not capable of doing this. But what happens if you've got 3 competitors in a heat who can't do it? With the level that's left in competition, we don't think that should happen, but it was a concern at the beginning of the day. What if it's too big and some girls just decide, well, I'm get 0 wave? This is not the case of Tamil Martino. He was silver medalist in Peru on the 2nd edition. He's an expert in big wave surfing, as well as his partner from Team Peru, that is Jose Gomez, great character. But right now, we're going to an interview on the boat with Jody Nelson, who's got Shakira Westdorp with her on her win from the previous heat.
Thanks, boys. Down here with Shakira Westthorpe, Team Australia just won that last repechage heat. And Shakira, just talk to us a little bit about the conditions. I mean, we can see them. I think the wind just picked up from 15 knots to 25. How did that fare for you guys out in that heat?
Oh, it's gnarly out there. You got to be right under the hook to take off because the wind's so strong. And then you're just like chattering down the face. It's really hard to get your fins to grab to get a bottom turn. I was watching the boys' heats before, and they've kind of got a couple of good ones, and I was just trying to sit where they sat. But one of my waves, I just couldn't even turn. I was just going so fast. I dropped down too straight. But it's gnarly out there, and it's kind of fun though. It's like victory at sea, but it's crazy.
Well, Jose, you go ahead. We're gonna let Jose walk in front of us. He's coming up in the next heat. But Shakira, just talk to us about logistics. We're out in the middle of the ocean. What's it like competing out here? Like, talk to us about having to get your jersey and getting out in the water and just everything you have to go through before and after a heat.
It's pretty gnarly. We're staying just in here, like 10 minutes boat ride out, and it's the 6 o'clock call. Everybody ready, and everyone's got to get all their stuff on the boat, and then it's like 6:30. And then out here, it's just another experience, this water world. You're on your own boat, then you got to paddle out to this one, and then boats are getting like lifted off their anchors, and buoys are getting washed away, and it's just crazy. It's just such a cool experience though. But it's like this will be one day in the history books for sure.
Now, being in the repechage rounds, you're usually in the finals whenever you compete in the ISA. How does it feel trying to make it all the way through on that repechage round?
It's definitely doing it the hard way. Last time I was here, I did it pretty much at the same level, and I had to surf the repechage all the way through. There's an advantage that you get to know the break a little bit better, but you wear yourself out. But I'm top 6 now, so hopefully I can get through one more heat to get in that grand final, and goal is to take it out for Team Australia.
And speaking of Team Australia, you guys are looking pretty good right now. You've already got quite a few golds underneath your belt. What are your thoughts on your team possibly taking the overall gold medal?
Yeah, we've got a pretty good lead at the moment. I think we're about 1,000 points ahead of France, so there's still a lot of work to do. All our surfers are still in, all their surfers are still in, so it's going to be an interesting day today to see how it all unfolds.
All right, well, good luck to you in the next round, and we'll send it back to you boys in the booth.
Thank you, Jody Nelson, Shakira Westorp. Definitely one of the contenders for medals here at the ISAs. You heard her. Team Australia's got all their surfers in there. Team USA's got all their surfers in there. And Tamil Martino still hasn't caught a wave for Peru in this heat, as Felipe Rodriguez now bumping that score up to a 4-1-0 with Harry Maskell in second. Jackson Close, like you said, we saw him out in front of here playing tennis the other day. Lucky he's a better surfer than he is a tennis player, Philip.
That's right. He was playing his wife, just relaxing. Here we see the replays of a few waves that were run during that interview. We saw them. That was a weak wave, let's say, from Harry Maskell, getting a 1.23.
I like how you say it's a weak wave. If you're out there on it right now, you would not be saying that's a weak wave.
No, but we saw him during the first days, getting some of the ice scores. We saw him with these power moves, just throwing buckets of water all over the place, and it's not the normal surfing that he got us used to.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You see him bust through the face of that thing right there. Harry Maskell from Australia shaping up pretty good here with 7:09 left in this heat.
So we're getting messages here like Sarah Tornelly from the UK who says, go to Great Britain in the next heat. You forgot the H there. Haha, she says. So, and also Tony is still watching, obviously waiting for the next heat of more freighters. He says, too funny. Fernando Aguirre, class act, even too is English, is something between a French and Russian accent. Tony, that is not true, Tony. No, that is absolutely not true.
Fernando Aguirre, he'll be back in the booth here in just a bit. He just gets so fired up, especially when the surf's firing like it is today off a cloud break.
As he's already said in previous events, he's an ambassador of excitement.
Yes, he is, and we follow suit. And we're glad you're all tuned in at home right now, as there's Tamil trying to catch his first wave of the heat. He's gone 24 minutes without anything right now, and he's got to catch a couple waves here if he's not going to turn this thing into a repechage later on this afternoon. But
this is repechage.
I mean, I'm sorry. My
You're
apologies.
out of competition.
Out of competition. I didn't want to say that.
If you finish third and fourth, well, at one moment, you know, it's nice having that dry run, you could say, in the main event. If you lose, you still get a second chance after traveling so far.
Here comes Maskell down to the bottom. Nice bottom turn, smashing off the lip up there. Maskell for Australia, carrying a lot of speed. Another big bottom turn. Nice use of the paddle there as he carves the face of that wave. He'll ride that one out. So two nice maneuvers there for Team Australia. And now Tamil, just passed on another wave. Can you do that at this point, Philip?
He's got 5 minutes and 20 seconds left, more or less, and he's looking to get a total score of 8.94. Not that high, but time is putting great pressure on the shoulders of the Peruvian SUP surfer there. And now he knows that he's got very little time. There you see him behind as he's going to catch that wave, the one following Harry Maskell. But Tamil Martino not getting the scores necessary. There's a wave that will be below the 1 point ride. That was his first wave. Then we've got the second. He's not going to make it, or he needs to get one big score, and soon on one of these waves that's going to come in.
He's got to get a combined score. There's a score comes in, a .77, so that's not going to do anything for Tamil Martino from Peru. Jackson Close now on the bubble for Team Australia. Tough having both surfers in the same heat here. One's possibly could go home, and right now it looks like it's Jackson Close in the black jersey unless something happens. There's a shot from the boat. You see a lot of chop out there. They're saying about 1.5 to 2 meter chop going across that boat. As a lot of people watching at home probably saying, oh boy, looking a little seasick there. And there's our boy on the back of the ski right there, getting ready to go out in just a little bit.
That's Alex Murray from Great Britain, who's got his whole family on the message board. We've got Gavin Murray, hi to my nephew Alex Murray, and Skip and niece Alice, hey Billy and Neil Murray too, Alex's daughters. We've got also good luck Uncle Alex from your 6-year-old nephew in London who's still up. Yeah, what are you doing up? Still at this time. Anyway. And also a good friend of mine, Fernando Stala, excellent SUP racer from Mexico, who says in Spanish, México llego a duras penas, pero siempre haciendo una buena representación en los eventos ISA que lastima que el resto del equipo no está allá. So as he says, Mexico still advancing in this event, and they've always got a good representation in the ISA, and what a shame that the rest of the team couldn't make it. So a big hug, un abrazo, Fernando, watching there directly from Mexico.
Yeah, Sayulitas, Fernando's hometown there, expecting a baby any day. So he's going to be Papa Fernando here pretty quick.
Papa Fernando Stala.
Yeah, can you imagine having Fernando Stala as your dad? You know, hey, what are we going to do? We're going to go spearfishing today. As there's Jackson Close from Australia up on a wave. He's going to ride that one down. There's the side angle. You see Jackson way up high there trying to gain any kind of speed. Jackson, a big, broad Aussie. A lot of power in that guy. And he's going to take this one all the way down the line there, Philip.
So as the rest of the wave from the front for Jackson Close. Lots of turns there. He's looking right now, Jackson Close, for a 4.47.
He might have it. He might have it.
And that won't make a good deal for Team Mexico now, who fell in second position with that latest wave from the other Australian, the other Aussie, Ari Maskell, getting a 5.6, now in the lead in this first heat from round 4 of the repo.
There's Jackson Close there, taking a big shot of speed out of there. Nice cutback for Close. He rides this one out. Close, you gotta love his style.
That's right, so that was the replay of Jackson Close. We're waiting for the score. It's coming in from the judges, and it seems it won't be enough to take over Felipe Rodriguez with 2 minutes left on the clock. Shawneen Schweitzer still watching there from Hawaii. She says, we love your accent, Fernando, and that new hashtag, I love it. Shawneen, Citizen of the World. Hashtag Citizen of the World. Remember, the official hashtags for this event is ISA Worlds and Fiji. Please include them in all your social media posts, so that we can find that information and compile it on the official website at isaworlds.com.
Here's Maskell from Australia with a huge turn off the face of that wave. Nice style there. Couple other maneuvers as he goes down right there, floating in the front of your screen. But Harry now on top and will remain so. Wait for the judges' score to come in there. Felipe Rodriguez now in second. Jackson Close and Tamil got a minute and 20 seconds to make something happen. Look at this wave, though, shaping up beautifully, Philip.
So that's the replay from Ari Maskell. Nice first turn off the top as the wave is getting a bit smaller there. Goes back to the power source of the wave, riding with the white water, waiting for it to stand up, and makes that last turn, but cannot land it with control and ride it out. As Fernando said, you need to ride out these maneuvers to get them completed, otherwise it's just useless.
Wave looked a lot better building than it did when it started to fizzle there towards the end. So unfortunately, not that he needed the help or anything, but Maskell looking very, very strong in this heat as we drop down to the final 40 seconds. Here's Close from Australia. Oh, he'll back on the brakes there. Him and Tamil need to make something happen or they're going home. They're packing their boards.
You need a lot of speed to get that wave. You can see that really the wind will keep you on the top part of the wave, and if you don't have enough speed, you get just on the back of the wave and you lose that opportunity.
We'll see. Here we go, down to the final 20 seconds. Close now, hard on the left stroke. They're looking for anything to come in. He's got to improve that 3.93 to overtake the man from Mexico, Felipe Rodriguez. Let's see if he can do it. He's down on his belly right now, and we're down to the final 10 seconds. Oh, Close, not going to make that wave. Does he have enough time to catch another one, Philip?
No, this heat is over.
This heat is over.
Right now, so it seems that it is done. Ari Maskell from Australia and Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico. So I guess lots of people very happy. And Sayulita will keep on advancing towards the next round, round number 5 of the repechage for the men. That will be later on in 4 heats. We'll see that later on. And as you're saying on the message board from Murray Mint, you can't hurry a Murray.
You can't hurry a Murray. I had a great chat with him this morning on the drive out there. A very, very amazing man at 50 years of age. Well, I call it 50 years of young because this guy's out there charging. And we were talking about that, you know, being a 50-year-old out here, as we'll get back to it here in a second. But here's Maskell coming down that wave face right there. Nice top turn there off the rail. Almost slides the back of the board off the top, but holds on to it, carrying a lot of speed. You see that chop that everybody's talking about, that board chattering down the face there, Philip.
Yeah, and these are very light boards due to the size, obviously, and that chop, you really need to go over it and deal with it. And it's making very tough and challenging conditions as the wind is going to keep picking up. The swell will keep on picking up. It's going to get bigger and bigger as we advance through the day. Really good surfing there by Ari Maskell, the best one in this heat, and Felipe Rodriguez was in the lead at one moment, and then he just overtook him with this last wave.
We got to talk about the man from Peru, Tamil, only catching one small wave that entire heat. I got to ask you, this guy's a better surfer than that. There's got to be, maybe he's fighting some kind of stomach bug or I don't know what, but Maskell just putting on a clinic out there as his top offside turns here. Look at that bottom turn. Boom! Off the top. Maskell surfed very, very well in this rapid charge heat.
That's right, and there behind we see the only wave of Tamil Martino, and here comes the Mexican Pipe Rodriguez with some very good turns there, making that bottom turn very strong, trying to go to the top of the wave. There he goes, hitting that lip and keeps on advancing. 5 maneuvers, falls on the last, but that was enough to get him through towards the next round.
Almost one of the nicer waves of that entire heat. I mean, Felipe, kind of too bad he went down there a little bit early. You're watching the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from Cloudbreak. It's Philip Mueller, Drew with you, calling it live for you. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The 2016 Fiji ISA World Championships being brought to you by many of our partners, including Tourism Fiji, Tavarua, Fiji Water, Digicel, FCS, Namotu, Pura Vida, and many, many more. Here we go. Dan Gavir joining me in the booth now, calling it live for you. It's Drew with you. And Dan, this heat, another stacked heat coming up.
What did you say your name was?
Drew with the U.
Drew with the U.
Everybody doesn't know how to spell it, so it's just Drew with the U. Drew Murin, whatever you want to call it.
Yep, Dan Gavir here. Thanks for having me, and thanks to everyone out there for watching, tuning in, and sending us the great messages on our comments board at isaworlds.com. We are in Rapid Charge round number 4, and in this heat, looks like Alex Murray, Sean Pointer, Daniel Cariopa, and Jeremy Masseray. So, an international field here, Great Britain, USA, New Zealand, and France being represented, as Jody said earlier. The challenge of the conditions certainly picking up, as well as the wind and the swell. So that'll be interesting to find out maybe if anyone's doing any last-minute equipment changes. I know several of these athletes did bring more than one board with them, just in case one breaks or they need to change up their equipment. Nice off the top there on his backhand there for Daniel Cariopa out of New Zealand to get things kind of started for his campaign here, and trying to advance into the main round here as we go through several heats of the day in SUP surfing at the infamous Cloud Break for the 2016 ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. And a big congratulatory note there for all of our racers for making the trip. Here we have Sean Pointer dropping in. A nice bottom turn. Looks like he picked a nice wave here, Drew. It's got a bit of a shoulder here. He should be able to get around that section. No. And he bails in there.
I don't think he saw what you were seeing there, Dan. As Pointer from the U.S., defending gold medalist, and definitely out there looking to defend that title. As Alex Murray, we were chatting about earlier from Great Britain, where we were saying he's 50 years old, spent like 3 weeks in Fiji preparing for this. We'll talk about all of his background and surfing elements here in just a little bit, but we're going to go down to Jody Nelson right now on the boat for an interview. Jody, what do you got for us?
Thanks, boys. Yeah, down here with Coach for Team USA, Dave Bainey. Dave, conditions are pretty tough today. What kind of insight are you giving your boys and girls?
Yeah, well, it's very, very treacherous. I don't know how it looks on the live feed, but it's super hard to stay on your board. Everyone's getting seasick on board here, panicking, like getting to other boats and like leaving, going to the island and stuff. Seriously, it's pretty gnarly. But yeah, I mean, it's a little smoother on the inside, so I'm trying to stay wide, getting their bigger board for the weight, and staying low on the wave, not trying to get vert. You got to stay a little flatter and get the scores. And if there's a barrel, definitely try to get barreled because they're scoring barrels with, above everything else. So that's it.
That was going to be one of my questions, but tell me about equipment, and I've seen some adjustments being made with fins.
Yeah, it's been pretty hectic. It's like guys are like, whoa, get my fins, extra large fins and all this stuff. So just putting bigger fins in really and going to their step-up boards just for that weight factor, because no one's doing airs or ripping the lip. I mean, it's kind of, you want to get waves. It's hard to paddle in, so you need that extra volume to catch the wave and then stay on the face of the wave. It's just going to get windier all day long, so it's about getting your 2 good rides and just staying solid on your board. And if you could get a barrel, you're in there. So
now you guys are kind of collecting all this data. Izzy's still in the main round, so she has yet to surf today. What kind of insight are you giving her? Does it seem like she's feeling pretty comfortable?
To be honest, she's seasick as all heck right now. So it's just about trying to get her some air, trying to get her, there's a medic on here giving Dramamine shots. Just trying to get her head straight at the moment. I mean, once we get her on the water, she'll be fine. But same plan for everybody. Just get solid waves, get your bigger board, stay on the wave, and pray for surf.
All right. Well, good luck to you and the rest of Team USA. I know Sean Pointer's out there right now, so hopefully he makes it through for your team. And we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Jody. There's U.S. coach Dave Baney. Catching up with him this morning. A lot of notes. I know he had a lot of faith in his SUP surf team, so conditions are playing a little bit of a factor out there, and that's unfortunate that their lead defending gold medalist, Izzy Gomez, is seasick. But here's a nice ride right now by Jeremy Mazier.
Yeah, on his Bonds Surf stand-up paddleboard here, he had nice flow. I like how he holds his turns, or his speed through the turns. Nice use of the paddle there. He's not really switching hands with the paddle, but he is planting the blade of that paddle on the inside of the turns there. That was one of the nicer waves we've seen in this heat. Not the biggest wave, but certainly had nice shape. And Jeremy from France really took advantage of that, pulling down a 7 even on that wave.
One of the smoother waves we've seen all day there, so maybe that's a cue of what to come there. Out on the water there, you're looking at it as 1.5 to 2 meter chop just blowing across cloud break right now. And unfortunately, all those Great Britain folks in the back home right now, they're rooting for their person coming out of 4th. But here is the red jersey of Sean Pointer, defending gold medalist.
Yeah, Sean looking good here on his backhand. I wonder if he stepped up on his board. I think he put in some bigger fins. Nice there in the pocket, getting some speed. Sean now looking like the normal Sean that we know, the 2-time gold medalist at the ISA World SUP Surf Championships, doing a nice job there on his starboard. That should be good to better his 3.0, I'm sure. With the potential of giving 7 and 8 point rides here. Wave selection is key here as we look at the replay. Sean also with nice use of the paddle, digging that blade in on the inside of the turns. There you see he moves his paddle back and forth, and that's really critical what the judges are looking for. And this actually helps the paddlers actually surf it like they normally would on a shortboard. We heard an interview from Izzy earlier in the week, and she spoke a little bit about that and how, switching hands with the paddle really helps her get her upper body into the initiating the turns. Here we have Daniel Cariopa looking for a score to top his 3.83 or something just to back it up.
And like you mentioned, Sean Pointer, the 27-year-old out of Santa Monica area, born and raised in Cincinnati, Ohio, moved to Florida. He said, hey, how I got into surfing is, we'll take a quick look at the white jersey right now of DK from New Zealand. Nice bottom turn there. Nice carve off the top. DK carrying a lot of speed on the face of this wave. Nice style for him, trying to help out Team New Zealand. And DK there, he's got to be stoked with that ride as he comes to the end there. But Pointer, getting back to him, he said, how I got into surfing is my dad was moving the family to Florida, and nobody wanted to go. So therefore, my dad promised me that he'd buy me some of the best surfboards if we moved. And he said that's how he got into it. Once he got hooked, it's just all it's been. It's his whole life. He now focuses on retreats, taking people on surfing retreats. So a great backstory for him. His family, very, very in the restaurant business. He said, maybe one of these days you'll see a Team Otis out in Santa Monica. Here's Jeremy Mazier from France on a wave, Dan.
Yeah, again, taking off on a nice wave here in the critical section, building up some speed. Nice turn off the lip. And you can see he's very careful about making sure he has plenty of speed before he initiates that turn in the critical section. This is exactly what the judges are looking for. And right now, Jeremy Mazuret from France looking very strong with 2 solid waves there, coming off in control and standing. Let's take a look at the replay.
Mazier coming down, carrying, like Dan said, carrying a lot of speed across the face. Gets down on a low bottom turn off the top. Nice body position there. Another slam off the top. So 2 great maneuvers, and he just kept it going. Great wave selection for the Frenchman there as he rides it back into the whitewash, and he'll ride that one out. The judges definitely going to be impressed with that one as he's looking for his second wave score of the day, trying to back up that 7-0 from an earlier position there. 13:25 there, Dan.
Yeah, about halfway through this heat, and you've got to wonder how the athletes are, staying hydrated and what their nutrition is here. It takes a lot of energy here, not only to paddle against the wind, but to get out through the break on these small boards and duck the waves. You take a couple big waves on the head, and you'll find yourself in a situation like whereas if you would be racing, your heart is racing, you're trying to get your equipment together, and you're just sprinting to try and get out of that impact zone. It's very shallow, so you have to be careful not to dive too far under the wave because you'll actually hit the bottom. So a lot of these surfers trying to, not ride the wave too far to the inside to get caught in there by bigger waves. Also, maybe a little bit better not to go on the first couple waves of the set because you can predict that there's going to be bigger waves coming behind you that are going to take you out. And also, those first waves of the set tend to kind of clean things up. So they'll actually, when the wave breaks, create a smoother surface for the following waves so that when you're riding them, you're going to have a lot smoother rides than if you're taking the first couple waves of the set that have all that surface chop on them.
And there's a lot of surface chop out there. We were just chatting about that with Jody. She's saying the conditions are kind of wild out there right now. And we do want to point out that the ISA strives on safety, and there's 4 safety jet skis out there, one assigned to each one of our stand-up paddle surfers. As there's Alex Murray not able to catch up to that one, unfortunately, and a safety boat. So there's a lot of water safety, making sure that all of our competitors are safe. There's a look at USA head coach Steve Schlan. He was out on the boat yesterday cheering on the prone and distance paddlers. So Dave Bainey, more experience in the surf, obviously, for Team USA. So he's kind of taking on today's coaching aspects for Team USA.
And David's actually a really solid racer, too. He's a board shaper. He comes from long lineage of surfers. His father's an infamous shaper, and he's been shaping big boards for adaptive and tandem surfing for nearly 40 years as well. So his father actually shaped the first board I ever raced in 2008, Battle of the Paddle.
Yeah, baby.
Team Infinity.
Team Infinity rider Alex Murray from Great Britain up on a wave. That's his second wave. Got a lot of support from back home trying to improve that .27, the 50-year-old. He shapes and builds his own boards back home. As we're going to take a look at the replay here. Goofy footer sets up nicely there. A little more wave chop on that one. A little bumpier coming down, a little chatter, and he'll just surf out of that. But nice wave for him. That'll definitely improve it. It bumps it up just a little bit to a .9. But he wanted to tell me to give all of his family back home a strong hello. He said it's probably late in the evening there, so they're probably all drunk. That's coming straight out of Alex Murray's mouth. So we want to thank all those folks for tuning in and supporting their athlete here today as we come down to the final 10 minutes.
More comments coming in for Alex here. Come on, Alex. Your nephew Murray is going absolutely crazy out of England from Murray. Also, go Jeremy Mazuret, Elias TIC, Basque Country is washing you from Fleury Emilien. Hey Dave USA, Maggie Adams with some comments here as we watch our Team USA rider Sean Pointer on the wave with some beautiful top to bottom surfing, really squaring it off, getting a little bit of a cover up there, just what they call getting shacked and into the inside section there as he dives out of it. But that should be good to increase his score and to keep on his campaign to try and make the finals and pull down another gold medal in the SUP surfing. Nice turn there, roundhouse. Doesn't peel it all the way back. He just had a nice feeling for that wave. He knew he was going to have to race it here, grabbing that rail, getting his hips forward, trying to increase the speed there, making the section, and you know, just kind of bails out of that and tries to get back out as quickly as he can with about 9 minutes left in this heat. It is Jeremy Mazuret from France currently leading with a 12.93. Sean Pointer in second with an 8.5. Daniel Cariopa looking for a 4.48, and Alex Murray looking for a 7.18 to get into an advancing position here.
And there's Mazir taking a look at that one right there. He's going to let it go by. Pointer waiting for that score to come in and trying to overtake the Frenchman for first place as DK right now and Alex Murray on the bubble of elimination in the final 8 minutes here. As you see, everybody kind of piling up out there. And Dan, when you got this kind of ocean chop out there, is it a little harder to pick up those set waves coming in?
Oh, absolutely. As well, it's harder to recognize the good waves. And from what I can tell, the wind is blowing from the left of your screen to the right of your screen, so it's really coming out of the south, a little bit of west, but the current is actually going the opposite direction. So that's actually helping the athletes get into the lineup, because being able to dig their paddle into that current and those small boards really kind of catch the water, that's actually helping kind of suck them out to the point. But they have to be careful not to get too far out there to where the waves are going to close out early. They're not going to make the section.
And Cariopa was actually mentioning that this morning. He said it's almost going to be like a contest against the elements. You're not really competing against the other surfers. You're actually competing against the elements. So we'll see if the New Zealander, the Kiwi, has got a lot of support from home, can overtake one of these top athletes and move on. As you're seeing the wind blow right now, they're estimating about a 20 to 25 kilometer wind out there right now.
I think that's miles per hour.
Miles per hour, my bad.
It's
Yeah,
probably about
hour.
30 to 35
Ripping.
kilometers per hour. So challenging conditions out here. We're going to see an increasing swell, a lot of tide shifts. We just got over that supermoon. That's definitely been affecting the tides out here. We've heard from some of the locals that, you know, there's some of the fattest and highest tides they've seen in quite a while. Some more shots from the boat there, and as the Dave Bainey said earlier, a lot of the athletes kind of fighting off some seasickness there. It's tough when you're in these huge ferry boats like that, because you can't really focus on the horizon line real well. The whole boat is moving in the ocean, and certainly you know, you're more prone to getting seasick in those larger vessels than you might be if you're just out there standing on your paddleboard. Right now it looks like Jeremy Mazuret just off the top of that one. You can see that wind actually starting to blow straight side shore, and maybe even a little bit offshore. We'll have to watch that carefully and see if that wind starts to clock around, which will make getting into the wave more difficult, but it should really smooth up the surface and make it for a little bit easier to get the higher scoring rides if you can get into them.
That's the problem right now. A lot of these competitors are trying to catch them, but they're just a little bit slow getting into them. And here's the black jersey of Alex Murray taking a peek there. He's not going to go on this one, but I'll tell you, the Frenchman, not going to take it either. So I think
they both tried.
They tried. They just couldn't catch up to it. So unfortunately, those waves look nice there. You see that one crashing down. That was a beautiful wave. And then Sean Pointer taking a look at it. He'll surf out of it. Sean trying to improve that 9.43, but a great wave score right now by Jeremy, the Frenchman, for the 7, as now they got to paddle back out of this.
Yeah, Daniel just didn't get much out of that last one. He has to turn around. Now he's going to have to face the music a little bit here, as this is just going to steamroll him. But we'll have to see if Sean Pointer's down at the end of the line. He might be able to pick up on this different section. He's posted up in a different section. You can't even see him. He's off to the right side of your screen, because I think he's watching these guys, and he can see that a lot of them aren't making the section here. But this is a beautiful wave right here for Alex Murray, and that's exactly what he needed. As it breaks over his head and he gets a little bit of a doggy door and out the back, and he took a pretty big gas chamber beatdown. You could almost see his board getting tombstoned. And that's actually a term we use when the board stands up vertical, because you're being sucked down so deep that it pulls the board and it looks vertical. And there he's right
Alex
under
Murray,
the lip.
yeah.
that must have felt pretty good.
Beautiful wave there. One of the smoother waves we've seen. The 50-year-old out of Great Britain charging that one, trying to improve that .90, and I think it will be.
Absolutely, and he takes a little assistance there from our rescue crew. I know we have some of the best ski drivers in the world out here, and we have to send a big shout out to all of them for being the safety crew. And the athletes all got a meeting and a serious sit-down talk from our head judge this morning and our head of safety. These conditions, it is a world championship here, but if you don't feel safe, you don't feel like you're suitable to go out in these conditions, he highly urged each and every one of the competitors to analyze the conditions before they go out and make sure that what they're getting into is something that they know they can deal with. Obviously, you have to be an extremely strong swimmer to be out here and have some experience in big waves, because these waves can hold you down, and after you just finished surfing a big wave, you're already breathing pretty hard, so that makes holding your breath a little bit more difficult. Sometimes you think you're coming to the surface and you go to take a breath, and then this wave is very renowned for sucking you back down, kind of a secondary suck down, I call the gas chamber. So we'll have to see how those athletes deal with it today. I think more of the smaller riders may be looking at this like, whoa, I know if I was Finn Spencer, I'd be like, all right, this is serious, this is big, and make the best possible decision you can. Sean Pointer here taking off in the red jersey.
Yeah, Sean Pointer, defending gold medalist. Nice carve off the top there. Taking the top out of that one. Looks back over his right shoulder. He'll just drop down. But two maneuvers there, trying to improve that 3.93 as Team USA trying to hold on and New Zealand trying to overtake them. But Pointer, nice performance there. Going to be a very strong surfer from Santa Monica. So we'll see him back out there, go back out, try to catch one more in this last 2 minutes. So you're down to 2 minutes right here. You're DK from New Zealand on the verge of elimination, Dan. Start getting those butterflies building in your chest a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for Alex Murray's last wave to drop and also see how Sean Pointer did there. I'm pretty sure that's going to be enough to replace that 3.93. We'll just have to see what the judges give to him, but as the scores come in, you'll certainly see that up on our graphics here. I'd like to thank, our whole media team here for putting it on. Certainly a challenging situation here to bring you this live webcast. And here we see Jeremy Mazaret with a beautiful another wave here off the top. Nice vertical surfing from the Frenchman on that Bonds Surf stand-up paddleboard. Jeremy's just going to kind of ride us in and probably head to the boat and just get a couple more little joy nuggets here on the inside at Cloud Break. And you can see some of the support boats out there. And he might still be scoring a few extra points here.
The interesting thing about it is Jeremy with only 3 waves of the entire here. Here comes Jeremy carrying a lot of speed to the bottom. Nice bottom turn there. Oh, nice vertical snap off the top there. He'll throw another one right off the face, and then he just, like you says, catches his runner. He's just going to take it all the way down the line. So Mazira only with 3 waves in the heat, but 2 of them not good enough to take top place so far.
Absolutely, and that's been the name of the game today, Drew, is finding the right wave and teeing up and making sure you're in the best possible position. They're hard to catch. They're late drops. Tuning your equipment to help you in that. As Dave said, a lot of the paddlers going to bigger fins, looking for more grip on the water, looking to just catch the wave first. They're not doing, these really technical big air surfs and stuff. They're looking to catch the waves, catch the bigger waves, and also have something with a little more volume so they can get in earlier. And there you can see, as Alex Murray thought he was in a great spot, and he just gets left in the dust by these swells that are moving so much faster. It's just a very challenging thing to be able to accelerate the board that quickly.
So unfortunately, at this point, it is unofficial, but Danielle Karaopa from New Zealand, the 38-year-old, will not be moving on. And Alex Murray from Great Britain, the 50-year-old, will not be moving on. Let's go down to Jody Nelson on the boat for a quick update. Jody.
Alex Murray from Great Britain.
Well, we're just wrapping up that last repecharge heat, but I wanted to catch up with Harry Maskell from main round 3 earlier. Just tell us about the change of conditions and how your last repertoire heat was.
The change of conditions now compared to the first few days is quite extreme. Winds really kicked in this morning, but the waves have picked up, which is good. But last heat's really good. Managed to get just a few bigger ones from out the back all the way through, and I was really happy with how I surfed.
You have another heat coming up. How will you change your strategy at all? We saw a couple bigger sets just come through in that last heat.
I think I'll try and sit out wide for a couple of those bigger ones, but I think in the inside is where it's at. But yeah.
Now, have you been watching the sets? I'm noticing, maybe the second, third wave of the set is a little more groomed than the first. Do you have any strategies about that?
Yeah, I usually, you always want to take the second wave or the third wave, because otherwise you're going to be copping, if you take the first one, you're copping 2 on the head. And out here, we've already seen broken boards, broken leashes, paddles, and we don't want that.
Yeah, talk to us about getting stuck on the inside with a SUP board. You've got a paddle, there's a lot going on. You really have to probably rely a lot that your leash isn't going to break. Talk us through that.
Well, we're very lucky now because it's high tide out there, but if it was low tide, it'd be a very different story. Even my last heat, I got caught on inside a few times and very hard. I lost my paddle. My leashes are still intact at the moment, but as the swell picks up, that might change.
All right, well, congratulations on surviving that last heat, and we look forward to watching the next repertoire round. Anybody you want to say hi to at home?
I was like to say hi to Mum, my sister, all the family. Hopefully they're watching. So yeah.
Great, Pascal, Team Australia.
Thank you, Jody Nelson. Jody Nelson live on the boat there, losing the feet in and out there, but Pascal is going to be one to look out for here coming up in the upcoming heat. So you got to be stoked if he's on your team as we are underway of our next heat, Dan.
Yeah, and you can just see the power of the waves there. Benoit Carpentier just got clipped there trying to follow Finn Spencer, the young representative for Canada. We'll have to see if he tries to tee up on the set waves or if he's looking for maybe a little bit smaller, cleaner wave. Being 13 years old and, only about 4.5 feet tall, Finn Spencer probably doesn't need as big of a wave to do the same type of maneuvers as your adults would on these larger set waves. Right now he still has a wave to catch, only 3 minutes into this heat. Repertoire round number 4. My name is Dan Gavir, joined by Drew here at the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are live at the world-renowned wave of Cloudbreak. I'd like to send a big shout out to Tourism Fiji for their support out here. Also Fiji Airlines helped get the whole crew here, as well as discounts on the equipment. Traveling with some of these larger paddle boards, especially the 12-foot stock paddle boards and the 12.5-foot stock stand-up paddle boards can become quite expensive. So I know that they subsidize that, and they're very helpful in some of our athletes getting to here. So thank you to them.
And there's all smiles out there on our support boat right now, as there is the yellow jersey of the youngster, the one that put on a show earlier in the week. Had everybody stoked, everybody cheering for him, for Team Canada, and all of us for that matter. Finn Spencer, the young boy out of Hawaii representing Canada, Dan.
That's right. He definitely gets a gold medal for the best interview.
Yes, he does.
I think, that was just classic. He was like a deer in the headlights and was like, yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm totally stoked to beat my brother. But, they're lucky, both the kids, and Jeffrey paddled really, really well. Finn's just over the moon on how well he's done. And, their father is so supportive and the nicest guy you've ever met. So, they're very fortunate to have such a great dad, supporting them in everything they want to do and everywhere they want to surf. And now they find themselves out here at the ISA World Championships. So very fortunate for the Spencer boys and each and every one of our competitors and even the crew. We have to pinch ourselves and be like, wow, we're in Fiji. This is literally paradise. Swimming around at Musket Cove was absolutely beautiful. There's just so much wildlife, the palm trees, and so many different islands to explore. There's just a lot to do here. So if you're looking for a future vacation, well, we would definitely recommend putting Fiji at the top of the list.
It never snows and never gets cold, which I know a lot of people back home in the States on the West Coast right now. Starting to snow for the first time where Dan and I live in Northern California and Oregon there. So they're seeing their first snows of the year, and we're sitting here in 85-degree temperatures with, about 75, 80% humidity.
That's a good guess, Drew.
Leco Salazar for Brazil right now with a wave score of 417. Couple good waves right off the bat for the 28-year-old out of Santos. So it's starting off very, very well for Team Brazil, Dan.
Yeah, Jose and Leco found some clean faces out there. You can see Finn is being very selective on what he wants to take off on. Certainly, being smaller like that, you're not going to want to get caught on the inside on one of these sets. Outside of the wind, being a challenge, boy, you get caught on the inside on some of those set waves, and cloud break is not a forgiving spot. So it breaks into very shallow water, and it's really easy to tell because the water is so clear. It actually looks more shallow than it actually is. So as the sometimes they might need a warning, like your rearview mirror.
A warning?
Objects in the water may appear closer than they actually are.
Now, Finn Spencer in the yellow jersey was a little, when we talked about him in his interview, he's a little worried about the size of the waves. I mean, he says if they get too big, he kind of seemed like, but I think this young kid out of Hawaii, I think he'll charge it, but that was one of his concerns.
Well, he is being very selective. You can see he's a little bit farther to the inside. He doesn't want to get clipped like we saw Benoit Carpentier just got clipped by one wave that Finn barely made it over, and that definitely cost him a bit of time here, but we're only 7 minutes into the heat. Finn hasn't caught a wave yet, but many of our paddlers are still looking for that wave that they want to get here. Finn now motioning towards something, maybe the second wave here he should be in position for. Let's see if he's got the gumption to go for it and catch this next one. And
now, how does a 13-year-old? You're a 13-year-old out there battling it out against 28, 25, 32-year-old competitors. I mean, is there a bit of intimidation in some way or another for the 13-year-old?
This is stand-up paddling. It's all encouragement. Everyone wants to see everyone else do great, and they actually, will probably give each other some waves there. I don't think that, we've seen a little bit of paddle battle going on. I think if I were out there with Finn, I don't think I'd be getting into a paddle battle with him. I'd let him take whatever he wanted. I mean, right now he's being very selective. You can see now he's posted up in a different part of the break out here, but he does paddle a lot in Maui, so he has experience in these windy conditions, and I'm sure he's riding the smallest board in the competition, maybe outside of Laura Clayton, but I'm pretty sure his board's quite a bit smaller and probably about the size that you and I would use as a high-performance shortboard, Drew.
Or a skateboard. We'll just call it that. Leco Salazar still on top right now with a 417, and we've seen a couple of the athletes. This is Jose Gomez and Benoit Carpentier. Oh, Carpentier from France.
Benoit going for it, just off the mark there a little bit. He knew it. He dove in after a few strokes there. He was late. He got sucked up the face, and that wave just kind of closed out and ended up not being a great wave anyway, so probably a good decision there.
Leco Salazar sort of late on that one, couldn't catch up to it. That one's shaping up to be a real nice wave going down the bottom right of your screen, trying to improve that 1-0.
The waves are so tough to catch in these conditions. You can just see how that current is ripping straight out of the north and to the south. That has actually made the waves even more difficult to catch, maybe even more so than the wind. I believe it's the current that's actually going the opposite direction of the wave. So what it does is it requires the paddlers to go even deeper and put themselves into even more of a risky situation where if they're just in a few feet too far, they're going to take the wave on the head. But they have to be in the perfect position to catch these waves. And looks like a nice fade here for Jose Gomez as he fades to his right and now back to his backhand, taking this left-hander down the line here with some nice turns there, about 3 or 4 turns. Solid wave there. He needs a backup score. He's only got a 3.67. The Peruvian out here paddling in the black jersey, Jose Gomez. Let's take a look at that. And this is what we mean by the fade. He actually fades to the right, and then he comes back to the left. And you can see he's actually wearing booties, and like one of the only athletes I've seen out there actually with foot protection, which is a great idea. We see that a lot with recreational surfers coming out here, because if anything's going to get beat up and cut up, it's going to be your feet on the reef.
Nice wave there by Jose Gomez, his second wave of this heat. 14:31. The Georgia judges are pumping in the scores there. Seem to be hovering right around mid-threes, so that should move him into first position over Leco Salazar from Brazil. Carpentier still trying to improve that .43, and Finn Spencer for Canada still trying to catch his first bump of the heat. And we saw in previous heats from Finn Spencer, he kind of likes to fill things out for the first half or so. He kind of saw him dropping in, surfing out of him. He'd drop into another one, surf out of it, as there's another one of our competitors upside down. But he likes to definitely fill it out and then you start to see him rip in the back half here. Here's the white jersey of Leco Salazar from Brazil.
Leco Salazar on the art and surf here. He's going to want to watch out for the other competitor. I figured Benoit Carpentier would be right on his line, but that one just closes out. Not a lot of wave face to work with. Benoit Carpentier got really committed to that offside turn on the crossbow stroke and just kind of tripped up on his rail because he just didn't have enough speed to carve that board around. And looks like we have a bit of a replay here, and this is Leco Salazar. You can see as he just wanted to stay in the fastest part of that wave, but just not a lot there for him to work with.
Only had to improve that 1-0 though, and I'm almost positive he will do that with that wave. So 13:08, there it is. The score in a 3.47 for my bad. I apologize.
Jose Gomez.
2.97 for Leco Salazar. But Jose Gomez scoring a wave score of, like we said, a mid-3, 3.47 is here comes Gomez down the face of that one. A lot of speed, Dan. He'll go over the handlebars.
Yeah, and that one just closed up on him. He had a couple nice little turns there. I doubt it's going to be enough to replace his 3.47, but the 39-year-old out of Lima, Peru, his favorite surf break, Pico Alto, he's on a snapback SUP board. He's been surfing for 20-plus years. He's a big wave champion in Pico Alto. So this guy, I mean, he's a big, strong guy.
Oh, man.
And, he could be like a little intimidating looking, but you start talking to him, he's got the biggest smile, and I love his athlete bio here. He's got thumbs up, and he's definitely always looking to have a good time and laugh and smile and talk story. And here we go. Finally, Benoit Carpentier, teeing up on something here for France. This is the wave he's been looking for. He's had a couple tough breaks, but the jersey in red looking really good on his equipment there, finally finding some open wave face, and that's definitely going to be the best score he's posted so far in this Reprecharge round number 4.
And there's the white jersey catching one, but here it is, Benoit Carpentier out of France. Nice face on that sucker, ripping off the face of it. Comes down to the bottom, another nice big bottom turn there, slamming off the top. Beautiful wave selection here by Carpentier. Nice cutback, and he'll ride that one out. The judges got to be stoked about that one, as well as Team France, who's currently in second place overall. So Team France, they're looking for one of the top medals in this year's ISAs. So we'll see how that shapes up for Carpentier and Team France.
They're certainly in the running for one of the top 3 medals here. And as we take a look at our jersey in white, I believe this is Leco Salazar on the art and surfboard. And you can see all these paddlers really utilizing that paddle switch, and that's what the judges are looking for. They're not looking for a paddler to just simply catch the wave and surf it along with their paddle in the air. They want to see the paddlers planting the paddle, pivoting around the paddle, and making good use of the paddle, because after all, this is stand-up paddle surfing, and we want to see how those paddlers can utilize, that blade in the water. And most of the top surfers will always have that blade to the inside of their turn, so they're rotating around the turn. So that really helps you set an edge and get your upper body, into the whole action of making a turn. And that's really an easy way to watch someone out there SUP surfing and kind of pick out those with a ton of experience over those that are intermediate or kind of beginner stand-up paddleboarders.
Paddle, paddle, paddle. There's the score for Carpentier. Comes in an 8.0 wave score, so that moves him from 3rd into first place with an overall score of 9-0. And Leco Salazar from Brazil now in second, just bringing in a wave score of a 3.17. So Jose Gomez and Finn Spencer on the bubble in this repechage heat. 9:45 left. And I do want to remind everybody, we have one of the men's mains coming up. We got Mo Freitas going to be in this next heat, along with Thomas King, who you guys saw with the highest wave score of the day. And also Poiniki Rauka from Tahiti going to be riding in this next heat as well. As here's Benoit once again.
Yeah, Benoit needs his second wave to back up that 1.20. I'm not sure if that'll do it. Probably, but that 8.0 he just posted was a beautiful wave. He's taken a couple waves on the head and just was in the wrong place at the wrong time earlier on in the heat, but it seems his luck has changed and the waves are definitely building out here, making for more challenging conditions. But once on the wave, we can see these paddlers really gathering a lot of speed here. Jose Gomez out of Peru, looking for the cover up there, a nice little shacking they call it. Beautiful big turn there, holding a lot of speed in that paddleboard. And the 39-year-old, known for his big wave surfing, has got to be stoked on his, I believe that's a snapback.
Let's take a look at the replay here for the red jersey of Benoit. Benoit carrying a lot of speed off the top there. Nice bottom turn. Really quick and agile on his board there. Another nice move. Big turn off the top. Skates out of that one. Oh, then falls backwards. But like you said, he's just trying to kick up a 1.0. And here comes the big man.
Yeah, Jose Gomez here, ducking in. You can see him shift his weight forward, which we've seen a lot of the paddlers do. He looks like he's on a bigger board than most of our other competitors.
He's a bigger
looks
guy.
to be about an 8.0, maybe 27, 28 inches wide, probably around 100 liters. And yeah, you know, he's probably pushing 170 pounds or, you know, around, I don't know, 75 kilos, maybe 80 kilos. So I don't have my metric conversions totally dialed yet, but, you know, interesting different styles here. You know, we're still waiting for Finn Spencer to get the perfect wave. Hopefully that comes to him. I'm really excited to see him surf. He absolutely put on a clinic the other day here at Cloudbreak when the waves were small. So look for the yellow jersey to be on something soon, hopefully, as we are coming down to the last 5 minutes of the heat. 25-minute heats today. We are in repecharge round number 4, and you can see just how into cell phones people are these days.
That's what I was going to say. This is a perfect cue to tell you to follow us on our social media channels, as all of these individuals are. Hey, ladies, how you doing? Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and more as they're all watching us live. Don't forget to use the hashtag ISA Surfing, as well as hashtag Fiji.
Hashtag I just got called out.
Yes, they're probably texting each other. They're like, hey, what's the weather over there? Hey, what are you doing? What do you want to do later?
Hashtag that guy Dan is now not my favorite announcer.
Oh, so don't forget social media. Fiji ISA World SUP and Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. And 6:37, everybody waiting. Hello. I think our cameraman's in love, you know?
Benoit Carpentier with a nice second wave there. That's going to back up his 8.0 score. Now he's got a 12-point even. So it's going to take a 6.84 to Leco for Leco to take over the lead. It's going to take a 5.01 and a 9.28. And here's comes Finn Spencer. Just didn't quite have the
horsepower.
Yeah, the horsepower. He wasn't quite in the right position here, as we can see some of the other riders that have gotten, you know, several waves now. They're probably a little bit more brave and willing to put themselves on the line a little bit. Now Finn should be able to pick up on one of these subsequent set waves, but he is not in the priority position, so he's going to have to look over his shoulder and see if the white jersey or the black jersey, the 39-year-old, picking up quite a few waves, and that just is not going to deliver any kind of a scoring opportunity for Jose.
That wave wasn't going to do much for him anyway, Dan.
Yeah, he would have been closed out, but it looked like he might be taking off on something here as we look out to the ferry boat, and there's Finn dropping in on one, but he's just got to straighten out and try not to take too much gas on that one. He's going to ride it to the inside and hopefully can get back out and catch another one or two before the end of the heat. 5 minutes left in this repecharge round number 4. Right now, Benoit Carpentier, Leco Salazar out in front from France and Brazil, respectively.
Yeah, shaping up. Jose Gomez on the bubble right now as a yellow flag is up in the judges' tower. So that's signaling 5 minutes remaining. Jose Gomez, Finn Spencer on the bubble of elimination here. Salazar surfed very well in the beginning of this heat, but we can't discredit Carpentier for that 8-point ride earlier. That was absolutely beautiful. We'll be seeing that at the end of this heat. So in case you're just joining us, it's Drew with you. And Dan Gavir in the booth right now, calling it for you live. We got Jody Nelson down on the boat, catching you up with all of the information happening down on the water. Philip Mueller will be joining us up here as well. And things are getting wild out here at Cloudbreak right now with the mains. We got main number 4 coming up with the likes of Mo Freitas from Hawaii. So I know Team Hawaii is going to be tuned into that live cast, getting ready to support their team for that. That's the white jersey of Leko Salazar, just kind of looking off in the horizon, Dan.
That's right, and he needs another good backup score. He's certainly capable of an 8 or a 9 out here, but he's got to have the perfect wave come to him. And with those moments winding down, it's going to be a push, and it's going to be a kind of a roll of the dice. You know, is he going to take off on whatever he comes to him, or is he going to be patient? Here we see Benoit Carpentier currently out in front, the 20-year-old coming out of Plougovlienne, France, just doesn't quite make that one happen, comes unstuck. Benoit Carpentier has been surfing for about 8 years. Here's a little replayed look of the last wave for Leko Salazar. Nice wave there as he races it down the line. A little bit of a cover up there, just going for a bit of a hair wash. And
there's a reason why he's the 2012 world champion in the SUP League. I mean, this kid got some skill out there in the surf. As there goes Finn Spencer in the yellow from right to left. But if you're Jose Gomez right now in the black, you're looking for just that little bit of edge to try to take out the Brazilian.
Oh, he's looking for a big wave. It says right in his bio that he is a big wave hunter. He loves the big waves. I was talking to him a little bit the other day, and he said, "Hey, Dan, where are the big waves? Show me the big ones."
They're coming. They're coming. One thing Jose needs to learn is patience, because he'll see him coming up here in just a little bit. Following down to the final 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If we look at wave count right now, Carpentier stacking up about 6 waves under his belt on this heat. And then Leko Salazar also with 6 waves. Finn Spencer only catching 1 wave this heat. And then you got Gomez racking up a total of 5 waves. So we're seeing a lot more frequency as the heats go on and on and on. But Jose Gomez, you need to jump on something here quick, buddy. You need a 5:01 to move into second place to avoid elimination. I know Team Peru, who brought an arsenal of people. I mean, it just seemed like it was Peruvian after Peruvian jumping on the support boat, one after another, coming on to support their team. So I know they're just going crazy out there as we're down to the final 90 seconds, Dan.
That's right, and we'll have to see if Finn can catch one more wave to hopefully better his score and, hopefully get into the final here. He's going to have a challenging time of it, but the 15-year-old, I believe, I don't know if that's right.
I think that's wrong.
The bio says 15. I think he's 13.
13, yeah.
He was born in Vancouver, Canada, now lives in Hawaii. His favorite surf break is Outer Sprex, and he's out there on the Quattro stand-up paddleboard, and I've had a lot of opportunities to kind of hang out with him and his brother and talk to his father. And one thing that him and his brother have really taken up and kind of now become kind of early adopters and soon to be what I would say pioneers of, if you can call a 13-year-old a pioneer, but it's the foil surfing movement. And if you go to our team page and click on the Team Canada, click on Finn Spencer's bio, check out that video of him foiling with his brother. Pretty amazing stuff.
You gotta be proud of the 13-year-old, the youngest competitor out there, charging it, making it into the final day. You gotta be stoked with him no matter what, and he'll get a lot of support. And he's getting a lot of experience by being out here surfing Cloudbreak in this kind of condition and for this type of competition.
Yeah, and look for him to be, the up-and-comer, the face of stand-up paddle surfing in the future. We say it's all about the kids coming up, but that's what's cool about SUP. It really has that wide demographic. It's attracting younger kids, it's attracting older adults, And it really is the ease of the sport and how much fun it is, and not only on a surfing level, but so many other channels of the sport have really brought this sport to a mainstream level, with a prediction of several million paddleboards to be sold in the next year. It'll be really interesting to see how this sport grows, and with new countries like India, Fiji, some of the countries over in Asia adopting the sport, I truly believe it has a great chance of becoming an Olympic sport in 2024.
Well, our president, the ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, saying, yes, it will. And I'll tell you, you don't want to question that man. Right there, that is the end of the heat. So unofficially, looks like Finn Spencer will not make it. As we look at the recap here, Dan, the red jersey charging. Carpentier looking sharp.
Yeah, Carpentier's on that 7-2 starboard, and he had a few rough breaks early on the heat. But just look at how close his body is to the wave as he bottom turns off his heel edge. Not a lot of stand-up paddle surfers are able to do that, and that's what the judges are really looking for. He was awarded quite nicely with an 8.0 for some great surfing on that wave here.
This is Leco Salazar from Brazil. He had a couple nice waves early on. You see him pick up a lot of speed out of that, surfs out of it. So he had 2 great scores right off the bat, but it was all Carpentier.
Yeah, it was Carpentier's heat. Once he got kind of warmed up and figured out where his takeoff spot was, he's really got that board dialed. He knows the sweet spot of the board. You can see him moving his feet around, and that's always what I really pay close attention to in these better surfers. And you can see here Leco Salazar again. Look as he moves his back foot all the time, just micro movements, always trimming his board to make sure he's maximizing the forward speed. And that's what it's going to take to win this competition.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's Jose Gomez and Finn Spencer not going to make the cut. And we'll be back with the men's mains with Mo Freitas from Hawaii right after we return. You're watching the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from Cloudbreak.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
And welcome back to Fiji for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships 2016. My name is Dan Gavir. I'm being joined here by Philip Mueller. We are in the main event with 3 riders, 25 minutes. In red from Hawaii, Mo Freitas. In white from Tahiti, Poinaiki Raioa. And in yellow from South Africa, Thomas King, who is currently holding down the highest score of the competition. Here's one of the waves that we missed during the commercial, just to get you up to speed with a replay. Mo Freitas out in front on his backhand, the regular footer, looking very good out here. You know, he's nursing a bit of a back injury here. He wasn't able to race much here at the tail end of the season, but he said he'd come out and do whatever it took to represent his home state of Hawaii, and they were bringing him in with open arms, and certainly between him and Zane Schweitzer, they're looking very strong here in the SUP surfing competition. Philip.
That's right, Dan. So 21 minutes left. We are in the main round. So one of these 3 guys and the following heat will be the same, will go down to the repêchage round 6. So that will be repêchage round 5, sorry. We are in the main event round 4. And we're waiting for the following waves right now. 3.67 for Mo Freitas' first wave. We guess that Tony Freitas is still watching live from Hawaii. We are on Tavarua. Philip Muller with Dan Gavir, and here comes Thomas King. One of the best waves of the event, the first big 2. We got 9.77 in the previous round. Big opening move there. Here's another cut back, keeps on advancing, going towards that section. nearly loses his balance there on that latest wave. The wave is getting a lot longer now as the tide is filling in. We can see that that last section isn't closing out so much as we saw at the beginning of the day. It is Saturday already. Most of you are probably watching this till on Friday time. And there he goes, like 7 or 8 moves for Thomas King, really using the whole length of that wave.
Beautiful initial charge to get his campaign going here. We look at Poinaiki Raioa, just didn't quite get the same wave that Thomas King got. That's going to be a great scoring wave here as we see Mo Freitas with a beautiful setup there. Very little effort getting onto the wave, so a nice entry move there. Didn't have a lot to work with there as far as a turning face. Good speed down the line, but it's going to be Thomas King on that first wave is going to get a nice score there. Surfing very strong. I also noticed he had a bandage on his left calf, so I wonder if he pulled a muscle or maybe he might have sliced it on a fin or on the reef, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down any. He did lose the grip of his paddle momentarily there. Almost fell off his board, but recovered quite nicely, and I believe he'll pull down a nice score for his first wave, the South African Thomas King.
So Mo Freitas very active right now, already with 3 waves. He's got a total score of 6.67, but score is being dropped right now for Thomas King. That should be a very good wave, and there it is, just below the excellent rate, 7.67. So that's better with one single wave for Thomas King than the 2 previous waves of Mo Freitas. There you have it on your screen. Thomas King in first position with one single wave, 7.67. Mo Freitas now needs 4.01 to take back first position, but do remember, Thomas King will be catching a wave soon and getting a total score. First wave for Poinaiki Raioa, a 3.33. There you have it.
And Mo Freitas grabbing the rail, dropping down the face here, getting some speed gathered up in that Rawson Custom. Oh, that was a pretty big wipe out there. And you can see his board just sitting vertical there as he got pushed down to the bottom, coming up. Let's take a look at this. You see how far forward he is on that board, just trying to get the speed going here. Now he goes for the cover up, but that wave just closes up, and it was his paddle that actually got caught up in the lip of the wave and just pulled him right over the handlebars, if you will.
That's right. Went and got some oysters to see if they've got those famous black pearls there in Fiji.
Poinaiki Raioa with a nice rail grab cover up, getting spit out of a little micro tube there and diving off the lip there on the replay. But it's Thomas King right now with one wave at 7.67 for the 32-year-old coming out of Cape Town, South Africa. His favorite surf break is Outer Calm. He is sponsored by Corban. He's out there on the Corban Platinum. He's been surfing for 20 plus years, and he has multiple South African championships. Some of his other sponsors include Under Armour, South Africa, Holdfast Roof Racks, Maki Paddling, Gull Wetsuits, South Africa. Some of his other hobbies include soccer, cruising with my dogs, and just enjoying life. Check him out at Tom King Surf on Twitter and at TomKingSurf_TK SUP on Instagram.
That's right. If you want to find us, International Surfing Association, we are also present on the social medias. You can find us on Facebook at International Surfing Association, and our handle for Twitter, Snapchat, and YouTube is at ISA Surfing. As we see Thomas King making a repeat of his 2 other partners in this heat and sort of jumping off the board forward. Obviously, you want to try to get as far as possible in the wave and to try to be able to get back easily into the lineup, because there's what's coming towards you once you bail in the middle of the lineup at Cloudbreak.
This could be a real difficult situation for Thomas King. He lost his paddle, so now he is going to have to work to the inside. He's going to lose some critical time here trying to find his paddle here. It is to the inside. Looks like we have jet ski coming by looking to get his paddle. Doesn't quite get a handle on it, so he's going to lose a little bit of time there. And he just, that board that wave doubled up. We're going to send it down to Joe.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Ben Carpentier from Team France. And Benny, you got a 8 out there, one of the bigger sets we've seen all day. Talk to us about the conditions, how things have changed throughout today, and just what it was like for you out there.
Yeah, so I just arrived here like in the morning at 6, like to train before the contest, and it was like pretty small, and now it's just like the size of the wave just doubled up. It's like pretty heavy out there. So I'm super stoked to get like such a nice wave. Like in the middle of the heats at the beginning, I kind of felt like all my waves, and then after like I find the rhythm and find an 8-point ride. So it's pretty cool.
We just saw a really big set come through, so I know it's just building throughout the day. But talk to us about on the stand-up paddleboard, just even getting caught inside. How do you guys negotiate all of that?
You just pray there is no wave after. It's just like you just go on the water and trying to grab your paddle as hard as you can, and just like relax, and it's a washing machine.
Washing machine. Team France, you guys are on the radar right now for medal contention. How are you guys feeling as a team to possibly take the overall result?
Yeah, that's amazing. Such a good feeling. The racer have been like so strong, like during all the events. So now that's our turn. So yeah, the wave are like sick right now. So hopefully we can make for the final and like get this gold medal.
And I mean, it's super challenging out here. It's everybody on this big boat's getting sick. You guys do have your own boat. How do you prepare for surfing so many heats in one day?
You just have to rest, like between eat a lot, drink a lot of water, eat a little bit, some kind, something, and yeah, just relax and enjoy.
And then last question, just tell us a little bit about your equipment and what you're riding today, and if you've made any changes.
Yeah, right now I'm surfing like my normal board, like my 7.4 by 25 5 stand-up paddle. So, and it's working pretty well right now. So yeah, I'm gonna keep this board and hopefully it didn't break like all the many other riders. And yeah.
And if you want to say hi to anybody at home watching in French.
Salut à tous les Bretons, ça fait plaisir, j'ai eu des super vagues ce matin. Et voilà, quand on va continuer la compète au taquet, et, voilà quoi. La bise aux copains, on y va à fond, à la chaune. Ciao.
All right, we'll see Ben Carpentier upcoming in the next repecharge round. So lots of heats out here, guys, and lots of rocking and wind, but we'll send it back to you on the beautiful island of Tavarua.
And one thing's for sure, it was rocking and rolling on a few of the trips back on that big ferry. They have like this amazing PA system, and the first day they just had it cranked up, and it was like every single person on the board was out dancing, and that was pretty fun trip for those spectators, friends, and family, and of course all the athletes. And I think tomorrow night, Sunday night, there's going to be a big bash, and that's going to be a lot of fun for all of our competitors. Looking forward to that. And here we're looking at a replay of our white jersey.
Puenaki Rioja. So, gold medalist that was in 2014 in Nicaragua with 16 years old. Here he is. He's already 19. We're a bit further down the year.
He definitely made a board change. Yeah, he's definitely on a different board than we saw him on earlier. Here's another replay, something we missed during the interview. The yellow jersey, I believe this is Thomas King on the Corban. He has just had the best wave selection of the day, the goofy footer. Let's see if he can pull into the tube. But his nose just got buried a little bit there. That wave really wants to double up. And I'm sorry, this is Poinaiki Raioa. He is still on the same board. That was my mistake. The white jersey from Tahiti going for the cover up there. These are replays of some earlier rides in this round.
That's right. Those were ridden during the interview there with Benoit Carpentier from Brittany in France, and they're sending a message to everybody in Brittany. Big hello to everybody following us from France, and also we've got all of South Africa back on the message board. Francois Frick from South Africa. Yeah, Tom, you beauty. I guess he's probably a relative of Dylan Frick, maybe. And also Tom's fan club from South Africa saying, go Tom. And I do believe he can feel the vibe that everybody's watching there in South Africa. He seems in very good shape, very inspired, Thomas King. Right now, we've got the two latest scores for Poinaiki Raioa from Tahiti. He just got a 7.5 for that latest ride with that cover-up. And now he's sitting on a total score of 16.07. So Thomas King can still take first position. He needs 8.41 or more. Mo Freitas, he's on the bubble. It's a main round event, so even if he loses, he'll be going down toward repechage round 5 of the men. And 2 of these guys will go toward what is the big final of the main event. So there's 2 steps away, 2 heats away from the big final, the main one, the one where if you're in that final, you're sure to get at least a copper medal, a 4th position out of the whole field of men in the SUP surfing event. So you advance to the big final, then those 2 guys that win the final go directly to the big final, and the 2 losers, 3rd and 4th, have to go through that last final on the repechage. They have to wait a bit more before knowing if they've secured a medal for their country.
Yeah, and even the repechage rounds at this point are going to be quite difficult to make it through. So it's going to take the best wave selection, having your equipment dialed, getting warmed up, and being comfortable out here and knowing where to line up. But being cloud break with these types of conditions, it's a lucid event. Things are changing every second. There's a lot of current, like we can see. There's a lot of wind, obviously. The surface chop, it blew all night. So a lot of these waves are coming from hundreds of miles away. And as the waves travel, their energy kind of it gets organized. So those smaller chop turns into bigger chop. And that's making for some challenging conditions because it is putting some 2 to 3 foot size chop on the actual face of the wave. So paddlers having to navigate all these conditions make it extra challenging. But we are looking at some of the best stand-up paddle surfers in the world here. Thank you to ISA, the International Surfing Association, for showcasing stand-up paddling here at the infamous cloud break. Looks like yellow with a look, but it's white. Poinaiki Raioa, who is going to take off on this wave here. And a nice 5-foot wave here on the outside. Now coming to the inside where he's got some speed. Beautiful floater off the top, airdrop down to the bottom. Showing some beautiful skill and riding on his F1 stand-up paddleboard, the young Tahitian with a world championship gold medal already under his belt at the young age of 15. He's gained a lot of confidence since then. He's looking like he's kind of filled out. He's definitely got about 20 or 30 more pounds on him than I saw him back in 2014. And he's looking very strong riding that production F1 paddleboard in the white jersey. Poinaiki Raioa currently sitting with a 16.07.
And there's a good score coming in there for Poinaiki on that latest wave. It was a beautiful, big, powerful first maneuver. Nice and round. That's going to rake in some huge points, and there it is. You can forget about that 7.5. It's going to appear on your screen. 8.93 for that latest wave. He's now sitting on a total score of 17.5. Still doesn't have Thomas King from South Africa in combination, but not very far from it. 9.84. Remember, we saw it also during the racing with the semi-finals, is that you've got this cutout line. You don't need to give it your all out to try to get that first place. Obviously it's better, but they will all end up in the same heat later on. So right now Thomas King on the bubble there. It's Mo Freitas who needs to get his skates on or his board and try to get those waves right now if he wants to keep in the main round and avoid falling down towards the repechage. There you've got 3 heats more if you do so.
Yeah, and Poinaiki is not making it easy on his competitors in this heat with required 9.84 to take over that top spot. Certainly if anyone can do it, it will be Thomas King, who's actually scored, I believe it was a 9.77 in the first round. But the waves back then were a lot easier to read. There was quite a bit less wind, and now the conditions, like we keep talking about all day, have deteriorated, and even though the swell is jumping up, we're expecting bigger waves. Boy, it's coming with a lot of wind and a lot of extra current, and as you can see from that tight shot,
there's a lot of water moving right there outside, and you mustn't forget, it's really true. I mean, it was slow, the boat today, coming from the ferry, coming towards the island of Tavarua, where we are broadcasting from. You could feel that the current was slowing the boat down compared to the other days.
And it was rocking quite a bit more, even so much so that it actually gently rocked several of us to sleep, because that 3:30 a.m. wake-up call came a little earlier than we've gotten in the past few days. Typically getting up at 4:30 a.m. take the bus to the boat and all that stuff. It's certainly a lot of dedication from all of our judges and all the ISA officials, and we sure appreciate them assembling such a strong field of officials to make this thing a really legit event and something that's, you know, someone can hang that gold medal around their neck and say, I earned this in a big international competition with judges that score, you know, huge international surfing, adaptive surfing, and all these things that the ISA has going on.
That's right. So a big hello to you. Also a big hello to all the guys who've been working with the ISA over the years that we meet all around the world. And some of you must be watching this live webcast from home. So right now we're going to enter in the last 5 minutes of this heat. And Mo Freitas still in third position there, going down to repechage if he doesn't find a wave in the next few minutes. Also, we've got the following heat already ready, and in that heat is going to be lots of action with Giorgio Gomez from the United States against Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii and Caio Vaz from Brazil. That's almost a final too.
Yeah, that'll be an exciting heat, as was this one. There's going to be some high-scoring rides, 2 goofy footers at least in that heat, so that's going to be exciting to watch both of those riders. And I'm just trying to head on over to Caio Vaz's bio here, the 23-year-old, see if he's a goofy or regular footer. Doesn't really say on his bio, but maybe that's something they can add in the future.
That's right. Messages still coming in there on the message board already. Peruvians are getting ready for what will be the following heat. We've got 1 heat more in the main event for the men, and then we're going to the main round 4. That is the final of the main event for the women, and that is going to be, wow. Yuka Horikoshi from Japan, Brisa Malaga from Peru, Carol Popke from Tahiti, and Izzy Gomez from the United States. 2 of these girls are going to go straight to the final and will be able to wait on the ferry or their own boat, knowing that they've secured a medal for their countries. 2 girls will have to go and fight it off in the final of the repechage. Jaime from Peru says, Vamos Bribri, si se puede. So Bribri is Brisa Malaga, and he says, yes, you can. Also, South Africa there, still going strong. Shannon says, smash it, Tom. And he seems to be doing okay. Poenaki is still in the lead. And go, Tom, from Rick Volker from South Africa. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. We want to thank Tourism Fiji for putting up this great event, being the main sponsor. And we've got no picture right now in the booth. We're waiting for the TV set to come back and be able to see this, what is happening live. So coming up, Giorgio Gomez, Zane Schweitzer and Caio Vaz. That's going to be an interesting duel in the waves, as we're watching now on the laptop. What's happening there with the replay of Thomas King. Thomas King, I mean, very, very good selection of waves. We saw him win his previous round 3 in the main event with just 3 waves being ran, you know, and his 2 first waves were the waves that gave him his total score. Then he got that incredible tube riding with a 9.77. 2 judges gave him 10-point rides. We're going to see if later on in the day, if the wind does go down a bit, but they're announcing that it will increase. But with the swell coming up, the wave might have a better shape at Cloudbreak. Also, the highest tide will be at 11:30 local time, and so that's in 15 minutes where we will be seeing the highest tide. I was talking with Marcos Bucao, the technical director. He said it isn't such a high tide. It's 1.5 meters. We've seen in the previous days high tides at 2.4, 2.5, so it should be okay. It should give a better shape to the wave.
Absolutely, and as we look on here to the live broadcast, just 2 minutes left here at the ISA Worlds main event. And looks like actually about 1 minute and 26 on our official score clock. So right now it is Poinaiki Raioa out in front with a 17.50, looking for a wave to better his 8.57 with only about a minute left to do that. And kind of hard to tell what's going on there the waves kind of looking flat right now, so it'll be interesting to see if something pops up for that stand-up paddler on the outside. I do believe that is Poinaiki Raioa in the white jersey. In the red jersey on the inside, looks like Mo Freitas making his way out.
So 40 seconds left. A score is coming in for Mo Freitas that might change the situation and might complicate a bit Thomas King. Right now he needs a 6.18 to go over to second place and keep on advancing in the main event towards the final of the main event. One step from the big final, securing a medal for Hawaii. There it could be for Mo Freitas. We're waiting for the scores to come in. Only one judge has given a score, but Thomas King might replace his score of 2.17, so Mo Freitas might go up to second position. It seems to be the case. We're waiting as we're seeing the judges inputting the scores.
And Poinaiki picks up on one last wave here. And I don't think that's going to be enough to really add to his total score there as he checks his watch and he knows there's just a few seconds left here. All these athletes dialed into the time here, but will it be Thomas King or Mo Freitas? It comes down to a nail biter here. We'll have the official results in just a moment here. But we will get right on into the action with our next heat with Giorgio Gomez, Zane Schweitzer, and Kaio Vaz. As their time has just started, the buzzer just went, so 25 minutes for two of these athletes to make it into the final round. One of them will get dropped out.
That's right, so this heat is already on the way right now with Giorgio Gomez from the United States in red, Zane Schweitzer in white representing Team Hawaii, and Kaio Vaz in yellow for Team Brazil. Right now, let's see the replay. Here comes Thomas King, really great wave riding by the South African, great choice of waves. There you can see that side view, and it shows you the power that Cloudbreak is packing right now. Big waves, lots of water moving, and Thomas King making the most out of those waves. Finally, Mo Freitas ends in third position. He will go towards the repechage. Here comes the 8.5 from Poinaiki, finding the correct wave, finding a way of getting covered at Cloudbreak, and that's what the judges want to see. They're watching straight on from the tower, and here comes the last wave from Poinaiki. Really great riding, great surfing by the young Tahitian.
Yeah, two nice cover-ups on those two waves, and I just love the way he wraps that around on that roundhouse. Big roundhouse cut back for Poinaiki, and really it's his bottom turn that he really sets things up with. And watch this here as he plants that paddle. Look at him just set that rail on the bottom turn, and that's really the foundation for being a great surfer, is having that bottom turn so dialed in that you don't even have to think about it, and you actually accelerate out of those turns. And that's how you can tell an experienced surfer from someone who's maybe learning, is that they're actually accelerating out of the bottom turn up the wave face, because typically you're going to lose speed as you go up the hill, so you have to generate the speed before you go up the wave face so that you can carry throughout the turn. We're going to break to commercial. My name's Dan Gavir, being joined by Philip Mueller here at Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships 2016 from the infamous Cloudbreak.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Welcome to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live from the world famous wave of Cloudbreak next to the island of Tavarua, where we are broadcasting live. I'm Philip Muller. I'm joined recently in the booth by Drew Murin.
Yo.
Some cookie crumble.
Man, I'm just loving these macadamia Fijian cookies they have here. I think I've had like 40 of them. That means I'm going to come back to the U.S. 20 pounds heavier, Philip.
Yep, probably.
Calling me fat?
21 minutes left already. 4 minutes have gone by, and in the water right now, if you've just joined us, is Giorgio Gomez from the United States in red. In yellow that you see on your screen, that's a replay of the waves we missed during commercial break, is Caio Vaz from Brazil. So he's a regular surfer, to answer Dan's question from the previous heat. And Zane Schweitzer in white from Hawaii. We are in round 4 of the main event in the men's division for SUP surfing. So this is the semi-finals of the main event. 2 guys will advance. It is a main event, so the third in this heat will go towards the repechage, the final of the repechage, and we'll have one last chance to get back in the big final.
Hey, what do you think about Mo Freitas getting knocked out of that last final going to the repechage?
Well, it's the name of the game. I mean, when you've got such strong names all stacked up in one heat, it's difficult, you know. One of the guys has to go.
Yeah, it's very true. As here's Giorgio Gomez for the U.S. Nice barrel ride there. Look at him scream as he comes out of that one right there. I think he was surprised he came out of that wave, Philip. I mean, he was deep in that wave. Slowed it down perfectly. We're going to take a look at the replay there as Team USA had to have been going wild on this one. Look at Giorgio. Nice high ride. Start slowing it down right here. You see him hit the brakes. And boy, oh boy, the speed comes out. There's Giorgio popping out the backside.
And the claim.
Did you see that, guys? Did you see that?
And then just eject. He could have keep on going, just go around that section, maybe add one turn or more on the end section of that wave. But he just decides to go with it. I've done enough. I've got a good tube, and what a nice opening ride for Giorgio Gomez.
I think that wave really surprised him. So we're expecting a good score out of Gomez there, as Zane Schweitzer already putting up a 4.77. And I know his mom's already hooping and hollering back home on the island of Hawaii.
That's right, Shawneen Schweitzer watching there from Hawaii. How is Zane doing? He's doing good right now. We're going to wait for that score from Giorgio Gomez. It's coming in, it's coming out. And so we're missing just one judge, but Giorgio Gomez is clearly taking the lead of this heat when there's 19 minutes left.
Oh boy, Caio Vaz, you can't rule out the Brazilian. This guy, very strong, talented surfer, the 23-year-old young gun. World champ in 2015. So this guy's got some, competition spirit and some experience behind him. And here comes Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii. Riding down to the bottom of that one. Nice bottom turn. Sort of carves off the face of that wave. Going to take a little more speed. Slows it down perfectly. Catches the barrel. Will Zane surf out of that? No, he won't. He'll get chewed up by that one, Philip.
He lacked a bit of speed there just to be able to make it out. If he had made it out, that would have been the deepest and longest tube we've seen today.
Gorgeous wave selection there by Schweitzer, but unfortunately hit the gas maybe a bit too late there. But this heat's shaping up to be a dandy.
That's a bit what you have to find is the balance. You see them trying to fade away, hit the brakes, slow down, and then you need to gain that speed to be able to make it back out. So, that's the game, finding that balance.
Let's take a replay here of the white jersey. This is the Hawaiian coming in there, slows it down. You see him just looking for it to start forming. There's the wave shape. Start to see that shape, and there he is. He's in perfect position right there, and that's where the wave starts closing out, and you see him just getting taken out there at the end. But boy, oh boy, that would have been a beauty.
He almost made it out. Back to live action, and here comes Giorgio Gomez wanting another tube ride. This first one, we just saw it a few minutes ago, got him 8.5. So he's in the lead right now. That's on the top of your screen on the scoreboard. And here comes Caio Vaz. This is going to be an interesting exchange. Remember, they've got 12 waves each, not anymore 10 as before, as we've got 25-minute heats.
I don't know if we have to worry about him hitting that wave maximum or anything, but you're going to see some stellar barrel riding here as that almond shape out at Cloudbreak really starting to form. and make for some beautiful wave action here as Kai Vaz now drops to 3rd place on the bubble. Zane Schweitzer still waiting for his last score to come in, Philip, or is it in?
Zane Schweitzer, we're still waiting for that latest score. It's in. It's 2.5.
2.5 just clicked in there. So Zane Schweitzer with a 2.5. So currently sitting in 2nd place. Giorgio Gomez from Team USA. Great ride there, 8.5. I was talking with his coach, Dave Bainey, just a little bit earlier about how he selected the U.S. team this year. And Giorgio Gomez was basically targeted because of his goofy stance. They're saying that, he's been surfing very, very well, obviously coming off a big win in Santa Cruz, California this last year. But that was main selection. That was his main selectioning reasoning because of his goofy stance there. So Giorgio, very excited to be competing here. His sister Izzy Gomez will be coming up in later heats. So we're expecting big things from the 20-year-old from Team USA, as there's the yellow jersey right now for Kai Vaz.
So situation in the water right now, you can see at the top of your screen, Giorgio Gomez is in 1st position. He's going to have to replace that 1.6 to fend off Zane Schweitzer and Kai Vaz, who are looking to take that 1st position from him. Zane Schweitzer in white is 2nd. He needs 5.34, and Kai Vaz is 3rd for Brazil. There you see him on your screen waiting for a wave. But right now we're going to the boat with the winner of the previous heat, with Jody Nelson. Take it away, Jody.
Boys, as I'm sure you can hear, the wind has picked up even more out here, and I think it's even picked up since your heat, Tom. It's Thomas Keem, Team South Africa, and talk to us a little bit about that one bomb you had. You really needed a score, and you were able to get into a set.
Yeah, I knew that I needed another wave. I mean, the guys are out there with a loud hailer telling us what scores we need. So I knew Mo needed a score, and I knew that I needed to get a second backup. And I managed to hook one, and I was super stoked. Went all the way.
And just talk to us about positioning. Are you guys even lining up with anything, or is it just trying to paddle deep and get under the ledge in order to get into them?
Yeah, you're right. You got to get under them, but you can kind of feel it and see it on the reef as it comes through. So with lining up with the tower and the land, it's a bit tricky now, just because you're always getting blown out of position. But out there, you can kind of see the way it comes and bends onto the reef. So it's more the reef that you're using for position.
And talk to us about current. I know that that's a huge factor out here at Cloudbreak. Even when the waves are small, the current's really dependent on the tide. What's kind of going on out there as far as current?
Yeah, the wind's causing a lot of current, a long way to paddle, but on the inside there's quite a lot of current as well. If you get washed through, you just get swept all the way down and then have a long paddle back up. But while you sit in or standing at the back, you always got to battle against the wind chop and keep moving up the point, otherwise you drift down. So yeah.
Now, what are the advantages or disadvantages to being in the main round?
Sure, advantage is you still got another chance, so you're that much more relaxed. Disadvantages is like 2 heats ago already, like every one of those 3 heats that were surfed could have been a final. So it's hard, super hard, but you do stay relaxed because you got another chance. I mean, you don't work towards that, but at least it keeps you a bit more chilled. So.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll be seeing you moving on. Just two more heats or one more heat till the final. So good luck to you in the rest of the event.
Awesome, thank you.
Anybody you want to say hi to?
Yeah, all team watching, all my family and friends back home. Thanks for all the support. Stay up, don't go to sleep, drink lots of coffee.
All right, boys, we'll send it back to you in the booth. Thanks.
Thomas King, he's stoked to be coming up in that final. Thanks to Jody Nelson. Also just got word on the boat that we have 2 broken boards and 3 broken leashes today in today's competition. So shaping up to be a brutal one out there right now, but the surfing just keeps getting better and better and better as Kai Vaz now on the bubble right now of moving it out into the rapid charge heats, only with a wave score of 6.23. And we want to take some time to thank everybody that makes this possible, including our sponsors. Tourism Fiji, jump online, Google Tourism Fiji. Go to tourismfiji.com for more information on everything pertaining to the islands of Fiji if you want to book your next trip. Also, Tavarua Island, where we're broadcasting live from here today. Fiji Water, keeping us hydrated. Pura Vida, Paradise Beverages, FCS, and Blue Planet. So a lot of help and support making this whole broadcast possible. As there's a look out on the water right now. That's the white race jersey of Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii right now, making his way from right to left. What do you think he's looking for there, Philip?
Waiting for the swell to come. He's making his way up in the lineup, going to go as high as he can get, obviously. And he's looking for those tube riding. You know, he wants to get that wave. He just almost did it. I mean, what a long tube he was riding there, and we saw it on that side view from the boat. He almost made it, you know?
Oh, that would have been spectacular. I know everybody, his mom was probably all down on her hands and knees just screaming at the computer there, come out, right out of that one. But unfortunately, Zane was not able to, but still some very impressive surfing out of the young 23-year-old Hawaiian. Giorgio Gomez still on top with an 8.5. Such a fun one. We're going to see that one. In case you missed it, we'll show a recap at the end of this heat.
That's right, so looking to replace that second score in his total score of 1.6 just to secure that first place a little bit more. Zane Schweitzer also going back out, trying to look for those high-scoring waves right now. Caio Vaz, 2 throwaway scores on his 2 last waves, 1.17, 1.5, doesn't enter in his total score. So going back out also trying to look for those waves. As we see on the screen, really the wind is picking up air and making things more and more complicated for all the riders involved.
Look at it blow, the crest of that wave, just blowing water everywhere right now. And there's the white jersey of Zane Schweitzer dropping in. A lot of speed for this young Hawaiian, and he'll surf out of that one. Didn't like what he saw there. And Zane, the 2016 Ultimate Waterman. Did you see that competition? Pretty tremendous.
Yeah, I saw it. It's like a 3-part documentary by Red Bull.
Fascinating.
Also, Daniel Kiriopa was in that competition. There were 8 of the best watermen in the world. They have to do 8 sports. So really every type of sport, even body surfing. And you got to choose one of your best disciplines. Those points are doubled. And Zane Schweitzer won that competition this year in New Zealand.
Tremendous performance. I know he was stoked. The trophy, you saw him on Instagram. Just totally, you know, if you interviewed Zane, he's always stoked. Stoked to be here. Stoked on the surf, stoked to be here. So, he's such a strong competitor, but very supportive. I've seen Zane actually swim all the way out in relays where someone went down, their board was floating away because they weren't leashed up, the leash broke. Zane swam out, got the board, swam it back to him, swam back to shore, and was ready for the third leg of that, grabbed the paddle, jumped on the board, charged back out to the water. That happened in Dana Point just about 2 years ago. So very strong competitor, very team oriented, and he was just stoked to be here competing for his home state of Hawaii.
That's right, just an all-around great guy. I mean, the energy of this young surfer from Hawaii is incredible. Also, we need to mention his initiative. I mean, it isn't just about his professional surfing and trying to get waves, but he started the initiative of Paddle for a Cure, and that tries to get money for people who are
Susan G. Coleman,
who are diagnosed with cancer and do not have medical coverage, and that tries to get them that treatment. And also at the event, they get you can get tested for cancer and detect it on time.
And I'm there, and I have the honor of being able to MC that event with Shawneen Schweitzer, his mom. She is one of the ones that actually came up with the idea and put it all together, and it is. They actually diagnose, or they spend a ton of money to raise a ton of money for early cancer detection. And they do mammograms for both men and women at this event. And it's just a fantastic event. Everybody pulls together wearing pink shirts. They do this big paddle out and recognize those that they have lost due to this deadly disease, and they hope that they'll raise awareness and sort of spread that ohana for and try to just cure this nasty disease. As they're saying, Schweitzer up on a wave right now, dropping in. A little choppy.
And once again, sort of decides to abort the mission there halfway through as he sees that the wave is going to close out on him. And it's a good strategy. Just if the wave is not worth it, I'd better stay at the top of the lineup, not go down the line, get a 1-point ride, and have to do the whole work of getting back in the lineup. Better stay close over there.
And it's true. I mean, you get pushed to the end, you ride that thing all the way out, you get up on the reef, then you got to paddle all the way back out through these conditions. And time is everything. We're down to 7:41 here. And we're still waiting for another wave ride by Giorgio Gomez, trying to improve that 1.6. But Giorgio now just coming back into view there. You see Kai Vaz in the yellow, Giorgio in the red. Giorgio got to be stoked on that last wave, 8.5. As Zane now still holding down to second, Kai Vaz in third. Kai, the 23-year-old from Brazil, looking to improve that 1.9. Remember, Top 2 will advance. The bottom 1 will go into the repechage heats coming up, approaching that 7-minute mark right here, Philip. But it's been some exciting wave riding action out here. I know the conditions aren't perfect, but the riders don't seem to care. They're just going to go out there and charge it no matter what.
That's right, as we see another big wave there making its way through the lineup. In position is Caio Vaz from Brazil and Giorgio Gomez. Let's see, and it's Caio Vaz who managed to nab it, and here it comes. It seems he's going to get covered up, trying to fade there. Goes back towards the bottom turn. Nice off the top, going back towards the white water. That didn't give him an opportunity of tubing, so you just see him shift his surfing towards wave riding, trying to make those nice maneuvers, and here comes Dave Schweitzer behind. Once again, just gets eaten by the tube here at Cloudbreak.
Zane still trying to catch that barrel right there. Unfortunately, that wave did close out on him. But Vaz, not with a bad wave selection there. Yeah, it never quite formed and barreled on him, but he was able to carve the face of that with a couple big maneuvers, which I know the judges are going to be stoked about. So we'll see if Vaz can improve that 1.9 there, Philip. What are your thoughts?
I do believe he'll improve the 1.9. Will it be enough to have more than 3.68 for Caio Vaz? We're going to wait for the judges to decide that and see if he can climb to second position. Obviously, a closeout tube will never give you a good score if that's the only maneuver that you did on the wave. So Zane Schweitzer now in a difficult position with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left.
I can almost see Zane getting so stoked just for barrel riding. You know, he's probably is he even thinking about the competition right now? He's just like, let's go catch some sick barrels, man.
That's right. While all Team Hawaii is watching from the boat they chartered there, alongside Matti Schweitzer looking on, and so we're waiting for that score. Visibly, they're watching the playback, the replay. The judges have got an internal system of replay where they can check the waves and compare it to a previous wave during the heat to make sure that the scores are correct. Right after this last heat of the main event, round 4 of the men, we are going to see once again the women at Cloudbreak with the main round 4, which is the final of the main event for the girls. 2 girls will be directly into the big final with medals secured for their countries. 2 girls will have to fight it through the finals of the repechage.
That's coming up, so don't turn the channel, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it tuned right here. For all the information and more, go to isaworlds.com. We got updated standings, results, and videos, highlights from previous events, and especially yesterday. Boy, oh boy, was that spectacular. If you missed our women's distance race in both prone and stand-up, make sure to tune in and see how it all folded down as Team USA and Team Australia earning some valuable points and medals going into this one. But right now, it's all about Cloudbreak. Giorgio Gomez. Here's Caio Vaz dropping in there, Philip.
So going around that section, he's going to be able to try to get in the tube, but he's a bit too much forward on that wave. Here's a second go. Will he be able to make it out? And then that last section closing out on him. Here comes Zane Schweitzer right behind. He seems to be just following Caio Vaz around the lineup.
Let's watch Schweitzer there as he sees that wave close out. He'll just sort of eject out of that one right there, so that ain't going to help Schweitzer whatsoever. But Caio Vaz hits the gas right there, basically outran the entire wave as he starts making his way paddling back out. There's Giorgio Gomez for Team USA. Only 2 waves, I think, for Giorgio so far. Still looking for his third, trying to improve that 1.6. The goofy footer, the 20-year-old from California.
Brother of Izzy Gomez, defending gold medalist from last year. What an incredible family. And here comes
Caio Vaz.
Wave from Caio Vaz getting in the tube. He could have done it through that little door that was at the end, but not enough speed. And here comes following right behind him Zane Schweitzer, making that little carving turn, trying to get in position. Here it comes under the tube and doesn't manage it this time too. And finally has to run away there, open himself up and go towards the tower to avoid the wave closing out on him.
Yeah, that wave really didn't turn into anything as you see Giorgio Gomez sort of dropping in, taking a look at that one. But that was good wave awareness by Zane Schweitzer. The wave didn't really form. He wasn't able to drop into the barrel. Tried it again. It started to close out, so he jumped out of it. Here's a look at Team USA rider Giorgio Gomez, a 20-year-old. You see him staying a little high on there, gaining a lot of speed on this wave. Start to see the wave start to form right there. Sees it start to close out. Nice awareness by him as well. Surfs out of that one. So that's definitely not going to help him, but it definitely won't hurt him, giving him more time to get back out in that lineup.
So with so many waves exchanged, are the scores starting to come in? Right now the situation, there's 2 waves coming in, or 3 waves coming in on that last exchange, all in the 1 point range. But the wave that's important was the last one by Caio Vaz, which was enough to take him to second position, meaning that now Zane Schweitzer, with 1 minute and 55 seconds left, is in third position. He is now looking for a 4.34 if he wants to go back to second position and make it in the final of the main event of the men.
Oh, there he is. Look at this big old roller coming into the beach right there. 90 seconds. Schweitzer right now on the bubble as Brazil overtakes for second. And boy, oh boy, here we go. We got a good one going on for you here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, here, take a look at the replay. This is Giorgio Gomez. Nice backside turn there. Gomez, the goofy footer. Carving it on back. Nice snap turn there, but the wave really starts to fizzle out with him, so just a couple of maneuvers. And then right behind him, Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii. Nice cover up there. Surfs out of it, carrying a lot of speed. Big cutback. And you see Zane, you know he's stoked to be out there. Surfs out of that one. That should be some pretty good points for the Hawaiian.
That's right, we're seeing the waves coming in. There's 1 minute left. They're still going back out, wanting to nab that last wave, get it one more chance. We're waiting on that latest score from Giorgio Gomez. He's got 2 waves coming in. The judges are trying to sort out there how many waves were exchanged. There's missing 1 score for Caio Vaz. That wave won't change anything, but here he is, up and riding already. He's in second position. He wants to get a bit further out of reach of Zane Schweitzer. 30 seconds to left, and here comes Zane Schweitzer on a huge wave.
Big wave. Zane with a huge bottom turn, smashes it off the lip, cars off the face. He's going to try to slow it down and get barreled here, and oh, he just surfs out of it. The wave closes out, but that looks like it will be enough, Philip Mueller.
That's right, and with the mini claim there at the end, do I claim it or not? Okay, yeah, just claim it. I'm happy.
Oh, I love his antics when he comes out of the wave. He's just arms wide open, fist pumping, jersey shoring, whatever he's doing there. Let's watch the replay here for Vaz.
So first it was Caio Vaz there, and also a nice big wave fading there, trying to keep up with the white water. Then he goes for that big cutback. Gets back to the white water. He's going to wait for that wave to stand up. As you can see, it will not give him a 2 ride, so he keeps on advancing, kicks out. That would give him a low score, will not go towards his total score. He's still in second position. It's Zane Schweitzer's wave that could change the situation.
Beautiful.
Right now, time is up, so everything is done. We're just waiting for the judges to decide the scores and see if Zane Schweitzer made it in the main round or if it was Caio Vaz.
Yeah, beautiful wave there by Schweitzer as you see the thumbs up and the shaka coming out of that one. So Schweitzer and Gomez definitely with the best 2 waves of that heat. We're going to see that one from Schweitzer be up there. I know that the judges got to be stoked with that one as we're looking out on Cloud Break right now. As Caio Vaz got to be nervous coming out of this one after I'm sure he saw Schweitzer.
Seeing how nervous we are, I can't imagine the competitors having to wait for the beach announcer. Well, beach is a big world. The announcer.
Yeah.
To give them their scores, and we're seeing them coming in slowly. I do believe that wave by Zane Schweitzer won't be enough visibly to take that second position, but we will be seeing him soon then in the repechage round. We're going to see first the main round 4 of the women, which is the final of the main event for them, and then we've got repechage round 6 with 2 heats for the men.
Zane Schweitzer, you got to give him to him, though. I think he caught, 8 or 9 waves there in that heat. So
9 waves.
9 waves. So he was definitely active. Most amount of waves caught by any of our competitors so far, and the scores are still coming in. So we're not going to rule this one out yet, Philip.
That's right. Right now on the scoreboard, Zane Schweitzer technically is in first position. We're going to wait for those scores because there's still a wave coming in for Caio Vaz. There's still 1 wave coming in for Giorgio Gomez. So sometimes you just flip up to first position and then get taken back down to third.
Yeah,
you know?
so don't rule this one out. Hold on to your underwear, ladies and gentlemen, and let's take a look at Giorgio Gomez from the U.S. coming in front side.
8.5 for this first ride of the young American, and the claim really good and nice clean tube riding. Kicks it out, and here comes, that's the side angle of that same wave, it seems.
Yeah, that's the side angle there. You see Giorgio stoked. He almost got too complacent there. He could have rode that one out a little bit further, but this was the man of the heat. Zane Schweitzer, big, deep bottom turn. Starts carving up the face, slowing it down a little bit, waiting for that barrel to develop. There it is, that almond shape, and you see him deep in the wave right there, and just didn't have enough speed to surf that one out, Philip.
That's right. Here you can going to see it from the side. He really nearly managed to ride it out there, just in the pocket, going down, and there you see him fall down. Didn't make it, but his two last waves were 5.87 and a 7.9. It does seem that Zane Schweitzer passed this heat in first position, pushing down Giorgio Gomez to second, and that means the guy on the screen there you see him bail out is in third position and will have to battle it out on the repechage.
Look at Kyle Vaz here though, this was a great heat of surfing. You see him get a little airborne there. So congratulations to Schweitzer and Gomez. They're going on to the final, and unfortunately the Brazilian Kai Vaz will have to fight his way back through the repechage heats. The clock is already running in our next heat. There's a look, some of our fans and supporters on our main boat there. You're watching the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here from Cloudbreak. We're broadcasting off the island of Tavarua. Big shout out to all of our production staff for keeping the shots coming to you streamed live at isaworlds.com. It's Drew Murin and Philip Mueller in the booth. We got Jody Nelson down on the boat. Dan Gavir will be sitting in here just very shortly. And this next heat, last chance for these ladies.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion. I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Leave your phone off and start roaming.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Our next heat already underway. We saw Benoit Carpentier from France earlier in the heats as he put up some stellar scores. He's back in this one with Sean Pointer, defending gold medalist for Team USA, and Harry Maskell for Team Australia. And I was talking with Dave Bainey, the coach for Team USA, and he says the team feels a lot better. You know, Australia came out with a vengeance as we're watching the ride here by our yellow jersey. And he said the morale's better, the vibe's better for Team USA after Candace's win yesterday. He says this is our strongest event coming up, SUP surfing. So Team USA, they're getting their groove back right now. I believe this is Maskell carving off the top of that one in the replay right now. Dan Gavir joins me in the booth. Oh, sorry, that was Carpentier from France. How's it going, sir?
Not bad, not bad. Glad to be back here
Enjoying
with
it?
you. Yeah, 2016 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here in beautiful Fiji. How can't it not be good? Here on the beautiful island of Tavarua, hanging out at Tavarua Island Resort. Thanks to them for their hospitality, keeping us fed, keeping us coffeeed up. And looking forward to more awesome action, exciting stuff here at Cloudbreak. We have seen some amazing wave riding here, and with the swell being bumped up, this is probably one of the biggest wave riding competitions we've had for the sport of stand-up paddling. So thank you to ISA for bringing it to you live from out here literally in the middle of the ocean. And those waves definitely look to be increasing in size as the swell develops and the tides kind of change around here. We could get some potentially higher scoring rides out of our paddlers, but that last ride was very solid. Benoit Carpentier from France looking very solid today. He had some tough breaks in that earlier heat, but it just took him a little while to get his rhythm, and looks like he's shaking off any of those quivers or dust or maybe a little seasickness from the boat, and he's come out charging there. It looks like I believe that was Sean Pointer just kind of skidding out on that wave there, letting it go. Sean Pointer in the white jersey, Harry Maskell in the red jersey, Benoit Carpentier in the yellow jersey. 25-minute heats. If you're just joining us, you are watching the 2016 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are live at the world-renowned Cloudbreak.
And this is the second heat in repechage, round 5. as we take a look at Cloud Break right now. Sean Pointer this morning, stoked to be here. He's stoked to come back and try to defend that gold medal for Team USA.
Nice wave catch there. It's a little bit late for Harry Maskell out of Australia. Surfing very strong throughout the competition. Nice bottom turn off the top. Throwing lots of water. That is exactly what the judges are looking for. Nice way to get things warmed up here in the white jersey. Looking at Sean Pointer. Just kind of coming unstuck there. Plenty of time left in this heat with 20 minutes on the official score clock.
Sean Pointer just bringing in a .77 for the 27-year-old out of Santa Monica, California. A lot of support for him. He was saying how he just wants to push the sport. He wants to escalate the sport, spread the passion, spread the love, and he does it through a lot of SUP and surf retreats in Mexico. That's one of his big things. He'll gather a group, take them down, provide them expert coaching, get them on some waves, get them on some flat water, and just kind of share the love for the sport, Dan.
Yeah, you know, and Sean is a great instructor. He's good at really paying attention to the details, and these are nice trips. They're staying in nice places, and it's you know, if you want to pamper yourself, get to hang out with one of the best stand-up paddlers in the world, and also be in a beautiful place, make sure you look that up. But right now, watching Sean's, I think that was Sean taking a pretty big wave on the head there. You see how far he moved when that wave rolled over him. He literally moved about 100 yards through the lineup here, and he goes down deep, and that's what you need to do in these big waves. You want to get away from the surface.
And you see the safety ski trying to scoop him up there, but trying to stay safe in its own positioning. As we've got to give it to those guys. They're earning their money out there today. And they said that one safety ski was basically applied towards each color jersey. So they have a lot of support, a lot of safety staff on the water.
Yeah, well, it looks like one of those skis has a camera on it right now. So
well, probably 3 competitors, yeah.
Probably, you know, Sean has, you know, been in big waves before, so he's comfortable. He's surfed pipeline, and he knows how to handle himself in large surf.
Here comes Carpentier from France, coming down the front face there. Nice bottom turn, carves off the face of that wave, carrying a lot of speed there. Let's see if he can make a couple more maneuvers as the wave starts to close at him. Take him away, Dan.
Yeah, some beautiful bottom turns there, providing a lot of speed. Just couldn't make that section work, and he got rolled by the whitewash. You know, when that whitewash hits you, it's a whole different thing than being on a clean green wave face. It's like a turbo blast, so you got to be ready for it. And that one unfortunately caught Benoit off guard, and no big deal. He's going to get scored on his best waves out of 12. I don't think we've had anyone hit their wave count out here. And it looks like the waves have increased in size, but not necessarily in the interval. So that is making it a little more difficult for the rescue skis to try to offer some assistance to our riders out there. But Sean Pointer should be back out to the line-up. And we are going to send it down to Jody in the boat. Jody?
Thanks, boys. Yeah, down here with Zane Schweitzer, who in the end came out with the win in that last heat, and you're now essentially in what is like the semifinals. Tell us a little bit about that heat and those bombs that you were able to catch.
Yeah, I decided to take out my step-up board for that last heat, and yeah, it felt really good. It felt fast, but maybe just not the as critical and as vertical as I would have liked. And I started off a little slow, trying to sit really high and deep on the reef, and just couldn't get the waves I was hoping for, like in the first round. And towards the end, I kind of changed my game plan and stayed busy on the inside. And my last 2 waves, just before the buzzer, like 2 minutes before the buzzer, were enough to put me in from 3rd to 1st. And so I'm super grateful to have I guess followed my gut feeling and to move in a little bit and get a nice barrel off my last 2 waves and a few nice critical turns, just enough to squeak me into 1st. And I'm just so grateful to continue on. This is what I've been fighting for this whole year. My eyes have been on this, the ISA Fiji Cloud Break, and I want to win this thing. I want to take home that gold for my family, for my friends, for Hawaii. And let me fight for this, please. And I want to win it. I really know I can. I'm prepared, been training hard, and just got to keep in the rhythm, find the right sections, and be in the rhythm of the ocean, really, and hopefully find those 2 close to excellent scoring waves.
Now we saw a couple solid sets come through while we were up here waiting for the interview, and just talk to us of how you've seen the conditions change and just the size of the swell from when we first showed up till about right now.
Yeah, no, from when we first showed up this morning, it was quarter the size, third of the size as it is now, and I'd say right now we're seeing some solid 6-foot sets, maybe even a few 8-footers on the Hawaiian scale, and it's on the rise still yet. So I'm gonna probably take my smaller 7.2 Inzane Pro model back out for the next semifinal and have my step up on the buoy waiting. But for now, I think I'm gonna stick with my 7.2 and keep the 7.11 on the side until it really starts getting substantially bigger.
Well, I'm seeing your brother Matty and Kai Lenny buzzing around on the ski. It's got to be pretty good to have your brother and a coach, well, teammate like Kai Lenny giving you some tips and pointers here and there.
Yeah, no, my brother's been my number one teammate and partner throughout my entire competitive career. He's humbled me and kicked my ass my whole life, and always made sure that I would stayed true and not be high maka or all conceited. And yeah, I'm so grateful to have my brother travel around the world with me, and he helps me with video surveillance coaching and does all my video work that you see on my YouTube channel. And yeah, so I'm so blessed to have my brother as my partner, my teammate, and Rada Kai here being such a great team player, coming straight from the Peahi Challenge, and have such a great team, and feel very blessed and grateful for it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Moving on, still alive in that main round. So we'll see Zane coming up in about 8 heats, guys. We'll send it back to you in the booth.
Oh yeah, hello.
Thanks, Zane.
Thank you so much. Oh yeah. Woo.
The Insane Zane.
He's even got his own stickers, Insane.
Insane.
Maybe you're lucky enough to hook up with Zane, and he's known for his friendly demeanor and disposition, and it just shows through the live webcast how much energy and positivity he has. He always takes time to you talk to the kids and work with Stand Up for the Cure and all these different organizations and things that are for a great cause. So he's got to be feeling pretty good. He's finding his rhythm, and I really enjoyed hearing about his equipment and how he used his step-up board and a little bit from someone who's been out there, experienced cloud break today, and what it feels like to just feel the power of the ocean, and a little bit about his brother.
Yeah, big family out there in Hawaii. You see Kai Lenny also out there. He mentioned coming out to support. Kai was in the distance race, and like you said, came all the way back from the Peahi Challenge. And now it's Benoit Carpenter from France with a total wave score of a 10.27 out there. Harry Mascal now in second. And Sean Pointer, defending gold medalist, currently in third place. Needed to do some work here, Dan.
Yeah, and that last wave by Harry Mascal was nice. I'm surprised he scored a 4.03. That's probably why I'm not a judge. It looked pretty awesome. He had some great turns, but it just wasn't a big wave. And I saw him looking for the barrel, but he decided to race in front of it. And, Harry certainly has the eye, the 18-year-old from Australia. His favorite surf break is Snapper Rocks. He's on the Bic paddleboard. He's been out there for SUP surfing for about 4 years, and he's actually a junior pro SUP Fiesta champion, sponsored by Ocean Earth, HDX Hydration Mix. Likes to do a lot of surfing, skateboarding, kiteboarding, sailing, and golf in his off time. And Harry, any of these riders have the ability to score a 9 out here, an excellent wave score, if you will. It's just a matter of finding the right wave and being in the perfect spot. Here it looks like Benoit Carpentier having a look there, just a little bit behind the peak there. He knew he wasn't going to outrace that, so he pulled off. 15 minutes down approximately, and about 10 minutes left in this heat. Reprecharge round number 5, Drew.
Remember, Sean Pointer last year fought his way back through the Reppy heat, so he's no stranger, but he's trying to just progress all the way through to that main. That'll save him a lot of work. And you're right. We got 3 very, very talented surfers. And we got the women's main coming up here in just a moment. And there'll only be 3 surfers in that women's main. Dan, who are they?
I'm looking for the heat here, but it's not showing me any ladies. So I see Felipe Rodriguez, Jeremy Masseray, and Leco Salazar. So we will be into men's heats again following this one. And right now on the screen looks like Sean Pointer with a nice wave.
Oh, Pointer, beautiful wave here, getting low.
Looks like he's on his step-up board as well. Changed his equipment a little bit there, racing down the line, was looking for the cover up there. And he's taken a few big ones on the head there early on the heat, so he's got to be feeling a little bit more fatigued than maybe he did in some of the earlier rounds. The swell is definitely building. The wind seems to have steadied out, and it looks to be actually getting a bit cleaner. Maybe that has something to do with the tide or the currents, or maybe just the bigger outside sets cleaning up the inside here. But here it looks like you can just see the size there increase as Harry Maskell dropping down the face, accelerating on that big paddleboard. Drew, he's looking solid right here.
Yeah, nice ride there by Maskell. You saw that wave form. You heard Zane saying, hey, they're about 8 to 9 feet out there. That one looked a little bigger than that from up here in the booth. So a great ride there by the Aussie, trying to help Team Australia with more hardware. Pointer right now waiting for his last wave score to come in as we take a replay here. Here's the red race jersey of Pointer. Pointer high up, or Maskell high off the point. Big, deep bottom turn there. Carving through the face of that wave, carrying a lot of speed here. As the whitewater starts to catch him, he surfs out of it, but he's got to be stoked on that ride, Dan.
Nice use of the paddle. I mean, he was looking for that wave to continue down the line and be able to snag a few more turns on that, but he made the most of it with what he could. You know, that drop in, he had so much speed. He had to really just keep his footing secure to make sure he didn't come unglued. And doing the most with what he got served there by Mother Nature. And like we said, some bigger sets rolling through as we take a look at the boat there. Looks like Mr. Mike Juker from
Mike.
Stand Up Magazine.
The flags are blazing there.
Our Swiss Hawaiian.
Is that what you call him, the Swiss Hawaiian?
That's what I just called him.
There you go. 7:47. Waiting for those wave scores to come in for Pointer. There it is. 3-3-3 for Sean Pointer. That'll move him into second, but I think very temporarily, as Maskell's score still hasn't come in from the judges.
Sean actually just pulled down a 4.67, so that's actually going to be his highest scoring wave so far in this heat. He's got 3 waves to Harry's 4, and I believe Benoit also on 4 waves. Looks like this is going to be the 5th wave for Benoit with some nice surfing here up and down the face, utilizing that paddle really well, as we say again. That's what the judges are looking for out here, Drew.
Yeah, they're looking for a lot of things, but they did stress that a lot in the riders meeting earlier on in the week. And there's Carpentier going to ride that one out. Oh, shifted around. I think he was just trying to hold on there.
He's going for a little helicopter spin there in the end, and throwing the fins out and showing you he's got some technical skills. And let's take a little look at the replay there as he drops down off the top. Big bottom turn. Look at that.
On edge.
And that is what the judges love to see, is that deep rail surfing, technical maneuvers in the pocket, in the scoring part of the wave, utilizing the paddle, showing us some great surfing ability. Look at him ride that board fins first at the end, just having a little bit of fun.
That's right. It's all about fun out here at the ISA. 6:19. We got to talk about our judging panel. We got judges from all around the world out there. A couple from California. You got Japan. We got Brazil. We got New Zealand, Australia. So we got a very, very knowledgeable and extensive judging panel making all the scores for this event happen. 6:09 as there's a shot of Team Peru. Big. We said when they jumped on the boat this morning, they bring a tribe with them all the way from Peru. So they'll be cheering on a lot of their competitors coming up on later heats here today. But there it is, the conditions, like you say, Dan, looks like it is kind of smooth now. If you take a look on the horizon out there, not quite as wild and choppy as we saw earlier. So maybe it is shaping up to be a better afternoon at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, so far it looks like the conditions are improving to me. It's interesting to see what the equipment these riders will use as it cleans up. I think this is an effect of the actual tide as well as the building swell. You get those outside sets and they will actually break and make things smoother. So as I mentioned earlier, sometimes it's better to just wait out the first couple waves and see if you can find something that's a little bit smoother. We saw Sean actually take up on a wave and it was virtually white. So that was actually, from the wave in front of it, that was even bigger. And sometimes you'll see that those waves, are a lot smoother, and you're able to score quite a bit higher ride when you have a smoother face to work with.
Maskell there bouncing around on that wave. See if that can improve his 4:03 that he's got for his second wave score from Australia. Team Australia really cheering him on as one of the Aussies dropped out in earlier rounds. So Benoit, though, currently on top of the leaderboard with a 10.27. Pointer, your defending gold medalist from Team USA, trying to make something happen here.
And Benoit's second wave, there it is, just dropped 5.87, so he has bettered his score, making it a little bit more difficult for Harry and Sean Pointer to catch up to him. He is certainly looking like he's gotten into his groove, found his rhythm, the French rider, out there on his, I believe, 7.4 by 25-inch wide starboard. He's just looking solid. We heard from him earlier on, and he's sounding fresh, and I think he could be a contender for the medal, and I'm sure France is very excited to see him surfing so well here in the 2016 ISA, SUP, and Paddleboard World Championships here on Fiji, brought to you from the infamous Cloudbreak. Very exciting. My name is Dan Gavir. I've been joined by Philip Mueller, Jody Nelson down on the boat, also Drew Murin. Having a great time here in Fiji. Looking forward to today and tomorrow, the last day of competition. So make sure if you don't have any plans throughout the weekend, you keep it tuned to isaworlds.com for all the live action.
Yeah, we got some exciting relay racing coming up tomorrow, and that'll be right in the Port Danaroo port area. So, I mean, this is up close and personal with one of the restaurants we've been eating at there every single day. So that'll be fun. That's coming up tomorrow, so make sure to tune in for that. And like Dan says, go to isaworlds.com for all the updated information on results and team standings currently being updated as we speak. So down to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Sean Pointer for Team USA. Got to start making his move here. He's going to have to fight his way back through the repos. There he is, right out in front there, going from right to left on your screen. Harry Maskell looking in good position right now. And Carpenter from France really trying to extend his lead. What's Pointer looking for here? Is he looking for a big wave, or is he just looking for, I mean, obviously he's looking for a big wave, Dan, but, I mean, you come down in the last 2 minutes, you're looking for something to just give you that edge.
Well, he's got priority right now, so he's looking for a good wave, something that gives him a wave face to make some turns on and to get a solid score. It looks like we have a set coming in, and certainly some bigger bumps there in the background as this swell builds. We're going to see some sizable surf here going on for the rest of the day. It's going to be very interesting to see. We've had a mix of conditions. Here's a nice angle showing you the true size, looking straight down the barrel of Cloudbreak there. That wave actually breaks into about 2 meters or less of water there. So certainly a lot of power from a deep ocean coming up on a shallow shelf and creating these world-class conditions like we see here in Fiji at Cloudbreak. Adding the wind on top of it with the current, boy, it makes things challenging. And here we have the shot from the ferry boat that we take each and every day. It supports most of the teams and all of the officials out here. And so, yeah, big shout out to all the boat captains for getting us around, all the longboat captains, even though in-water photographers and the safety crew. They're out for 6 or 7 hours every day captaining these boats, and that's a lot of exposure and a lot of work out there, and we really do appreciate all their work. So we got to send a big thank you to all of them.
And you see that boat rocking, just an earlier shot. Supposedly a few of our athletes, especially in the women's category, feeling a little seasick. So getting rocked around a little bit. In case you're just joining us, we had a conversation with Team USA coaches just earlier, and they said Izzy Gomez, the defending gold medalist, feeling a little seasick out there on that main boat. So they're trying to get her some fresh air, get her hydrated, and maybe hopefully get her out there soon, because seasickness is not what you want when you're trying to defend that medal. We're down to the final 19 seconds, and there's Pointer for Team USA. This is his last wave ride in order to catch the 18-year-old out of Australia. And I don't know, Dan. Kind of dogged out of that one.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty tough one to swallow. He's just looking for anything now. With just a few seconds left, he's going to pick up on this one. He knows that he's in a desperate situation to try to claim another gold medal here to put around his neck. You know, a two-time gold medalist, Sean Pointer, has shown us that he's got the skills that it takes. But, you know, you also got to be in the right place at the right time, and it takes skill to get lucky, you know, and it takes a lot of both out here to find the right waves and be in the right place and have them come to you.
So we're going to wait for the judges' scores to come in, but right now it looks like Team USA rider Sean Pointer, and defending gold medalist from last year, will have to fight his way back from the repechage heats. As we take a look at Cloudbreak out there, our safety ski is going to scoop everybody up, and we're going to go to break and come on back in just a little bit. You're watching the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and no, we are not going to go to break. We're going to go straight to the yellow jersey.
Yeah, this is a bit of a recap here from what we saw in the last round there. Looks like Benoit Carpentier with a nice first wave here. You can see him right in the zone there, building up speed. I like how he carries that speed and power and flowing through the turns. Nice off the top, little disconnect there, airing out to the bottom. One of his better waves of the heat. Here's another wave for the young Frenchman on his backside there, Drew. Just looking so solid and comfortable in this sizable serve.
Benoit caught some of the nicest waves of the whole day so far, and definitely looking good going into the finals for the guys. As here's another wave for Benoit. Deep off the bottom there, taking it all the way to the top, utilizing that entire wave. Cars the face up, as we said, and just going to ride this one even further. So Benoit looking very, very strong for his team, and I know they're stoked. So we'll talk to the youngster here in just a little bit, hopefully, as we got our next heat on the water here, Dan. Already, we're going to keep the action coming to you live from Cloudbreak. There it is. That's the infamous Cloudbreak right there, cruising on down. The 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, brought to you by Fiji Water, Tavarua, and don't forget Tourism Fiji, Digicel, FCS, and more. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more action.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion. I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
With Philip Mueller coming back from a quick commercial break here at the Fiji ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships 2016. We are live at the world-renowned Wave of Cloudbreak.
That's right. This heat number 2 in the round 5 of the repechage. In the water right now from Mexico in red, then the middle of your screen, Felipe Rodriguez. In white, Jeremy Massier from France. And yellow on the right of your screen, it's Leco Salazar from Brazil. So this is a repechage round. Excuse our friend Drew. Sean Pointer is out of competition, so he won't be the first to have 3 gold medals in SUP surfing.
Yeah, a bit of a heartbreak there for USA. I'm sure Sean is... he's going to hold his head high, but he's going to be hard not to beat yourself up a little bit about that. But we all know he's got what it takes, and that's stand-up paddle surfing. That's just surfing in general. You have to be in your zone every single moment of the competition, and if you're not, someone else is. And here we see Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico carving that pink Riviera paddleboard. I think that's a 610. Now taking a look at the yellow jersey, Leco Salazar. Philip, he's been looking very solid all day on that art and surfboard.
That's right, so those were the two first waves of this heat number 2 in round 5. After this one, we're going to see the ladies with the main round 4 of the women. That will be the final of the main event. 2 will go directly to the big final with a medal secured, and 2 will fall into the final of the repechage. So right now we've got the first score. That's for Jeremy Massier. He gets a 4-point ride. We're getting the scores for the 2 latest waves. Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico and Leco Salazar. As we see the replay of that 4-point ride from the young Frenchman. Here he comes down, making that solid bottom turn, using the paddle to try to accentuate that turn, keeps on advancing as the wave deflates there and loses his balance on that last little section. That was enough to get him a 4-point ride. We've got the first score of Felipe Rodriguez. We just saw it on our screens on the replay. He gets a 5.43. That's enough to put him in first position of this heat with 20 minutes left, and we're waiting on one last score from one judge for Leco Salazar. For him to get his score, I do believe he will be in second position right below Felipe Rodriguez and over Jeremy Massier that we see on our screens here, up and riding his second wave, making his way through there. Little bottom turn, goes towards the roundhouse cutback, keeps advancing as you see that wave double up, and he'll just go out, ride it out. And here comes Felipe Rodriguez on a bigger wave, and he just ejects there as he sees that huge section just falling down on him.
Yeah, he was behind the section here, and it's just starting to really pump here. Lots of waves coming through as we see riders just one wave after the next. So a lot of action coming to you live here at the ISA Fiji World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Challenging conditions out here, but contestable conditions with sizable surf. Very stoked to be out here in the beautiful country of Fiji, checking out the first ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships outside of Latin America, Philip.
That's right, for the 5th edition here coming out of Latin America. The 2 first editions were in Peru, in Lima, at Miraflores. Then we headed out towards Nicaragua, which was the first event to have a SUP surf and SUP race in different locations. Then we went to Sayulita last year, which is the hometown of the guy you're seeing on screen there for his second wave. We're still waiting for that score. It was an incredible event there in Sayulita, the little village there on the Pacific coast of Mexico. And this year, as you've just mentioned, Dan, we are for the first time outside of Latin America in Fiji. Next year, we're going to Denmark. We've got the ISA Vice President, Kasper Steinfat, who's here, who's our gold medalist for the technical SUP racing. He's already got 1 gold medal. Here he is checking out the webcast live from the restaurant at Tavarua. We've also got Karin Sierralta, he's the vice president from Peru, and also Barbara Kendall, who's an Olympic windsurfer, having 1 gold medals at the Olympics. She was one of the newest additions to the vice presidents, alongside Kasper Steinfat. Right now we're seeing Jeremy Massier, who's in the lead of this heat. That was his second wave, getting him a 5.10 for this long ride, finally kicking off there on the end. So right now Jeremy Massier has got first position with 9.10 total score. Second position for Felipe Rodriguez, a good first wave, 5.5. His second one a little bit more weaker with a 2.83. He needs to go out and replace that one. And Leco Salazar still 1 single wave of a 4.6. He now needs a 3.74 to go to second position. Remember, this is a repechage round, so as we saw just in the previous heat, Sean Pointer losing there and getting out of competition, obviously breaking his board, losing a bit of time there. Difficult situation for the young American Sean Pointer, who is the defending gold medalist.
Well, that's news to me. I did not know that he had snapped his board, so certainly Cloudbreak taking its toll on not only equipment, but the feelings and the egos of some of the best surfers in the world. So, challenging conditions, heavy conditions, as we heard the French rider Benoit Carpentier speaking about how heavy the surf is out here. And when you hear an experienced surfer like that say it's pretty heavy, that's no lie.
That's right. 16 minutes left in this heat number 2. After this, we're going to the main events of the women. The final of the main event for them. We've got Japan represented by Yuka Horikoshi. She will be against Brisa Malaga from Peru, who was already a silver medalist in Peru in the second edition of this event. Karel Popke from Tahiti, very strong SUP surfer there for the Tahitian team, and the defending gold medalist also from the United States on the women's side of things. That's Izzy Gomez, the sister of Giorgio Gomez that we've seen advancing through his rounds. He's still in the main event right now. So 15 minutes, the messages are still coming in. A lot from France right now. Fleury Emilien who says go go Massière. Christophe Verger from France who says vas-y Ben, déchire tout. So rip it all up. Keep the messages coming in. We'll read them. Also, when you've got bits of information, lots of family members. I guess the gold medal right now for family support from his home country is Alex Murray with, 10, 15 people commentating there. Nieces, uncles, brothers, all supporting Alex Murray. But right now, Jeremy Massière up and riding, trying to replace that 4-point ride, starting with a nice cutback. Here he goes off the top and slides off his board, looking like if he's missing a bit of wax there.
I was just going to say he might want to do a little wax check on the top of his board there, as we saw him literally lose grip and come unglued from his board. But he was drawing some beautiful long lines across that wave face, holding his speed throughout all of his turns. And, the French, both the French paddlers here looking very strong. I believe we'll see one of them in the final.
That's right, Jérémy Massière and Benoit Carpentier. At the beginning of the day on the team standings, Team France was standing in second position, Australia first. They just lost Jackson Close there in this competition, so we'll have to see how that affects them. Shakira Westorp is still in competition for the woman. She's in the finals of the repechage, as we see the replay of that latest wave from Felipe Rodriguez, getting him a 3.33. That's enough to replace his previous wave of a 2.83, but not enough to take that first position from the young Frenchman. Here comes Leco Salazar, finding finally that second wave.
Yeah, he's been very patient. That one just didn't materialize for him. These riders are looking for longer rides, something where they can make 5 or 6 turns to impress the judges. They know that it's going to take not only a big wave, but a nice wave with a good amount of wave face. And they need boards with speed. So it'll be very interesting to talk to these paddlers a little bit more about their equipment, what type of fins they're using, what types of setups they might be switching up. It looks like most of our paddlers are back to their smaller boards. They put their step-up boards away as these conditions clean up, or maybe as they get into a rhythm and feel more confident in these conditions. That'll be interesting to get that information, Philip.
That's right. We're seeing Jérémy Massière making his way back up to the top of the lineup. Right behind him is Leco Salazar doing the same, and here comes Felipe Rodriguez there, full speed ahead. A bit too much even, as he falls off the board there as he was going for a floater. He'll have to get back out and repeat that. Obviously trying to finish that wave nicely towards the end of the section. 12 minutes and 40 seconds, so we're hitting half time in this heat number 2 of the round 5 of the men. This is repechage. One of these guys will be eliminated, 2 will advance against the 2 guys that won the previous heat. That's Benoit Carpentier from France and Harry Maskell from Australia. So we might see for the final of the repechage, the little final, not before the big final where the 2 guys come down from the main event, we'll see 2 Frenchmen. They'll be together in that heat.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they try to work together. It's surfing and these types of format is more individualistic, but every once in a while you might have some team members working together, as we talked about earlier, with kind of some blocking techniques and stuff like that to make sure that their teammates are getting priority on the wave. So that'll be interesting to see how that transpires here as we kind of close out the rounds here and get into the critical part of the competition where we're going to soon find out who's in medal contention, because all 4 riders in each of our men's and women's finals will receive a medal, since we award down to 4th place or the copper medal, which is an ISA standard. And we watch the Frenchmen as we head to Jody down the boat.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, down here with Team France, we saw Ben Carpentier make it out of that first round. We see Jeremy Mazaret out there right now. Olivia Piana yesterday got 2nd in the distance race, and Caroline Agabat's coming up in like about 3 heats. So Olivia, tell me a little bit about just Team France and the momentum you guys are gaining right now.
Yes, I did very well. Jeremy and Ben did the first heat, so I'm happy for them. Today is very windy, good for a downwind race, but they are surfing. There are some big waves, and I think they like it anyway.
And Caroline, you have a heat coming up, and you surfed earlier this morning. You know, how much different are the conditions from your first heat?
This is much more windy, and I already broke my board before taking one wave this morning, so I just have my gun, but I'm really glad to have it. So the wind is strong, and we'll have to paddle strong, but yeah, it's going to be the same for everyone, so we just have to surf.
And what exactly are you riding? Give us the dimensions of your board.
I have got a A2 from Hobie, and this is 24 wide, and I just love this board. This is perfect for this kind of wave, so I just hope I'm going to serve this one really well. I try my best.
And you guys are up there in the top, you know, with Australia. It's looking like you guys could be one of the top contenders. What do you feel like the rest of the surfers need to do to get you guys in that medal contention?
I think it's maybe better for France because it's windy weather, because Aussie are very, very good on the clean waves, and in France sometimes it's windy, so maybe it's good for us.
That's a good point. Yeah, well, good luck to you guys, and have fun out there, Caroline. We look forward to watching you, and good luck to the rest of the team today. Guys, we'll send it back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jody. Great interview from some of our French riders down there on the boat. And looking forward to seeing the women's small final, as Philip calls it, and then the big final for both the women and the men coming up here at the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. My name is Dan Gavir, and I am joined by Philip Mueller, and we are live at the world-renowned Wave of Cloudbreak.
More precisely, we are broadcasting from a Palapa on Tavarua Island. A big thank you to all of them for receiving us here. Obviously, we want to thank also Tourism Fiji, our presenting sponsor here, for receiving us, and everybody who makes this event possible. This is the last day of SUP competition, as we were mentioning in the previous heat. Tomorrow we'll have the relay races starting at 8 a.m. live from Port Denaro, and we're going to add a new discipline to this event, as there will be a 500 meter sprint. It's open to anyone who wanted to sign up. It doesn't imply any points for the teams. Just try it out, compete one more last time. And also it starts sort of getting sad, because as we're seeing people packing suitcases all over the place, and that dreaded moment that we're all fearing, that we'll have to leave Fiji.
Yeah, yep, I am dreading that moment too, Philip. But it's been a great 6 days so far. We've actually been here for 8 days, I believe. And as we wind down the competition, it's going to be one grand finale party tomorrow evening, I believe, at the Roomba there at Port Denarau. And we have to say thank you to the Roomba, who's also done a great job of feeding us each and every morning, even if we showed up so early like we have the past few mornings. So big shout out to the whole crew over there. Right now, 7 minutes left in this heat. Rapid charge round number 5.
So there you see the boat view with most of the teams there sitting on the bow of the boat, watching the competition from the side. And the judges in the big tower there, that's a permanent tower that's always at Cloudbreak, used for the competitions. There they are watching all the action from the front, while you have all the best angles watching this live from the webcast. Very surprising right now, still only 2 waves for the Brazilian rider Leco Salazar, as we saw him there paddling for a wave. Getting difficult, as we saw Felipe Rodriguez almost dropping into that wave, Jeremy Massier, and finally it's Leco Salazar. Here comes his third wave, looking to replace that 2.17. Lots of speed for the young Brazilian. He's the 2015 Stand-Up World Tour World Champion. Before him, Caio Vaz got that title, Nicole Pacelli in the women's side of the Waterman League's Pro Tour. So Brazil, lots of world titles finally there. And there we see that first carving move, keeps on advancing, little off the top there. Difficult, only 2 rides. I see it difficult for him to get the score needed. He needs a 4.24 to take that second position. Remember, this is a repechage round. We've only got 5 minutes and 35 seconds left, so waiting for that score from Leco Salazar. As we're seeing, in a sense, the Pacific Ocean slowing down. I mean, the sets were a lot more consistent earlier this morning. Right now we're seeing bigger waves. As you said, Dan, previously, the wind seems to have stabilized. And right now also the tide is going to empty out. So we're going, we've hit already the maximum high tide. We're going to have the low tide. And here comes Pipe Rodriguez from Sayulita, Mexico. Up and riding. He's looking for 3.88 to take that first position from the Frenchman. Here he is right behind on the second wave of the set. Keeps on advancing. He's on his backside, a bit more complicated, as we've seen also, to read the wave.
Yeah, and he's been surfing just so well, just like his teammate Benoit, just looking really solid in these conditions on their backhand. Felipe had a decent wave there, just not a lot to work with. Jeremy trying to back up that 4.27, or actually back up the 5.1 and replace the 4.27, and we'll just have to see as the scores drop if Felipe can replace that 3.33 and get into a better position there.
Yeah, that's right. So we're waiting on that score. It seems he might replace that 3.33 right now with 4 minutes left on the clock. It depends for... We're still missing 3 judges. Jeremy Massier will be replacing his second wave with that last wave we just saw on our screens. Leco Salazar, as you can see, heading back, only having 3 waves right now. He's still on the bubble, being in an eliminated position. He needs to go back out and try to get those high scores. Really a good surfer, Leco Salazar from Santos,
Brazil. And he only needs a 4.24 to overtake Felipe. Certainly very capable of doing that with enough time in this heat. So this has really come down to a nail biter here. Felipe Rodriguez out of Mexico, the big wave rider on the Riviera, 6'10", just trying to get it put together. I saw him in some practice heats about a week ago, and this guy was just putting on a clinic. It's so solid, the goofy footer, 38 years old, and this guy is one tough cookie. He is he's built solid.
Here comes a replay also of that wave from Leco Salazar. He needed a 4.24. He'll only get a 4.07, so not enough. And only 3 minutes left. The announcer is probably announcing that wave to him. And here's another score for that latest wave from Leco Salazar, who's becoming very active on the end of the series. Felipe Rodriguez, his latest wave. We just saw the replay, 1.23. Just making an in and out on that wave. So not enough to jump one position into first. Jeremy Massier still in the lead, and his latest wave was a 4.9, so just a bit better than his 4.27 that he replaced. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. There you see Felipe Rodriguez making his way back up. You also see one of the jet skis, as we've said several times today. There is 4 water skis in the water just to ensure security of everybody taking part in this contest. Obviously the waves are going to get bigger as the swell builds during the day, and hopefully the wind just stays like it is right now.
Or backs off a bit. And I think it's actually clocking around, and it's becoming a bit more offshore. So that's adding to the challenge. There's quite a bit of current, like we said yesterday in some of the races. It's literally like a river out here. So much water moving around between the islands. It's very shallow in a lot of this water with very defined channels. So when you get into the deeper water, you find the water speed of the current really accelerates. So as you paddle out past the braking part, the impact zone of Cloudbreak, you might find quite a bit more current on the outside than you might find on the inside. It might even be going the opposite direction.
Yeah, there's a lot of current there going through the Fijian Islands. Over 330 islands make the Republic of Fiji in the middle of the Pacific. So, last minute left right now. Leko Salazar is probably getting very nervous. Also his father, if he's watching the webcast live from Santos. Jeremy Massier from France and Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico in an advancing position here in this repechage round. They go towards repechage number 6. There's 8 rounds of repechage in the men's division. So round 8 is the final of the repechage. That gives those 2 last spots on the big final where you make it back into the main event. Time is ticking down. 20 seconds left. And right now, no waves on the horizon. That must be nerve-wracking for Leko Salazar especially. I can't see him on the screen, but right now we see Felipe Rodriguez spin his board, turn towards the tower, and here he comes, making the bottom, starting with that long roundhouse cutback, getting back a bit too deep onto the white water there. Here's a little cutback off the top, re-entry, and here he goes, riding it out.
Felipe Rodriguez showing his cat-like skills there as he bounces off the whitewater there. He lost grip with the fins, actually was sliding sideways. Amazing he was actually even able to stay on his board right there. But right now it is very tight between him and Leko Salazar, but I don't think Leko will have the score. The heat is now over, so it looks like it will be the Frenchman and the Felipe from Mexico advancing unofficially. Next up will be our women's heat. In red, Yuka Horikoshi from Japan. In white, Brisa Malaga from Peru. In yellow, Carol Popke from Tahiti. And in black, for the first time today, Izzy Gomez from USA. So it'll be great to see all of these SUP women surfers on the water for the first time all day. They've had a long wait all day, and now it must be very exciting.
There you see the shot from the boat, trying to make you seasick at home too. As you're bobbing up and down there, we can see some of the Japanese supporters. Obviously, we're going to have in this heat the Japanese surfer. That is Yuka Horikoshi. She's in red, and there it is, 24 minutes and 20 seconds. So this is one single heat. 2 of these women will go directly to the grand final that will be towards the end of the day, and opening the festivities is the gold defending medal champion Izzy Gomez from the United States.
Yeah, speeding down that wave, just kind of getting her feet under her. First little wave, or not little, but first little ride on a fairly substantial wave there. It closed out in front of her, so she used her best judgment to peel out of that before getting an early round beat down here at Cloudbreak. And these women have been watching all day, so I can't imagine getting out there, trying to get a warm-up. There's really nowhere to practice or get warmed up for surfing out here at Cloudbreak, so you pretty much have to jump right off the boat, Philip, and be ready to rock right into some very powerful surf. So it's not like maybe other spots where there's a break off to the side, they can go catch a few waves, get warmed up. This is going from cold turkey right into the meat of things.
23 minutes right now. We're waiting for some waves. It does seem as the Pacific Ocean has slowed down right now. We want to thank, obviously, everybody who makes this event possible, especially our presenting sponsor, Tourism Fiji, but also the support of the beautiful island of Tavarua, Fiji Water, Pura Vida, Paradise Beverages, FSCS, Blue Planet, and our media partners, Surfline, Surfers Magazine, Pasión Extrema, Surfers Village, SUP International, Stand Up Latino, Stand Up Magazine, but also SUP The Mag, SUP Racer, The Inertia, Magic Seaweed, Vibras Magazine, Gravidad Zero, and the Outdoor Journal, all covering this great event live from Fiji. Do not forget, if you're posting anything about this event or supporting your team, to include the official hashtags of this event, ISA Worlds, but also the hashtag Fiji. And if you want to find us on Facebook and still haven't put like on our page, you can check it out and look for International Surfing Association. 22 minutes, we've got the first score. It's a low score for Izzy Gomez with a 2-point ride, just enough to put her, as she's the only one with a wave scored in first position. And we're going to wait to see what happens with the other surfers. In the following heat, we're going towards repechage round 6 of the men. We'll have 3 riders in this first heat. It will be 2 heats. In the first one, we've got Mo Freitas from Hawaii, Ben Carpentier from France, and Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico. 2 will advance towards the small final of the repechage, and 1 will be definitively eliminated.
So that only gives Felipe 25 minutes to rest between a 25-minute heat and another 25-minute heat, and he surfed at least 1, I think 2 other heats today. So he's already got, 75 minutes of surfing under his belt here at Cloudbreak. And after taking a few falls just in 1 heat, I can't imagine how much stamina it's going to take, and it's going to be very important to go hydrate, get a little bit of nutrition, and treat it almost like a race, because you need to keep your energy up, you need to be on point, and you got to come out like a coiled spring. So that'll be a very interesting heat coming up next for one of our final heats for the men. But right now we are taking a look at the judges tower there, and now on to the competitors here. To the far right in the red, Japan, Yuka Horikoshi. To far left in the black jersey, that is Izzy Gomez, and I believe we will see Barisa Malaga jumping back onto her board here momentarily.
As we've been seeing also with the men, it's getting difficult with this wind sometimes just to stand up on your board and maintain balance as the boards are getting smaller and smaller. But there you can see how the tower is getting the chop passing below it. Lots of current, as you could see, and there you see Brisa Malaga falling off again. She just needs to find a wave coming her way, just grab it. Pretty difficult, as we can see. Izzy Gomez is on the left of our screen, as I can see. Seems that yellow is in the middle. That's Karel Popke from Tahiti. Right now we've seen Poenaiki Raoa really getting a good heat earlier on during the day, still in the main round. And Karel Popke also in the main event. It's been pretty slow right now. Almost 6 minutes have gone by, and we've only seen 1 wave by the defending gold medal champion from last year, Izzy Gomez from the United States, with a small 2-point ride.
Yeah, that 17-year-old, she's been surfing for 12 years. She is, like you said, a 2-time world champ. Sponsored by Red Bull, GoPro, Starboard, Cobian, West Coast Surf Shop, Foundation Fitness, and Surf Kinetics. Originally out of Bradenton, Florida, now residing in San Clemente, California. She's also known for her musical talents and singing. If you didn't know that, she's quite talented in that realm as well. And her brother, obviously a very talented goofy footer, giving us a show out here at Cloudbreak. So this could be the first time we may have siblings in a medaling position.
That's right, that would be an interesting fact, Dan, and thank you for pointing that out. And Izzy Gomez, so young, 17 years old, already 3 world titles. She's got 1 ISA world title, but also twice Pro Tour world champion. So really good, and loads of years in front of her to just sort of mature that surfing and get it to the next level, even higher. So 18 minutes left and still no waves are being run. Remember, if there's no waves that are caught during the first 10 minutes, the heat is reset. But in this case, it will not happen, as Izzy Gomez caught that early wave. And it seems as the ocean is sort of slowing down, that we might see one heat or the other be reset due to the fact of nobody catching a wave during the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's interesting, and we will have to see if that transpires. But it was Izzy who took off on a wave just after it started, right now. Looks like she just loses a little bit of traction here. Yuka Horikoshi, the young rider out of Japan, putting on a show for us the other day in some of the smaller waves. She was just on fire, showing us that she has the skills to pull a gold medal down here for Japan, and looking very strong in those preliminary rounds. And let's see if she can put it together in these more challenging conditions with all the wind and the current out here currently at Cloudbreak. Philip?
That's right. While we're still getting messages there, Melvin, who says he's Canadian but via Korea, go Yuka. He's been, supporting and cheering for all the nations participating. Thank you, Melvin, for your messages. You can keep sending messages through the official website, isaworlds.com, in the case you're watching this live transmission from one of our media partners, and below the live tab you can find the message board. But here goes Izzy Gomez with the second wave of this heat. Nice steep drop going into that long cut back to the white water. She's going to go down for a second round. Here comes a strong bottom turn. She doesn't exactly go to the top of the wave and has to ride it out. She'll be the only surfer right now to have a total wave count, and as you can see, it's not easy standing on those boards.
Yeah, and that was a nice wave. She had some workable face there, and that's going to be a great way to top that 2.0, I believe. So that'll give her 2 solid waves. No one else has even caught 1 wave yet, so she's got to be, stoked about finding her rhythm, gaining a little bit of confidence, knowing that she has the eye for the good waves, and she's been patient, and she's been in the right place when she needed to be there.
So 15 minutes and 30 seconds. I do not doubt that we'll see the 3 other competitors getting active, trying to catch some waves. It was a bit what we were talking this morning. I was talking with Marcos Bucao. We knew that the conditions were going to get bigger. This is not the case that it's big and the girls are scared to ride, but what would happen if none of the girls get a wave of the 3 other girls? What is that situation? What would happen? We're not sure, so let's just hope that they catch a wave pretty soon. As you can see there, still this famous wave of Cloudbreak being totally blown out by this southern southwest wind right now. Seems to have stabilized, but as you can see there, with the white water totally being blown offshore.
Maybe some of the kiteboarders are out there wondering why the ISA hasn't put on a kiteboarding competition, because these would be ideal conditions. I know I ran into a buddy of mine from Hood River, a professional kiteboarder, Jason Slezak, when I showed up out here. So he was out here doing some training and some kiteboarding, and he said the conditions had been absolutely epic.
That's right. World-class surfing, world-class kiteboarding. You can do all types of things in Fiji. Here comes Brisa Malaga standing up and finally falling behind the wave. These waves are not counted. We've already explained during the 2 first days of SUP surfing. How do you consider a wave caught or not? For surfing, it's easy. As soon as you leave, you take off your hands from the board, the wave is counted as started. For the SUP surfing, how is a wave counted as started is when you are under the impulse of the wave, not anymore of your own power. You are in the wave and you're already riding it. So for example, this case of Brisa Malaga, she was never being lifted by the wave riding it, so it is not considered as a wave ridden. That's why we do not have any scores for them. While we have 1 score being dropped, that's the second wave of Izzy Gomez doing those 2 big turns there and getting a 5.17 right now. She's in the lead with 7.17, and we're waiting for the 3 other surfers that they are on screen almost in the same position, it seems. No, that's Brisa Malaga and Karel Popke shoulder to shoulder. And here is Yuka Horikoshi also not managing to get into that wave. You must take in account that the wind is pushing you towards the back of it. So, like you said, we saw one of the guys there really in the front of his board, stomping his foot towards the nose just to be able to go down the face of the wave.
Yeah, and many of these other riders have had a lot more time on the wave today. And remember, this is the first time that these 4 women have hit the water. So it's taking obviously a little bit longer for them to find their groove, find the takeoff spot, realize that it's a lot deeper than it is in smoother conditions. So they're having to really walk up closer to the edge of the cliff to catch that wave and be in a more critical position. And it's a much harder position to catch the wave, because when it comes, you're literally looking at a vertical drop straight down the face, and that's challenging conditions for someone who hasn't really had that warm up, had any time on the water today. So hopefully we can see Yuka Horikoshi, Brisa Malaga, and Karela Popke catch some more waves here, because we are over the halfway point through this main round number 4 for the women.
That's right, and you mustn't forget that it's one of the defining qualities of the water here and the ocean, and it's impressive, those turquoise waters, how transparent they are. And so when you're on the top of this wave, you really get the impression that there's no water below you. You just see through it and you see the reef super clearly. And so obviously that plays a role, and then you've got the wind pushing you back. It's not easy out there at Cloudbreak. Izzy Gomez, I mean, we've talked about it. Some of the riders have come a few days before, take a week before to come and train. Izzy Gomez came a few months before the event, and she came 2 weeks just to train here at Cloudbreak, knowing that she had to defend this gold medal. It seems to have paid off, being the only girl who's managed to catch 2 waves right now with 11 minutes and 15 seconds left to go.
That's right, and right now she's got a solid score on the scoreboard, and it's up to the other competitors to put themselves in a potential situation. Looks like we have Yuka Horikoshi on her Bill Foot custom stand-up paddleboard, dropping in the 17-year-old from Japan, the Quick Blade Junior Pro and Youth Fiesta champion, doing a nice job of riding out that foam ball. Wow. And that thing really doubled up on the inside and just swallows her in that whitewash. And now she's going to really have to face the music and be safe about where she places herself and her equipment, and make sure she hangs on to that paddle.
That's right. We just saw Brisa Malaga from Peru making a huge drop, one of the biggest waves of this heat. And then the whole wave just came crashing behind her, as we see a bigger set here coming in, and there you can see it. I mean, the wave has just extended the whole length of the lineup.
That could be a broken leash right there, Philip. I'm not sure. There's a lot of water moving around. Kind of hard to tell if that's a broken leash or if she's still connected to that board, but it looks like she is. Wow, and look how fast she's moving across the screen there. Brisa Malaga literally moving 4 or 5 meters per second as those waves wash across her and take her down the reef towards the infamous shish kebabs or skewers, where you're going to find a lot more of that sharp coral, a lot more of the sharp reef under the water as you move to the north and the east part of the Cloudbreak section.
That's right. Hopefully everything is okay there for Brisa Malaga. She's been dragged the whole length of the lineup after just going straight on that huge wave, came crashing behind her. It seems that she was with the wave though, so she hasn't broken her leash. The jet ski was straight there to get her out of that difficult situation. We'll take her just to the side. The jet ski will never drop you off at the top of the lineup. It will just drop you off more or less on the shoulder, a bit past that last section where the wave of Cloudbreak closes out. 8 minutes and 50 seconds. At least now we have a situation in the water. Izzy Gomez is still in first position with 7.17, as you can see. Yuka Horikoshi from Japan gets 3.5 for her first wave. That's sufficient to take her to second position, and that straight drop from Brisa Malaga gets her 2.67. 8 minutes and 30 seconds. We want to see what will be the answer from Karel Popke from Tahiti. She's no stranger to big waves, you know. Obviously, they've got very, very similar conditions. One thing very interesting that as we're seeing the tides changing here and changing the shape of the wave, but in Tahiti, Philippe, the president of the Tahitian Federation, said there's no tides in Tahiti. The water just moves 10 centimeters.
Wow, well, that's got to be a big difference between here and there, because within 10 minutes you'll have the tide move 10 centimeters out here in Fiji.
That's right.
A very large tide shift here. So, it is a lucid situation, being able to read the water, read the waves, and know where to go and kind of predict or figure out where you need to be as those conditions change and be mindful of that. So it takes a lot of awareness, and that's something that might give the nod to a little bit to the surfers that have a little more experience at different locations. So some of those surfers that have traveled around the world and done more surfing in several different locations, that might just be the little bit of experience that they need to put themselves on top of the podium.
That's right, and I think we can see that perfectly expressed with Izzy Gomez in the water leading. We're still waiting to see that third wave. I mean, probably the heat with the least waves run until now, with only 4 waves in 18 minutes. But right now, we're going to go to a quick interview on the boat with beautiful Jody Nelson, and she's together with Team USA. So take it away, Jody. Let's see what you got.
Sean, you had a tough heat in Repcharge round 5. A lot of things didn't go your way. Can you kind of just walk us through that heat and everything you experienced?
Yeah, it seemed to be a lot, definitely. Started off the heat.
And looking on, looks like we had a little bit of audio problems on that interview. We'll toss it back to Jody as soon as we get that uplink reconfigured, and I believe that was Izzy Gomez having a look there, dropping down the face, peeling off the side of that one as that broke in front of her. And she just hopefully made it over the lip of that one. I couldn't tell if she broke through or if she got taken back over the falls, but still no waves ridden by Carol Popke out of Tahiti, showing extreme patience out here in this women's main round heat number 4.
So 6 minutes left. We could see, just Carol Popke coming out from nowhere, just catching a huge wave, and if she gets more than 7.17 on one single wave, she could take directly first position. That latest wave that we just saw, as Dan commentated, got her a 1.23. So not going into her total score, her first wave was a 2-point right. She didn't replace quite yet that wave, and we're entering into the last 5 minutes. Bill from the USA on the message board says, "Go Yuka." Yeah, we would like to see Yuka too catch a second wave there and see where she stands.
And I believe that's Bill Foote from Hawaii, who actually shaped the board that she's riding. So thanks for tuning in, Bill, and thanks for everyone over in the Hawaiian Islands for tuning in, and you guys certainly still have a shoe-in for a medal today.
That's right. We've seen Zane Schweitzer really riding strong earlier today, really doing good. Mo Freitas is still in competition too. So the SUP surfers there doing good for Team Hawaii. Let's see if in the girls, where I think the Hawaiian girl has been eliminated earlier on. And so yeah, Laura Clayton was eliminated against Izzy Gomez and Yuka Orikoshi, who are in the water right now and couldn't advance. So Team Hawaii there counting on Zane Schweitzer and Mo Freitas. Four minutes and 20 seconds left. And still no waves for Carol Popke. Remember, this is a main event route. So up until now, Izzy Gomez and Yuka Orikoshi could be the first 2 finalists of today, having secured at least 1 copper medal for their countries, respectively USA and Japan. Brisa Malaga and Carol Popke, if the situation doesn't change, would be going down towards the repechage round later on. They'll be competing, it seems to me, against Caroline Angibault. And we'll just check the information right now. We've got... Yeah, Shakira Westorp, it does seem like that. Thank you, Dan. 3 minutes and 40 seconds as we see the girls in position, and really you can see all of them trying to maintain the balance there as they're trying to wait for the set to come in, and it's one of the obligations to be standing up while you're waiting for the waves, and this is the result in a certain way.
Yeah, it seems like the wind has picked up another notch here and took a little lunch break, and now it's back, and we're back to the boat with Jody.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with Sean Pointer, Team USA. Unfortunately, going down in repecharge round number 5. And Sean, you had so many different situations in your heat. Kind of walk us through what you experienced in that heat.
Yeah, the couple bad experiences I definitely had. Not so much the good ones, but yeah, I broke a board and lost the paddle, and in like kind of odd places. I did it. You know, the board wasn't even on a wave. It was actually just kind of kicking through a wave, and I was so focused on positioning in a way that it wouldn't break, you know, so the lip wouldn't hit it, and it got it. So yeah, it was a really weird kind of heat for me. I had some I'd like to say uncharacteristic kind of like missteps, you know, and some turns out the back when I had some waves, and then breaking the board just really delayed me getting back out there, and yeah, it was just a really weird heat, really off one. I guess sometimes you have them, you know, bump that it had to happen. Then I was really looking forward to surfing. I mean, it seemed like it was actually just starting to pick up in that heat, and some good waves were starting to come through, and I was watching them all come through pretty much on my head at a time, and I was excited to get back out there and, you know, continue on, but yeah, it just wasn't the case for me today.
Well, now USA is totally dependent on the Gomez siblings. We've got Izzy out in the water right now, and Gio's going to be coming up, and I know you would rather be out there than cheerleading, but just talk to me about your thoughts on Izzy out there. I mean, she has a 5.17, and, you know, the girls are charging. This is probably the biggest cloud break they've ever surfed in their lives.
Oh, 100%. And this is probably the biggest cloud break for a lot of people. There's a big cloud break out there, just in general. You know, Izzy, before going out into the heat, just now, he was winning the heat, was like, I'm scared. And, you know, as she should be, and it's good, you know, it's good to be scared. It's a motivator in a way, and I think she is really taking it to in this heat, you know, just kind of swallowing those fears and dropping in and getting some turns in, because she's a phenomenal surfer, and, you know, same with Giorgio as well. And yeah, the Gomez's, that's our kind of our U.S. pride right now. That's who we have, and you know, the waves are. I mean, we're just seeing waves pile through. I mean, the wind is up, but the waves are good, and the tide's dropping, and maybe it'll get better. And, you know, yeah, I've got some faith in some Gomez's and see him pull it out.
All right. Well, hopefully they can keep things going for Team USA. Guys, I've looked at my stats, and Team France is the only team that has all three of their surfers still competing in the surf competition. So, I don't know. It's looking pretty good for Team France, but maybe the Gomez's can pull one off for the USA. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jody. As we saw that the time has been reset, that shouldn't have happened right now. There was almost 30 seconds left, so right now we're just checking. But it seems this heat is almost finished right now. We just saw that second wave by Brisa Malaga that managed to push Yuka Horikoshi down to third place. He's got one single wave with a 3.5, but we saw that nice riding by Brisa Malaga finally catching a wave. Time is up. There it is on our screens. 24 minutes. There's not 24 minutes left in this heat. And so we'll advance towards the final already. Izzy Gomez from the United States, who's already in a position to repeat a gold medal from last year in Nicaragua. Brisa Malaga from Peru, who's participated in several of these events and finished in 2 finals. Brisa Malaga is second, so she's already set for that big final. Yuka Horikoshi from Japan is third, and Karel Popke from Tahiti is fourth. They will have to go and battle it out in the final of the repêchage for the woman against Caroline Angibault and Shakira Westorp. So there we have the final of the repêchage. That will be later on. Right now, after this main round 4 of the woman, we've got 2 heats of round 6 of the repêchage for the men, and then we'll see the final of the repêchage. So we'll have in that heat Yuka Horikoshi from Japan, Karel Popke from Tahiti, Caroline Angibault from France that we just saw being interviewed, and Shakira Westorp from Australia. Right now in the water, we've got repêchage round 6 of the men. In that heat, we've got Mo Freitas from Hawaiian red, Benoit Carpentier from France in white, and Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico in yellow. As we see the recap of this heat, very few waves being ridden, only 5 waves in 25 minutes between those 4 riders. And there she is, the defending gold medal champion from last year, Izzy Gomez, riding that wave and securing a spot in the final. We'll have to see if she can repeat that gold medal from last year.
And she made the waves that she did ride count. Here, Yuka Horikoshi just looking for one more wave in that would have probably secured her a spot, but hard to say there. But it was Brisa Malaga who managed to pull down 2 waves. There's the first one where she just straightened out, and she just inches in front of the lip as it came down just behind her. But that secondary double up on the foam ball just ate her for lunch. And now we are looking at Mo Freitas, Benoit Carpentier, and Philippe Rodriguez, and we're going to break for a small minute.
That's right. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We have lots more of action here at the Wave of Cloud Break. Right now we're going for a short commercial break, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Where are we on this thing?
We're in the repechage round 6 of the men.
There we are. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Men's repechage. Oh, thank you so much. Getting a massage up here in the booth. That's how we're roughing it on the island of Tavarua. 2 heats coming up of the guys. There's a look at your competitors on the water right now. As the clock is already ticking by, you see the ocean getting angry out there right now. A lot of people following Mo Freitas for Hawaii, Benoit Carpentier from France, and Felipe Rodriguez, Pepe Rodriguez, out there for Team Mexico. So, you're watching the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. As here's the red jersey of Mo Freitas carving up the ocean right now. Trying to get ahead of that wave right there, trying to carry his little bit of speed. Mo, very technical rider, off the top, down. Big bottom turn for Mo Freitas. Does that better than almost anybody out there as he takes another hack at the top lip there. And he will ride this one out, trying to get just a few more points there. So Mo with the first wave score of this heat. Rides that one out the back door there. And boy, oh boy, nice wave ride there for Mo, scoring a 6.33. From Maui. I'm sure his dad's tuned in right now. Tony Freitas pushing him the whole time. His little brother always tagging along with them to a lot of these different events. And some great finishes this year for him in a lot of different competitions. Been facing a back injury. I'm sure you heard everybody talk about it. It's actually a pelvis injury, so very low back. Happened when he was surfing off the coast of Maui there. Went down real hard, I understand, and unfortunately been battling that through the entire season. And here's the yellow jersey of Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico on that bright being board, carrying a lot of speed. Nice bottom turn. He'll surf out of that one right there. Not going to score as we're just 5 minutes into this competition. I want to thank everybody that makes this possible, including Tourism Fiji, Surfline, the official forecaster, who predict a doozy today. Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfers Village, and SUP International. As we got 2 men's repo heats coming up. Next repo heat coming your way will be Kai Vaz from Brazil, Jeremy Mazir from France, and Harry Maskell from Australia. So those 3 at the staging area right now as we approach the 9:31 mark. Joining me up top, I'm Drew Murin. It's Dan Gavir. And, quite an exciting women's heat there just a moment ago, Dan.
Yeah, pretty exciting. You know, I think the ladies had a little bit of butterflies going on. It took them a little while to get out there, get into their groove, and it was very tight right to the last moment. And it was Carol Popke and Yuka, unfortunately, getting relegated to the repo rounds. But Brisa Malaga and Izzy Gomez stepping up with 2 waves each. I believe actually Izzy had 3 waves, her best 2 counted, but she came out swinging with a 5-point ride. So very nice SUP surfing there from Gomez and Malaga from Peru. But right now, as we look on to Mo Freitas, Felipe Rodriguez, who's done a lot of surfing lately, just had a 25-minute break is all, and Benoit Carpentier the young Frenchman who's been looking very solid all day. And the wind kind of picking back up here, making things challenging. You can see these riders having to do a lot of paddling here. Normally, if it was glassy conditions, these riders would be standing still. It's not nearly as difficult to hold your balance in these types of conditions as it would be in flat conditions. And since the boards are so small, they actually have to keep paddling the whole time to keep some water moving under the board. It provides quite a bit more stability. So they're having to be a lot more active and use up a lot more energy than they would if it was just glassy conditions.
And we've been calling Rodriguez's name all day long. I think he's been on the water 2 different occasions. How does that 3 different occasions? Thanks for the correction there, Dan. I mean, he's been on the water a lot. So, I mean, how does he have to deal with energy conservation and just keep out there charging each and every heat?
Well, all these surfers are used to going out for long sessions, and, you know, keeping the energy up probably isn't too hard with all your teammates back in the boat. You know, great amounts of motivation. You can get out of the wind and the elements a little bit. I don't know, though, if he really had a whole lot of time to go all the way to the boat, find a place to put his board, find a place to chill out. So, you know, he might have just stayed out in the water, but he's a strong, tough guy, and I'm sure he's pretty fired up. We're going to send it down to the boat with Jody.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with winner of that last women's heat, Izzy Gomez. Team USA, I feel like I was witnessing history. The whole boat was going crazy when you guys were catching waves. What was going through your mind when you were out in that heat?
Yeah, I was really scared at first just because I've been in waves this size but not surfing backside, so it was a little bit of a challenge for me, but I'm just so stoked to see that like the women actually get a chance to showcase our surfing in some bigger waves. So yeah, it was really cool.
And we saw Brissa Malaga take off on a bomb. Talk to me. What were you thinking when you saw her drop in on that?
I was right there as she was dropping in, and I just see her board go like sideways, and I'm like, she did not just go on that wave. And then I guess she made it, so that's pretty sick. But yeah, that was so cool.
Did it feel like you guys were surfing in a heat, or did it just feel like you guys were kind of pushing? I feel like you guys were pushing the whole sport forward. What was the feeling like out in the water?
Well, I kind of had a lot of thoughts going through my head before that heat, and then I kind of thought to myself, you know what, like this is a stepping stone, not only for me, but for like the whole women's side of the sport, just because like I feel like there needs to be some type of level up right now, so I think this is it.
Well, you know, you and your brother are the last 2 standing for Team USA in the SUP surfing, and you know, what are your thoughts? What's the goal for the Gomez's?
Yeah, I know my brother's super determined to win. He's really fired up. He's been training really hard, and you know, I just told him just do your best and just go out there and surf. But and then my personal goal, of course, I want to win, but you can't win them all. So I'm just gonna go and surf and have fun, and hopefully it pans out for me because I brought my American flag in my backpack today. So.
And I know your mom's probably watching. She's been on the boat with us, but she got a little seasick. Anybody you want to say hi to at home, or your mom watching on Tavarua?
I would like to say hi, Mom, and Coach Kavika on Tavarua. And just hi to my grandparents and my dad and the friends at home if you're watching. Thank you. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon.
And you owe it all to Chuck, right?
I do. I owe everything to Chuck Patterson. He taught me how to take the best GoPro selfies ever. So, yeah.
All right, well, congrats, Izzy Gomez. We'll send it back to you guys on the island of Tavarua.
Oh, man. Owes it all to Chuck Patterson, Mr. GoPro selfie himself out there. The 16-year-old Izzy Gomez, who actually has a birthday coming up on December 9th, so that's just a mere month away. So congratulations to her, making it on to the final, Dan. And here we go, still bobbing around out there. There's the red jersey of Mo Freitas.
Oh, I think Mo is, this one caught him by surprise here. He thought he was on the outside there, but that is a large wall of white water there that he's going to have to deal with before he gets the next opportunity to surf a wave. And it looks like he's going to actually take another one on the head here, and that's kind of how we call it. And Felipe Rodriguez with a big wipe out there, taking some gas. He had a nice wave during the interview, posted a 4.33. He's got to back that up with something better than a 0.90, but right now Mo Freitas sitting with a 6.33. A nice solid, and here's a little look of the airdrop there by Felipe. That board just kind of disconnected. The wind got under it, and he just couldn't control that. A very light Riviera custom board. But right now, looking at the Frenchman, looks like Benoit Carpentier maybe tucking in for a cover-up with a little bit of a rail grab, but that one just broke right over the top from him. So some bigger sets coming through, but not with as much frequency as we saw earlier in the day. So, you know, things changing up as usual out here at Cloudbreak, Drew.
Let's take a look at the replay here for the Frenchman. You see him trying to get on the gas there and speed out of that one, but unfortunately the wave catches him from behind.
Yeah, not a lot there. I think he thought that was going to be a lot more hollow than it was. He was ready for a little cover-up, but, you know, that thing just kind of crumbled and took him out. And the power of the ocean here, even if it's 1 to 2 foot, like we saw in some of the qualifying rounds, it's still very powerful, even though it might not look so on your screen. These athletes are all, I would say, world-class expert swimmers and experts at dealing with these types of conditions here. It looks like Mo Freitas might have something in his crosshairs here as I see him pick up the pace on his paddle cadence, Drew. Hopefully something comes his way. We want to see another big score posted by Mo Freitas.
Mo Freitas getting out of trouble, kind of stuck inside there. And there's the guys you want to thank if you're on the water right now on the jet ski. Our safety skis out there. Like I mentioned before, I think there's one jet ski allocated for each colored jersey, so they're making sure everybody stays safe. As there is the yellow jersey going from right to left on your screen, that's Felipe Rodriguez. Scored a nice wave score of 4.33 up there, went down really hard on that last one, so he might have gotten shaken up a little bit, but he's a Charger fighting for Team Mexico.
He's got his friend Jose Luis Castellin cheering for him from Mexico. He says, "Vamos Pipe, a la final." So he's got him cheering from him. Hopefully he can hear him out there in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And,
I'm sure he can.
You know, Felipe is no stranger to the big waves, and I believe he is now the oldest competitor still in this stand-up SUP surfing final here at the ISA 2016 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are live at the world-renowned Wave of Cloudbreak if you're just joining us. We are in, I believe, a Reprecharge heat number 7. Round 6, heat 7, I believe. This is our men's. In the red, we have Mo Freitas, as you can see from our graphics there, posting a 6.33 with one wave. There, Benoit Carpentier in the white jersey from France, who still has 2 riders in the mix. And then we have Felipe Rodriguez, as we were speaking of, representing Mexico here at the infamous Cloudbreak on Fiji.
And there's a look at that Cloudbreak reef right there, and I've got a lot of chances to get out there and surf it this week. Remained pretty small earlier in the week. In case you're just joining us, you didn't know, it was pretty small earlier in the week for the qualifying heats. We're only seeing like 1 to 3 foot break. We actually had to put the event on hold for a moment or two because it got so small, Dan. And now it's a whole change of pace, a whole different banana. As we take a look at it here today, is still up on top right now is the Hawaiian surfer Mo Freitas with that 6.33. There is the yellow jersey of Rodriguez trying to improve that 0.90. So at this point and what we've seen so far, wave selection is everything because of the time it takes you to get back out and find another one.
Yeah, it is quite critical, and Mo's been very patient. He's looking for that big wave, but also that big wave that has a face to do some high-scoring maneuvers on. Obviously, the judges are looking for those very technical turns off the top, strong bottom turns. They've actually scored some of the highest waves, not because of the barrel rides, but because of the vertical surfing and the extreme turns and the speed carried throughout the ride. So it'll be interesting to see who's got the skills here as we get towards the later rounds of the day. you tend to have athletes getting a little bit more tired, the conditions changing. There's so many variables out here that it truly is still anyone's game here. All the paddlers left in this competition have the ability to win the gold medal for their countries. So it's a lot of cheering going on from the sport boats and from out there around the world. Please post your comments in the comments area below the live feed. We will be reading those, and we appreciate the interactive ability to be able to do that. So if you have a friend in the competition or you're just cheering for your country, post something up.
And don't forget to follow us on all of our social handles, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. And the ISA, the International Surfing Association, a world governing authority with a mission to create a better world through surfing. Here's the yellow jersey of Felipe Rodriguez dropping in from Mexico. Getting way low there, kind of cars off the face, using his paddle for a little bit of stability there, carrying a lot of speed up off the top. And here he's going to ride this one even further. Nice wave ride there for Pepe Rodriguez.
And that should be enough to definitely better that backup score of a .90. It might be enough to even overtake the lead from Mo Freitas, who doesn't have a second wave yet. So those two looking very strong. It's Benoit Carpentier, who just seems to have a little bit of a challenge now finding the right wave to ride, the best wave that he can find. Still looking for in this heat, but as we look at the replay here of Felipe just kind of racing down the line, a few speed check turns off the lip there. You see, it looks like he was running a quad fin on that Riviera.
And he looked to be making a little more cautious turns. Usually Felipe is a more aggressive surfer right there. Looked to be a little more cautious on that wave, Dan.
Yeah, he wants to get a good score. He doesn't want to go for something big right off the bat and get taken out and get something, a low score. He knows he needs 2 solid scores just to get his campaign going, to be in the running, rather than, just trying to drop in and just kill it with every single first turn. These surfers have been out here. Felipe has some of the most experience of anyone today. He's, I believe this is his 4th round of surfing. He's, made his way through the reprecharge rounds. Mo Freitas also looking very good here. Some nice backhand surfing there. Had to bail out, but that should be solid for his backup score. And yeah, there goes Felipe Rodriguez straight to the top of the points board. A beautiful big turn there, airborne for Carpentier, and that was exactly what he was looking for as he gets vaporized in that that converging of the 2 waves there. But that should be good for Benoit Carpentier to post up a good score. Right now, Felipe Rodriguez with an 8.20, Mo Freitas with a 7.33. He should be posting a higher score for that last wave, and we'll have to see what Benoit Carpentier from France pulls down on that last wave. So it truly is still anyone's game here, a very tight heat.
Mo Freitas, as you see, hopefully we can get the replay of that from the Hawaiian. A couple big cracks off the top there in proper Momo fashion. And like you said, Carpenter, that was spectacular there, as all of our surfers starting to get out of that crashing wave a little early, trying to increase their chances of getting back out in the lineup. Here we approach the 5-minute mark right now, as there is Felipe Rodriguez currently in first, waiting for the new wave scores to come in. The judges have started inputting him slowly, but this will give Felipe at least a chance for 1 or 2 more waves, Dan.
Yeah, Felipe just has a lot of support out there. Marco Ortiz from Mexico. The boards of Pipe, it's ATL surfboards, not Riviera. Sorry about that. That's a mistake on my part. So ATL surfboards. Also, the Zinca from Peru says, Brisa Malaga, everybody in Peru is cheering for you. Courtney out of Mexico says, go Pipe, we are cheering for you. Nice wave, by the way.
Yeah. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. There's Pipe. Riding it out there, looking for another big bomb to catch. The other 2 paddlers we haven't seen, Mo or Benoit, come back into view. But there he is, Mo Freitas for Hawaii.
Just a little bit behind the section there. He needs to get out in front of that whitewater to be in the scoring section, throwing some nice spray off his board there, and that's exactly what the judges have been scoring. And he does a little speed check there, maybe going for a little cover-up, but he wants to stay in that vertical section of the wave and score as many points as possible. by utilizing the most powerful section of the wave, and that really is that spot just in front of the white water where the wave is just dead vertical, and that's where these stand-up paddlers really generate the most speed that gives them the ability to do the big moves.
And that wave going to be enough, a 6.33, so that'll be enough to move Mo Freitas back into first place. Here's Benoit's big wave. Big bottom turn by Benoit. Oh, by Felipe. My apologies. Felipe carving the face up of that wave right there, carrying a lot of speed down the line. Stretches it way out there. So Team Mexico's got to be stoked with that. You got a lot of support, Felipe. Felipe Rodriguez out of Mexico. Benoit waiting for that score to drop, trying to improve that 0.87. We know it will, but Mo Freitas currently on top with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, Felipe riding the ATL surfboards, stand-up paddle boards. Got to send a shout-out to them. I called out his board wrong a few times there. I believe he's on a 610, but you can check him out at ATL Surf on Facebook.
All kinds of fun videos on there of Felipe. Very colorful choice, I do have to say. And now we're down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You see Mo Freitas down on his stomach there, making his way from right to left, kind of coming in and out of your view. And look at the wind blow the water around down there off a cloud break. And don't go anywhere. We got some great heat still to come. Like I mentioned before, Kai Vaz, Jeremy Mazier, Harry Maskell, all those riders coming up in the next heat. So they're all staged and ready to go. And we'll see if Momo Surfs, I think is his handle on Instagram, from Hawaii, from Maui, can catch one more wave. Try to extend that lead even further. As there's Mo looking at something off his right shoulder there, trying to make his way back up. And Dan, Mo, no stranger. You had a chance to catch up with him this week. How's the back treating him overall? I know his dad's been worried about it, everybody else. Has he talked anything about it? Does he feel good?
He would have liked to come out here and done some racing. Mo is also a very strong racer. We actually saw him sit out the long distance race at the PPGs, if you remember, so that he could try to excel in that technical race there. Connor ran away with it there, but I believe he was in the top 5. He had an insane start, just couldn't hold it together, and it was kind of the luck of catching the waves there. But he's been taking care of it. He's a young guy. He's got a million waves left in his career, and he knows that he needs to take care of his body right now to make sure that he extends his career as long as possible. And but this was a unique opportunity to come out, kind of 11th hour request from Matty Schweitzer to come and fill a spot for Team Hawaii, and he got an MRI right before he left. I don't know if they've got the results back. Sounds like they know a little bit more about what's bothering him. Originally, he told me it was a back injury in California, and now it turns out it's something that's going on lower down in his pelvis on the backside. So sometimes taking some of these big waves, especially in Hawaii. He's been out at Piahi, and he surfs in some big waves. He's been out at Pipe, and he knows what it's like to get hit by tons of water, and it's not an easy thing on the body. You've got to be a durable human to be able to take that kind of a beating. And here he goes, taking off on a nice wave here. Should give him some scoring opportunity. Right now he's looking really smooth, very solid. Look at him just accelerate off his bottom turn. I mean, he is really putting it together with his equipment here, riding that Rawson Custom out of Hawaii. And he is just loving it, and this is true Mo form, going for a little air there, and obviously you can see he's riding a quad fin, and looks like he's got probably some 6-inch fins up front and some 4.5s in the back.
Let's take a closer look at it right here. Mo Freitas from Hawaii, nice bottom turn there. Look at him, how high he gets up on that wave. Brings a lot of speed into the bottom section.
Just throwing buckets of water there, and I haven't seen anyone carry that much speed on their backside out here at Cloudbreak during this competition. So that, I believe, will actually better his backup score and put him in a real hard position to beat here in this as we wind down the final moments. Oh, I believe that is and time is up. So.
And just so you know, the score comes in as we're about ready to go to break, an 8.46 for Mo Freitas on that last wave. So it was everything and more. Big condolences go out to Mr. Carpenter. Benoit Carpenter not going to make it, and he'll go out on that repecharge heat. As we take a live look there at Cloudbreak, we got our next heat coming at you in just a short minute, but here it is. Mo Freitas once again starting off a little slow here, trying to gain as much speed as he can. This is an earlier wave, as there he is, carves way up on top. So smart surfing there by Mo Freitas, carrying a lot of speed. Another big hack at the top. And he carves that bottom, slows it down a little bit. Mo's just been grabbing the rail all afternoon looking for that barrel, but didn't get it on this wave there, Dan.
Yeah, and we see that technique used quite a bit there, grabbing the rail, trying to, help kind of work the leverage of the board and dig that rail into that vertical face here. Just that signature Momo style as he really pushes off his back foot. He really has a knack for surfing off the back foot. He's got quite a bit of surfing in his background, and I remember seeing him when he was probably just 13 or 14 years old out in the North Shore of Oahu. And even back then, he was turning heads and impressing people, and he has taken it to a world-class level, and it looks like he has what it takes to win the gold medal out here for Hawaii, and I'm sure that boat is just going wild right now.
You got Mo Freitas and Zane Schweitzer on the same team. Those two surfers will be coming at you later on in the final. You're watching the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship live from Cloudbreak. It's Drew with you. We got Philip Mueller, we got Dan Gavir, we got Jody down on the boat. We got more action coming your way, so don't turn the channel. We'll be back.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
And welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the 2016, and boy, oh boy, has it been incredible. Taking a look, a little replay at the last heat. Here comes the white jersey, Philip Mueller. Oh, this is not a replay from this. Is a replay from this heat. So in this heat, we're going to talk about all the athletes. Why don't you give us the rundown there, Philip?
So here he comes down. That's Jérémy Massière in white for Team France. We just lost one of the Frenchmen, Benoit Carpentier, in the previous heat. So 3 men in this one. Caio Vaz from Brazil is in red, as you see at the top of your screen. In yellow from Australia, the young 18-year-old Harry Maskell and Jérémy Massière. Right now we're going to a quick interview on the boat with Jody Nelson, probably with Mo Freitas, winner of the previous heat.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with Mo Freitas, just won that last heat. And Mo, you've been having to do a lot of surfing. You're going to be back out there in about 30, 35 minutes. Just give us some of the highlights of your last heat.
Yeah, just really good waves right now. The waves they're kind of glassy, but there's still some little chop to it. But nonetheless, a great session. And tide's going back down, so the waves should be getting a little more hollow. Epic set just came through, and I was a little on the inside, but I'm really looking forward to getting a big barrel after the end of the event, or hopefully.
So we're here at the ISA, SUP, and Paddleboard Championships, World Championships. Are you thinking about that at all, or are you just stoked to be out there with 3 other guys or 2 other guys in the last heat?
Man, it's kind of hard to think about events right now. I got the Hawaii team got a sick boat, and everyone's just having good fun, but nonetheless, for sure, on contest mode. And I lost my previous heat, so I got dragged on the reef. But I'm just gonna push through and see what I can do.
And what are some of the biggest challenges? I know you ride a pretty small board, but during these 25-minute heats, what are the biggest challenges?
The paddle back out for sure. Especially, I'm on a 7.0, and it's just the volume is my weight, so it's like when I'm paddling back out, it's just the biggest struggle. And I usually paddle out on my stomach, and it's really it's really, you know, pushing my back and pushing my pelvis. But I'm just gonna push through it and hope for the best.
All right, well, we'll let you get hydrated and ready for that next heat because I know you're going back out there pretty soon. Anybody you want to say hi to real quick?
Hello to my dad and whoever is watching that's supporting me. Yeah.
Congrats and good luck in the next round. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Jody Nelson. One of the most humble individuals you'll ever meet. I mean, Mo Freitas, he's just a good guy.
That's right, like most of the Hawaiians, Kai Lenny too, Zane Schweitzer. Really good team there, all on that boat as they're mentioning, that's been following the races alongside us on the media boat. Doing a great work right now, Team Hawaii. And here comes the replay of that second wave from Jeremy Massier. So only 2 waves ridden by the Frenchman in this heat, and nice off the top there. Following with nice flow, keeps on advancing into that white section and escaping right before that wave closes out on him.
Just definitely made the most of that wave right there. Jeremy Mazier, the 32-year-old, out there putting on a show for you from Team France. And I was talking with Mo the other day, and I was like, you know, Mo, who's your biggest fan? Because, you know, his dad's all over social media. His dad's all over the message board. He goes, honestly, my brother, Chargin' Marvin. He goes, Chargin' Marvin is rooting me on, cheering me on every step of the way. He goes, definitely a huge asset on my fan club. So a big shout out to his brother, who I know is watching back home in Hawaii.
That's right, 18 minutes and 45 seconds. So that second wave from Jeremy Massier gets him a 3.17. You're going to see it. There it is, 9.17 total score. In the lead, we're going to wait for Caio Vaz and Harry Masco to get their first waves. This is the repêchage round 6 of the men. We've got 2 heats in this round. This is the second one. We've already lost one Frenchman, Benoît Carpentier, and Jeremy Massier, making sure to go through towards what will be the final of the repêchage for the men. Well, the little final of the repêchage, that's round 7. We've got 1 heat where they have to fight it out. These 4 guys going through, only 2 will advance against the 2 guys who will fall off the main round 5 of the men. There, 2 guys will go into the final, as we saw with the women, and 2 will go to face the winners out of these 4 that are going through this round.
And there's this little quick shot of Kai Vaz from Brazil, the 23-year-old, trying to score his first wave score of this heat. And a nice wave. Oh boy, Kai saw that one coming as we cringed on that one, Phil. Let's look at the replay.
So here he comes, just setting up that bottom turn and just going for it as he goes down on that one. And
he escaped on that one.
Yeah, that was the previous one. 3.10. His second wave is already scored. He gets a 1.5. There it is on your screen. So total of 4.6. Not enough to take first position. Sets him in second. We're waiting to see what Harry Masco will do.
Here's the wave we were just talking about as he turned on another one, just immediately only rides it out about 30 feet. And he saw that sucker close, and you saw
we all saw it.
Try to hit the deck as he gets washed on that one. But Kai Vaz, a tough Brazilian rider. Just 23 years of age, highly experienced in these type of conditions. And here comes the yellow jersey of Harry Maskel.
Here comes the 18-year-old Aussie going down the line, waiting to place that bottom turn there. Nice off the top on that first maneuver. Here comes one again. Here goes with a cut back, getting back to the power of the wave, falling down and riding it out. So that maneuver will be considered as completed, although he went down into the prone position and followed it out.
Jeremy Mazier following this one up right now. Oh, just taking it from both sides there.
Boom.
As you see that wave close out there, but Maskel
going for
I'm
it.
going to use the word. I'm just going to use the word. I'm going to say that was a little razzle-dazzle out there, Philip
There
Mueller.
you have it. That's the first razzle-dazzle by Drew. That is copyrighted. Please do not use it.
Yeah, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but he made it look good, the young Aussie. Waiting for his wave score to come in. But here comes Kai Vaz once again, just not wasting any time here, Philip.
That's right. We saw some heats before where just wave starved, as we saw the woman, for example, on that final of the main event for the women. Only 5 waves ridden between 4 girls in the water. I mean, really very impressive. I mean, there wasn't much waves there. And finally, Izzy Gomez already securing a place for the United States in that final. And Brisa Malaga from Peru. I was just eating right now at the restaurant of Tavarua on my break. And there is President Fernando Aguirre alongside the 3 vice presidents. We've got Barbara Kendall, She's there. We've also got Casper Steinfurt and the Peruvian Vice President Karin Sierralta, who's also the President of the Peruvian Federation. Very pleased about Brisa Malaga making it through to the final. Well, yeah, obviously.
And she served very, very well in her last heat, so we're expecting big things from her. And we do have a little chime in on Twitter asking, what kind of hair product does Kai Vaz use? We'll have to get back to you on that one right there.
We'll ask him.
The long, flowy hair of the Brazilian. We'll find out for him, though. Maybe that's a good question for you, Philip. Yeah, maybe
that's right.
We'll have Philip ask him that. 14:42 left in this last heat in repecharge number 6. As you're seeing nice faces on those waves. You talked to Mo a little bit earlier, so let's take Harry Mascal down the line here.
Here he comes again, taking his time just to set it up. Ooh, going down with the lip over the falls, going to get sucked down. As Dan was explaining earlier this morning, this wave of cloud break will pull you down 1 second time as soon as you get back to the surface. That's called the gas chamber. And there we're seeing if he's coming out. Is he on screen or is he already out? As you can see also the current. We saw Brisa Malaga after riding out that huge closeout and just maintaining the stance. That was enough points, 2.43, to take her to the following round and keep on advancing. But we saw her just gliding across the screen with the current there.
Yeah, a lot of current down there. We saw a couple of our surfers get caught up, but we've already had 4 broken boards and 6 broken leashes down on cloud break today. So board manufacturers are going to have to get back to work. They're going to have to fire up those factories starting next week.
That's right. Cloud break was hungry this morning.
Yeah,
a bit
no
more
kidding.
size.
Took its cookies, let me tell you. Kai Vaz right now on the bubble of elimination, even though we're very, very early in the completion of this heat. Currently wave score of 4.6, so we'll see if Kai can come back from this one right now. Harry Mascal with a nice ride there. That's going to move his score up from a 0.6 to a 1.13. And it's all about the 32-year-old Jeremy Mazier, so one of the oldest competitors in this heat, out there charging it right now for Team Australia. There's a good look at Jeremy right down the line there. He's going to let that one go.
There you see the panoramic view of cloud break, this arena that we've got 2 kilometers from us here. We are on Tavarua. We keep getting messages. Ex-competitor on these ISA World Championships for Team Australia, Justin Holland, fine SUP surfer. He says, come on, Harry, keep attacking the lip, go Australia. Also from New Caledonia, which is a French territory, Baski says, Aletik, Alashun, which means go on, attack.
Attack, attack, attack. And I'm sure Jeremy's fully aware of what he has to do here for Team France. And I'll tell you, France, second in the overall standings, they have a chance to take home gold this year. So I'm sure the country support is even more greater than ever.
That's right. Try to disrupt the domination established by Australia. That was disrupted last year by Team USA, who wants to repeat that team gold medal. There was a fine documentary made about that campaign from last year, breaking that winning streak of 3 gold medals on the team standings by Australia. And really a fine work last year on Team USA.
I was on the boat yesterday with Troy Pease, the coach for Team Australia, and he says they came in very, very focused this year. And, you know, Jordan Mercer goes out with an ankle injury in the prone stock category, and then Harriet just comes back and just double golds. I mean, that really gave a morale boost for Team Australia. And, I mean, shaping up into one of their more stronger events, the surfing, Harry can do it. This team can do it. So we'll see what happens.
That's right. 11 minutes and 20 seconds. Remember, if you get the gold medal on the team standings, you get the perpetual trophy, which is a huge trophy. We'll see that tomorrow at the closing ceremony after the relay races. And right now, the 3 first places have got the name of Australia on them. Then you've got USA. And, well, it's nice also if you're ever around San Diego, that's the HQ of the ISA. You can always go and say hello very quick and see the offices. And in the entrance are all the trophies of all the different championships, you know, and also all these aquariums that you see with the Sons of the World. They are all there around the office. It's very nice to see.
That's really cool. And there's Kai Vaz getting a barrel there, digging on down, grabbing the rail, taking a little coverage there. Kai speeding out the back end. He's not done yet, though, as he's going to ride this one right over the top. So the Brazilian definitely going to improve on that 1.5 and that 3.10 there, Philip. What a ride for Kai Vaz out of Brazil.
That's right. He's looking right now for a 1.94. I do believe he will get that score with that latest wave. It seems like a good wave. We're going to see how much he is awarded by the judges. Right now, Jeremy Massier is still in first position. If Caio Vaz wants first position, how much does he need? He needs at least to replace that 1.5 by 6.07 right now. Still doable. But he needs to find those waves. We're already in the last 10 minutes as we're getting messages from Kevin Greer from the US. Felipe Pipe Rodriguez is a freaking Ironman. Viva Mexico!
Yeah, then here's Jeremy Mazier, the 32-year-old, with a little speed, kind of surfing out of the whitewash there, slows it down. He'll surf out of that one. He's not going to take any points there to help him in any way, shape, or form, but I love the support for Pepe.
And so we saw there that first tube from Caio Vaz. The scores are coming in. It's going to be a score in the excellent range. So excellent range is between 8 and 10. A good wave is between 6 and 8. Normal or regular wave is between 4 and 6. And here are the scores coming in. It's going to be like 8-point ride, and there it is. 8 points for Caio Vaz, who takes the lead of this second heat.
Yeah, big move there by Caio Vaz, moving up on to first place. And there is the yellow jersey of Mascal trying to top that last ride of Vaz. Escapes the closeout there, and Mascal going to ride this one all the way in, just trying to gather all the points as possible. And a big bomb off the backside now for Jeremy Mazier.
So it's right also, you have to select these waves correctly. As you saw, pretty big wave for Caio Vaz. Then we saw Ari Masco on a smaller wave in the middle of the set, and then we see Jeremy Massier coming on an even bigger wave than Caio Vaz.
Mazier not really doing much with that one, just kind of riding it out. The shape didn't quite hold for him, so he'll surf out the back of that one. But the judges have some scoring to do there, but boy, some great camera work down there. There's bouncing all around. There's all kinds of fun. Here's a look at Harry's ride.
Here's the replay from the Aussie. Riding out that wave, going into that long cutback, finding back the white water, keeps on advancing, and then you come into that last section. You have to very quick put one last maneuver and then ride it out exactly when he did. That was perfect timing before that wave closes out. So good wave by Ari Masco. We're going to wait for the scores of Ari Masco. Also Jeremy Massier has got one score being typed in right now by the judges. Mathieu from France says, Allez les bleus, allez carreaux. So there we go. We're going to see lots of French shouting, Allez, 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 as they always do.
I love how all these countries yell something, you know.
Aussie, Aussie,
Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
It's all kinds of fun being had down there. And if you're down on the water right now at Cloudbreak, you're hearing it all. The support coming from these boats is just outrageous. It's just so much fun. But this is a very tight heat so far.
One of the tightest we've seen. Ari Masco, we're still waiting on that latest score. There it is in. He gets 4.03. Not enough to take him back to second position. Now he needs to work on that 3.9, change it. And he needs 5.15 if he wants to stay in competition right now with only 7 minutes left to go. Sayulita Surf School says, Animo Felipe. So, I'd love to go back to Sayulita. Love Sayulita. That little village there in Mexico was really a good contest last year.
You know, Caio Vaz comes from the country of Brazil. I was able to go down and commentate a couple of different Brazilian events, such as Battle of Paddle Brazil. And they have a guy down there who's been so influential in the world of stand-up paddling, Luis Guida, the animal, they call him down there.
Animal,
yeah. Everybody knows him. He's down there, and he's really done a lot for stand-up paddling in Brazil, and you definitely got to give him a lot of accolades for pushing a lot of these young surfers, sort of converting them over to stand-up paddling. So, Luis Guida, if you're watching, well done, sir. Well done. And let's look at the conditions down there, Philip.
It's still coming crashing all over the place. There's huge waves, and the swell is still picking up. It's going to be growing throughout the whole day. It won't stop, and we should be seeing 10 to 12 feet faces later on during the day. There's Papas from Sayulita 2 in Mexico with his surf school saying, Vamos México, tú puedes, Pipe. And also, saludos a Philippe. Saludos, Papas, a la distancia. Ahí si me quieres invitar a Sayulita, yo voy feliz.
And on the water right now, I love it when everybody chimes in. So keep it coming, keep it coming. We're in as many as we can. On the water right now, current conditions, we got a 25 to 30 knot wind coming out of the southeast out there. Out there, we got ocean chop of about 1.5 to 2.5 meters. So, I mean, it'd make for a heck of a downwind day if you wanted to go out and ride your downwind board, wouldn't it, Philip?
That's what we were joking right now at the restaurant. I mean, with the guys from the ISA, I guess Zane Schrater must be itching to have a windsurf here and just go zooming by all this region, you know?
Leave it up to Zane. He has to compete in a final here coming up. He gets his windsurf board, just goes shredding up and just down
pulling
the break.
huge back loops,
Yeah.
you know, launching on these ramps.
There's the 5-minute mark, so the yellow flag is up for this repechage. Number 6 here. Coming up, our next heat, another loaded heat, as we're going to get into more surfing action.
It will be the final of the repechage for the woman. We've already got 2 finalists. That's Izzy Gomez from United States, Brisa Malaga from Peru. They're waiting to see who will be the 2 women that will come out from this final of the repechage. Right now, we saw them lose in the little final of the main event. That was Yuka Horikoshi from Japan and Karel Popke from Tahiti. They will be battling it out against Shakira Westdorp from Australia and Caroline Angibault from France. Only 2 of these women will make it back in the final, securing medals. When you fall in 3rd position in the final of the repechage, you get the 5th position in the world and 6th for the one who finishes 4th in that final.
And these girls are going on no turnaround time. I mean, they've only been off the water for about 30 to 40 minutes.
That's right, but I think it's a lot more difficult and a lot more tiring for the men. Really, they've been like we said, Felipe Rodriguez. That was his first heat. For most of the guys right now in the water, it is still their third heat. They've got repechage. This is repechage round 6. After that, if you keep advancing, you go to repechage round 7, and then you've got the final of the repechage before being in final. So, for 2 of these guys that we've just seen, that means they're going to do 6 heats of 25 minutes today.
Yeah, 6 heats of 25 minutes. I'm not very good at math, but that's a lot of minutes on the water there. Is Harry Maskell right there in the yellow on the bubble right now for Team Australia. What would this mean to Team Australia if Harry doesn't qualify?
That will affect the ranking, obviously. Harry Maskell will mark his points for his team. At this height of the contest, if you finish in 3rd position in this round, you will get 500 points instead of the 1,000 points that would get the gold medalist. So obviously losing 500 points for Team Australia. They know that France are on their heels, and USA also is looking strong with Giorgio Gomez, Izzy Gomez still advancing throughout the SUP surf section of this event. And, you know, they're getting nervous.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that's the case right now. And if you're a coach for Team Australia, you're screaming to the top of your lungs as your surfers out there. Harry Maskell from Australia on the bubble with one of the tightest surf heats we've seen today. 2:24 left. And our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, sitting here on the island Tavarua, tuned in live. So we want to wish him hello and well. 40 years of successful business leadership in the action sports industry, and founder of the first president Argentinian Surfing Association in 1978. So he's been doing a lot. He was on the live webcast here earlier talking about how excited he is, and he's all about sharing the stoke, isn't he, Philip?
That's right. A great ambassador of excitement. Like you said at certain meetings, if you're not excited, you just come to me, I'll get you excited.
And I encourage you to take a look at the opening ceremonies when Fernando basically stole the mic from the camera guy and was out interviewing anybody and everybody and just spreading that love for what he's able to build here. As there's 3 of our paddlers all bunched up right there. That's Mazir in the middle. Maskell now got priority, so he'll be the first one if any sets come in.
As we see, there's Caio Vaz deciding to not follow that group, just keep himself a bit apart. He's probably going to wait for one of those bigger waves that sort of bend around the reef at Cloudbreak. There you can see one coming his way. We're also seeing Harry Maskell turn around, and there he goes, the Australian.
Here comes the Aussie coming down the face of that wave. Nice wave selection here. Nice carving turn off the top there. Gets way low on the bottom turn. Rips the face wide open. This is going to score well for the Aussie. He needed this. His 4th nice maneuver. Nice turn there. Nice bottom turn starting to mellow out a little bit. He's going to make anything of it. No, unfortunately goes off balance. Falls off the backside of that wave. We'll see if it's enough to improve that 3.9 and move him into 2nd place, because we're down to the final 40 seconds, Philip.
That's right. Less than a minute left in this heat. Harry Maskell there on the bubble. Feeling a lot of pressure, but right now coming down the line is Jeremy Massier connecting with the wave as it came his way there. Nice bottom turn, going back to the top of the wave with that long cut back. Here's another bottom turn, just carving a bit, waiting for that to stand up, seeing if it will form a tube. Finally not, so little re-entry more. Keeps on gliding through this wave, entering into that last section. As you see, it becomes whiter and whiter, and one moment you just have to exit that wave, trying to replace that 3.33.
Oh boy, this comes down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen, as time runs out right now for our athletes. Two very similar waves for the white and yellow jersey from France and Australia. And this is Kai Vaz trying to catch one at the last minute.
This wave will count. We've got the official timing and scores from the judges. It's a repeat from what the technical director sees, and there's a small difference of 6-7 seconds between the time you see on your screen and the official time of the heat. So right now this wave will count. Even if you on your screen saw that time was finished, the official time is the time that the judges manage in the tower.
Well said. So Kai Vaz grabbing a couple extra turns there at the end, but again, one of the tightest heats we've seen. Will it be France? Will it be Australia? Or will it be Brazil going home here in this repechage heat? That is the question right now. I know there's a ton of people at home watching, waiting for the results here, Philip. And oh boy, come on, judges, get your scores in. It has been a great heat, one of the most exciting ones of the afternoon. And you can't say enough about all these surfers. Their performances were just stellar in this heat.
And I mean, it's obviously we're trying to look for the world champion, the best of the best. You know, it's a competition, but we're seeing stronger and stronger riders just dropping off and falling down. So right now we're waiting for that latest wave of Harry Maskell, see if it can change the situation. But right now, let's go to the recap with the first wave from Caio Vaz. That was a 3-point. That was the 8-point ride. That's the 8-point ride. Like, nice tube riding, comes out. He could have just exited right there and then just does one huge cutback, goes back down to the base of the wave, keeps on advancing, and then decides to come out.
Nice wave there by Kai Vaz, as here he comes once again in the red shirt and the red jersey, carves the face of that monster wave right there, escapes out the back. So very active surfer on the water there, as here comes Harry Maskell.
Here comes the young Aussie there, working well that wave, working it from top to bottom. Here he comes again, lots of speed, going down the line there, throwing water on that little off the top, keeps on advancing, and finally falls off the board there on that last section.
And here's the 32-year-old from Australia, Jeremy Massier, carrying a lot of speed. As you see him turn on the gas right there and carve a nice big bottom turn up off the top of the lip. And the Frenchman doing it well and doing it right, with some nice paddle work there, washing it, taking it right into the white water. He surfs out of that one, and that was one of his best wave scores of the afternoon.
Now we see the HQ where all the riders are concentrated. Right now we're going to a quick commercial break here at the Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships 2016, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
We got scores for you.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Welcome back to the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Joined in the booth with me right now is Philip Mueller. I'm Drew Muir. We got Jody Nelson down on that big white boat down there with interviews from all of our athletes as well as conditions updates. And Dan Gaviria will be sitting in here just momentarily. But we came off one of the best men's repechage heats we've had all afternoon. And Philip, oh boy, it's unfortunate to say because no one deserved to go home on that last one.
That's right. Harry Maskell from Australia, unfortunately, is eliminated. That last wave he ran was enough. It was more than what he needed to advance. But on the side of that, Jeremy Massier was already catching another wave. And that changed completely the situation and still put him in third position for Harry Maskell. So there you have it. Caio Vaz and Jeremy Massier will be in the round 7 of the repechage for the men. They will be against Mo Freitas from Hawaii and Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico. So that will be round number 7. Right now we're back with the women for round 6 of their repechage. This is the final of the repechage for the women. 2 women will advance towards the final, obtain a medal. The 4 finalists all get a medal. You get gold, silver, bronze and copper. And the 2 losers will obtain respectively 5th and 6th position in the world 2016. Here comes the first wave for, it seems like, Black Caroline Angibault. Right now we've already got 1 wave ridden by Shakira Westdorp from Australia, also 1 wave by Caroline Angibault. And there, now that I can see it, that's Japanese Yuka Horikoshi, the young Japanese girl, alongside Karel Popke. They had a very difficult heat in the main event, not catching many waves. As I'm joined by Dan Gevet in the booth, I'm Philip Muller, and we are transmitting live from the island resort of Tavarua.
Wow, what an exciting heat that was with the men. Hopefully we got some more of that same action and pumping waves coming up for our women's final heat of the repechage round here in the infamous break of Cloud Break. And you can see just how challenging, a beautiful, nice like airdrop there almost from Shakira Westdrop, just showing you how well you need to be positioned and how critical that initial drop is onto the wave face, Philip. You really need to keep your board under you, point it straight and get ready for some speed.
That's right. So right now we've got Shakira Westdorp with 2 waves. Our second score is being dropped by the judges. Caroline Angibault got 1.27 for her first wave, and it seems as a repeat of that main round that we saw just before. Yuka Horikoshi and Karel Popke, they need to get moving. They need to find those waves. They need to be in the right position and just go for it, you know. Otherwise, they're going to see a repeat, and we saw them in the last 7-8 minutes. They're just sort of getting pressured, knowing that they didn't catch any waves. They were in a main event round, so you still know that you'll keep in competition, but they started, you know, we saw that the pressure was not letting them get the waves how they wanted to.
And you know, from hearing the interview with Caroline Angibault, she's got the 8-2 Hobie. I think she's got a great board for these conditions. She's definitely looking solid out there. She's already got 1 wave under her belt, so showing that she's not afraid to just jump right into it and get her feet wet, no pun intended, or every pun intended. But it will be up to Yuki Horikoshi and Karel Popke to really step it up here. They really have nothing to lose here. They need to be patient, but they also need to go. They just need to get into position and drop into some of those waves. And they're both riding boards that are much smaller, I believe, than what Caroline Angibault is on. I believe Shakira Westdrop's on the 7-7 starboard. So it'll be interesting to see how these ladies with a little more age, a little more experience, are going to surf up against the younger riders. And it sounds like we're going to toss it down to Jody on the boat here in a few seconds as we continue on with our final repechage heat for the women. And Jody?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with Kaya Vaz, who just won that last heat. You're going to be going into repechage round number 8 with Mo Freitas, Jeremy Mazaret, and who else is Felipe from Mexico. Talk to us about that heat. Saw you get a couple bombs out there.
Yeah, it's really windy, really rough out there, but if you look really well, you can find some really good ones, some big barrels, and yeah, just wanting to get barrels, you know. Not every day you gotta compete in cloud break like 6 to 8 feet, so I'm pretty much enjoying my time and trying to get some barrels.
Now, the heats are getting, you know, more and more difficult, better competition. You're going to be up against Mo Freitas, who has a lot of experience in bigger waves. What's going to be your strategy in this next heat against Felipe, Jeremy, and Mo?
Now think about them, think about me, and catch my waves. Forget about them, man.
All right, well, I know you got to get ready for your heat because you're coming up in the next heat. Anybody you want to say hi to at home in Brazil in Portuguese?
Pô, show, meu pai e mãe aí, se o pessoal estiver vendo. Vamos que vamos! Tá pesado o negócio, mas tudo certo. Valeu, galera.
All right, congrats. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Valeu, galera. Are we saying that Caio Vaz visibly hyped up after that victory? Very happy. We'll be seeing him shortly after this repechage final of the women. We saw a good wave by Yuka Horikoshi during that interview. We're waiting on that score. That should be a good wave. Should be enough to place her in second position from what I'm seeing there. A few scores already being typed in by the judges. We're waiting on 2 judges. As this 18 minutes and 50 seconds. So this, as we said before, there's a 10-second difference between the time you're seeing there and the official time managed by the judges. So sometimes you'll see a wave being run when on your screen you see 0 seconds. That is still valid. That was the case for Caio Vaz at the end of his series. Shakira Westdorp there just having a look inside to Cloudbreak and says, that one no.
Yeah, no thank you. But Yuka with a very nice wave. We'll have to see if it's enough. That's a 3.83, so a solid first wave for her. I believe that's her highest scoring wave of the day. So picking up a little bit momentum here as she gets her second opportunity to come out here for the day. And Caroline Angibault with a beautiful wave as well during the interview with Caio Vaz. And that should be a great backup score, actually probably be her primary score now with that 1.27 will be her backup, so she'll be looking to replace that. And if Yuka can get on a few more waves, I think she certainly has a chance to advance out of this. Still looking for the white jersey of Carol Popke. We can see her there just kind of kneeling down on her board looking for the perfect wave to come her way. And they've got, I see a little yellow buoy marker out there that maybe they're trying to kind of cue off of and tee up on, and every once in a while you get a view of it on your screen. Looks like Shakira Westdorp chopping into one right here on her starboard and decides to duck out.
Yeah, that's the second time she does that right now. And those waves are being counted. So that first in and out was a 0.43. That second one will be more or less in the same range. So no change there for the Australian Shakira Westdorp. And you were speaking about that little yellow buoy. Basically, that's buoy is where the jet ski will leave you if you've got a problem or anything. It will not take you to the top of the liner, but it will drop you in the vicinity of that yellow buoy.
And I like Shakira's strategy here. She's taking a lot of little waves, having a lot of little looks, but she's not getting pushed too far out. She's actually using those waves, even if she's not using them to score. She's having a look. She's getting a feel of what it's like to be in the perfect position, and those waves are actually pushing her more into the critical zone where she's going to catch the wave. So you'll see that happen a lot, where maybe a paddler paddles for one wave, they don't quite catch it, but it moves them, 20 or 30 yards towards the peak of the wave, and sometimes it just helps put them in the perfect spot for the next wave that comes along. And Shakira really moving and shaking out here, and she looks like she has a lot of energy and a lot of stoke, and she's ready to come out and take a gold. So let's see what she can do here. She's got a 3.0, which is average to low score, and a 1.77, which she obviously wants to replace. So she could easily go to the top of the leaderboard right now. Caroline Angibault from France just overtaking the top of the leaderboard with that last wave, a 3.50, and really nice wave selection for her, and a great drop as she sped down across the face and put some points on her scorecard.
That's right, and so 3.5 for that latest wave, as you see marked at the top of your screen, for the French woman Caroline Angibault in black. And she takes first position with this. Remember, this is repechage. You will advance towards the final of the main event, where Izzy Gomez and Brisa Malaga are waiting right now. We can also see who's will be in the following heat, which is round number 7 for the men, and in that heat we'll have Mo Freitas from Hawaii, Jeremy Massier from France, Caio Vaz from Brazil, and Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico. 2 will only advance towards the final of the repechage of the men. Right now in the main round 5. No, but in the main we've got the last, so the final of the main event for the men. We've got Poenaiki Raioa, Thomas King, Giorgio Gomez, and Zane Schweitzer. 2 of these guys will advance automatically to the grand final, and 2 of these guys will go towards the final of the repechage, and we'll see the next heat of the repechage to define the 2 guys who will go against them later on. 14 minutes and 20 seconds left. Messages there from New Caledonia. Pasky, who says, Allez, Caro, déchire tout. There she is. Actually, she's ripping everything up right now as she's in first position. Caro, Caro, Caro. On a tous bu du café pour être là. Allez, go, Caro. That's Mathieu from France, who says, we've all been drinking coffee to follow you. So please go. I guess so. I don't know what time it is exactly now in Europe or anywhere in the world, really, as a matter of fact. And Justin Allen from Australia, who says, come on, you little beauty. Shack attack, Shack for goal, Team Australia. Okay, tongue twisters now coming through the message board.
That's right, and another beautiful wave caught here by Caroline Anjoubeau. Watching what Shakira's doing, waiting a few waves in the set, it looks like, and taking the third or fourth wave after her. Finding some nice shoulders. That should be a good enough wave to back up her 3.50 and take away the 1.27. Shakira with another wave there to continue her campaign. I believe that will replace the 1.77. Yuka Horikoshi, very patient. She right now has the highest scoring single wave of the heat, so if she can pull down another wave similar to that, then she would go straight to the top of the leaderboard. And still waiting on Carol Popke to catch her first wave, and we're almost halfway through this heat, Philip.
That's right, 13 minutes left right now. And it's pretty impressive. I mean, it's surprising to see Carol Popke. She didn't catch any wave during the last heat of the main event for the girls. That's why she fell into this final of the repechage. And now, after, as you say, half of the heat, 12 minutes and 30 seconds, we still don't see any waves. I don't know if she's just being patient and very controlled, or if she's not in the right position right now.
Well, it also looks like she's on an extremely small paddleboard. She isn't moving around quite as much as Caroline Anjoubeau and Shakira Westorp, who's just been all over out here. So she's getting a nice feel for where the waves are breaking and having a look into a lot of waves. So I think out of the four of them, it's going to be Shaq, who's probably going to get the best opportunity. But right now, she's just barely escaping the jaws of Cloudbreak on a set wave that looked like it broke right on the top of Caroline Anjoubeau. But looks like there she is. She just popped up. So not another wave behind it, so she should be safe. And looks like her leash is still in one piece. But it looks like Shakira will be in position here to take priority as we see the jet ski kind of looking on to make sure that our paddlers are safe, and if they look like they're in control of their equipment and they're not signaling for any kind of assistance, then they will just keep an eye and steer clear.
That's right. Mel and Steve from Australia say go Caro. So Australians now cheering on Caro instead of Shakira Westorp. Maria from England says it's 1 in the morning right now. So if it's 1 in the morning in England, it's 2 o'clock in the morning in France. That's why they're drinking so much coffee, and they probably won't be sleeping anytime soon.
Well, it is a Saturday night, so why not have a party and watch the ISA Worlds SUP and Paddleboard Championships from right here in Fiji. My name's Dan Gabir. I'm being joined by Philip, and we are live at the world-renowned Wave of Cloudbreak. A big shout-out to our presenting sponsor, Tourism Fiji, our media sponsors, Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfers Village, Stand Up Latino, and Stand Up Magazine.
That's right, Dan. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Still no waves from the Tahitian, Karel Popke. Right now we've got Poe Nike that's almost in the main final of the men's event, as we see us on screen there. Hello to everybody watching. Thank you for your messages. Here you can see the iPads where your messages are coming. And right now, Caroline Anjoubeau in second position after that last wave from Shakira Westorp. She was looking into a couple, just decided to go out, and on that third try, she went for it. 4.33 for Shakira Westorp. She's in first position. She's in a passing position right now with 10 minutes left in this heat. And Caroline Anjoubeau is second. We just saw her there with a big wave land on her head. But you must remind our viewers that she's the 8 times world wave ski champion, and she's got, at only 33 years old, she's got 20 years of experience in surfing.
Oh, interesting as we see Yuka Horikoshi signaling towards her right arm there. Maybe she has a bit of an injury. She looks like going to the boat there after taking some assistance from the jet ski. Unfortunate for Japan there as they help her onto the boat there. Just showing you the power there of Cloudbreak. Disappointing for the young Japanese rider out here. Who knows what happens, but we'll get a report for you as soon as we can. Looks like she's safe and sound back on the ferry boat, and they'll be attending to her where we have full-time doctors and staff and medical crew on board. So we're taking care of each and every injury, ache or pain, whatever it is. And they've been very instrumental throughout the weekend and throughout the week, I should say. And during the races, they were administering quite a bit of oxygen to some of our paddlers and nursing. There's a plethora of different things that can happen out here. Probably the most common in surfing is going to be small cuts and bruises and lacerations, but every once in a while, you take a bigger wave and you get pushed down against the reef, or who knows what can happen. A lot of equipment floating around. So controlling your stand-up paddleboard and your paddle are critical, and they're the first thing you're going to learn if you take a paddleboard out into the ocean, is knowing how to get away from that board and stay safe. Always keeping the board basically between you and the beach, or you and the reef, instead of out to sea where the wave can catch it and actually bring that board into you. So thanks to the whole medical crew and our safety crew out there. They've done a stupendous job, and ISA has gone to great lengths to bring in the right people and hire the right folks and make sure that we're hosting a safe event and also a fun event that will showcase where our sport is today in the waves.
That's right, and if you remember, on the first day of competition, we came back with the doctors. It was pretty small, and they said, well, a few scratches, a few bruises on the reef, but also one dislocated shoulder, and the waves were 1 meter high. And a strained knee also. So Cloudbreak, you need to be careful. Obviously, if you want to ride these perfect reef breaks, as is Cloudbreak, you have to be careful, and accidents can happen, and we're trying to keep everything as safe as possible, as you just mentioned, Dan. 7 minutes, we just saw Yuka Horikoshi retire from this final of the repechage for the women. That leaves the door open to Shakira Westdorp and Caroline Angibault with 7 points.
It also leaves the door open for Grell Popke. So she needs to get up on a wave. Here we have Shaq dropping in on a beautiful wave there. Big time speed. She gets back on the tail pad or the kick pad of her 7-7 there as she races down the face, looking for a bit of open face or a shoulder here to work with as she works to the inside section, taking a few paddle strokes. She doesn't want to get too far inside where that wave just tends to dump onto dry reef as the tide starts to drain out. The competitors definitely being mindful of their position in the lineup, how much time is left, and how far they go inside, because that's directly proportionate to how long it's going to take them to get back to the lineup.
That's right. So right now, 6 minutes. We're closing in towards the last 5 minutes. It seems Shakira Westdorp and Caroline Angibault are going to go through towards the big final together with Brisa Malaga and Isi Gomez, who's the defending gold medal champion from last year, the 2015 edition that was held in Sayulita, Mexico. Carol Popke, she's still got 5 minutes and 40 seconds to try to change that. She needs a score of 6.81. She could do that in 2 waves. As you can see, there's no waves coming in right now. Having to wait must be pretty nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and I just saw Carol Popke literally pop back up to her feet here, and now, showing some interest, showing a little bit of a higher cadence stroke here, moving towards the inside. I think she realizes that we're down to the closing 5 minutes here, and her possibly her final bid at getting a medal here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. So I think now the urgency is upon her, and she knows that in these closing moments that she needs to get to business and post a score on her scorecard.
So you can get the same impression as everybody on the boat of how it's moving in the middle of the Pacific, and get a bit of that seasickness going for you. It was weird. Yesterday, after the long distance races, we've been on boats all day following the race, then the ferry in, the ferry out, and you get down on ground, go and eat, and you sort of seem to be wobbling during the day.
Yeah, it feels like you're still on the boat, and I'm sure they brought the extra large industrial size package of Dramamine out on the boat there, because I bet there's a lot of spectators and viewers, and it sounds like even some of the competitors getting a bit of motion sickness out there. So looking on, 4 minutes left approximately in this final repechage heat with the ladies. We had 4 women to start with. We are down to 3 women. Shakira Westthorpe up in front, the firefighter out of Australia with a 10.50. Caroline Anjoubeau out of France, the 33 years old. Really enjoys her favorite surf break is actually Jeffreys Bay in South Africa. She's going to be riding the Hobie. And we have Carol Popke out of Tahiti.
Still no waves for the Tahitian girl. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So after this, we're going towards the repechage round 7 of the men. After that, we've got the final of the main event for the men that will decide the 2 guys who will already be sitting in the final. And after that, we're going straight towards the final, the big final of the women. So the 2 girls who will finish this heat and win in 50 minutes will be entering the grand final, fighting for that gold medal and trying to take it away from Izzy Gomez. Izzy Gomez is trying to repeat that feat. Brisa Malaga from Peru got the silver medal in Peru in 2013. Obviously, she's going to try to do better than that and get the gold medal. And it seems up until now that Shakira Westthorpe from Australia and Caroline Anjoubeau from France will be joining them in that grand final that will be in more or less 52 or 53 minutes. We will see the first final and see who is the new world champion for this 2016 edition in Fiji of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting, just as it has been all week long with the racing, the qualifying rounds for the SUP surfing, all the paddleboard battles that we saw in the prone paddling, amazing racing action over the last couple days with the distance races for the men and the women. Very challenging conditions out here, truly setting the stage for showcasing our sports here, and that's exactly in line with what the ISA does, is, providing the venues and the locations and the world-class infrastructure to pull off these events, and they're certainly the ones that have been the #1 presenters to the IOC for the sport of surfing, and now for the sport of stand-up paddling and paddleboard as well.
Yes, as we heard it from Presidente Fernando Aguirre, we're pushing with all we can to get stand-up paddle surfing and racing into the 2024 Olympic Games. We still don't know where they will be held. Obviously now there's a bid process from several cities that will try to get. I know there's Los Angeles, I think, is bidding on those 2024 games. We'll try to find that information. So we're going towards the repechage round 7 of the men. That's not the final yet, it's the small final. After that we get the final of the main event of the men before having the final, the grand final of the women that will define the new world champion. After that we've got the final of the repechage of the men straight after, and then we'll have a 25-minute break where we'll be seeing the highlights. And obviously because 2 guys will be in that repechage final, and if we had the final straight away, they would have to go back in the water facing 2 guys that are obviously a lot fresher.
Absolutely. Or more fresh, as they might say.
Fresher. 30 seconds, 35 seconds officially here on the judges' scoring board. And 6.17 for that latest wave from Shakira Westthorpe. She's been keeping active, just getting those waves. She's bettered and she's improved her scores slowly. Right now, Caroline Anjoubeau is still in second position. She needs 7.01 right now if she wants the first place. But now there's 15 seconds, and I don't see how Carol Popke, except if she pops now on a huge wave, to take that second place from the French woman. We already have our 4 finalists. So this is the end of this repechage 6, round 6 of the women. And we've got our 4 finalists, our 4 medaled women in SUP surf. That will be Caroline Anjoubeau, Shakira Westthorpe, Izzy Gomez, and Brisa Malaga from Peru. That's our 4 finalists. One of them will be the new ISA World Champion for female SUP surfing.
And it's interesting to see here, I believe we still have 2 Frenchmen and a female French woman that can pull down medals for France, and that could be enough to put them into the lead for the coveted team competition. So France has the best chance right now, as far as statistics go, of being able to maybe possibly pull ahead of Australia. And right now on the recap, nice wave there by the French woman there, Caroline Jubot, 33 years old, on her Hobie. And here comes, I believe,
that's Shakira Westdorp.
That's one of the men.
Yeah, that's not Shakira Westdorp, that's for sure.
This is not the recap. This is actually live in our next heat, and looks like it's Kaio Vaz, possibly, in the yellow. And now we have in the red.
That's...
Oh, nope, that's... This is Yuka Horikoshi before she pulled out voluntarily, I believe. So this was Yuka's 3.83 wave, so she happened to snag a good one there. We just, one of the guys snuck into the women's recap there. And look at Shakira just racing down the face there, really holding that board straight, drawing some square lines right up against the wave here of Cloudbreak, and just looking like she's going to be one to contest the gold medal for Australia, and that's exactly what Australia wants right now.
That's right. So that was the recap of that final of the repechage of the women. We're going to go to one of the last rounds for the repechage of the men here at the Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship 2016. But right now we're going to a quick commercial break and we'll be right back. So stay tuned.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
It literally just comes down to an opinion. I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Welcome to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships 2016. We are live at the world-renowned wave of Cloudbreak. We are in our final round of repecharge heats here in this heat number 7. Mo Freitas from Hawaii in the red jersey. Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico in the black jersey. And from France, Jeremy Mazuri in the white jersey, and in the yellow jersey from Brazil, Kaio Vaz. So this should be a highly competitive round, as we've had with all the rounds throughout the day. And building surf conditions, all of these athletes used to big waves. We'll have to see who's going to have the energy to carry it on through to the final and make it into the final four and be guaranteed some type of medal. I'm Dan Gavir. I'm being joined here by Drew Murian. And Drew, I think he just went and had a little bit of lunch, got to watch some of the live feed. And what's happening over at the bar at Tabru Island Resort?
Oh, there's a lot of excitement down there right now. We got the ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, down there watching it live. He's stoked. We got Casper Steinfeld, one of the vice presidents. He's got his eyes glued to it. Everybody's wondering what's going to happen in these upcoming finals, what the conditions are going to play moving into the upcoming finals. As here's the yellow jersey right there of Kai Vaz, going to take it down the line, Dan.
Yeah, nice fade there as he drops in. Beautiful turn right under the lip. Just really patient with this wave. I like his surfing right now. He looks very solid. He's taking his time. He doesn't look rushed. Nice paddle placement. Ooh, almost losing his balance there. A beautiful bracing maneuver on his paddle, but a nice opening wave there for Kaio Vaz.
Kaio Vaz just been about, 40, 50 minutes off the water. Already back out there right now competing for Team Brazil. Same with Jeremy Mazir. They were the top two to move on from that last repo heat. Felipe Rodriguez representing Mexico, and then Mo Freitas with a nice original wave score of 6.33 there, as you see the boat a-rocking back and forth there. Oh, baby. And there is a little look by Mazir. He'll surf out the backside of that. 20 minutes over, already 5 minutes into this. Top 2 will be moving on. The bottom 2 going to be going back to their home countries. As Dan, this wave of cloud break has not disappointed whatsoever. And this is the black jersey of Felipe Rodriguez. Go Pepe, hard on the inside rail there. He'll surf out the back, trying to improve that 217, or actually add to that 217. So Felipe has been surfing very, very well today.
And he surfed a lot today. He's come up through the Repert Charge rounds on that ATL paddleboard, I believe it is. I believe it's a 6'9", and he's just a power surfer. He looks really strong, powering through, and making it all the way here to contend for a medal. One of the Mexican nationals that coming out here and representing Mexico here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
And that'll be enough for Kai Vaz to take top of the leaderboard early on in this heat. Mo Freitas now in second, but Mo, out of everybody, very, very good with his wave selection. So don't rule Mo Freitas out here. You saw him catch a couple bombs earlier, and you know he's coming back out just to show you what he can do. And we're joined in the booth here, Dan. We got our little man Tyler. If we can get a shot of us in the booth here. Tyler, where are you from?
I am from California.
What part of California?
San Diego.
Oh, you're here with your family surfing?
Yeah, I'm gonna go surfing, I think, tomorrow.
Oh, you are? Does your mom know that you're coming on live webcast?
Nope.
Well, that's good to know. Why don't you say hi to her over there?
Hi, Mom.
We love the youth. So is surfing one of your favorite sports?
I like it, but I don't do it as a competition. I do it for fun.
That's all right then. So, hey, I want to thank Tyler for coming in the booth with us. And Tyler, if you look at all these names right here, you don't know probably many of them, but what color would you pick to win this heat?
Felipe Rodriguez.
Okay, there you go. You heard it from Tyler from San Diego.
Mexico.
What's that?
He said
Mexico.
he's voting. He's cheering for Team Mexico. So Felipe Rodriguez has fans from all over the world,
Yes,
including just over the border in San Diego.
Oh, so Kai Vaz sitting up there. Everybody's sitting out the backside there just waiting for something to show its face.
And Kyle Vaz is actually paddling his signature model, Bypastor. Check him out at bypastor.com. And I'm not sure what size he's on, probably like a 7.0 or 7.4, something like that. Looks like a pretty small board. Felipe on the ATL looks like Jeremy Mazare still needs to catch a couple good waves here to increase his wave score.
All right, Tyler, take it off here. And here's the Frenchman right now, high up on the lip. Carried a little bit of speed here. Let's see if he'll hit the gas right now and try to grab this barrel. Oh, he surfs out of it. And that'll be at least better than that 1-0, so that'll make his score a little better. He should move up close, if not overtake, for third place, Felipe Rodriguez. So, yeah, you see the excitement of the youth there, Dan. You know, the kid's probably, 9 or 10 years old out there just enjoying all the stoke of the stand-up paddle surfing out at Cloudbreak right now. And I wish my parents took me to Tavarua at 9 years old, you know? I was lucky to go across town.
Yeah, no kidding. My dad was like, here's a skateboard, get out of the house.
Here's $1, go play in the arcade. You know, and this kid's in Tavarua. So, Tyler, if your parents are adopting, feel free to drop Dan and I's name because we want those kind of parents. So, waiting on the score to come in for Jeremy Mazir. The score is in. It's a 3-3-3. So, it should correct on your screen right there. So, that will move him up almost, I believe, overtake second place. As Mo Freitas still out there right now looking for a little wave. Starting to get a little more backlit here. Now, this proved to be a problem earlier in the week. The judges were having a tough time with that glare out on that water there, Dan, and we got a little hazier conditions as you see out there.
Yeah, with that light coming, directly backlit, that makes it a little bit more difficult to identify the bib numbers, but I think we've been out here for so long. They've been seeing quite a few of these guys surfing all day that it's not going to be a question now of what jersey they're wearing. It should be pretty easy to identify their surfing style. And there we see the Team France's boat with Fiji Surf Co. They've been on that boat for like 8 or 9 days. They've had some practice days out here. So, you know, the whole French team looking very competitive and certainly contesting for that team gold medal, and could pull down a gold in both the men's and the women's surfing SUP competition, still to be decided here within the next hour.
Lots of competition still to come. Many more heats, and there it is. Kai Vaz back on still holding on top with a single wave score of 6.67. Also just behind him, Mo Freitas from Hawaii with a single wave score of a 6.33. But you are right. We got a lot of surfing still to come, including that final. I was just notified that ISA President Fernando Aguirre will be sitting in for the live call of both the women's final and the men's final. So we'll try to get a little insight out of him, not only on the surfing conditions here at Cloudbreak, but on next year's event in Denmark. See if he has provide us a little more information on there. As we've been told, next year's event will be a split event. They're going to hold some of it in Copenhagen. Another part of it will be held in cold Hawaii, Denmark. So kind of be a little bit of traveling back and forth there. As Felipe Rodriguez and Jeremy Mazier now on the bubble of elimination here. And this is the yellow jersey, I believe, of Kai Vaz. Here he comes down the line trying to pump that board, gain a little speed, Dan. Ripping off the top. Now he's got the speed, and he'll bail. Just bomb that one, huh?
Yeah, he had nowhere to go there. I mean, that's a pretty typical technique there to jump off, land on your feet. You don't want to be going head first if you can help it. It's not that deep, you know, going feet first. And actually, you'll see some of the riders actually try and push themselves under the water a little bit, let the wave wash over them, and quickly get their gear gathered again. You know, and watching, you can really glean a lot of techniques from these pro riders as they get out through the surf. I've been out several times in macking surf like this and not even had the chance to ride a wave because I didn't even make it out in conditions that big. And so I had to learn, I had to watch riders like Connor Baxter and Mo Freitas and some of the big wave riders and figure out, hey, how do you get out through those 20-foot tall you know, walls of whitewater? And there's certainly some techniques that make the difference between, you know, getting out and even being able to catch a wave or just getting relegated back to the beach with your tail between your legs.
Yeah, the ocean will humble you.
Absolutely. And here at Cloudbreak, it's extremely difficult to break out through the zone here and get out into a place where you can even catch a wave and get a score.
So we're still waiting. There's been a little bit of a lull here at Cloudbreak.
There's a nice wave coming up. Let's see
that's
who's...
That's Felipe. Pepe Rodriguez. He'll surf out of that one.
Felipe.
We've been told to pronounce him Felipe, and that's it. He's not Pepe. We've been told he's Pepe and Felipe. He's got support coming in for every name. You could probably call him Harold, and people would cheer for him. So
Mo Freitas up and riding on his backhand. Let's watch and see him drop into this little speed check. He grabs a rail.
Oh!
Digging in, and will he get covered up? Nice little shack there. Nice speed, and now he should be able to get a few more points on his scorecard, trying to tuck in maybe for another little section there. So that'll be a great way to back up his first score of a 6.33. I don't know if it's enough to top that, but we will see. It should be quite close. Right now it's Kyle Vaz out front with a 6.67, but only a 1.4 as a backup score. So we'll have to see how he works on that signature model he has. I think that's an Antoine Del Perro design coming out of Bypaster stand-up paddleboards. Check them out at bypaster.com. We have, I believe, that's Bond Surfboards by Antoine Del Perro. That's our French rider, Jeremy Mazier. My mistake, learning all about these new boards and new models that I hadn't seen out there. So really just showing you what's going on in the stand-up paddle industry in the world. There is over 300 different stand-up paddleboard manufacturers out there right now. So a lot of people getting on the bandwagon, making boards, and you know, trying to put the pros' names on their boards to help promote their brand and get the brand name out there.
That's so true. Everybody doing their part out there. As the Hawaiian Mo Freitas comes in with a second wave score of 2.73, so that'll move him on top for the moment. The total wave score of 9.06. And Mo Freitas, That wave, I wish we could have seen the replay there because he's really trying to slow himself down there as that wave just carried him out the back end. I think he was kind of bummed. He was looking for a few more points out of that one.
Well, he would have gotten it if he would have gotten the cover up, but it just goes to show you, if you just go straight down the wave and you don't get covered up, you're not going to get that many points. The judges really are looking for either the barrel, like fully in the barrel and out clean, find a doggy door, whatever you can do, or top to bottom technical surfing, turns with speed, power, and flow. That's exactly what they've been awarding all day. As we saw, the top wave not being a barrel, but actually being a ride with 5 or 6 really powerful, big old turns.
And there was Felipe Rodriguez from Mexico trying to catch up with that last one. Unfortunately, he missed it, so that wave will go on by. And little lull in the action here as all of our paddlers start to paddle back up top there. There's a good look at Kyle Vaz in the yellow for Team Brazil. His countrymen in the distance competed very, very well. Vinicius Martins and Guilherme Reyes, both those individuals paddled very, very strong in that distance competition. 17.5 kilometers held in until the final there. So Team Brazil really shaping up as a powerhouse in the SUP community as we're approaching the 8:58 mark here. So we'll see Jeremy Mazier and Philip Rodriguez on the bubble of elimination in this heat dam.
That's right. So this is it. This is time to go for it, as they say, and to go big or go home. And there's a lot more pressure than some of the other competitions that a lot of these athletes have done, because it's really team focused. It's about representing your country, and they put a lot more pressure upon themselves because they know that the weight of their nation rests on their shoulders. So I believe all 4 of these athletes are feeling that right now, and that's probably enough to fuel any kind of tiredness or foggy head they might be feeling from sitting on the boat all day and watching and you know, trying to keep people updated on their cell phones and stuff like that. So they're out there, they're looking for the best wave. They're pretty spread out right now. They're not all next to each other like you might see if it was calmer conditions where there's a very precise takeoff point. And with this wind and the current and all the conditions going on, the paddlers also keeping a little bit more distance because they might be falling off of their paddle boards, and the last thing they want to do is fall off and hit each other with their equipment. So they're exercising competitiveness, but also respect and safety out there. So that's great to see, and that's really, you know, what makes these all these paddlers true sportsmen, and the sportsmanship here at the 2016 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships has been off the charts, and just the camaraderie that we see is really what the sport is all about. A lot of smiles, a lot of laughs, and a lot of sharing stories, Drew, and it's really what I believe makes the sport so magical, and why it's so inclusive and maybe even more inclusive than just standard surfing.
A lot of people would agree with you on that one, Dan, for sure, and we've seen it this whole entire week, as now we're dropping down to 6:49, and they were mentioning it earlier, we got a shift in the tides here. And we're starting to see a big, you know, the tides are changing. How's this going to shape up for the finals coming this afternoon?
Well, it could make a big difference in where people sit. I mean, I believe we have, you know, some smaller wave, more technical specialists, and then you have people like Felipe who like the big bombs and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see kind of who tees up where. I mean, certainly trying to take the smaller waves on the inside is a bit of a gamble, because if a big set comes through, you're just going to get bowled over by the white water, and then you just get tired fighting it. So, you know, once you get out past the break, you're able to kind of catch your breath and try to find those big waves, but they might be a little bit more elusive than they were earlier on in the competition rounds.
And speaking of elusive, you say that, and if you look at the standings right now, Mo Freitas only with 2 wave scores, Kyle Vaz in second place only with 2 wave scores, and then you got the Frenchman with 4, and then the Mexican team also with 4. So you're right. I mean, they are becoming a little more elusive, and they're having to be a lot more selective on those waves, as we're seeing here.
But it's a completely different strategy than what we just saw. Like, for example, Shakira Westorp, who in the last round in the women was just taking off on tons of waves. She had 6 or 7 waves that she took off on. Several of them were very low scoring because she didn't actually go on them. She got a little glide, but then decided to pull out. But that gave her a lot of options, and that actually kept her in the zone where she felt like she was going to catch the best wave. And as long as she was going for lots of waves, she knows that she could get 2 decent waves, and that really paid off for her. And these guys are playing their cards a lot closer to their chest. They're saving their energy for the big bombs and the open faces and looking for those perfect waves to roll through here at Cloudbreak.
So we're going to go to the message board right now, and we're going to ask a question with the final coming up shortly. Who do you want to see in the final? Who do you want to see in the final? Go to our message board right now and chime in both the women's and the men's. And then we want to know, who do you think is going to take and be the new world champion this year? Because Sean Pointer's out for Team USA, so there will be a new world champion. Who do you think will be the new world champion? Jump on our message board and make your comment now. We'd love to see it as Philip Mueller chimes in. He knows who it is. As 4:05 left in this heat right here. Rodriguez and Jeremy on the bubble. There's Kyle Vaz in the yellow jersey starting to paddle out a little further. And then you got the white jersey of Mazier. You call it Mazier, trying to look for something out there. So he's pushing out a little further, Dan.
That's right. It'll be interesting to see. As you can see there, a lot of wind chop. That one's going to swing wide. It looks like maybe Mo Freitas was in a good position for that, but we cut to the live shot from the boat there, which most of our spectators are riding on, so we have to thank them for being the transportation in our main headquarters vessel each and every day. Many of the teams have hired their own private boats to bring them out here to Cloudbreak and station, and looks like the Frenchman had to bail out of that one, Jeremy Mazier. And looks like Vaz ducking in for a barrel, and he comes out. Nice little doggy door, and he's going to keep ripping with a beautiful turn off the top. This is going to be a high-scoring wave, Drew, and he is looking very smooth out there. He is, is killing it from Brazil. Caio Vaz is a shaper, and in his quiver he has a 7-1 and a 7-6. And that comes straight from Claudio Pastor.
Here comes Rodriguez down the line now, getting really low. Kind of stretching it out right now, trying to gain a little bit of speed. He's going to see if he can slow down something to form. It won't. He'll surf out the back there, but right now everybody is watching Kyle Vaz. Let's see if we can get a replay of that on screen for you. Here comes Mazier from France, just taking a little peek there. And the wave score is still not in right now for the Brazilian.
That's definitely going to put Caio Vaz on top. He's got a 6.67, and that's what the judges are looking for, is that full cover-up where the paddler disappears behind that curtain of water, pops back out, and then still has workable wave face. He had a couple nice cracks off the top, showing great timing, positioning, and speed, power, and flow throughout that ride with an amazing move under the lip. So I think he's going to pull down a pretty high score for that, and probably one of the highest scores that we've seen in the last hour or so in these conditions.
Let's see if we see our first 9-point ride of the day. And Dan's shaking his head no, so I guess we had some other 9s. Mo Freitas bringing in a 2.73 there. There it is, a 9.07 for the Brazilian. I'm going to move him on top.
Yeah, no surprise
Deserved every
there.
bit.
You know, Caio Vaz with a beautiful ride there on a 7-1. And I'm being corrected on some of the calls I've made on their equipment, so I want to make sure I get that right. I believe he's on his 7-1. He could be on his step-up board, the 7-6.
And we're down to the final 60 seconds here in this heat, waiting for the wave scores to come in for Jeremy Mazier from France. I don't think they're going to be enough to overtake Mo Freitas at this point in time, and all the wave scores coming in slowly. But boy, oh boy, 40 seconds left. Rodriguez and the Frenchman might be going home here, Dan.
Yeah, maybe. I see Mo paddling hard for something there to the left of your screen. I see some set waves coming up Looks like our other heat of paddlers getting into position. They're all laying down. And, ooh, Mo gets caught a little deep on this one. We'll have to see if he tries to take off and maybe do kind of a defensive move here. And that wave actually backed off a little bit, so he might be in priority. But it's the Frenchman who squeezes in between the two, and he's going to take the last heat, I believe. We still have 15 seconds, actually, so there is time for one more wave ride. And Jeremy Mazier knew he had to get one in, and he was pretty sneaky with that one. He squeezed in right there in between, I think it was Mo Freitas and I think it was Kyle Vaz, but I'm not exactly sure.
Just squeaked out that last-minute ride as there's a look at Kyle Vaz. Going to take it back to the boat right there. So unless something happens in the unofficial results, it looks like Jeremy Mazier and Felipe Rodriguez going to be going home. So Tyler, our youngster who sat on with us, sorry, buddy. But a big move there by Kyle Vaz. What a bomb. I hope we get to see that in replay as we are looking right down the line there at Cloudbreak. Look at that. Oh, boy, it's a fun one out there today. Let me tell you.
Yeah, we're going to get right into our next heat, which has just started officially. In this heat from Tahiti, Poinaiki Raioa in red. From USA for the Stars and Stripes, Giorgio Gomez in white. From Hawaii, in the yellow jersey, the goofy footer from Maui, Mr. Zane Schweitzer. And in black from South Africa is Mr. Thomas King. First up and riding, looks like Zane Schweitzer on his signature board there, the In Zane. Has a little look at that one's going to be good for a few points on his scorecard. But just kind of getting warmed up, getting a feel for these conditions here as we have Thomas King up and riding with a nice paddle switch here and some wave face to work with. About a 4-foot wave there, and that's going to close out in front of him. He's going to peel off the back and head back out to the lineup here at the infamous Cloudbreak. If you're just joining us, my name is Dan Gavir, joined by Drew Murin, and we are in the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
What a stacked heat here. Unfortunately, two of these. Oh, no. My apologies. Four very talented paddlers here from Tahiti, the United States of America, Hawaii, and South Africa. Two will be going on to the repechage heat. Two will be moving on. Giorgio Gomez been surfing very, very well for Team USA. Thomas King, Dan witnessed that. He called that one. Boy, oh boy, did he have a great one. Zane Schweitzer been surfing very, very strong today. And then Raioa, you can't discount the Tahitian. Lots of support out there for Team Tahiti. And we'll see there what happens with some scores coming in already. Thomas King out in front early with that little 4-footer. I say little, very powerful wave. Scoring a 3-0. Zane Schweitzer on a 2-1-7. And here comes the white jersey of Giorgio Gomez for Team USA. Getting way down to the bottom there, now trying to carry some speed. Giorgio, gets eaten up.
I'll be surprised if he pulls out of that one, and he just gets vaporized there at Cloudbreak. You can see him just popping up at the tail end of that shot there, and he's going to take another one on the head. But he went for it there, the goofy footer, pumping, showing some great speed and control, just didn't have an exit on that one.
You know, we're going to look at the replay here. He had a couple great barrels in an earlier heat, and you see him try to do the same thing. You see him sort of slow it down right there, but the wave just closes right on the top of him. And Gomez, you see his board pop up right there at the last minute. 22-13, so not going to do much for him in the way of scoring. Oh, I'm going to turn over.
And that was a heavy wave. Thanks, Drew. And it was Thomas King who posted a 9.77 this morning for the highest scoring single wave score of the day, topping Mo Freitas, 9.70. We had some 9.57s posted up by Harry Mescal and Zane Schweitzer. Kyle Vaz with a 9.07 as we look on here to infamous Cloudbreak and some very contestable conditions, and certainly the ability and the stage has been set to see if someone has the ability to pull down a 10-point ride. Philip?
That's right. We would like to see a perfect 10-point ride during this end of the day. This is the last day of competition here for SUP surfing, and as we're watching there, the top rides of the event, we've got 5 riders who managed to get a 9-point ride. Mo Freitas, Zane Schweitzer, Kyle Vaz. Ari Masco and Thomas King. As there you see,
this is Giorgio Gomez taking some assistance. I did see a board on the inside. I wasn't sure whose it was or if it was even someone from this round, but Giorgio definitely took some gas on that one. He went for it, and looks like he's getting his bits and pieces gathered up here as our on-water rescue team. I don't see a paddle with him, but it's hard to see, and I see them motioning. Maybe he needs a backup board. Oh, he's motioning for the other ski to go get the other board, and there he's going to drop him off, and Giorgio's going to have to make his way back out to the lineup, which is still a considerable paddle. It's going to take him a couple minutes to get out there and get repositioned.
That's right. So 2 of these guys will be heading directly into the grand final. That will be the final exclamation point to this excellent day of SUP surfing here at the famous wave of Cloudbreak. As we see there, Giorgio Gomez going back out, paddling as fast as he can, and there we can see a set breaking on the outer reef. So something's coming their way there as they're paddling back in, and there you can see Giorgio Gomez seeming to have a bit of a problem paddling back into the lineup there.
Yeah, he might have switched boards there, I'm not sure, but he definitely is got to be feeling it after that last one. Definitely had to face the music on 4 or 5 waves there, and we've just seen an instantaneous shift in the size of the swell, and it's literally catching these guys off guard, and they're going to be paying the price here with some 15 to 20 foot tall walls of white water here. And you can see there's that technique that you see these paddlers actually kind of flick their board forward and up over the wave so that that board doesn't get caught by the whitewash and actually drag them farther in. And that's one of those big wave SUP techniques that you have to master in order to get out in these types of conditions.
And that allows you to get back out quick as possible and get up and riding and catching waves, getting these scores. As we see right now, each rider has got one single wave. The best one of the 4 was for Thomas King from South Africa. In second position, Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii with 2.17. Right now, as I was saying, the 2 top guys of this final heat of the main event will go towards the grand final. They just have to wait to know who they will be facing. The 2 losers in this main event final are not eliminated. They go directly to the final of the repechage, where right now are sitting the 2 winners of the previous heat.
And we have a situation right here, Philip. Somebody's lost a board, so that last set, like I said, literally caught them off guard. Broken leashes are not uncommon at Cloudbreak, even with a 5.5 foot surfboard. So when you add 3 times the volume, I think that was Thomas King.
Yeah, he's got the white board. Zane Schweitzer would have the blue starboard. Nike Raioa has got the F1 parallel rail shade. So I do believe that's Thomas King's board that's floating in the middle of the lineup with 2 jet skis heading straight towards it to try to catch it back. And we're seeing the swell building up as it was forecasted by Surfline, our official forecaster. And we're still getting messages. Go Tom, we are still awake, 3:49 a.m. in the morning. That's the mom of Thomas King watching there directly from South Africa. Justin Linley, you say, go Thomas King, you've got this. Make South Africa proud. And also saying we will see Tom King in the final. Go South Africa. It seems to be so right now, but everything can change. There's that low scores we've got right now.
A board without a rider and a rider without a board.
That's right.
So that's going to cost, I believe it's Thomas King. It's going to cost valuable time. It's very important as we see Giorgio Gomez with 1 wave so far, and he has got to make it all the way back out. So I'm not exactly sure whose board we have on screen. That might be an F1. That could be
like the F1.
It could be the step-up board for Poinike Raioa. So maybe it was Poinike who lost his board. I'm not sure here on the screen in the white jersey. Giorgio Gomez. And for the waves that are this big, that came on so quickly, it's surprisingly low scores that we're seeing almost 9 minutes into this heat. This swell just instantly went from a 4 to 6 foot to more like an 8 to 9 foot. That last set was one of the biggest sets we've seen all day long out here at Cloudbreak, and this is certainly no spot for the faint-hearted or the inexperienced. So this is a double black diamond if you were a skier or very advanced conditions for these riders, and luckily we have these great personal watercraft that have the rescue sleds on them and are able to get in and out through the waves and navigate these conditions and help out our paddlers.
15 minutes and 50 seconds left there, we're seeing. So we're trying to find out who are the riders out there. I do believe there are some of the women that are waiting for the grand final, trying to find out what's happening exactly internal.
Bit chaotic, you know. It's throwing curveballs, broken equipment, leashes and stuff, and certainly has added a bit more chaos than the riders might have wanted, where they just go out for 25 minutes and focus on the waves they catch. That certainly can throw a wrench in your plan, and if you're not strong-minded and focused, be hard to recover from. So we'll have to see who's got the mental capacity to keep it together out here, as all of our riders have experienced some pretty big waves and being in the wrong spot here. Looks like Gomez is teed up to catch this one, but he's just not able to power that small paddleboard onto the face, but he was just off the shoulder there. He's going to have to go a little deeper and commit a little more.
That's right, as we see those huge masses of water moving right now through the lineup. I mean, as you said, the swell has stepped up very recently. So we're still waiting on the next waves there. We're almost closing in towards the half of this final of the main event. These guys are looking for a direct spot in the final. Two guys will be able to go towards the grand final without having ever lost one single heat. Right now, Izzy Gomez and Brisa Malaga managed to do that with the girls. They're going to be in the final. That's in less than 15 minutes. We're going to see the first final of today. After that, we've got the final of the repechage for the men before going to a quick break of 25 minutes. That's to give time to the two guys that make it out of the repechage final. Just catch a bit of air. Maybe, you know, change equipment if needed, as the swell is changing very much. Every half hour, every hour, we see a different condition here at Cloudbreak.
I know if I had that 25 minutes, I'd go and change my surf trunks, pretty much.
So, as we're seeing there, Buenaiki Rayoa paddling back towards the lineup. It might have been him who lost his board. It does seem him as the last one going in back towards the lineup. As we see there, that's Giorgio Gomez in front. Thomas King is right behind him. They're waiting for those waves and trying to position themselves.
Yeah, and that's, you know, it's got to be a tough decision. Do I hang on the far, far, far outside because so many of them got caught on the inside, wait for the bomb, but those bombs may not come through but once in every, you know, 15 or 20 minutes. But here comes another big set, so the frequency is picking up, the lineup positioning is picking up. The wind has changed direction slightly. There's more water moving around. I think we're just past the high tide mark, and certainly a lucid situation here with the conditions. And these paddlers literally scrambling to get any type of big score. Kind of surprising as we're halfway through this heat with some of the best riders in the world. Highest score so far sitting quite low at a 3.0, and really what it's going to take is just getting a wave.
So it seemed like he was going to be able to get it. That's Giorgio Gomez looking down at that wave as it's coming down. As you can see now, you don't have these long waves as we saw at the beginning. It's more like a massive water just crashing down on the reef, making it very difficult for the subsurfers to find those correct waves. We're seeing them lots of time watching towards the wave and deciding just simply not to go.
And it seems to me like the wind has also clocked around a bit more out of the south, and now it's blowing up the wave face quite a bit more, so making it even harder to catch that wave because it's literally getting under the board and pushing the board over the top of the wave. So not only do you have the current going against you, now you've got a bit more of the wind going against you. These paddlers are having to really put themselves in the most critical position to catch the wave. And then when they do, they're looking at a very fast, very vertical, steep drop that they're going to have to keep it together and be able to manage the speed as they race down the face.
That's right. So waiting for the following set. Remember, the official website for this webcast is isaworlds.com. You can find lots of material. You can see the highlights of all the previous days of action. We've had SUP racing long distance, pro and paddleboarding. We've had the technical races and the first days of competition when Cloudbreak was still very small, 2 to 4 feet, I'd say, really on the first days of competition. As we're getting message, go Gio, you got this, just find your wave and crush it from the United States. Adam Yared says, too big, too windy, you should be kiteboarding. In a certain sense, we saw the kiteboarders in the morning just enjoying the wind, and these are the conditions that will be available here at Cloudbreak during the final. At least there's waves, there's water moving, and we're going to see the best in the world trying to get that gold medal at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think that's going to give a nod a bit to the Hawaiians and as well maybe the French, because as we heard from, I believe, Caroline Anjoubeau a little bit earlier, they get quite a bit of wind where she paddles, and they're experienced with that. And it's also who's, willing to kind of bite the bullet on those training days where you're all by yourself and you say, I know it's not the greatest conditions, it's windy, it's blown out, but I need to go out and train. I need to go out and get familiar in these conditions, because you never know what Cloudbreak's going to serve up when I'm representing my country at the ISA World Championships. So just like somebody like Kelly Slater, who's one of the greatest surfers on earth, he learned to surf in Cocoa Beach in Florida, which is not known for great surf. They get waves, yes, but it's not known for the type of waves you're going to find in Tahiti or Hawaii, where you don't have as much wind and you have these bigger, more powerful waves. Here we have Zane Schweitzer up and riding for his second wave. His first wave, a 2.17, probably one of the lowest scoring waves he's had of the competition, and that's going to be a nice score to better his 2.17. Will go to his backup score, so the Hawaiian should be able to take over the top of the leaderboard here with about 9 minutes left, with a nice strategy there. Didn't go for the biggest wave, but he went for a nice clean wave that he knew he could get some scores on. He stayed out of trouble here. Now we have another medium-sized wave being ridden, just trying to race it down the face. Giorgio Gomez trying to get out in front of it. Little cover up here. Oh, and he just takes that one right on the dome there, getting tossed over the falls there on his Infinity paddleboard there. Hopefully he can hang on to his paddle and not have to go through the beating he went through on the last one, because it's been quite a while since he caught his first wave.
That's right. So Giorgio Gomez, he was sitting on a 1.6 up until now, and there you see on the replay how he gets clipped in the head by that wave. He was going good, trying to find the tube, trying to rake those points, just secure that first spot and try to get directly in the final as his sister did, but the wave decided otherwise right there.
Yeah, and there's no mistake that Giorgio Gomez is not going for it. So pulling down a 1.67. Right now he's on a 3.27, but it's Zane Schweitzer with a 5.43 as suspected, taking over the top of the leaderboard now with about 5 minutes and, well, about 8 minutes left on the official score clock. Looks like we've got an interview here in a few seconds with Jody down on the boat, so we'll be right back here with the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard. And Jody?
Hey boys, yeah, thanks. I know you can tell it's pretty windy up here, and we're getting ready to see the women's final. I'm here with Nicole Pacelli, Team Brazil. One of the competitors lost out in an earlier round. I know you really wanted to make it further and surf in the bigger waves, but what does this mean for the sport of women's stand-up paddle surfing?
I think it's the first event that the girls are surfing like really big waves, so it's gonna be so important for us. Maybe the next event they put the girls in real waves, bigger waves, powerful waves, because before that we always have like small waves and kind of slow, and I think now they can, everyone will see that the girls are capable to go and do it, and all the girls are ripping, so I think we're gonna see a show here now.
And who do you think we're gonna see a standout performance? We have a pretty stacked final. Who should we keep our eyes out for?
All the girls are ripping. I saw Brisa catching a really good wave, like a big one, so everyone is charging there. But I think like the wave is difficult to read, and so I think the goofies maybe do good in that wave, but all the girls are gonna charge, I think.
We just saw in this heat the guys get, completely washed through, broke 4 leashes. What would your advice to be to the girls when those huge sets come in?
I don't know. I think if you are out there, it can happen. Every time I go to surf in big wave, I think, okay, I can have the sets on the head. But so just be relaxed, and they are on the final, so I think they just want to get good waves. They are not caring about the sets, I think. So if I was there, I was thinking about that. Like, oh, it's okay, I just want to surf. Okay.
All right, well, I know we saw Caio make it through his heat, so congratulations to him. Anything you want to say to all your fellow countrymen in Brazil that might be watching Team Brazil?
E aí, galera, tudo bem? Felizmente eu e o Leco a gente não conseguiu passar aí, mas o Caio tá quebrando, continua vendo aí que agora ele tem mais uma bateria e depois é final. Vamos torcer aí pelo Brasil que a gente tem grande chance de medalha.
All right, thanks Nicole for the time, and guys, we have an exciting women's final coming up next, so we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jody. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are live at the world-renowned Wave of Cloud Break. My name is Dan Gavir, being joined here by Philip Mueller. Philip, some amazing action all day. It's just been nonstop, and the ocean has been delivering.
That's right, and during that interview, a few waves were ridden. We saw poor Nike there diving into a huge tube and just getting eaten up by it, and his board popping out full speed out of the white water, but he's already back up and riding air on a smaller wave, just trying to get those scores. Obviously, he's got his lowest wave count of a 0.73 right now, trying to replace that. As we're seeing the girls heading in towards their final, we're going to see there she is in the middle, the defending gold medal champion, Izzy Gomez from the United States. On her left, from Australia, a fellow team member from Starboard, that is Shakira Westorp, the Aussie. We've got Brisa Malaga from Peru in white, and Caroline Angibault from France. She will be in black, as we see there the boat chartered by the French team that is coming in closer to start cheering on to Caroline Angibault for a final. Right now we've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. We've seen a good wave by Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii, getting 5.43. That's enough to take him to first position. We saw that small ride of Giorgio Gomez, not doing too much on the wave, but enough to get him a 1.67, and that's enough to get him in second position. Right now we're waiting for Thomas King's second wave. 3 minutes left on the clock. He must feel the pressure. Remember, if you lose in this final, which is the final of the main event, as you see on the top of your screen, you go towards the repechage final and have to battle one heat more before going back towards the grand final. Waiting in that final of the repechage is Mo Freitas and Caio Vaz, but here comes Jane Schweitzer looking to replace that 2.17. Just one single maneuver on that wave. I don't know if it will be enough to replace that 2.17, and here comes the second wave from Thomas King.
Yeah, Thomas King latched into a nice one here, and he's got a 3.0, so he could take the lead here if he can find some open face and maybe a bit of a cover-up, but with some beautiful turns off the top, looking for the floater maybe, and out clean. That's definitely going to back up his 3.0, or maybe even top that and use the 3.0 as a backup. So Zane's got to be looking over his shoulder, currently sitting with the 7.60. I think we'll see Thomas King move into that second place position. So now it's really going to be up to Giorgio Gomez and Poinike Raioa. And this is so important right now in the last few minutes to catch 1 or 2 good waves, because this is going to save you 25 minutes of working your way back through the repechage and a lot of energy. Here we're going to take another look at Zane Schweitzer catching that wave, the goofy footer, kind of speed checking right there, just underneath that foam ball, trying to build up some speed, just not a lot there to work with.
That's right, that should be a 2-point-something ride, but we've got a good score coming in for Poinike Raioa right now, and also a better wave for Thomas King, who could take that first position. He's going to jump from third position to first with this long ride, trying to get covered up there, but a bit too much speed, cannot fade enough, and then goes for that small floater, goes back to the bottom, big bottom turn, and ejects from that wave. He's done enough. Thomas King, the scores is coming in. That should be a 7-point-something ride from what I see. There's one judge missing Right now, Poenike should get a 5 or 6 point ride for his tube riding that we saw there. That was the last wave, with only 1 minute left on the clock.
And this has come down to a real nail-biting situation. It's anyone's game right now, and you can see it in the desperation and kind of the quickness of the cadence in the paddle stroke. And you know, these paddlers are really trying to move around, trying to get deeper than each other, maybe take the priority. Here is Zane Schweitzer up and riding again. He needs to replace that 2.17, and this wave could do it. And a beautiful, huge off the lip, but boy, that would have been a beautiful maneuver to land, and he came down pretty hard, but he got a few quality turns in before that wave broke, and he's like disappeared. I don't even see him anymore, just like completely off the screen. That wave must have washed him to the right side of the screen there. As we wind down, we have officially 20 seconds on the clock, so the clock you see on the screen is about 10 seconds fast than the actual competitor's time, the official time. A beautiful maneuver there for Giorgio Gomez. Nice vertical surfing, claiming it there. So we'll have to see. 5 seconds left. We have Poenike Raioa with one last desperate attempt, and that just doubled up on the inside and ate him.
So that's the end of this main event final for the men in SUP surfing. We saw a few changes there as a lot of waves were caught close to the final of this heat. Right now, a 5.17 for Poenike Raioa's wave. That's enough to take him to third position. Then he got a 1.4. He needed 2.44. Thomas King getting the best wave of the heat with a 7.33. That's enough to take him to first position. He will go directly to the grand final alongside Hawaiian Zane Schweitzer. So those are the two first big finalists. Poenike Raioa, the gold medalist in 2014 in Nicaragua, will go towards the final of the repechage together with Giorgio Gomez from the United States. So this is the end of the main event final for the men. Right now we are going to head towards the final of the women. Within the final, they've already all got secured one medal for their country. Izzy Gomez from the United States, Brisa Malaga from Peru, Shakira Westdorp from Australia, and Caroline Angibault from France. So we're going to wait to see the recap of this heat that we just saw. There's still some points being typed in. We've got two waves for Zane Schweitzer. That is in second position. At this point, it really doesn't matter. I don't think it should change. He needs at least a 4.91 to take first position, but he's got his spot secured in the grand final. So we're going to wait so that the boys can move out of the lineup. The girls are going to take their place after this final of the women. This is the grand final, so we're trying to define in the next 25 minutes the new world champion. Let's start the recap with this first wave from Giorgio Gomez. Giorgio Gomez, we saw him there on a few waves trying to get inside the tube, and there he gets clipped on the head and falls down. 1.67 for that wave. Here comes Thomas King right behind him, and for this wave, best wave of the heat, nice opening maneuver. He abstains a 7.33. Lots of speed control for the South African. Keeps on advancing, finding one of the best waves of the heat so far. And there he goes, getting one more maneuver there before exiting the wave. So here we follow with Zane Schweitzer. So he's got two scores coming in. This was his second wave, getting a 5 point. No, that was later on during the heat, falling down flat on the board. So right now, before we start the grand final, we are going to go to a quick commercial break, I believe. Here it is. So we are the Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship 2016. We'll be right back with the grand final of the women. So stay tuned.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
And welcome back to the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships presented by the Tourism Fiji board. They've been out on the board today, or on the boat today. They've been supporting us throughout this entire event, and we can't thank them enough. Also, some of our media partners, Surfline, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfers Village, and SUP International. I'm so honored to be joining the booth now with Mr. President himself, President of the International Surfing Association, Mr. Fernando Aguirre. And Fernando, you've been watching all the action live on the webcast here today. What's your takeaway from this event so far?
Oh, I love it. I've been loving it every day. It's when you decide how paradise should look like, it looks like Fiji. Yeah. It feels like Fiji. The temperature is like Fiji. The waves are like Fiji. Everything is really nice. Very, very nice people. Warm people. Very, it's. I come from Latin America. I was born and raised in Argentina, so it's almost like I was telling some of the Fijians, you guys are Latin America that don't speak Spanish. So it was very nice. All this week has been amazing. A lot of the teams arrive a week earlier, so I've been here for 2 weeks by now. Surfing cloud break, of course, it's SUP surfing cloud break is, it's not very few people do it, and certainly it's the first time that it's done on a world championship level. So it's a paradigm shift, and as usual, we like to kind of make history and go into new areas of the world and go into things that haven't been done before. So here, look at those monster waves moving. There's like mountains of water moving. Somebody asked me, so how heavy is cloud break? I said, well, I just think that a cubic meter of water, which is basically 100 centimeters or a yard by a yard by a yard, that's a ton.
Yeah.
That's 1,000 kilos.
Yep.
So a wave is probably displacing, 20, 30 tons of water on your head when you fall, and it comes at around 25 kilometers an hour, which is like 17 miles or something like that. So all that on your head. So it's, not everybody enjoys that, and you need to be in really good shape, and everybody here is in good shape. This for a wonderful SUP surfing finalist for the women division is Izzy Gomez from the USA. She's only 16. She won last year the gold medal at 15 in Sayulita.
Yeah, has a birthday next month.
Yes, Brisa Malaga from Peru. She was originally a surfer, longboarder, and now she's an incredible SUP surfer. She's currently living in Australia for a couple of years. Shakira Wettorp, of course, you can never discount her. She lost to the rapid charge rounds in the early rounds, and she said, well, I'm going to have to work harder. And she worked harder, and she's in the final. She's a great guy, goofy footer, which of course makes life a little bit easier on this wave.
And Shakira had to surf. She was on the water a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, she had to come back from, like you say, that first repo heat going out. She has been fighting tooth and nail to get back up here, so you got to give strong accolades to her.
Yeah, I think, the bad part is that you need to surf more hits. The good part is that you need to serve more hits. You get more time. No, you get really more time in cloud break. You understand the place better, you surf it better. So in reality, it's not surprising that she made it all the way and she's back on top.
More TV time.
Yes, and then Caroline Angibault from France is a great surfer. And as you know, France has come from being normally between 4th and 6th and 7th, in the ISA World Championships. This year, they won the first gold medal, as a team gold medal in the juniors. So that's, they're working on it this year too. They're very close to the Aussies.
Here's Shakira, I believe the yellow jersey there, carving off the face of that wave, trying to gain a little bit of speed there. Shakira's been surfing very, very well today, so we'll see if she can do it. As you see her scraping off the top there, carrying it out the back door, so she'll score the first wave score. Take us through that one there.
I think it's very important, when you are in a final, get the pressure off your back, get a wave, get going, get moving, warm up yourself, loosen up, get the brain to shut down. There you go, another competitor. This is Caroline Angibault.
And Jabad now taking a wave, so it's getting more comfortable out there. Fernando Aguirre, the ISA president, in the booth with me, calling this final women's event live. Let's go down to Jody Nelson right now on the boat.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with one of our first finalists, Thomas King from Team South Africa. I know it's a little hard doing an interview right now when the girls are making history out there at Cloud Break right now. But Thomas, talk to us a little bit about that heat. I mean, you guys got pounded.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. We had kind of a slow start, no waves. We've been seeing lots of waves paddling out before, and then we just got caught by one set that just kind of, I didn't know what to do. I just said a little prayer and I was like, oh, here we go, I'm going to get pounded. But it seemed to dissipate a bit by the time it had hit us. I mean, we snapped leashes and everything, but the hold down wasn't too bad. So, and then it was just a bit of chaos. Don't know what's going on out there. Yeah, you see other guys getting waves, but you don't know what the scores are, and so it's kind of hard. Only when we get back on the boat we really know the results. So it's interesting.
Now, your wife's been on the boat, cheering you on, Taryn, and you had to use her board as a backup board. Tell us about that. How'd that feel under your feet?
Yeah, so I got there and the leash snapped, and I got there, and then I was like, the ski driver was on the inside with my board, and I was in two minds about should I just take Taryn's board and go back out. And I saw he had my board, so I actually just waited. I tried to paddle, and then I just fell off, and then I waited. Got my board back, just switched out leashes, and yeah, it worked out well. And I knew I had to get a good wave, so I just kind of waited, and yeah, I'm super stoked. Super stoked.
Now, I'm not sure how much experience you have out here at Cloudbreak, but talk to us about what experience you do have. The tide's dropping and the swell is increasing. What do you expect for the final?
Sure. If there was no wind, I mean, we'd have an amazing final. I think there'd be lots of big barrels and all that kind of stuff happening. But with the wind, it pushes a lot of current down the point, so it's really hard to position. So I hope, all the guys are kind of friends and been traveling a bit together through the year. So hopefully it's going to be a good final. No hustling, just four guys having an amazing time out at good Cloudbreak. Yeah, I think today's the most I've ever surfed out here. I think this is my fourth heat. I had like 2 or 3 surfs before, so I'm feeling good, and I definitely hope to come back one day.
Awesome. Well, rest up and get prepared for the final, because I know you guys are going to put on a great show. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth. Thanks, Thomas.
Awesome.
Thank you, Jody Nelson. Jody Nelson doing a wonderful job down there. Thank you so much. As Shakira Westdorf from Team Australia out on top right now with a 5.17. And Shakira, in her interview, said her favorite break in the world is right here at Cloudbreak, Fernando.
Well, it is no surprise. It's a wonderful wave. And, for the people in the rest of the world, they need to understand Australia's close, 3, 4, 5 hours air travel to a lot of some of the best surf in the world. So, it's not a surprise that there's so many great surfers, and that surfing is, and SUP surfing and SUP racing are just such an important part of the Australian culture, and that so many of them excel. Imagine if you are, 3 hours from Australia, is Cloudbreak or Fiji all over the place, and a couple hours more you're in Bali or Mentawais. You say, okay, that kind of helps.
I think I could handle that.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting on Izzy Gomez's score to come in at 17.25. This is the women's final. It's Drew with you. And ISA President Fernando Aguirre bringing it to you live right now as here comes Brissa. Oh, she falls off the backside there. But that'll open up the door right now for Shakira, Fernando.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit, I think that, some of the surfers is normal. You're a little bit nervous. It's the final, there is no repechage. There is no losing, finishing 3rd or 4th and you come back. Here you don't come back. That's the bad part. The good part is everybody's going to get a medal. We have 4 medals. Many years ago, when I started as president of the ISA, I decided that gold, silver, and bronze was not enough, because in every heat, in every final, we got 4. So I basically invented that copper medal, which doesn't exist in any sport.
I love it, though. I love it.
But that everybody has a medal. And, it's, and I think it's just the right way. It's doing things a little bit different, but, always thinking about making people feel good and making people feel happy about what they do in life. And that's what we do at the ISA. As you know, we are an organization. We're really a grassroots organization that we have grown over the years. We have scholarships that we give to under 18-year-old boys and girls underprivileged around the world. And we have education programs. We have like 5,000 surf instructors and coaches trained and certified around the world, over 2,000 judges. So it's a lot of maybe unnoticeable things that we do, but they are the foundations of the sport of surfing and SUP surfing around the world, certainly.
And I know one that's going to get a lot of notoriety, especially next month, is your adaptive program. Going to be back in San Diego.
Just in 3 weeks from now.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, 3 weeks from now, the 8th through the 11th of December in San Diego, we got the Stance ISA World Adaptive Surfing Championship. It's amazing. It's, blind surfers, quadriplegics, amputees, all type of physical limitations and challenges will be all there. Last year was the first one, and I get emotional, but last year I think is the world record of, I don't know how many, 70, 80 world champions that I've been at. Yeah. My world record on tears. Because there are some amazing stories. I was being interviewed by Chilean TV with a 15-year-old blind surfer that he used to see the sea somehow, but 3 years ago he lost complete sight, and he was just feeling the waves. Yeah. And he was talking how that felt. And suddenly the guy, the interviewer said, "You guys, do you want to continue?" I said, "Well, yeah, why?" I said, "Well, you got tears on your face." It's okay. It's just when you count your blessings, sometimes it's very easy to forget your blessings.
Yeah, the emotions are definitely there.
Yeah, and I think it's when you see examples of we complain sometimes about the hurdles that we have in life, and then you look around and say, well, my hurdles, not really big hurdles. So it's so. It is going to be a great event. It is in San Diego. It is in La Jolla, which is the headquarters of the ISA. So it's the only event that doesn't change every year. It's the second year in a row we'll do it in La Jolla. I think we're probably going to keep it in La Jolla, certainly, or maybe in San Diego County, but in La Jolla. It's nice to have an event to share with the local community, everything that we do at the ISA. Myself and all the team, all the employees are San Diego residents. Yep. And this has been a wonderful weekend and a couple of days. In the last days, we have Karin Sierralta, the vice president from the ISA from Peru, is here. Barbara Kendall, former gold medalist, silver medalist, and bronze medalist, windsurfing in the Olympics, a vice president of the ISA is here too. And finally, the very well-respected and young Casper Steinfeld, 23-year-old, 4 times competed in World Championships, 3 gold medals. He's a young guy with a lot of good ideas. Here you go, some action there.
Yeah, there's Shakira.
It's very difficult. It's very difficult
to get back out there, Fernando.
If you never got in a stand-up and you want to get away the foam that comes at you, is even for the best ones, it's very difficult. You get a lot of speed, but the foam always knocks you most of the time.
To find you.
Yeah, it knocks you out.
As we approach 13:30 mark there, lots of support coming in for Team USA to repeat. Izzy Gomez looking for her back-to-back gold medal here, but Team Australia also getting a lot of support on the message board right now, saying Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. And Shakira right now on top of the 517 conditions, as you saw down there on the boat. You were on the boat earlier this morning. You got to kind of experience.
Yeah, I got to experience the nausea. It's not a nice place to be. That's it's difficult to be on a floating boat on a channel, and there's a lot. I mean, most of the teams are there. Some are smaller boats, and when you get really dizzy, the only thing you can do is jump in the water.
Well, all these girls very highly established racers and surfers, as Bristol Malaga, she's out there right now for Team Peru trying to score her second wave to back up that .83. Shakira Westrop, the 32-year-old from Australia, she's out in front now looking. And then you got Izzy Gomez, the 16-year-old, going to turn 17 next year. Really coming into her own here, as here's the yellow jersey of Shakira. Off the bottom there, working her way to the top. Nice cut back there by Shakira Westrop. Trying to top that 1-0. Nice cut back there as well. Bringing it down the line. She'll dive into through that one. Not a bad ride there for Shakira. Fernando?
I think she's leading comfortable. She has really, her level of confidence has raised, and that you can see in the wave she's taking. She needed to improve on a 1. For sure, that's going to improve on a 1.0 wave. And that keeps us a little bit on the comfort zone. All other surfers have 1 wave, basically, in the scoreboard at this point. There goes the replay.
Here comes Shakira. Now you see her way down to the bottom. Nice bottom turn. You see that wave a little choppy there. So Shakira getting thrown off balance a little bit. She's able to regain herself off the top rail. Then she just dives through the middle of that one, going to make her way back out. I guarantee that'll be better than that 1-0. And while we have a little break in the action here, I got a question I got to ask you, Fernando. Surfing's in the Olympics for 2020 in Japan. Do you know, a lot of people are asking, how are they going to pick the surfers that compete in that Olympic Games?
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, the reality is we don't know, because the International Olympic Committee will issue guidelines probably around half 2017. And most of the qualifications are going to be in either late 18 or 19 and 20. Some qualifications in some sports are done like 2 months before the Olympics. We'll do a longer process, and the idea of the whole ISA executive has always been to bring together the best surfers. So we'll have a way for WSL top surfers to qualify, and there will be also a way for surfers maybe from places that you don't consider traditional surfing nations, but produce some good surfers, like like an Indonesia or Costa Rica or Morocco. There is really good surfers in many places that unfortunately don't have the means to chase the QS and eventually become at the top of the WSL tier. So this is the goal of the IOC in all the sports. Be sure that we have the top athletes, but we sure also that we are universally diversified. So it's not really just the dominant countries, but also spread around the world. I think it's a wonderful combination, and of course the trick is how to do it well. So you do have the stars, the professional stars of the WSL, but at the same time you have surfers that could be as good, or they are very relevant in their own country for particular reasons. Generally speaking, they are economical reasons. They cannot, chase the tour. Chasing the tour is probably, I don't know, $100,000, $150,000 a year.
Right.
So it will be a way to show the whole sport, and there's some action there.
Yeah, we got action on the water right now with Shakira extending that lead even further over Izzy Gomez with another 5-point wave score. And it's kind of backlit right here. We're trying to see who that is coming down the line. Looks like Izzy Gomez for Team USA, and she falls over the front of the board there. Izzy's still looking for her second wave score. I know her mom got a little seasick out there on the boat, comes into the island of Tavarua, and is watching it live. Let's take a look at the replay. She looks good off the top. You see her get rattled by that wave on the drop. Yeah. Tries to make that outside turn and off the top and just can't hang on. And unfortunately, Gomez will not score. And now we're approaching under 10 minutes, Fernando. And we have another rider. Oh, takes a peek at that one. That is Caroline Archibald. She takes a look at it, falls off the back. 8-time surf ski champion back home in France. And France looking in good position, currently second in the overall standings in medals. So we'll see how she could shape up and increase the points for Team France, and hopefully see them on the podium at the conclusion of the event. And I got to expand upon that even further now. The World of Stand-Up Paddle, I asked this question in the press conference to you. The World of Stand-Up Paddling was attached to that Olympic bid for surfing.
Yeah, it was. We have a stand-up paddle racing included in the offering from the ISA to Tokyo. They took surfing only. I think they had like a small cap of extra athletes that they could include, and because they brought baseball, that's a lot of people. So skateboarding got 20 and 20, and we got 20 as well, and sport climbing got 20. So it's a small groups of new sports, basically skateboarding, surfing, and sport climbing. It's a great opportunity. But at the same time, a year ago, we got into the Pan Am Games, which is a very important, relevant event. There is SUP surfing, SUP racing, longboarding, and shortboarding. That is going to happen in Lima, Peru in 2019 in the ocean.
Huge.
So there's going to be, so we already have moved SUP further than it has ever been moved before. So right now, there you go, more action on the heat.
Yeah, Brissa Malaga going off the back end there, but look on the inside, that's Izzy Gomez for Team USA carrying a lot of speed there, and you see her just get lost off the backside.
You really have to make a call there when you reach the inside. Am I going to be able to make this wave? There you go. That's Carolina Gibot.
And Gibot ride that one out through the whitewash.
It's tough, because as you know, cloud breaks, and sometimes it's just a perfect wave. It's just a ramp that goes, and sometimes it looks like that, and suddenly some chop hits you, and you're floating over the reef with your board, and 200 yards back from the point.
Here's a look at Izzy Gomez from Team USA.
She look at it, She look at it and say, I don't need degradation.
She's still looking for a better score than that 2:17 there. So defending gold medalist Izzy Gomez looking to repeat here at Cloudbreak, but right now at the moment it's all Shakira from Australia.
Yeah, I think Shakira has the upper hand right now. She has two nice waves, over 5 points, and Izzy needs to basically either get a 6-point wave, which is possible totally for her, or maybe improve on two waves. So it's we'll see what happens. And that's Brissa Malaga. She got a very small wave on the beginning, and this is it's a nice wave, at least a nice ride. Let's see what the judges say to that. There you go. It's a nice drop that we missed.
Nice drop there by Brissa. Nice carve off the top there. Very good technique. Staying real active on the water right there. So nice style there for Brissa Malaga from Peru.
Yeah, she's from a surfing family from Peru, and as I say, she's been shortboarder, longboarder now. She started at the first World Championship in 2012. She started SUP. She was really a beginner, and in the World Championship, I really got the virus. But I think it's important also, we have had several events in Latin America from the Olympic movement where SUP surfing and SUP racing has been part of it. They have been, SUPers come from as part of their national Olympic teams in the Bolivarian Games, in the South American Beach Games. So this is there you go, a nice replay.
Yeah, this Shakira. Nice bottom turn there for Shakira. Lays that one out beautifully. And Shakira is going to just be building beautiful wave selection here. Look at her lay out on that.
Yeah.
Fernando Aguirre, the ISA president, join me in the booth right now as Drew Murin calling it for you live in this women's final. Shakira looking untouchable out there right now, Fernando.
Yeah, I think she's doing very well. I think she's her body language comfortable, the paddle going in the right places on that very nice catback. So she knows what she's doing. She might have gone to the rubber chest in the early round, but she's back in the fight. Oh, nice drop, almost an air drop from. Yeah, I mean it was like an air drop from Breeze Amalia. Not much that wave is gonna get, but I think that was a wonderful drop. If that wave would have broken in a reasonable way, it would have been a very nice wave. Let's see that again. Oops.
Oh, we missed it just a little bit short there.
I think the guys in the replay need to replay that again. Let us see the real thing, guys.
Yeah,
that was an airdrop. If you can replay it, started when she's about to get the wave. That would be nice.
Well, there you go. You ask and you shall receive.
There you go. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very well controlled maneuver. Too bad she couldn't really lean the rail, land on the rail.
And take it down the line.
Yeah, because she's a goofy footer. That could have been like an incredible wave.
Oh, Brisa Malaga. Nice wave score there. Now overtaking Ajabad from France for third place. Remember, this is the medal round right now. Izzy Gomez brings in a 2:17. With 4 minutes left, Team USA's got to start making a move, or Team Australia is going to walk away with another gold medal in this year's ISAs.
Yeah, they also have, I think they have refueled after last year being overtaken by the US. The Aussies won 3 times the gold medal, and the Club Waikiki trophy, which is donated by Club Waikiki, is a surf club from Peru from the early 1940s, one of the oldest surf clubs in the world, still in existence. But then the Americans beat them in Sayulita last year, and I think the Aussies are coming.
Boy, oh boy, are they coming.
Yeah.
And Fernando, I got to ask you one more question, something I've been thinking about. Just make it, if we can kind of keep it short, because we're going to come into the completion of this event. But a lot of people are asking about the IOC and the ISA's coordination and the pro side versus the amateur side. How do those two coordinate? I know that I'm asking you for a while.
No. I'll tell you the simple way. There's the word amateur basically only exists in the USA. Yeah. And there is no amateur code in the Olympics. There is no amateur code in the ISA. We're not really an amateur organization. And, amateur is a word that was invented in the 19th century and nobody really cares anymore. There is, we divide surfers between, there you go, a nice replay.
Yes, that's Izzy Gomez from Team USA taking it way down low. Izzy hot off the top there. Nice turn off the top for Izzy. Let's see, nice bottom turn, carves through the face of that wave. Trying to gather a little more speed. This wave really starts kicking up right there. You see that wave. Yeah. You can see it kind of building on the outside. Izzy didn't see it. Comes up behind her, unfortunately takes her down.
Yeah. So in reality, at the ISA we look at surfers as recreational surfers and competitive surfers. And everybody that competes is not an amateur or professional. It doesn't matter if you make $1, if you make $1 million a year. That's not really the way surfers are divided or classified. And then you can say elite surfers and grassroots surfers. That's the other, classification when you look at a competitive surfing. You divide it between them. And that word amateur was invented by the English many years ago. In the 19th century, they kind of stopped some people from practicing. Basically, the people that didn't have money. Yeah. But that thing has gone. Today, sports are human rights. So, everybody practices. There you go. Nice.
This is the black jersey, I think, of Anjabot. Oh, Anjabot gets thrown off balance. She'll dive right into that one.
That was a wonderful wave.
Beautiful wave.
Big mountain and big ramp.
But look at this wave score by Shakira Westdorp, bringing in an 8.33. Yeah. But here comes Anjabot off the top of this one, Fernando.
Yeah, I think she was on the back with the paddle on the back, and she wanted to do like a little bit of a front turn, carving a little bit into the critical area of the wave, and she, there's a lot of jumping there. And these boards, she's in the impact zone. These boards have a lot of floatability, so it's difficult in a bumpy wave.
Yeah, it looked like she's trying to make a move, but the board wasn't following along. We're down to the final 45 seconds, and at this point, it looks like we will have a new world champion as you see a broken board there. Yeah. I'm trying to, that looks like Izzy Gomez's board upside down there.
It's a paddle. It's actually floating a paddle and 2 pieces of a board.
Yeah.
That's over by the reef.
So,
a shallow area there.
Not sure right off the bat there, but that looks like Team USA. Izzy Gomez's stand-up paddleboard broken in half as it blows into the reef. They're down to the final 15 seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, Team Australia, if you're Coach Troy Pease right now, you are just screaming to the top of your lungs.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're doing their calculation with the points addition. I'm sure they are. So figure out what this is worth, a victory at the ladies division.
So there it is. Time has run out. We're waiting for all the judges' scores to become official. Another board washing up on the reef right there. So congratulations unofficially to Shakira Westdorf from Team Australia taking home the gold. Izzy Gomez for Team USA taking home the silver. Here's a look at it right here. Gomez getting way low. Carves off the top there. Here's the drop. You see her carrying a lot of speed, and that wave just kind of comes up, kind of sneaks up behind her right there and takes her out.
That was a good wave.
Great wave.
Yeah.
Shakira, though, it was all about Team Australia. Here comes Shakira. Nice bottom turn there. It was definitely Shakira's day. And there's Shakira with another big bottom turn. She rides this one all the way out. Had 3 or 4 or 5 maneuvers in this ride. Takes it all the way out the backside. And the judges definitely love that, Fernando.
Yeah, Barbara Kendall, the VP from New Zealand for the ISA, told me, I think it's going to be Shakira. She said, like, in the second day.
There's Ajabad trying to get some. Ajabad just never really caught a big wave. This is their best wave of the heat. And it closed out on her a little bit early. She rides the whitewash out there, but never really found that big bomb.
It almost felt like that board was a little bit too big for her. Maybe a little bit extra flotation sometimes makes it very hard to do carving turns.
And there's Shakira Westorp again from Australia, just catching another beauty as she rolls that one out. But 3 good turns in that one. And then once again, here she comes off the top. Down to the bottom. Nice bottom turn there by Shakira. Look at her just blow the face out of that wave. And another big bottom turn, the goofy footer out of Australia. Nice layback there. And she rides this one out. And I think right then she started to feel a little eased on the way this heat was shaking.
Look at that's the nice drop from Brisa Malaga that she couldn't turn into get into that barrel that was ahead of her.
And Izzy Gomez here.
And you can tell how difficult it is. A lot of wind down the face,
So Izzy Gomez got a little seasick sitting on the boat out there waiting for her turn a little earlier. Wasn't feeling very good, but she came out and competed today, and you saw that wave build up behind her and throw her over, and I believe that was her board that was broken in half there at the end. But nice riding. Got to give it out to all these ladies for what they did there, Fernando.
Yeah, amazing. There's the Hawaiian boat. Amazing competition. Very difficult. This is not just it wasn't just a day of big waves. Today is a day of big waves and difficult big waves with difficult conditions. The wind has been at times like 25 knots. That's a very strong wind, no?
And you got to give it to her. There it is. The Team Australia flag is flying and coming back from the repechage heat. I think in like her first heat.
It's funny because I talked to her after she was in the repechage. She was kind of bummed because it was a repechage. I said, Shakira, don't feel bad. There's been many world champions that have gone through a repechage. And that's the beauty at the ISA. Every round, every division has repechage all the way until the end. So you're not really done until you lose twice.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, that was a great women's final right there, and it's going to be an even more exciting men's repo and final as they're getting underway right now. Fernando Aguirre, the ISA president, thank you so much. Thanks so much for all you did and all you do for the ISA, and I know each one of these athletes just really appreciates all your hard work.
I love to do this, and the rest of the executive committee, we all do this, we work basically for love, we don't get paid for this, so, this is our reward, seeing happy faces.
That's what it's all about. And there's a lot of energy in this man. So now I'm going to turn it over to Dan Gavir to call this men's repechage final. So, Dan?
Thank you, Drew. Very exciting main heat for the women, and congratulations to Australia for the win. Shakira guiding them to a team gold medal, taking a gold medal herself, looking very strong all day, and maybe that's just what she needed, was that extra time surfing to find her rhythm, find her lineup, and she was very aggressive all day. She caught more waves than any other female in the whole competition, and between all the waves she caught a lot of waves that didn't score high, but the ones that she made work were some of the highest scoring waves of the day. So congratulations to her, and really a big shout out to all the women for coming out here and representing their countries. It's a very unique opportunity, and you should be proud of what you've done and everything you've accomplished.
And we're getting right underway. And once again, congratulations to the new world champion and gold medalist. 22:55 there, men's repo final. And we're going to see who's going to join Thomas King and Zane Schweitzer coming up in that main. And we'll have ISA President Fernando Aguirre back in the booth. He'll be calling it live with my man Phil Mueller. And here's the white jersey, I believe, of Giorgio Gomez from Team USA, Dan.
That's right. You can see him really working the tail of that board. He's generating a lot of speed through small turns and kind of pumping his way down the line here. And this is what the judges have been scoring very high. Lots of big turns. He's not just doing 90-degree turns or 45-degree turns. He's doing full 180-degree turns, coming all the way back, holding his speed throughout the turns, not falling over the edge or stalling out. Really nice flow throughout that ride. So he should be awarded quite nicely for his first ride. And that's a nice consolation because, boy, he took a beating in the last round and
barely made it through.
Yeah, he did barely make it through. So,
oh, look at this wave now by Kai Vaz. Oh,
and him ducking in for the cover up there, and yeah, you can see his board literally standing straight up in the air, and that's what we call being tombstoned, which means that the wave has pulled you down so far that you're at the end of your 8-foot leash, and you're upside down, and the weight in the wave is still pulling you down, and it actually starts to pull the board down, and it looks like a tombstone because it's straight up and down. You'll see that happen a lot at Pe'ahi, Mavericks, Nelscott Reef, Shipsterns, some of those famous big wave areas. And now we are seeing it right here at Cloud Break with 6 to 8 foot conditions. Looks like we're going to send it down to Jody. She's probably sitting there with Shaq, but we will let you know when they are ready there. So we're still getting teed up, and Shaq's probably taking some congratulatory hugs and everything. And she's also going to have to go through the doping process and get tested and make sure everything is kosher. And we're going to send it down to Jody.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with our gold medalist in the SUP surfing division, Shakira Westler. This is not your first gold medal, but this is your first gold medal in your discipline, SUP surfing. Talk to us. How does this feel?
It's a dream come true. This is the 4th time I've come to this event, and I got 2 seconds of third, and now I've finally won it. So stoked, over the moon. The waves were pumping too, and it was just epic, so epic.
I'm so proud of you. I mean, you weren't sitting on the shoulder. What was your strategy in that heat?
Actually just wanted to get like a smaller one first and just try and do a couple of turns on it. And then I wanted to try and get a bomb, and then it wasn't until like the probably 3rd wave that I found a good one, and just hit the spot, and I was like, oh, don't fall off, and did another one, and it was just it was hard too because paddling back out was quite tough, and you had to be smart with what waves you caught, so you didn't end up all the way down here for nothing.
Now, towards the end of the heat, you got a huge bomb on your head. What was going through your mind when you saw that thing rolling in?
I was just, it was already rolling, so I was like, okay, I'm not gonna get sucked up and like pounded. It's just gonna roll me around for a little bit. So I just tried to go as deep as I could, and it actually wasn't too bad of a wipeout. It was probably the second one that was more gnarly.
Well, you had an 8.33 in that heat, and with the dying seconds of that heat, after you'd gotten that beating, you paddled back up the point to get one more. What was going through your mind then?
I just wanted to try and get one tube for the end, but it wasn't to be. But it would have been sick. Just try to pull in, and you know whether I made it out or not, it would have been sick.
And I have to ask you. I mean, this is a pretty historic moment in women's SUP surfing history. What are your thoughts of being a part of history?
Yeah, this is the epic waves, and for all the girls that got out there and had to go, like, it's awesome. Everyone was charging. I saw Izzy take a massive one, and everyone was actually having a dig, and yeah, I'm stoked to be a part of it. I'm stoked I'm here and with the Team Australia, and yeah, it's just been an epic week, and hopefully we can take out the team point score.
Well, you guys are looking pretty good for that. I'm sure you have lots of family watching at home and friends. Anybody you want to say hi to?
Yeah, g'day friends and family. Thanks for your support, for everything, all my surfing buddies. Everyone who's just been giving me encouragement all week, and Starboard, Quickblade, and Kanan. Yeah, thanks everyone. I'm so stoked. So stoked.
Well, congratulations. That is your 2016 gold medalist in the SUP surfing for Team Australia. Two-time gold medalist, Shakira Westhorpe, as we see Team Australia coming in here to congratulate her. Such a huge accomplishment for Shakira, and I know her teammates are pretty psyched. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Jody. There is a very happy Team Australia, the 32-year-old taking home the gold, Dan.
Yeah, congratulations to Shaq, and you know, she's just been charging all day. She looked like the one to beat, you know, the goofy footer here, and just picking off great waves and great eye for it, and congratulations to her. We just saw an epic wave being caught by Mo, but first we're going to get the replay here of Poinaiki Raioa in the red jersey from Tahiti, surfing on his backhand on that F1. Nice wrap around there, having to pump his board, use his paddle just a little bit there to stay on the wave. You can see him kind of hopping up and down there, trying to keep the speed going, staying in the critical section with some nice turns there on a kind of a small wave, but a huge off the edge floater there off the top, and that's what the judges are going to score well for. Here we have Giorgio Gomez.
Gomez surfing very, very well.
Oh, absolutely. Giorgio looking great here on his Infinity, and you can see him just so solid, sliding out the tail there a little bit. Nice top to bottom vertical surfing, and that's what the judges love to see as well. But it was Mo Freitas with the rail grab and coming out of the cover up right here, and just take a look here, and
Gets
that's
so high.
Not super clean, but he makes it out. It almost sucked his paddle out of his hand and over the falls, and another nice hack on the lip there for a couple more points. So that should be a really strong backup score to replace his 1.0, and it's going to be a serious competition here, and all these guys looking really good now. They've all had plenty of time in the water, and Kyle Vaugh's just taking the lip right on the back of the neck there.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't get up high enough there.
Nothing to lose out here in this round. You know, these guys are really going to go for it, so keep your eyes glued on the screen. We'll have some more action coming to you while we have Jody down on the boat, I believe, with Izzy Gomez.
Thanks, guys. Down here with 16-year-old Izzy Gomez, who just charged Cloudbreak. Izzy, I know you were a little nervous at the beginning of this day, but you sure didn't look nervous towards the end of the day. Tell us how you were feeling in that final.
Yeah, I was feeling really seasick this morning, and then I was glad to kind of like get that first heat out of the way. Got a couple little scores, and this heat was the waves kind of jacked up, so it was pretty fun, and I got a couple bigger waves, so I'm stoked just because, like, I don't know, I just want to surf Cloudbreak with 3 other people. So yeah, and I broke my board, my first ever broken board, so I'm stoked, and I lost both my paddles, and Shaq won and freaking killed it, so congratulations.
And you also got that reef rash you've been looking for, right?
Yeah, I got one right here and right there. It looks like a little cat scratch, but it's okay. It's cool.
Just what are your thoughts? I mean, you're one of the young ones. Yeah, we're not drunken sailors. It's just pretty crazy out here. You know, you're one of the younger ones out there competing in this event. What are your thoughts on this moment in the scope of women's stand-up paddle history?
Yeah, I think this was like a huge stepping stone for us, just because I know like Shaq and I and Nicole and a couple other girls have entered the men's trials at Sunset before when the waves were like macking, so this was just like another thing, and it's cool because we had our own division, so I'm stoked, and you know, like I hope that we get to have more events in these conditions because, you know, I was having a great time. So
because Izzy will go.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I guess I'll go.
And your thoughts on your brother?
I think my brother's out there right now, and if he wins, I win. So I'm like stoked, and I just hope he does good. And if not, I'll have to go calm him down because he gets like super emotional. But yeah, so go George, and I'll watch when I am done with this interview.
All right, well, congratulations on a second place finish, silver medal for Team USA, Izzy Gomez. Girls really put on a show out there today, guys. We'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks, Jody. Girl power. I broke a board, lost 2 paddles, and I'm stoked.
Go George.
Exactly. The young 16-year-old really came into her own over the course of last year. We were talking with her coaches. They say she's really matured, and you see it with that interview. I mean, just a stellar young individual. Here we go with the black jersey, Mo Freitas out of Hawaii, Dan.
Yeah, he ducks in for another one here. I'm not sure if this is the one that he didn't quite make it out of and just getting clipped by that one, but truly going for it. He wants that tube ride with a clean exit. We've seen a few of them pulled off so far. Poinike Raioa showing some great technical surfing off his backhand here with just one good turn there. The wave before it was much better, but that should be good enough for a little backup score there. 5.33 on his first ride, but right now it's Mo Freitas with a 7.67 and a 6.50 for a total score of 14.17. So really Poinike Raioa needs to step it up for a second wave, and Kyle Voss needs to get to business here. We're about halfway through this heat.
Get to business.
Here at infamous Cloud Break 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. My name is Dan Gavir. We're bringing it to you live here with Drew Mirin and Jody down on the boat. Also Philip Mueller. We had the president of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre. He's going to be back out here for the final call in the men's final, and going to be very exciting. 2 of these guys will be going home. 2 of them will be going on and guaranteed a medal. So all 4 of our finalists will be guaranteed a medal, because at the ISAs they do award down to the copper. So we've got the gold, silver, bronze, and the copper medal. And who will it be? Right now it's looking like Mo Freitas and Giorgio Gomez, but still plenty of time here as the waves jump up, and you can just see from the texture of the water there's a lot less bump, a lot more waves being ridden compared to about an hour and a half ago, where we had a heat of 4 men and one of the top scores was only a 5.33. So already you can see in the scores that the conditions have cleaned up quite a bit, which was great, especially for that women's final round. And now we're looking out at this last reprecharge heat of the 2016 ISA World SUP Surfing Championships. Drew, it looks like we have Mo Freitas taking off on another one.
Yeah, here comes Mo out of Maui. The youngster carving up, gets off balance just a little bit there. But Mo, no stranger to these waves. We've talked about it all day long, that back injury. And you can't, I mean, if you got a back injury with these type of conditions, Dan, you know it's got to be bugging him just a little bit.
Yeah, he said he had to stretch out quite a bit, so he's looking pretty good, though. I mean, right now it's his to lose. He's on the top. He's had the best wave selection. He's, he's beating goofy footers on his backhand, and his paddle switch technique is just absolutely beautiful. He looks like his equipment is really an extension of his body, really making that Pat Rawson shape work for him. Coming out of Oahu, Hawaii, he's got a pretty extensive background in surfing and exposure to the ocean and these types of conditions, big, powerful waves with some wind on it. And he's making it work for him right now. But Giorgio Gomez has mounted a charge here, and the goofy footer certainly has what it takes to pull down an 8 or 9 or even a 10-point ride. Of course, the young Tahitian, as we see here, has been surfing very well. So it's still an open book in anyone's game.
Yeah, here goes Raioa down the line right now, surfing very, very powerful, trying to gain a little bit more off the whitewash there. He'll take it outside the back there, so should try to help him increase that 307. But Mo Freitas with 2 great wave scores, as you see there. Giorgio Gomez has to bring up that 4.6. But remember, it's not about who takes first. This is not the medal round. This is just the top 2 move on to that main coming up. So right now, Caio Vaz from Brazil, the 23-year-old from Rio de Janeiro, on the bubble, along with Raioa from Tahiti. And you're right, they're getting a lot more waves. As right now, Mo Freitas has already caught 7 waves in this heat, and we still got 9 minutes left, Dan. So a lot more wave riding action.
12 wave maximum. It is scored on your 2 highest scoring waves. If he gets to his wave count, he'll be notified by the beach announcer out there that he is at his maximum for waves. And I believe he has to stop surfing at that point, or he could incur a penalty.
And I want to correct myself there. It's noted as wrong here. I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now it's back down to 6. So we're getting some changes on his scorecard here. So he's only at 6. So he's in good, comfortable position there.
Yeah, and we're well through halfway through the round. We haven't seen anyone catch 12 waves today. It's certainly, it's going to be a tough thing out here in these conditions. Just getting back to the lineup takes several minutes of paddling. So, maybe if we had someone just popping in and taking a look at some of the waves like we had Shaq earlier trying that, that might be something, but I don't think we're going to see anyone hit their wave count out here today in these conditions. So really it is picking off the good waves. I was just going to mention that about Poinike. He is looking really good on his backhand. He just needs to find some more open face to make his mark and carve his signature in the history books for trying to take down another gold medal in the ISAs. He did it when he was 15, and can he do it now that he is still very young? I believe at 17 years old out of Tahiti.
Out of Tahiti, his second wave score comes in at a 5.33, so that'll move him into second place. So right now it's Giorgio Gomez from Team USA and Kyle Vaz from Brazil on the bubble. So right now your top 3 riders all with 7-point wave scores. So it's going to come down to that second wave score as we look out there. Conditions here at Cloudbreak. And Mo Freitas, no strangers to kind of windy conditions. As Dan has mentioned, 7-time SUP World Champion. His favorite surf break happens to be Piahi, with a lot of his friends out there as we approach that 6-minute and 40-second mark. Men's repechage final. So the top 2 will move on. The bottom 2 are going to go to the boat and cheer on the final here, Dan. And it's been exciting so far. We've seen some great surfing from all of these surfers. And you're looking at Kyle Vaz had to fight his way back from the repechage heats. We saw that with Shaq. As a lot of these surfers having to go. There's Raioa taking a peek over the backside. He'll wait for another one.
Yeah, and it looks like it's you never know what's going to go on with the ocean here. The tide can just drop out just, for 10 or 15 minutes and completely change the landscape out here. We had some bigger waves coming through earlier, so the riders didn't want to get caught inside. Now it looks like it's sat down a little bit, so, some of these guys looking for some of the inside lines, and it's a shifty peak. Even when it's smooth, there's a very pronounced point, and then as it comes in, it has a break, and it offers a little bit longer ride, and then there's some inside rides too. So let's take a look here. Giorgio Gomez working up his speed, big off the lip. Nice rail turn there as he wraps it around. Nice roundhouse cut back. And he's going to take a little bit of a chop hop there. It's not going to be worth much when you're generating those airs from a hop that don't often get rewarded like you would as if you just punted it off the lip with a lot of speed.
But what's it do for, if he's having that much fun out there, it's got to do something for morale. It shows that he's comfortable on his equipment. It shows that he's out there enjoying himself. And right now in that third position, he knows with the 5-minute mark approaching, or now underway, he's got to make his move here, Dan.
Yeah, that might be a good enough score to top that 4.60. We'll take a look at the replay here as we look right down the barrel of the wave here at Cloudbreak. As Giorgio, you can see that kind of signature. He works the tail of the board, gets the board moving quickly. This is a beautiful move, actually, off the lip, and that's going to be high scoring. There's a beautiful full wrap roundhouse, and here's just that little chop hop, just throws the fins out a little bit, just having some fun little jib.
And when I was talking to his coach, Dave Bainey, is now Gomez on another wave. That one going to end short for him. But Dave Bainey was saying earlier, they're saying, hey, Giorgio was selected on this team because of his stance. They have the backside rider, obviously. Sean Pointer, who unfortunately fell out earlier, as here's Raioa up on a wave right now. But they said they chose Gomez because of that goofy foot stance, and he's coming off a very strong performance at Santa Cruz. He sees the wave really well, and they're expecting good things for him.
Giorgio can surf off his backhand just as well as his forehand, but certainly, that gave him the tip of the hat for the USA team, and I think that was a smart selection, obviously. He's made it this far, so he's been surfing very well. Certainly has the skills to win this event. And we'll have to see as the cards fall. Right now, he's got some work to do to get into that spot so that he can make it into the next round. He needs to replace that 4.70, or even better, to replace the 7.07. and then follow it up with another good wave. But with only 3.5 minutes left to go, we'll have to see how that last score drops and see if he can replace that. He only needs a 5.54 to get into that position. I don't know. It sounds like it's going to be very close.
And he bumps it up by just a 5.27. Oh, that you just said that. Okay. My apologies there. As we look at Kai Vaz, there's Giorgio Gomez in the back in the white. In front of him, Poinaki Raioa from Tahiti as we approach the 3-minute mark. And these surfers right now on the bubble, Gomez and Vaz. I haven't seen Kyle out there lately. Where is he hiding at, Dan?
I think Kaio's off the left side of our screen. He's working a different section, a little bit farther to the north or east directionally as you look out onto this big area called Cloud Break. And you can see how that spray is coming straight off the wave now that the wind has clocked around, and it's really pushing up the face of the wave. Like we mentioned earlier, making those drops more critical, having to really be in the pocket right where the wave breaks, more typical where a shortboard surfer might take off, and that's not as comfortable a position when you're standing on the board. A little bit easier when you're laying down on a prone surfboard to make those steep drops because you are laying down. Standing up is actually more difficult to make those really steep drops. So, you know, it takes some practice, and you have to have incredible balance just to land the drop. And if you're, you know, a couple meters too far inside and a big set comes, you just get cleaned up and waste all your time trying to fight back out. You know, just like Shakira said, you better make sure you pick a good wave, otherwise the paddle back out is all for nothing. And here we have Giorgio, the goofy footer, set up on that infinity board, and it just looks like it's working so well for him. He's been so focused. He raced the long distance and led the field the other day as well, so he's a very fast paddler as well. He's been really setting his mind to and look at him just claiming it there. And you know, that was a great ride. Not the best ride I've seen Giorgio do, but sometimes it's about putting on a show too. And certainly some big hacks off the top, and we'll have to see if that's enough to replace that 5.27. I think it will be. I don't know if it's enough to replace 7.07. Take us through the replay.
Yeah, here comes Gomez off that bottom turn. Big chop off the lip there, ripping that face once again. Gomez carrying a lot of speed here. Another big hat. Look at the spray, about 20 feet in the air. He'll take another one. 4 big maneuvers there by Giorgio Gomez. He throws the paddle, does the He-Man flex, and he's going to call it a day. And Kyle Vaz now on a wave, Dan.
Yeah, Kyle Vaz needs this one to count, boy. He's, you know, he just didn't get the luck there, just couldn't find the spot to line up. We've seen him surfing very well all day on that board there, looking very good. And look at Mo going for the cover up there, and he's not going to come out of that one. Mo Frida sitting comfortably on top with a 4.17. So let's see as the scores drop for Giorgio if that's going to be enough to move him into the final round.
Oh boy, it's going to be close. The judges' scores are coming in, and we'll have that update there as Kyle Vaz getting fancy on you. Nice bottom turn for him. But unfortunately, it's just not the Brazilian's day.
Yeah, and you know, with Kyle Vaz, you always see a lot of spray, throwing a lot of water around, and also a lot of hair lately.
Yeah, no kidding. Someone asked earlier what kind of product to use.
Poinaki with another one after the buzzer, though. We have ended this round officially. We will be taking a 25-minute intermission to let some of these riders take a little bit of a break and get powered up, and then we're going to be back with our final round. Let's take another look at Poinaki's last wave there as one of our paddlers dives in to dive under that one. I'm not sure if this is within the this is the replay of the last wave, so I'm not exactly sure if this is being scored or if it was after the buzzer. But a nice drop there, and got a couple nice critical turns in the pocket. Had to bail out before that closed out on the inside section. But exciting final reprecharge round for our men's in the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. So still looking for that score from Giorgio Gomez to drop. I haven't seen that 5.27 change in quite a while, so things could still change.
Taking a look at the live updates from the judges' scores right now, we're going to leak some information. an 8-0, a 7-8, and an 8-5 so far for Giorgio Gomez.
That could be heartbreak for Poinaiki Raioa. I mean, he probably doesn't know that he was sitting in second until Giorgio's last wave, but that's going to be great news for his sister and mom watching and the whole Team USA. Super stoked. So it looks like we have Mo Freitas and Giorgio Gomez unofficially advancing into the final round.
And
so
it's in, Dan. It's in. That last wave score, a 7-7-0, which will bump Giorgio Gomez up to first place in the heat, bumping Mo Freitas down to second. So it is in. It seems to be official right now. So according to the judges' scores,
really,
that's what we got.
14.77 for Giorgio Gomez, a 14.17. So Giorgio Gomez edging out the field. Mo Freitas in second. They will advance into the final, and they are now guaranteed a medal. Unfortunately, Poinaiki Raioa from Tahiti will be going home with a respectable top finish, and also Caio Vaz from Brazil. A little bit of a recap.
Nice wave there as Mo Freitas breaks through that wall of water right there. He thought it was over. Then he's like, oh, shoot, I got to keep going. But it was Mo Freitas' heat so far in the first part. As there's Mo from Oahu, grabbing the rail, getting really low. Nice style there. That one eats him up, unfortunately.
Yeah, and here's Mo again on his third wave here, and this one's off the top, throwing some buckets, almost catches the nose of his board there, and that's why you see these guys riding boards with quite a bit more nose rocker than you might see in a typical stand-up paddleboard that you would learn how to paddle on. Here's Poinaiki Raioa in the red jersey, beautiful backhand surfing. I love his bottom turn and how he just utilizes the paddle on the inside of each of his turns. Really powerful surfer here, and at such a young age, we're going to see so much more of Poinaiki in the future. You can't be disappointed with this result, and he just seems to be like growing up into a man, and he's going to become a very powerful surfer coming out of Tahiti.
Oh, great style in this individual. Very strong there, like you said. Look at him smash off the lip there. Poinaiki Raioa, I'd look for him in upcoming years.
Yeah, just a rock solid stance. He doesn't tend to, move his feet around too much. He knows the sweet spot of the board. He's glued to that thing, and boy, he can really, really push that board around and push a lot of water. Here's his last wave. Poinaiki Raioa with some beautiful conditions, and just look how much more smooth that wave face is than some of the waves we saw earlier today.
Oh boy, what a last repo final heat, and this is the man, Giorgio Gomez for Team USA. Look at how high and vertical
nice
he gets
off the
off
lip,
that,
and this
baby.
is what the judges are looking for, Drew, is this rail surfing, not flat board, turning off the fins, but actually utilizing the rail of that board to generate speed and be fully committed to your turns. He knows he ripped one right there, and he's claiming it. Pretty stoked. He is a very focused individual, and he's got to be super stoked right now.
And there it is. The main is set coming up, and like Dan said, about 25 minutes, we're going to have the main event with Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii, Thomas King from South Africa, Mo Freitas from Hawaii, and Giorgio Gomez from Team USA. That is your medal round. That's coming up in about 25. You're watching the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from Cloudbreak. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom.
Literally just comes down to an opinion. I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Leave your phone off and start roaming.
opening ceremony. One more day tomorrow and we will be an incredibly famous cloud break. SUP surf, wonderful waves, expect incredible conditions. It's gonna be glassy, it's gonna be sunny. So if you're not watching, I'm not sure what better you have to do on a Sunday at home. Enjoy it.
Fantastic to have all these competitors in Fiji from, you know, far places like Slovenia and India and Puerto Rico. So Fijians are hospitable by nature, and also this is where happiness is. This is where happiness will find you. But thank you to all the competitors for being here. Thank you very much. Officially open the ISA Fiji 2016 World Stand-Up and Paddleboard Championship. We are on! Hola, everybody!
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. Leave your phone off and start roaming.
Out here representing Mexico, this is like, well, it feels pretty good. It's like a pleasure to represent your country and these waves. The waves are pretty good. That's my dream, to be in cloud break, surfing without a lot of people. So they were pretty good.
be the first person to represent the Cook Islands in a World Championship is truly a huge honour. I feel very honoured to be here and hopefully encourage other Cook Islanders to represent the country at an international level.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. Leave your phone off and start roaming.
Jody Nelson here at the 2016 Fiji ISA, SUP, and Paddleboard Championships here at beautiful Cloud Break. We've got some amazing action here, day 2 competition, the women's stand-up paddle surfing and men's stand-up paddle surfing main events and repertoires. Let's take a look.
You know, this is a really groundbreaking event here. I really have been waiting a long time for an event to come at a wave like this. Really, really happy that the ISA has taken it upon themselves to do a lot to switch days and push it back to Saturday for the main event and really show the world how extreme stand-up paddling can be in some really bigger surf. So I think we're all really excited. I don't think there's one single nation that isn't ready for Saturday and the surfing part of it. But besides that, racing, I mean, you look around, even if there's no wind, the racers are going to be stoked. People on the boats are smiling. It's just a great day, great event. We're really, really grateful for the ISA, the community, everybody that made this happen.
Plenty of anticipation with all the athletes as there's a big swell coming in. It looks like finals day for the SUP surfing will be on Saturday. Tomorrow's a lay day, but we've got plenty of action on Wednesday with the technical racing.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. Leave your phone off and start roaming.
Unfortunate that Geordie can't be here. She's an amazing athlete and I think she's raced every one of these and won, so there were some big shoes to fill, and I know that Geordie was really disappointed she couldn't be here, so it's unfortunate to her, but we wish her a speedy recovery.
That back into that third lap, even though I had a bit of a lead, I started to just get really tired and fatigued, and I was kind of freaking out a little bit, so I was happy to hold on for the win.
The race today was awesome. Like, these kind of conditions are like what we get back home. But you know, I didn't think I'd be able to keep up with Candice or Olivia for the whole race. So my goal was just to try and stick with them for as long as I could.
And they're up, and it should start any second. And they're off and going. Looks like Lincoln Dews with a bit of a nod on the start, but it's Tituan Puyo.
You know, this race today was turning up and down the whole way. I got off to a really good start. It felt like I was paddling so fast my board was going to levitate and just take off. On the third lap, I could kind of feel my energy was starting to be depleted. Just didn't really feel the juice at the end. And I was actually falling back a few slots, but then I've done a lot of racing through my life now, and I've always learned one thing, which is never give up, because you never know what the ocean is going to throw at you. And as we looked up on the last lap, I saw this wave, and I couldn't believe I was the only one that got it, and just let me fly across the finish line and finish in first place. That was surreal.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. Leave your phone off and start roaming.
How's it, everyone? Hanging out with the South African team here in Fiji for the ISA Stand-Up Paddleboard World Championships. We're having an amazing time. Everyone's smiling, happy. We hope you enjoyed today's highlights of the men's SUP and Pro and long distance race.
There he is, going to the finishing line. First position for Michael Booth, the new world champion.
It means a lot. It's really special for me to win a world title. I've never won a world title in anything before, so yeah, it's really special. I'm not sure where we are, but I know we are leading the point score ahead of New Zealand. I think America are third, so yeah, we want to take that title back. I think they were pretty disappointed last time having America take that title off them. So I feel a really strong team. I feel the whole team, and I think we can get it.
amazing, mate. To be on top of the world, nothing better. Nothing better. Oh, it was a good fight. I love a good fight, and it stood up to its sort of name. And yeah.
The only thing that could ever beat the view from the top is the swim at the bottom. Leave your phone off and start roaming.
In the Eastern World Championships in Fiji. Today was the long distance women's SUP and prone paddleboarding, and here we are, Peru, Puerto Rico, Argentina representing.
This event is really exciting because of the Olympic style format, and I think the ISA is doing a really great job of trying to propel our sport to that next level. It's really fun to be here with our country teams and to represent our country, and it's like nothing I've ever experienced before.
There she is, so Australia, Harriet Brown taking that gold medal.
It feels pretty great to win a double gold and just finish the distance. I'm feeling really happy, but also really tired, really hot, and a little bit dehydrated. Yeah, I'm really excited for the relay race. The 500-metre sprint will be my favourite, what I train for in Australia for board paddling, so I can't wait. Go Aussies!
Welcome back to the beautiful country of Fiji for the 2016 Fiji ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are live at the world famous wave of Cloudbreak that you can see there on your screen. We've got one final heat. Here it is the final of the men's SUP surf division. Here I am in the booth, and I'm joined by none other than Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, the International Surfing Association. We are about to see the start of the final of the men. We've already got a world champion for the women. Shakira Westdorp takes the win for Team Australia. The defending gold medalist from last year, Izzy Gomez from the United States, finishes in second position. Third goes to Peru, Brisa Malaga taking that bronze medal in the final. And in fourth position, Team France with Caroline Angibault taking that copper medal that I heard you talking earlier on with Drew, was invented by the ISA.
Yeah, amongst many things that we invented, trying to represent who we are, the global surfing culture, the sense of the world ceremony, the ISA competitions are really like the United Nations of surfing. It's really like the coming together of all the surfing nations. In the case of Fiji, and this event is the coming together of all the SUP, surf and SUP racing nations of the world, plus the pro and paddler. So a very, very unique subset of the surfing tribe, the stand-up paddle and the stand-up and the paddle pro and paddle boarders. So it's we're coming towards the end of this amazing week. We have beautiful weather, incredible waves, and now even the gods are sending us some smoother conditions for the men's final.
That's right, the ISA Karma doing good right there. So we're going to have 25 minutes on the clock. There you can see one of the finalists. I do believe that's White Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii. So Thomas King from South Africa and Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii have been the two only competitors in the men's SUP surfing to never lose one single round. So they advanced straight towards the big final. They never finished third or fourth. Giorgio Gomez and Mo Freitas had to come back through the repechage rounds. And here they are, so the four finalists. We will have Thomas King from South Africa will be with the red jersey. Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii is in white. Giorgio Gomez from the United States of America will be in yellow. And Mo Freitas, two Hawaiians in this final, will be with the black jersey. And as you're saying, Fernando, I mean, this is the only instance, and I've done several of these events with you, where you get a series in the water with a Russian, a guy from Dubai, a Swiss, and an Hawaiian, and that you will never find on any professional tour.
No, it's really the United Nations of surfing. I mean, this year for the first time we have India and Slovenia for the first time, and then some unusual, surfing nations.
Switzerland,
which is not strange when you consider that this year we just reached the 100th nation surfing federation for the ISA. So that's a big, basically half of the countries in the world already are members of the ISA, and now we're working to get the other half. Excited.
That's right. So the work never ends. Obviously now you probably know it by now that surfing is included in the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. So that's official. We will be seeing surfing in the Olympics. We've already talked about it. We'll go over it again with Fernando. And we're still pushing to get stand-up paddle surf and racing into the 2024 Olympics.
I think, if you ask me what are the odds, I think the odds are very, very good. It's either going to be in France, in Paris, or it's going to be in LA. I mean, Budapest in Hungary is also a candidate, but most bets are on LA or Paris, and they're both phenomenal hosts, potentially incredible opportunities for stand-up to do its inauguration. But by then, stand-up has already been in the South American Beach Games, and it will be in 2019 in the Pan American Games, which is the second most important event in the Olympic world. Is 41 nations from Canada to Argentina and Chile, with the best athletes of all the Olympic disciplines, and then some other disciplines are included. It's maybe 4 or 5 sports over the ones that are in the Olympics are in the Pan Am Games. And for the Lima Pan Am Games, this is 2019, July 2019, we're going to have shortboarding, longboarding, SUP surfing, SUP racing, and all evenly divided by gender. So in other words, of the 88 spots for athletes that we have, 44 are going to be women and 44 are going to be men, which is just the way the world is. So that's the way it should be in the sports as well. As many years ago, sports was just kind of an activity of the few and lucky, just 100 years ago. And now sports is a human right. Sport is part of a healthy lifestyle. Sport is a way of integrating cultures and societies, and and getting people together. And when you get people together is when good things happen. When people don't talk to each other, don't connect with each other, then bad things happen. So sport is part of the force of good things happening.
That's right. Lots of young kids getting into surfing, becoming a more and more popular sport. One of the questions I've always had, and now that you're next to me. But if surfing is in 2020 in Tokyo, will it be in the 2024 games, or do we have to go through another process of getting it approved?
There will be a process. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. The IOC hasn't really announced the process, but in the worst case, will be just like the process for Tokyo. It's a process that basically, if we are successful in Tokyo, which I believe we will be, then it will be basically very easy to get into LA or Paris. But there is also another process in which you become a permanent sport, and this is also what is the process that existed everywhere. I mean, always up until the Tokyo process, which was a process for one city. But we've talked to the people from LA, to the leaders of the LA 2024 bid and the leaders of Paris 2024 bid, and they both love what surfing, also what skateboarding, and probably what sport climbing bring. If you think about it, there are like the three most relevant youth sports: surfing, stand-up paddleboard, in his surf and race versions, and represents the youth and the beach culture. And are we starting yet? Oh yeah.
That's right, Fernando. So this final is already on the way. There comes Mo Freitas full speed on the lower section here of Cloudbreak, as we were seeing Zane Schweitzer there also going down a wave. And it is on. This is the last final of the SUP surfing division. And look at this wave. Nice off the top there. It seems to be Giorgio Gomez in yellow. Is getting a bit difficult with the sun behind the wave. But here he comes. Giorgio Gomez kicking out of that wave. So we're going to wait for the first course. 24 minutes left on the clock to define the new world champion. Obviously here there's no one that's already won that title. Sean Pointer, who's got 2 gold medals in SUP surfing, has lost in the repechage round a bit before, and Poenaiki Raioa, who was the 2014 world champion of SUP surf for the ISA, lost in the final of the repechage. Didn't get that coveted spot in the final. As we see there, the side angle of Cloudbreak, this huge playground, water playground.
And when you see, on the left, on the upper left, it's not sand, it's coral.
It's reef.
It's reef.
And
it's
it's
dry
sharp.
reef. Yes, and it's very sharp and shallow.
Here comes Zane Schweitzer falling down there on that last section. We still have a bit of wind. The wave has got a better shape than what we saw in the morning. The swell has been increasing. A big thank you to Surfline, our official forecaster. And as Marcos Bucao was telling me, I mean, in Brazil, in Chile, he was telling me if you get a forecast 6 days before, it will change after the following day, then 4. and there, it just stuck, like if Surfline forgot to update it.
Yeah, I think, it's much easier to forecast the Pacific. It's far away. The swell comes, like 3, 4, 5 days away. So, but the forecast was impeccable. We knew by Monday, we knew that Saturday was going to be a big day, and that's why we decided not to run any more SUP surf and moving to take a day off, which everybody enjoy and relax. And we're all, taking advantage of this incredible location. And then we went back to races Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Today is the surf, and tomorrow. Come back to the webcast, because tomorrow we got the incredible relay. It's a very intense, and of course there you go, more action, and the sprint. So tomorrow relay and sprints, and of course at the end of that, around 1 p.m. Fijian time, we'll have the awards, medal ceremony, and the closing ceremony.
That's right, tomorrow we'll be crowning and giving medals, giving the hardware out to all the finalists. So we've got gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal and copper medal. So 4 first positions that will be for the racing divisions and the SUP surf divisions that we're seeing right now. Shakira Westdorp is the new champion for Australia. That must have done very good for Team Australia, that at the beginning of today was leading the team standings. They had that winning streak. They won the 3 first events, the 2 first ones in Peru, and then the one in Nicaragua. In Sayulita, Australia lost that gold medal to Team USA. I mean, they were unbeatable last year. They wanted to come and repeat that feat, and it seems to be getting more and more difficult. We have to see the points at the end of the day. Obviously, the relay is going to play a great part tomorrow, because that enters in the team standings too.
Yeah, and I think you have to remember that there is a there are some other teams. Originally, I think at the very beginning, it was all about the U.S., Australia, and Hawaii. But now there are teams like Spain, like France,
Brazil.
That are bringing a lot of really good competitors.
As we're seeing the action keep on going on the water there, they are rotating very fast in these waves. You've already got one of the highest scores of this heat. It is Giorgio Gomez getting a 7-point ride for his opening score. A lot lower for the other competitors. Thomas King, his first wave, 0.37 and a 0.83. That will not be enough. Giorgio Gomez already back up and riding, trying to back up that 7-point ride. And Mo Freitas from Hawaii gets a 6.17. So that's already all appeared on your screen. Right now in the lead, Giorgio Gomez. We're going to wait for his second wave to be scored. We just saw it on our screens. Mo Freitas in second position. And here comes... It seems to be the surfer in black. That's Mo Freitas also getting his second wave. Nice tall wave, making the most out of it. Really going from top to bottom, using the whole height of the wave and getting back to that critical part. Remember, you need power, flow and control, but in the critical part of the wave. It's no use doing it far away on the shoulder.
Yeah, and I think he's also doing something that the judges like to reward. He's going vertical. Whoops, nice. Just somebody came, yellow came. Giorgio Gomez just came out of an incredible tube ride. We saw the end of it. I think the camera was kind of distracting on Mo going out after that wave. I think we're going to repeat right now. Well, hopefully some camera got it.
Yeah. Do remember that our judges do not depend on the webcast cameras, but here it comes. Giorgio Gomez setting his line there perfectly after that bottom turn, gets into that second section and gets that clean exit, claiming it all the way into the channel.
He knows what he got. That's a keeper, and that's, when you add that wave to the 7-0 that he already has there, it'll put him on a nice zone. Somebody's paddling there. It's very hard to get on the waves. They look like you're almost gonna get them, and they're very vertical, but there's a lot of wind that holds you back.
That's right. So the wind comes along the face of the wave and sort of push your board back. We've seen certain guys really have to step literally on the nose, their front foot, to just, stump that board down and start going down the face. And then you have to readjust your feet before taking that first bottom turn and trying to get that first maneuver as vertical as you can. Just as you said, Fernando, we saw Zane Schweitzer doing, it was Mo Freitas doing exactly that. We've got the score in. It's 7.77 for Giorgio Gomez, but Mo Freitas on that wave, really excellent wave choice, very vertical, much control there on those maneuvers, using the wave, big roundhouse cut back there, going back to the white water, gets him a 8.9. So Mo Freitas taking control of this heat, as we see there, Zane Schweitzer right behind him, trying to get into the tube, trying to fade, and there he goes, getting covered. Not exactly a very, very deep tube, but still getting a bit of coverage there by the lip, and he keeps on going, and also a little claim there at the end. And here comes Mo Freitas right behind. Remember, these guys have got a maximum of 12 waves. There's still 17 minutes. I mean, some might finish their wave count in less than 15 minutes.
I think it's been very consistent. It's been a lot of waves. We've seen more waves in the first 15 minutes or 10 minutes of this heat that we've seen sometimes in full heats. But also the quality of the surfing is intense. I mean, you saw that wave from Zane. He didn't really get fully covered, but there you go, the replay. The judges, I'm sure they're going to reward this, because look at his position, his body language there. He's not like, I'm worried about this. His second, there, a little cover up, there you go. So he did get I'm not sure exactly what the judges are going to do, but there haven't been that many tube rides. So tube rides, I'm sure they're going to have some nice reward. We'll see. The problem with your tube ride, you don't really get a lot of the radical maneuvers. But there you go, Mo again, the replay, stalling, waiting for it, goes high, grabs the rail, and again, today is not a big tube riding day for Tabarua, because the way the wind is pushing is kind of collapsing the wave. Tabarua, when it's best, it's just you can fit a car inside. Oh, there you go.
Here goes the replay from the latest wave from Thomas King, the South African, sorry. Also trying to fade, trying to find that little cover up. It's very difficult, as you can see, and we were explaining before, because once you get covered up, you've lost all that speed, and then you need to gain it very quick to be able to exit the tube at the end.
Ideally, you come from the big section of the wave, and when you get to the tube right section, you're going fast, and you can go fast. If you stall, it's like you said, if you slow down, then sometimes you slow down too much.
And you get eaten up by the tube. We've seen a few guys like that, just not managing to come out and just getting covered up in that last section. Here we see Giorgio Gomez looking into that wave. Seems a bit fat to catch. He's trying to get in towards the lineup. Here comes Thomas King right now in fourth position.
Yeah, there you go.
And here he finds the tube. Will he manage to come out? It doesn't seem so, as that lip comes crashing. The exit sort of pinched on him. So that will not give a good score. I mean, when you're basing your whole wave on the tube riding, you need to make a clean exit. That will give you a high score. But if you don't make it out, you'll get a 1 or a 1.5, something like that.
Any unfinished maneuver is as if the maneuver didn't exist. So if you get an insane tube ride, but then you get clipped, it's an incomplete, tube ride. So the judges are trying to figure out, if you were in control and you could finish the maneuver. So there you go, we're 15 minutes, just past the 15-minute mark.
So Thomas King there with a 1.77. He just got a 2-point ride for that tube that caught him inside. So he still replaced his lower score of 1.77. He is in fourth position right now, the South African. Mo Freitas with just 2 waves, 6.17 and an 8.9 is in first position for Team Hawaii. Giorgio Gomez from the United States has got those 2 7-point rides. He's got a 7 and a 7.77, and there he is up and riding. A bit smaller wave. Finally decides to go out, as he knew that this section was going to close out entirely.
I'm not sure if the judges are listening to the scores that they need, but obviously he knows that he needs a good wave, something that is over 7, to be able to move over Mo, which is the first right now on the heat. So he was gonna be looking for a big wave, for a lot of material. Yeah, there you go.
So there you have it. Giorgio Gomez there in a good position, making the drop. As you can see, the tube spitting out behind him. He has to eject. He's going to land back on the wave right now. And so remember, the scores that you see on the right that the riders need to advance are not to get in second position. For Zane Schweitzer or Thomas King, you do not go in a final trying to get that second place. You want that gold medal.
Yep.
So actually, Mo Freitas has got in combination Zane Schweitzer and Thomas King. They've got 13 minutes. If they want to be world champion, they have to replace both their waves that are in their total score right now.
Yeah, and for the people that don't watch surfing competitions all the time, when you get them in combination, if you look at the scores that this is neat, it says 1508, 1508. That means you cannot get that with one wave. That means that you need to replace both waves and get a combination. That's what they call it. You are in combo land, or you are in a combination needed.
Now we see
very difficult what he attempted, which is to catch a foam. He did it. Let's see if that wave. No. Let's see if maybe.
It's Zane Schweitzer. He's going to manage to ride it out. He's having fun, I think, just out there. And there he goes. Nice off the top. He seems to be lining himself, trying to find that tube. Does not exactly find it. Does a quick snap there on the shoulder. Keeps on advancing. He's looking right now to replace at least that 3.33 that he's got in his total score. Try to advance. Obviously, the two Hawaiians are trying to get first and second.
Yeah, well, and Zane knows that he needs to replace the waves. He needs two good waves. So that was like a big Himalaya type of big wave. A lot. He rode the foam until he got it. And now the wave cleaned up on the inside. Look, that was a nice maneuver there. Looked for a tube right. Didn't really get the whole thing. So it will improve on the 3-3 for sure, and maybe help him get out of the combo land. We'll see.
Yeah, he's going to change his 3.33, but it will not be enough still to get out of combination there with Mo Freitas. The only one who can still, with one single wave, get the gold medal is Giorgio Gomez. And in a sense, it would be like a small vengeance for the Gomez family after having seen his sister, Izzy Gomez, lose. Well, not lose, she was second. She gets the silver medal, but she wanted to repeat that gold medal, obviously, from last year. And it's finally,
yeah, but obviously, for a 16-year-old, already got a gold and a silver, she is going to be somebody that is going to be having to reckon with for many, many years ahead of us. That's a nice wave.
That's right, and at Giorgio Gomez there, falling off at the top of the wave, you can really see the wind pushing you towards the back of the wave. It's really difficult once you've done that maneuver. You've lost all that energy. You want to go back down to follow off on the wave, and sometimes you just cannot make it.
Yeah, I mean, the wave of the face is sort of clean, but the wind is coming like side offshore. That means that it's collapsing the lip a little bit. So the wave is, it's nice, the inside, but sometimes the tube rides are not there.
So remember, the official website for this event is isaworlds.com. If you're watching this on one of our media partners' websites, there you can send messages directly to the booth. If you've got questions for Fernando, this is the moment. Although you can always send an email to ISA, it will always take the time to answer all of your questions. And Francois Frick from South Africa says, congrats to all 4 finalists, and I have cheers for all these guys at some stage, but this is for South Africa. Go Tom King. It seems difficult right now for Tom King. We're going into the last 10 minutes of this final. Mo Freitas still in control. He has to be careful. He should go out, try to select. He's probably waiting on the outside. He knows he needs to replace that wave, a 6.17, because Giorgio Gomez, at any moment, he only needs a 7.31 to take over and get that gold medal. And obviously when you're in a controlling position, I do believe that's Mo Freitas on the left. You try to get control of the wave, just fend off your competitors. You just go, and you need to be careful with technical interference also.
Yeah, I think, and in a certain way, I'm not sure if it was Mo that was talking about this, but they were going to go out and be gentlemen. They were, of course, they all want to win, but they were going to be hustling each other or anything. They were just going to be, let's see who gets the better waves and who rides them better. And it's nice when in a surfing competition you got that spirit there. It's a true spirit of a surfing competition. It's not about stopping the other guy from grabbing waves, but it's about you getting good waves and showing how good you are.
That's right. Obviously, strategy comes into play, but sometimes you need to be confident about your surfing level. And right now, Giorgio Gomez seems to have it. But we saw him in the previous heat. That was the final of the repechage. He came out at the last minutes of that series and just came back to first position from last. We saw Brisa Malaga earlier on during the contest, during the first day. She did the exact same thing. She was in 4th position. It didn't seem as she was going to make it, and in the last minute she just jumps from 4th to 1st, and look at it, she ended up in the final in the end.
So it's it's not done until it's done, and with 8.5 minutes, certainly the first place is within reach for Giorgio, and maybe even for the other surfer. Certainly for Giorgio, he only needs 7.3, which is a wave that he already got one for more than that, and one very close to that. So I think it's but of course, Mo could really improve in a 6.17 and make it much harder for Giorgio. So we'll see what's going on. It looks like this is set coming. These guys are positioning themselves.
And obviously you have to remember that Giorgio Gomez as well as Zane Schweitzer have been competing in the long distance race. They've got a bit more, of competition under them. But it doesn't seem to have tired them too much, as we see there Giorgio Gomez going down on that wave. Nice first maneuver there off the top, goes for another one, goes down to land it, and that claiming it is
it's something that you do, you show your arms in celebration at the judges saying, I'm confident I got the score that I wanted. But of course the judges are used to seeing people claiming waves. So that was a really good maneuver, a very drastic, good control. And there, look at that. Very, very nice. So he completed the maneuver, so he claimed there's not much to do on that wave anyhow. So he completed and he claimed. I will see what do the judges think about the claim.
I do believe they're watching the replay. Obviously, on this type of wave, as Fernando has said, you're looking for a 7.31. It's something he's already done, and so they've got a system of replay in the cabin. They're probably watching the first wave of Giorgio Gomez, then the third one, so that's the 7 right, then the 7.77, and see if that wave was better or worse. And that is what will define the point. So right now, we've got no judge inputting their results right now. We're going to wait for them, and now there's 7 minutes left, so lots of pressure there as the clock is ticking down. Mo Freitas must be very nervous. He needs to change that 6.17 and get out of reach of Giorgio Gomez if he just wants to secure and clinch that gold medal, because 6 minutes is long when you're in first position.
It's forever. It's an eternity.
So there you see them. Mo Freitas is completely down of the lineup. Zane Schweitzer more or less in the middle. You can see now that we've got several peaks getting on, and mostly on the second section of Cloudbreak. Here comes Zane Schweitzer there, trying to get in the tube right off the bat. We have to see it from the front.
Yeah. It's nice to see the two angles from the tower and from the boat. It's that maneuver itself that's a quality maneuver. That's an air, hitting the lip, flying down, and landing it, finishing. That was probably his best wave. We'll see what the judges says. You get the last wave from
Giorgio, yes, and he didn't make it right now, so 6.87. So I do believe they were watching the replay. They decided that those first waves were a bit more aggressive, a lot more strength and control, and so that's not enough. He needs to go back out. He's got 5 minutes and 40 seconds to do so. Try to go and get that 7.31. We haven't seen a lot of Mo since he got those 2 high-scoring waves. There he is in the lineup, waiting more or less right next to Zane Schweitzer.
So this is the 5th World Stand-Up and Paddleboard Championship organized by the ISA. 5th on a row, and the competitions include stand-up surfing and stand-up racing in both short and long distance, relayed combinations, and tomorrow we're going to have for the first time sprints. So we're covering all the disciplines and from the most important disciplines of racing. So it's not just a SUP surf competition, it is a SUP surfing and racing competition, and then a paddleboard competition. So it's a very complete world of this newer version of riding on boards, on waves, and on racing on flats.
Here comes a nice wave on the horizon, and it seems there comes Mo Freitas. Here he comes. He was called at the last minute, grabbing the rail, trying to fade himself into the tube. Doesn't manage it. He won't be replacing, I do believe. That's 6.17 that he's got.
No, right now at this point, he should be just waiting there to get a mega set. And well, that wave looks good on the takeoff. It's just the wall didn't really materialize the way he wanted. He kind of slow it down, but stay high. You see that he grabbed the rail to be able to stay high. So even if the lip, if the tube is not too big, he was looking for that tube ride, which will add extra points. We'll see what the judges have to say about this one. Well, Zane is right now, out of the combo land. Now he needs a good wave. A wave over 8 is an excellent wave, but it's 8.38. Certainly a challenge, but not impossible. We already have Mo has an 8.9 wave, and Zane and as well as Mo are used to surfing big waves and getting good scores. So this might actually get interesting. There might be 3 guys right now on the game.
That's right, and Zane Schweitzer, if you go to the website, you can check the statistics, see the best waves. He's the only guy that's got 2 waves in the top 10 waves of this event. So we've seen him having good scores. 8.38 is nothing for Zane Schweitzer, but now it's easier said here than there where they are sitting right now.
I mean, I love the water shot because it really tells you what these guys, what the competitors are seeing. It's not very nice, it's like you're mountains of water that move, and the waves break like 400 or 500 yards passing where they are. That's where the waves start breaking, and eventually they become clean and nice when they are. You see, there's waves.
Yeah, you see that
back
exactly
there,
on the screen.
Yeah.
And then they're waiting for those bigger sets, and then you'd see the white water pass more or less where they are. We still have the jet skis there for security. We've seen several broken leashes during the competition. A few broken boards also due to the reef and the strength of the wave. Obviously, there's tons of water.
It's like a little race we can see here. I'm not sure who's in front, but I know that Zane is chasing somebody.
That would be Thomas King or Mo Freitas. I do believe if we just saw Mo Freitas run a wave, that could be Thomas King on top. It's surprising to see the South African there with those 2 low scores that he's got, a 2.10 and a 2.0, and we saw him really he was the first to get a wave of 9 points and more. So he's used to that, but it doesn't seem to find his marks, the South African. And Sandy from South African says, come on, Tomo, you can do this. We know he can do it, but there's less and less time to be able to do it. So
yeah, it's coming down to the wire. Less than 2 minutes.
Right now we're waiting for some scores. So we saw that 6.7 from Zane Schweitzer. That is what allowed him to get out of combination land. Looking now for that 8.38, 1 minute and 35 seconds. And here he comes, Zane Schweitzer, looking into that one, finally decides not to go. And it's Thomas King who comes further down the line there, going down, making the bottom turn, making a little off the top, going around that section. Nice maneuver there. Lots of energy, throwing buckets of water, and then you get into that last section where it sort of closes out on you.
Yeah, and now this last section is also very dangerous. We're almost at the bottom of the tie. There you go, the replay.
Let's see the replay. So nice control there. First maneuver, lots of water on that off the top. Keeps on going, going rail to rail. Then he does a repeat of that maneuver, keeps on going, and then has to exit the wave. He's going to replace for sure his lower score of 2 points. He's only got 50 seconds to go back out.
There you go. There's Zane.
Here he comes, Zane Schweitzer. Always active. He's looking for that 8.38. It will be difficult on this wave, like a little bit fatter, not really much face to work on. So he's working on those off the tops and cutbacks, getting back into the wave.
He knows he needs to squeeze this one. There we see another maneuver.
He's going to squeeze it to the end, Zane Schweitzer, up until the last section. And there he's almost over dry reef there as the low tide is coming in.
And yet another off the top. So we'll see now. We got Mo Freitas answering to that wave. And I think it's Mo has decided that, this is not going to be the wave.
I think he's going towards the boat just to celebrate. I do not believe that that wave from Zane Schweitzer will make the cut. We haven't seen Giorgio Gomez recently. Oh, it might. We saw there nice tube riding by Zane Schweitzer. Obviously you don't see that on the side angle, and that's why it's very important to get both. You need the angle from the front that sort of flattens the wave.
This is the tower angle. This is what the judges actually saw.
Exactly, they saw him quite deep, and so I take back what I just said. He might get that score. We didn't see from exactly where he took the tube, how long it was, so we need to get the judges' decision.
Well, the judges are gonna review that wave. I'm gonna go back and take a look.
It seems he might have done it for Zane Schweitzer on that last wave, taking it all the way. He's claiming each and every wave he's done until now. We're missing 2 judges right now. If we take in consideration the 3 judges that have already input their score,
You have to wait.
Because it can change, obviously. The head judge also reviews
Philippe
the
is
score.
getting excited. We can see 3 scores and we're missing 2 scores, so
And
we
the
cannot
time-
really call it off.
Time is up. So this is the end of this final for the SUP Surf men's division.
Nail
we're going
biting.
to see the replay. So here we're going to see exactly what the judges saw. He went straight into it there, fading, going to that little cover-up, coming out, and then
It is a high
applying
score.
4 to 5 maneuvers extra on that pretty small wave, but really squeezing
And they were all
out.
maneuvers on the rail. They were good maneuvers, so we would expect a high score. We're missing 2 scores. There's the boat, that's the headquarters, packed with all these athletes from all the teams watching there. It's been a rough day for many people's stomachs, as you can imagine.
On the boat?
With a wind, a 40-kilometer wind. But they are the survivors. They're still there. They're cruising the Fiji Islands. A wonderful boat. And now you got the score.
Can I call it?
Yeah, you call it.
9-point ride for Zane Schweitzer. He jumps to first position.
That's
and
amazing.
That's in the last minute of this heat.
But this is Zane. That's the way Zane serves.
Zane Schweitzer is the new world champion for Team Hawaii, and Mo Freitas, he was leading that whole final. I guess he must be pleased to have his teammate
It's a brother.
from Hawaii.
It's a brother who took away the first place
for
for
Team
him.
Hawaii on the team standings, it's very important to have these points of first and second position. And
there you go.
There you see
Giorgio's getting
Giorgio
a hug
Gomez.
That's from his caddy. Who's that? I don't know if it's a guy. Yes,
I think it's Sean Pointer.
Yes.
I do believe it's Sean Pointer, defending gold medalist, didn't make it into the final. Big deception there. Giorgio Gomez had to do the work. An incredible wave that Zane manages to find out of nowhere. It isn't one of the best waves we saw during this final.
I mean, just that takeoff on the wave and don't even bottom turn. Just turn up there, get cover, and exit the tube. And then a series of radical control on edge maneuvers, and that's why the judges says, hey, that's a really good wave. That's a 9.0. That's the highest score of the heat.
That's right. And Thomas King there, one of his last wave, obtains a 7.23. So it's a bit late for the South African to activate this final. He stays with that second backup score of a 2.10. After this, he needed still, if he wanted world champion, to get that gold medal, he'd have needed a 8.48. He sort of missed out 5 minutes. I guess he wished that these finals were 30 minutes in the end.
You never know, but the reality, Zane has done it again. He's a guy that is be able to pull rabbits out of his hat, and he just did it again.
So, the official results for this final. Zane Schweitzer from Team Hawaii is first, is the new world champion, gold medal. In second place with the silver medal, his fellow teammate from Hawaii, Mo Freitas, getting called like 3 days before the event. doing good on the race, doing good on the technical racing, and getting that silver medal. I guess he won't regret answering that call and telling Matti Schweitzer, yes, okay, I'll go, get me a ticket. Giorgio Gomez there, third position.
He was there because Kyle Laney had to go to serve the Maui WSL big wave event.
The PI big wave, and there he is, Zane Schweitzer, getting hugged by all the guys on the security jet ski there. He's going to do a victory lap around Cloudbreak. We're going to get him back to the boat. Obviously, we're going to have also, you have to know that all the finalists in any division at an ISA event have to go through the doping process. Just to make
anti-doping process.
Anti-doping, not the doping. Yeah, we do not dope the. Sorry, we do not dope the riders on the boat.
Every finalist and all finalists will be tested from the WADA. The ISA has been a signatory party to the WADA, so we test the same thing that is tested in the Olympics.
And 3 random surfers, so you might be out of competition.
We're already done the 3 randoms. So
that was
look at Zane
Wednesday.
In full celebration mode. He's doing.
He's going to go around each and every boat with those riders. I think it will take a bit of time before we see him with the interview for Jody Nelson.
Stopping by boat of Team Hawaii, that catamaran. He's been like.
He's going to get the Hawaiian flag there.
They have been living in that boat. I mean, a lot of the days, the whole day is like a lanai, that center shade there. There you go. Get the Hawaiian flag. And now we're talking. Now we're going victory around Hawaiian flag and everything.
So we will be airing tomorrow after 1 o'clock, more or less, at least once the Hawaiian national hymn. There he is, happy. I mean,
and there's the hug. There's the hug between Mo and Zane. It's like
gold medal, silver medal. Right there, you saw Giorgio Gomez with the yellow lycra, also cheering on Zane. I mean, these guys compete together on the Stand-Up World Tour, the professional tour, year long. They get to see each other on the Stand-Up World Series, also doing these races around the world. And they're really friends, and traveling. What an incredible life they lead, all living on Hawaii and just traveling the world. But then when you're in competition, you have to put friendship aside for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and the best has to win,
And then you go back to friendship. If you're a good sportsman.
That's right. There he goes, almost getting to the boat. Zane, do not hug the driver as you're getting to the boat. You're going to provoke a crash.
Who is the driver? Do you know who is the driver?
No, he's not. He's one of the Fijian guys. He's just so. I mean, thank you.
I'm not sure if he's a Fijian guy. Is he?
Is it? I don't think it's Matti. Could it be Matti Schweitzer on the jet ski?
Yeah,
it's his brother, Matti Schweitzer.
I think it is because
you're right. There he is. So it's Matti
Because
Schweitzer
he was claiming the victory as well. So
there you have it. 3 Hawaiians on the jet ski there. Visibly very happy. I would not want to be on that boat later tonight. There's going to be a big party with Team Hawaii after this victory. Also a big congratulations to Shakira Westdorp for Team Australia there, getting the victory, her first gold medal at an ISA World Championship. She already was in finals but never got on that top step of the podium.
So the protocol is they'll come, celebrate, get the interview, and then they'll have to go through the anti-doping. So since they arrive in the boat, they'll have a chaperone, somebody with them. And I think the cameraman forgot his camera connected. Look at that.
So we're going to see the recap of this incredible final. Mo Freitas leading most of it, but here is the new 2016 ISA World Champion for SUP surfing. That was one of his first waves, Zane Schweitzer. Here comes Giorgio Gomez. This was an incredible tube riding. That was the first tube with a clean exit we saw. Big, huge claim for Giorgio Gomez. He was feeling good at that moment, then sort of fell down after this wave from Mo Freitas. Mo Freitas, really good SUP surfing, was in the lead of this final during a long time, leaving 2 of the competitors in combination. So that's an impressive feat. Zane Schweitzer just working those waves. We really saw him do perfect work, just changing one score, then going for that other one, and finally getting that 9-point ride. He needed an 8.31 and he just manages to get it. It's a bit of a shame for Thomas King. We see him there on our screen, the South African. We saw him riding really well during the rest of the event, but it seemed he was a bit lost here during this final. Here comes Giorgio Gomez, also doing this wave riding with this nice maneuver, nice off the top there, falling with control. It seems that each and every rider has claimed each and every wave they made.
It's a claiming day.
Yeah, we'll try to find the best claim of the day, or make a recap of all the claims. And here comes Zane Schweitzer. He came out of that tube. That was a previous wave. No, that's the wave that got him in the 9-point ride.
No, that was maybe. I don't think so.
I do believe so, but let's check. And here comes, yeah, you're right. This wave of Mo Freitas was before, trying to fade there, trying to get inside the tube, but really too much speed on that bottom, on that drop, and then the bottom turn. And this was another wave of Zane Schweitzer going on a bigger set like this. This was the wave that got him out of combination.
Yeah.
And it was just a bit of work on like you said, like a Himalaya type of wave.
Himalayas, yeah.
A bit fatter, no real tube, and here comes the wave that defined the world champion. Just as you said, no bottom turn, no time for this. I'm going straight for the tube, exiting. There goes
and then
strong
the
bottom turn. First maneuver there with that off the top. As you can see, the work of the paddle, just trying to
but
use
the wave didn't look like much. At that time, his wave didn't look like much, but he really
worked it to the end.
He slashed it well, and he did all the maneuvers in the most difficult part of that section of the wave. And the judges saw that, and the reward came immediately after that.
So I do believe that Zane Schweitzer is already on the boat, but I guess he didn't go to Jody. He's just hugging each person on the boat one by one before going to the interview. Knowing Zane Schweitzer, he's hugging everyone, and until he hasn't hugged the captain, we won't be seeing that interview.
He's the world champion today, but he's a stoked and happiness and high energy world champion every day. It's really it's fun to be around Zane.
He's such a fun guy to be around. He's naturally high on life.
There you go. Now it's gonna be the whole wave.
This is the whole wave as we saw it, getting that 9-point ride. It took three views of the wave finally to decide. Obviously, you didn't want me to call that score, and there he goes. This is the second maneuver there, using the paddle really.
But there, the wave looks like it's done. Look, it's almost done. But now he finds that spot. There's one
the
slash
maneuver.
there, and now he's gonna do
another one,
and now comes the final off the top that he lands there.
And there you go, lots of water.
One more.
5 maneuvers, and then just goes for a little 6 there, finding back that connection with the white water. I do think he'll get that 7. Boom.
Yeah.
So 1 tube riding, 7 maneuvers in a very short wave.
Yeah, he claimed it for the last seconds that he was up. He claimed it, and I think he knew that he got something. If it wasn't given to him, it was going to be very close, and he got it. And it's this is we said it was going to be a historical day. It's the first SUP World Championship ever in Tavarua. It's big waves. We knew it was going to be good. It's a Saturday in Fiji, so it's a weekend day. It's a Friday in America, and we also made history today because for the first time in history, Surfline.com put SUP surf competition live on their website on this Friday, and I know that there is sometimes a lot of discussion about SUP surfers and surfers. If we can live together, how does it work? I think the SUP surfers are surfers. They feel themselves they are surfers. They're riding waves. We just need to be respectful in the water. So the guys that have the extra edge with the paddle don't get everybody mad on the lineup. But it's like everything else in life. The same happened when longboarders made a comeback in the 90s. Everybody thought there was going to be no longboarders, and now longboarders are part of the wavescape, the landscape that you see everywhere. So I think it's a good day. It's a historical day. I know I talked to a lot of the athletes, and they were totally excited when we said we're going to Tavarua, and then that's nice. We're going to Fiji, but then we're going to Tavarua, yes, and we're going to Cloudbreak, and Cloudbreak delivered.
So finally, it seems that Zane Schweitzer has given hugs to the old boat, found Jody. We're going to have the interview with Jody Nelson of the new world champion. Take it away, Jody.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with first and second place, Team Hawaii. And Zane, Mo was leading that majority of the heat, and you just got that one at the very end. What was going through your mind when you saw that thing?
Mo deserves it just as much as myself. Mo is one of my favorite SUP surfers, and we've all learned from each other. Events like this, we really get to learn from each other and push each other, grow with each other, and it's so stoked to take gold and silver for Hawaii. And it's just mahalo e kia kua no kia loss. All I could say, thank you, Lord, for this day, for this opportunity, for all the preparation, all the hard work, blood, sweat, and tears. This is what it leads up to. And mahalo ISA for all this. Mahalo my brother, our team manager, the best team manager for Hawaii, and Really appreciate it. Maui Gym, Palladium, Starboard, everyone who brought us here. You know, not our whole team has sponsors like Mo and I. And to have the support from our community, from the stand-up paddle world, it's a blessing. Imua Hawaii.
And Mo, I gotta talk to Mo. Mo, you were in the lead for a majority of that heat. I mean, it's a bit of a heartbreaker to lose in the last 9 seconds like that, but I mean, your loss to your teammate, it can't be that bad, right?
Oh, it's pretty bad, but you know, it's all good. I love Zane, and you know, he deserved it. And yeah, I just really looking forward to next time, and I just want to thank everyone back home. You know, Hawaii, it's where surfers are born, and you know, and this is rewarded. So I really this flag means a lot to be representing, and yeah, mahalo to all my team, Maddie, killing it always. The rest of the team, the support we have is it's like no other, you know, and so I give it all to them, and I give it all to you know, where I'm from, and so aloha, and thank you, and good job, Zane.
And Zane, I gotta say, you know, this is pretty historic, having a SUP event here at Cloudbreak. What are your thoughts? I mean, logistically, this was an absolute nightmare for ISA to pull off, and you know, what are your thoughts just on how this is going to contribute to the sport of stand-up paddle surfing?
It's a dream come true, I think, for us all to be out here, and for Fernando and the ISA to bring us here, it's amazing. Thank you guys. One of the world's best waves. We got amazing conditions. I think we got to see both sides of it, you know, on the crappy side and on the amazing side, and you know, it's only going to be getting better, you know, tomorrow with the relay races, being able to support our team, and that's what we love about this event. It's not an individual sport, bro. We all get to cheer each other on. We all get to learn from each other, and having all the passion and from all the different nations is amazing. Mahalo Fiji Surf Co. for Thundercloud. Mahalo everyone.
All right, well, congratulations. Team Hawaii, gold and silver. We'll look to see some amazing things from you guys tomorrow.
Imua a'ele kaleo kalana kila. Mahalo pulama kolir for that blessing. Oh yeah.
Congrats, boys. We'll send it back to you in the booth.
Okay, well, what an amazing speech. No words. I mean, the full, you know, a lot of what we do, a lot of who we are in the surfing world comes from Hawaii, and getting to hear, you know, Zane talking like a true Hawaiian that he is, you know, and in Hawaiian and in English, and honoring the tradition, the roots of the sport. You know, after all, it is the cradle of surfing, and it is Hawaii also the cradle of stand-up. So how appropriate.
That's right, and I see Zane Schweitzer speaking to his niece, the daughter of his brother, Matti Schweitzer. He only speaks to her in Hawaiian.
Yes.
And I've seen it. I've seen him doing it consistently all the time. Obviously, Matti Schweitzer and Zane Schweitzer come to Thailand to see us at Starboard. They've been staying with me a few days, and what a great finish to this day. I mean, getting that last wave.
I think it was, you know, like we don't script the ocean. We basically script the event, but not the ocean and not the competition. And it was really, really, really special. So thank you to everybody. Thank you, Philip. I think, you know, we're looking forward to a wonderful last day tomorrow, no?
It's going to be incredible. So for now, this is the end of this 7th day of competition here at the ISA 2016 Fiji World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. What an incredible finish. We've got 2 more winners. Zane Schweitzer from Hawaii is the new world champion. Shakira Westdorp from Australia for the girls. We'll see them tomorrow on the podium, as well as the rest of the finalists. Thank you, Fernando, for this incredible event you've put up. Coming out from Latin America, coming to Fiji, having us here. And thank you to... As we can hear Zane speaking for the VNR in our headsets, saying hello once again. I want to thank especially also Dan Gavir, Drew Muren doing the webcast there during all the days, and no, it's not. We can hear it on the on air, but it's not. His voice is not on the webcast.
Oh, okay.
we hear him here doing a second interview. Thank you also to Via de Escape for the great production work. It's not been easy working here, getting microwave signals over the ocean from one island to another, 17 kilometers, and maintaining contact with the race in boats and jumping all over the place. Yeah. Now they have to go and take all the equipment out of the tower and bring it to Denaro for tomorrow.
The equipment from the tower, the people from the tower, the equipment from Tavarua, all go to Denaro, which is, you know, the main area where tomorrow...
The main island.
Yeah, it's the main island where tomorrow we're going to have, from 10 in the morning until probably around 1 p.m., we're going to have the sprint races. First time we have sprint races, but also the very, very emotional and intense relay. So go home, relax, but come back tomorrow.
That's right. So tomorrow we will be starting at 8 a.m. local Fiji time. This is the time that we've been listening everywhere in Fiji. If something is late, it's Fiji time. But we will be starting at 8 o'clock precise, right in front of Denaro Harbour, and we're going to have a relay race, which is sometimes one of the well, we've just seen this final, so I'm not sure, but one of the most exciting disciplines here at the ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. For now, we're going to say bye-bye. Thank you for watching throughout the day. Thank you for all your messages on the message board, your shout-outs, your messages, also answering questions. For now, we're going to have to start packing equipment, everybody leaving from the island of Tavarua. Thank you to everybody here on Tavarua Island Resort. I know you've been watching from the restaurant. We're going to head over there because now I think we can relax a bit before heading towards the ferry and back to the mainland. Thank you so much. So remember, isaworlds.com, we're going to have all the highlights of what happened today. As the rest of the days, we're going to get all the excellent photos also from Sean Evans and the water footage from Benny. They've been filming and taking photos all day. Incredible work from the whole staff of the ISA. So once again, thank you. And I'll give Fernando the last word before closing this transmission.
Big mahalo to all the teams that came to this competition. Of course, big vinyaka to the local Fijian friends that have been treating us and making us feel like home. And we'll stay tomorrow morning. We'll see you at 8. Bye-bye.